Fuck, I'm slipping, man.
You were on track until you started to derail with these questions, man. You're starting to persevere to like distract the
I don't
audience.
know, man. I'm always curious about how old certain people are. I don't know. Her curiosity, I always had.
You know what they said about curiosity, right? What it did to the cat.
What did it do to the cat?
Well, I don't know. Go look it up.
Did you get my requirements for my photo that you want me to take? You said you were going to get me a list of requirements because I noticed that yours didn't meet all the requirements.
I don't worry,
give
man.
You a list, but I mean,
listen,
I think.
dude. No, hold on, man. I'm gonna tell you something. Once I get settled into my new house that I'm gonna get, I'm gonna go like podcasting. I'm gonna have my own thing. I'm gonna be FaceTiming people.
Cool.
Me.
It's cool stuff, man.
I want you to be on it, so I'm gonna make sure you get on camera too when I'm talking to you. I can expose the world to like, all the Globers, everybody, eggshells and everybody, because they're gonna know his face because he's a movie star. He's from Bollywood.
Want to see his face? Come on, man. I mean, he's currently muted. I think he joined muted. Maybe someone wants to unmute him. He joined muted.
Who, eggshells? Hell no, dude.
Yeah. Oh.
We don't want to be stuck on repeat, man. This is Groundhog's Day. We don't need that.
Man. No, but I mean,
again, eggshells again with this old.
Bro, Alpha, I would love to be on your fucking podcast, bro. I'd love it. I'd be welcome to.
Dude, his old crusty arguments that he comes in, we don't want to hear them things. It's been old nasty arguments.
But when I'm finally on your podcast, hopefully if it's in the next 3 months or something, when you move into your new house or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
Are you? As long as you don't persevere to distract the audience, dude, I'm gonna make sure that shit don't happen. I have a couple of people on there. Not because I want to get down to it. Like, where you guys can't. And here with the voice, you guys just pop in here, pop out, and like do distracting things. But when you're FaceTiming, that's a whole like, okay, you're gonna be up there. You know what I mean? See what happens. See what you got. I've done it before.
Love to be on the Alpha Veritas podcast. What are you going to call the podcast though?
Oh no, yet. That's still to be announced. Well, I got a few names I'm kicking around.
Yeah, I wouldn't announce anything.
Yeah, I got a few names kicking around like I'm thinking about, but I haven't settled on anything.
As the world doesn't turn.
As the world doesn't turn, maybe. There's a lot of.
Ooh, that's a good one. As the world doesn't turn. Yo, that's actually a good one, yeah.
Barrington, have you were you around the Flat Earth Initiative days?
How long ago was that? Was that like 2021?
No. We're talking. What was it, Crit? 2017.
No, I didn't. At that point, I didn't know people were talking about this topic online. Unfortunately.
Well, why would they lie?
Yeah, I think Radwin was there back in those days.
And I suggested my title tongue in cheek. I didn't actually suggest that as a serious title. That would be like a fun kind of one-off video, but that would grow old on a series.
I think we could do it as a segment. Man. We could do it as a segment in the show.
As the world doesn't turn is actually a fucking name for a flat Earth fucking thing.
It's appealing and shit. You can find it appealing, Matt.
I get it. As the world, I'm getting a feeling. You don't feel that aura? You don't feel that shit?
You're saying that the name itself would attract Globers and what the hell are they talking about? Let's go in there and see what they're talking about. The world.
I think it would be a fun segment. I do think it would be a damn fun segment.
Yeah.
That's just beautiful. That's what I was thinking. As the world doesn't turn. So beautiful.
Well, there was because it's kind of like he's not playing a joke on the As the World Turns soap opera. There was a soap opera named As the World Turns. So he's saying As the World Doesn't Turn. Yeah.
But that could be a really fun segment where maybe you actually play dramatic eclipse of GTs as they're saying their ignorant stuff.
Now I'm gonna actually have the segment back in again, Zany Space News. I don't know how that's gonna be revamped, but it's still gonna be the original. Because really, it's like having a giant dartboard, and whatever you throw the dart, it just lands on something stupid that the Globers say, like mainstream academic kind of shit. Like it's, like those tabloid articles and shit. Because I always get news feeds of that shit from whether it's Twitter or formerly known Twitter X. And just like snippets of like different, like I think I'm space.com or some shit. Doesn't really matter. Just anything that they say is hilarious. It makes you laugh. Like dark matter bullets can kill you or some bullshit, dude. Like they'll say dumb shit.
Dark matter bullets. What the fuck?
Yeah, you haven't heard Zany Space News until you actually heard the way we say it, because it's direct from these guys. Direct from these guys. Or, you can hear what it sounds like when two black holes collide. It sounds like birds chirping and like just phenomenally weird shit,
Bro.
And they always come up with like, they find out like there's a new planet that's been discovered, or I don't know. You probably don't know this, but there was another moon that's been orbiting Earth that people have not known about. It's like a big old dust
planet or something.
Nah.
A second moon. Earth has a second moon.
The Earth has. Look it up. You don't believe me? Look it up. Look that shit up right now. Like right this moment. Like does the Earth have a second moon?
Yeah, I sent Matt the Zany Space News. Like, we'll see what he had. Yes. Yeah, I'm working on it. Yeah, like right yesterday, NASA has trouble returning Mars samples to Earth.
That's a good one.
This is May 1st of 2024. So scientists have discovered that Earth's second moon is actually a piece of rock that they say comes from the original moon. It's called
what do you think about that?
Olewa, and despite its nickname, isn't really a moon at all. Oh, that's weird.
Yeah, you thought we were joking about that shit, huh? See?
Here, look on the 11th. It's like they found a space snowman that tastes like soap.
Yep.
Weird stuff.
Nonetheless, it's a part of your paradigm. Well, if you're thinking that the Earth is a globe, you're in that old bullshit.
Dinky asteroid has another asteroid orbiting it.
Japanese probe. Are those asteroids larger than Earth then? Because according to the Globers in here, you need an Earth-size object to have things orbit it.
No, it's quite small. I remember looking it up, and it wasn't very big at all.
Huh. That doesn't fit.
It doesn't, yeah.
That's cool, though. That's cool, though. Earth having a second moon.
Japanese Venus probe goes missing. Massive X-class solar flare responsible for May's aurora borealis.
It's really cool stuff, man.
The future of astronomy is not very bright, but expensive. Your SpaceX target.
Maybe you can go and maybe you can go to the outer edge of the universe and bring us some dark matter and show us what it is.
No, they've the one of the stories I've been kicking is they said they found dark matter in the upper atmosphere.
Fuck?
Yeah. It's one of those stories I haven't posted yet.
Oh. You see that one?
Yeah, I haven't posted it yet.
Dark matter within the outer atmosphere.
Upper atmosphere. There's dark matter inside the upper atmosphere.
Dude.
The one I think I'm going to do today is interstellar cloud may have been responsible for Ice Age.
What we can do now?
That's probably the best one.
Can do now.
This is what I'm working with right now.
I take it Miggy's left this. I'm driving, so I can't really tell for sure, but So another good segment for his show would be Globey say the darndest things.
Oh, Matt, yesterday you posted a picture and you said, here's all the information that goes with it. And then I said, oh, I got a P900. And you said, go take pictures of boats that are disappearing bottom up. And I want the pedigree. So did you get my list yet of the requirements I need for that photo? Or are you just going to not post anything like that again? It's only your choice. Requirements, or every time you post stuff, I'm muting you.
Talking to me?
Yes, you, the one who told me to go take pictures of boats disappearing bottom up.
I don't have requirements for you. I just wanted the videos of the boats disappearing bottom up.
You said with your picture, aha, here's everything you need to know about it. Did you see the people that were like in the little boats in the harbor driving around, maybe possible jet skis? Did you see those people in there? Water's not 0 degrees, so your picture and all of your data is now null and void.
Well, I mean,
no more
no
wells on it. If you guys ever post it again, I'm just disconnecting you, whatever I got to do, because you can't use it anymore.
I would suggest that you take, you can get the atmospheric conditions of the day at the spot that you're at.
Which you did, which you did not, which you did not. Okay, go ahead.
I did.
No, you said there's no refraction, but how can you have 0 degrees water Celsius?
I didn't say that there wasn't refraction.
Yeah, you did.
I don't think you understand. The whole point of the atmospheric conditions, the whole point of the atmospheric conditions being posted was because a flat earther was saying refraction was causing the bottom up obstruction.
Yeah, so 21 degrees.
His refraction is regular refraction. It's called micfraction.
21. What's 21 degrees in Fahrenheit? So I can get a better picture.
I don't know. Figure it out.
It's like 60.
The whole point was to refute his made-up refraction. That's all. But yeah, I would suggest that you get the atmospheric conditions of the day.
60 degrees temperature differential. Holy crap. Dude.
Between the two boats?
You guys got to stop doing that shit. Yeah, you said it was 0 degree water temperature.
Well, you said it was 20. What was it again? Degrees Celsius?
21.
21. Yeah, 69 degrees Fahrenheit.
Beautiful. So basically, what Mick was proposing, that there was a big temperature differential between the two boats that would cause such an obstruction on one boat and not the other at a distance of 4
water and air. It doesn't go between boats. It goes between ground and air. Are you that retarded?
Are the boats not on water?
Surface.
Is there distance between the water and the boats?
Surface to air difference.
Beautiful. So is it different in a span of 4 miles between the two boats to the point where there would be an obstruction of one and not the obstruction of other?
I don't know what's in between me and the boats because your data is wrong.
Water and air. I mean, what else is in between them?
Your data is wrong. Next time you guys do this, make sure you get all the data that you want to present.
The data from the day was wrong?
There was not ice fucking floating around in the harbor.
I think you're confused. So I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You weren't here. You weren't listening to the absurd claims that were being made. So give you the benefit of the doubt on that one.
You don't need to. I don't need a benefit of a doubt. I looked at what you presented.
For your requirements.
And I said, apparently you don't have all the data that you asked us for the Black Swan. And I gave it to you. 63 degree water temperature and 66 degree air temperature. 3 degrees difference. You got nothing. You're null and void. If I see that it's not cold and people are out there just joyriding around in the harbor, it's not fucking 0 degree water temperature.
Beautiful.
Who thinks the Earth is flat here?
Oh,
you do.
Yeah, the Earth is definitely flat.
Oh. Why?
It's observed as flat. it measures flat, and it's practically used as flat.
So why do you think there's so many photos of it, kind of, being a sphere?
What photo you got?
Was that like green screen or something?
Yeah, let's see the photo you're looking at.
There's only one person who puts that out. That's NASA. What are you talking about? China has flat Earth in theirs.
Why would they lie about it being like round though? What's the benefit of lying
Can't
about
answer
that?
a question. It's immediately go to why would they lie, isn't it?
What? So what's your question?
This is how it goes, okay? Your proof of the globe is going to be photographs from space. Then you can't figure out why they would lie. Flat earthers are just stupid. And then if anything's presented for flat earth, you'll be like, doesn't matter, Earth's a globe.
It is though.
Yeah, so you're very like low brow here. Okay, this is like you're just like another person coming in completely freaked out. You don't know anything about flat earth. You don't know anything about the globe, and you just are stumped as to why someone would have a minority opinion.
Okay, wait. So, do people just fall off the earth when they get to the edge?
Yeah, that's what happens.
All right. Okay. So, do you know anyone that's done that?
No, they fell off the edge, so they're gone.
Yeah, but do you know?
Surely there'd be like footage of it.
No, they're all missing.
Oh, I see. All right, because that makes sense.
Just like the globe, they fall off the bottom. They go down to Antarctica, they just disappear.
Right. That makes sense,
Okay. So
Are you guys having a good time?
Yeah, it's just a bit confusing that you believe this.
It's not a belief. NASA and airplane builders need a flat and stationary Earth for their airplanes to work.
What?
I know. Don't let your mind melt and come right out your ear onto the chair that you're sitting on. It's messy.
Ugh. So you're trying to call the people who think that Earth isn't flat stupid then, and you're all just like some next level smart kind of.
Yeah.
Right. Fair enough.
Can't lie, you're yapping out your gums right now.
Facts. What happens if a plane just keeps flying in one direction? Will it eventually just like fall off the Earth?
Yeah, it runs out of fuel.
Huh?
It runs out of fuel.
They're called airports for a reason, where you dock, and you get refueled, and you take off again, just like with boats and ships. They have ports.
There's like an airport in like Antarctica, so surely if like they went off from there,
Yeah, exactly. What happens if a plane with infinite fuel just kept going? Would it just fall off the Earth eventually?
Yeah, it just
So
runs
what
out of
is
fuel.
this? So what is this? Is this like a trading card game or something where like you're just looking for the next card to flip over and then you get probably not even actually listening to the answer, then you're ready just to turn over your next one? Is that kind of like Magic the Gathering?
Yeah, they went from space pictures to what they have now, and they're going to flip over another card. It's going to be something completely random.
Why would they lie? They hit that one.
Oh yeah, the why would they lie card. I'm wondering why that one was stacked right on top.
No, the next one. The next be why is all the other planets round and this one's flat?
Yeah, that's valid. I can't.
Yeah, like what's like of all these topics here, how do you have this conversation within 5 minutes and expect to actually understand what's going on?
No, it doesn't.
Okay, make your case for why the Earth is flat, and I'll listen. I'll try and see if you can educate me on why it's flat.
Yeah, I told you already.
There's no curve. That's
the Earth is observed as flat and stationary, measured flat and stationary, practically used as flat and stationary. Exactly. What is it? What is it then? Or that?
Isn't it funny how even we use in construction, we always use a planar level horizontal Earth as a foundation?
I heard part of his brain hit the chair, so one of their ears is leaking.
Okay, wait, hang on a minute. So like, have you seen like an actual like picture of Earth being flat, like a proper picture?
Oh golly, man! I've seen a picture of Superman in space.
Yeah, I've seen photos of flat Earth. Like you have too.
Do you wanna show me one?
Yeah, sure. Let me tab back in and.
Oh my god, I just seen a photo of flat Earth.
Is the giggles the uncomfortableness that you guys feel when we talk about reality?
School's out for the summer.
That's exactly what it is.
We're just dumb globers, man. We need to be educated.
No, you're not dumb. I don't think you're dumb. I think you actually get it very, very, very simple because it's what we all observe equally. There is no spinning, wobbling, tilted space, but flying from ever expanding void of darkness. The only thing you experience with your senses is a topographical stationary plane that doesn't move. With flat level water, sea level water. That's what we all observe. Very simple.
Wait, you rely on your local senses for everything you see around you.
No, we also measure it. We even LiDAR scan it. We observe it this way. I mean, how much more do you need? We use it practically this way in navigation.
Well, he wanted a photo, so there's a good one. I got another one here.
My dude, what have you navigated with a flat model?
There's another one.
All navigation is done by flat Earth.
Exactly. Every navigation. Even if you use Google Earth, if you gonna zoom in, it's gonna turn into a grid planar system because that's how you can only depict details such as roads, walkways. If you are on your foot,
you don't even have to zoom
bikes.
in. You don't even have to zoom in. All you have to do is download Google Earth Pro and turn on the elevation, and any line you draw, so it's just a flat, straight plane from one point to the other, minus the mountains in between. All the sea levels the same height.
Exactly. You're right.
Wait, you want like what? What? That doesn't even apply. We do that for convenience. It's not like I'm sure it's in the calculation somewhere. The curvature is already accounted for.
It's not in the calculation anywhere, dude.
How would you be sure of that? You said you're sure of it. What made you sure of it?
Says you want to read you want to read. You want to read, for example, if you want to think about a project that has a lot of length, then you would say they need to require curvature or put it into their calculation. We can use, for example, the London Underground. There's a lot of PDFs online, and what they all state is, even though we detect curvature, it is so minute that it can be neglected, and we're just gonna use a flat planar grid system in order to build the subway stations and the subway itself. Isn't that funny? And the same thing you will read in military documents. Sometimes they even use a flat Earth model, so they don't even hide it with their sophistry. But the only thing you will always hear is, we use it as flat and stationary, but just be sure that we have detected some curve. But it's so minute that we doesn't even need to be accounted for.
I wouldn't even say that.
What do you guys think about satellites? How do you think they work?
Hey, they flipped the card. It's called satellites.
No. I just want to know. What do you guys rationalize satellites as? Is it
now you go to the sky.
Yeah. I just want to see. What do you guys think?
You want to see?
What a satellite looks like?
I mean, the only transmitters I have seen coming down from the sky have been on balloons. Like, can you remember that big Chinese balloon that had like these huge? Maybe I should pause a picture so you can see all the equipment on it. This is the only stuff that for me is a re-image of a satellite. I have never seen such thing yet. Do you talk about revolving around a ball that doesn't exist? So pretty strange, isn't it?
Yeah. Can you post like a picture of like a flat Earth as well?
Yeah, right there. There's a bunch of them.
They're not
Yeah, there's a lot. We posted a lot already.
The size. The chat.
There is no such thing as space.
You asked for a picture of it, and you're not even looking in the chat. What's wrong with you? Are you new to Discord?
Hey, relax, buddy. Relax.
So quick question. If you look at the image I posted, this is supposed to be a Chinese spy balloon. Do you think they have built this thing just to spy? I mean, isn't it weird that they have supposedly their own ISS up there, their own Chinese space station, and they need to put such a huge equipment just on a balloon to spy on the US? Do you think that narrative holds any ground and makes any sense?
Wait. What's the purpose for this picture? Sorry.
This picture is supposed to show a Chinese weather balloon that has been shot down by the US that they used, according to the US, to spy on other people. So if that is true, why is it then that they have their own useful space station in space, but are not capable of just putting a spy satellite into space to spy on everybody? Why make such a hassle to lose so much money on equipment that can be shot down this easily? Like, do you see the consistency?
I'm not the Chinese government.
Oh, bro, come on. Be a bit more skeptical just once in life, okay?
You're just trolling. There's no reason to even engage. They say dumb shit. I'm telling you. Flip a card. What's the next one? Let's go to the next card.
Look in the chat, guys. Look in the chat.
It's always the same script, isn't it? So what about the satellites? What about that NASA is the biggest consumer of helium and is shooting up satellites from New Zealand continuously? Why do you need that stuff if we can just shoot up things in space and they fall around the Earth continuously? That doesn't exist.
Now listen, why is it when I search up Flat Earth there's not a single picture of like...
You don't understand why we have...
The pictures are posted right there in chat.
They're not pictures. They're just pictures of the salt flats. Like, it's not...
That's Earth right there. That would be Earth.
I know.
And the surface is what?
Okay.
Curved or not curved?
Okay. Look in the chat.
Bro's posting gifs of...
Why are the times of sunrise and sunset different in every part of the world if the Earth's all flat?
That's true.
The sun moves.
That's a really interesting card to flip over there. You just went from talking about satellites to that. Come on, man. You need to... Are you like playing a trading card game? Or are you
who is this guy? Who is this guy?
What is this?
Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing. You got it.
What is this guy talking about? Oh.
Yeah. I posted a satellite launch. I posted a satellite launch for you, Giggles.
These people like Joe Biden, like, what is going on? What are these words?
I swear, like,
I don't understand.
The steel manning flat Earth.
What is going on here? I have never heard these words. Wait, we don't live on a spinning rock?
Satellite launch. That's a NASA satellite launch, by the way, that I posted.
Yeah, it's interesting how they do this from New Zealand and how they're the biggest consumer of helium, isn't it? And how they have engineered these balloons since the 30s. Since the 50s. Pretty interesting, isn't it?
No, they were doing it when Roswell had one land in New Mexico. Roswell, that was one of these that they were testing. You know which balloon it is? It was the Silver Mylar one, the one they show that's giant at Amish posts.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I mean, that compared to the two that we posted, yours and the one from the China, it's pretty small ones. I mean, they can be way, way bigger.
The other dude coked out. He absolutely melted already. Who's left?
Oh.
Which one of you goofy gigglers are left?
That's a shame.
I guess he played all his main cards in his deck and knew that he didn't have any more to flip over.
But the points you guys make don't make any sense. But when anyone else makes a point, it's that's another card.
Okay. So you made a claim You said it doesn't make any sense. Can you verbalize so we can make sure that you even understood it? Because some people just say it doesn't make sense because they're not capable cognitively to understand what has been mentioned. So I want to hear from you a rebuttal to what doesn't make sense exactly what we said. Because I think we have been very objective and very sensible to the information given. So please. Yeah, that's what I thought. Always the same. And just be honest. Just be honest and say, I don't know. I just don't understand what you say. Can you please make it more simple?
I just don't understand how you can believe that the Earth is flat. Like, there's so much evidence.
So listen. Then you can't make the claim of saying what you say doesn't make sense if you haven't got it in the first place.
Bro,
that is stupidity.
Bro,
that is just exposing your own ignorance.
Bro, you're ignorant. What are you on about? The Earth is clearly not flat.
Wow, it's like talking to a wall, man. These
Castillo,
people.
turn your microphone up. I can't hear a damn word you've said this whole time.
Shut up.
That guy is so annoying. Who is that guy? What is...
He can sit there until he tells us he turned his mic up, because I have him up all the way and I can't hear him.
At least he knows what his words are worth.
His buddy should be out of here shortly. He's leaving, so his buddy's going to leave. They come in pairs because they got to hold hands. Well, you know how that generation is now.
Hey, Radwin, did somebody say satellite?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, look at that.
Hey, guess who's here? Who wants to talk satellites?
Oh, your satellite expert is here, by the way, guys. Here you go. Ask away.
Yo, am I muted now? Oh, let's go.
Oh, you're a lot louder now. What happened?
I just had to turn up my mic volume, innit?
Hey, Castillo, Ego Slave posted a video clip for you of a real satellite in action. How it moves according to the sunlight. You know?
They also move in conjunction with each other. They range each other using lasers. Because one of my buddies took a tour of NASA yesterday, and he told us where NASA Glenn is experimenting with lasers for communication between two moving things in the sky. He wasn't exactly clear. They weren't clear what they were talking about. But when he said it to me, I went, aha!
But yeah, I mean, they shoot these things up, and it costs millions because things falling around the ball that doesn't exist, right? That's why you're gonna put all these balloons up.
Do you think the Earth is a disc?
Oh golly, man, I'm done, man. This is a waste of time.
What? No, answer the question. Bro.
The discard was Earth is a discard. I thought that was the Flat Earth Society. Which deck are you using?
Yeah, listen, kid. Earth is the entire universe.
Let me help you out real quick. Space is fake. Now continue.
Whoa, wait, you just said space is fake. It doesn't
that's
exist.
the end of chapter 1 of Flat Earth. Space is fake. Are you ready to begin chapter 2?
Yeah, I am now. Go on.
Uh-huh.
Go on.
All right, nobody measured the curvature of the Earth ever. Not even once. And nobody who claims to have can validate it ever.
Okay, wait, how do you know that? Where are you looking for that information?
I look at geodetic surveying manuals, and I pay attention to what they talk about in their conferences.
Okay, so what do you think the Earth looks like? If you were to find like a image of what you think the Earth looks like, what would it be?
You mean like a God's eye view of Earth? I don't know.
You just keep flipping over cards, don't you? You just can't stay on one topic, can you?
Yeah, you can't stay on one topic. Yeah, flat is not a shape. So we're not claiming the shape. The aspect of Earth. Flat.
Cheers, mate.
You're welcome. So no disc needed. No edge needed.
Sorry. I lost control there, you know.
maybe we need to visualize it. Okay, I'm gonna post something so you get what we try to unravel your mind. I mean, there would be another word for this, but I don't want to use it because it's not family friendly. But you have been indoctrinated to believe there's like an edge where bolts fall off, and then it's a disc in space, and then there's a big fireball that rotates above that disc. So you have been basically duped about the concept of a flat topographical stationary Earth, right? So I'm gonna post a picture that furthermore gonna underline what I have been spoken with words, if it hasn't been sunken in yet. Sorry.
It's alright.
All right. Give me 1 second. That's why I like to use pictures, because they say more than 1,000 words.
So why is it not alright when we use pictures to like show you that the Earth is a globe?
Let me just jump in very quickly. I was speaking about this in another chat with a bunch of new people. I think what we're missing a lot of the time is we need to start showing them the NASA stuff, because they just believe in NASA. That's all it is. At the end of the day, that's all they're leaning on. When you see hours of NASA bloopers harnessed as blue screens, green screens, special effects, you've no longer got that to fall back on. So these guys, just listening to them already, they just need to have NASA destroyed.
Okay, let's show them NASA. Let's show them how they made the moon landing, for example.
You know, sometimes the David Weiss approach actually works.
That's true.
Because I mean, we can talk all day about long distance observations, the lack of curvature, the lack of motion, but these guys are still just thinking, yeah, but they've been to the moon, bro.
Right. They think that NASA is a reliable source for the.
Was it green screen? With that, when they went to the moon, was it green screen?
That's one technique, yeah.
Yeah.
They use many.
Okay, so back in the 60s, they had green screens, yeah?
I said space is fake.
No,
That's
they
the
use
end of chapter
scale
1.
models, stop motion, you know, the things they used for like Star Wars and 2001 A Space Odyssey when they made space movies back then.
So no one's ever been to the moon?
It's all Hollywood. Which is why you're going to be confused.
Has no one ever been to the moon?
No.
I'm confused. One of the guys asked, you know, how you know that there's no curvature. And he told you surveying and that he pays attention to the conferences. Is that not a significant statement to investigate?
No, because he still thinks they've been to the moon. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, like, what they did is...
It's weird that we'll say there's no curvature, and then they say how, and then we'll tell them how, and then they're like, yeah, anyway, but pictures from space. It's weird.
Exactly. It is weird. But that's my whole point. Like, we need to take out NASA before they'll even listen.
But it's understandable because they have been indoctrinated. We need to always go back to the very, very beginning of when we started asking questions or researched.
Hey, who's the Glober? Who's the Glober in the chat? The Castillo?
Yeah, and the dark guy as well.
What guy? Dark guy?
Jimmy Juice.
Jimmy Juice. Hey, so you guys think that the Earth is a globe, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what was your best evidence, Castillo or Jimmy? I don't care who goes first.
I don't know. There's quite a lot, isn't there? So I don't really want to slim it down.
Just pick
Why
one.
not?
Okay, all right, fine. The moon landing.
All right, the moon landing. So how do you know that actually occurred? What way can you
there's
verify
videos.
that? Okay, there's videos.
Yeah.
How can you verify those videos are true?
Because that like now like big like corporations
have
made
on TV.
The big what?
No.
Corporations? Big? You say big corporations?
Yes, stuff like that. Like
all right,
NASA.
so yeah, I know, but the validity of the actual film that you saw, how do you know that whatever they've done on that film is exactly what they've done? Like, how are you able to check that out? Or think about it, right? Do you just believe it?
I believe it because it's not only one occurrence. Throughout history, we've gone to the moon, and it hasn't been
so. Yeah, I know, but think about it, man. That's a fantastic story. Somebody goes to the moon, right? That's a fantastic story. And if they have a video of it, that's even more fantastic. But if somebody said that they landed on the sun, would you believe them?
Yeah, I would actually.
Why?
I don't know. Just would.
Because he's retarded.
Yeah, that's it. You got it spot on, mate.
These are extraordinary claims, though.
Clearly.
Like, why you don't have to accept them. You can ask for what type of validation can somebody give you that that's actually true. So just what I'm telling you to do, you might or might not do this, but just think about it, man. The claim is really extraordinary. Landing on the moon. That's pretty extraordinary,
not though, is it? Because
See,
well,
this is exactly
it,
demonstrating what I was talking about. They can't even think when they still believe in NASA.
Yeah, if you think about it, it really is, man. Like, nobody just gets up one day and says, you know what, I feel like going to the moon. Like, you can't do that, man.
Of course you can't.
Right. So if you try to think about it logically, it would be such an undertaking that possibly it's way out of the realm of,
Okay,
so
what are astronauts for then?
What do you mean, what are they for?
Well, what do they do?
That's a whole different question. So, like, if you're trying to figure out if astronauts are doing something, then it's just like me telling you, well, I'm a guy who goes over to Middle Earth every now and again, and I talk to a couple of elves, and we talk to some dragons, ride on dragons. Like, if I tell you I do all kinds of stuff, how do you know what I'm doing is actually what I'm say I'm doing? How do you know what I'm doing? I can tell you whatever I want.
We know astronauts are actually doing. They're actually getting their scuba certificates, like all of them. It's insane.
So if you think about it, Guy or Castillo, think about it. How do you know what I'm doing where I say that I'm at? How do you know that? I can tell you whatever I want, whatever story I want.
So why do astronauts get paid?
Well, it doesn't matter. Like, you need to listen, Castillo. You need to think about how you know what you know, man. That's what I'm pulling you aside, man, getting you to think about when people tell you stuff. It doesn't matter about astronauts or flat Earth or anything. Whatever someone tells you, how can you validate the thing that they're saying, bro? That's all I'm saying. How can you validate it? All I'm asking you to think about, right?
The moon is supposed to be in a -12 Tor vacuum.
Yeah, no, well, I mean, there's a lot of claims being thrown around here, right? But how can anyone validate these claims? Can somebody please tell me how to do it? Go ahead. If you think you can, please step on the mic and go ahead and tell me. Yes?
Well, if we look at the text chat, then it looks like by the images in there, they prove it by creating scale models of it in a film studio.
Yeah, I mean, you can do that and then show it to somebody, and then somebody will just believe, right? Without having any investigation into it, and just, oh, okay, well, they went to the moon based on what I've seen on the video. Well, great, but that doesn't excuse you from actually knowing or not that you can validate that information to be true. You're just believing it because you saw it on TV, right? Now how that goes? You gotta stop and think about it, Castillo. This is pretty interesting.
I wasn't listening, I can't lie.
I know. Well, it's just
sorry, mate.
It's okay. It's all right, man. It's weird that you guys, the lack of understanding for you just extends so much. I have like 30 seconds to kind of tell you what I can, and then everything after that is just like lost in the sauce.
Well, this is why, for these type of guys, you've just got to put it on them to start evidencing their wild sci-fi beliefs. So, could you show us your best proof that people have went on the moon and played golf?
What?
Yeah, the story you were telling us about how men went to the moon and played golf and drove around in a buggy. Could you show us your best proof for
that? No, I'm alright, actually.
All right, so we'll just dismiss it then as a baseless claim.
Okay.
Smart man.
Shut up.
Not even trying. You already know.
I can't be arsed. It's just annoying because you're just so irritating. Because you're just wrong.
It's funny. You know that moon golf is pretty stupid, right?
Bro, I don't believe in moon golf.
The sound of moon golf is pretty stupid. You don't want to put your name behind that claim. Who does?
No, moon golf's stupid. Like, I don't even know how. Like, the ball will just float up.
So.
Or the president using a landline cable telephone to almost no delay talk instantly to people playing golf on the moon, right?
Wait, I got a question. So if the Earth's flat, and you know how like in different bits of the Earth there's like different time zones, surely it'd be all the same, right? If the Earth was flat.
No.
What did I tell you before?
China's one time zone.
Yeah, you asked this one already. Now I want to ask it again because I didn't get an answer. You just skipped past it. So
the sun moves.
So we have to
yeah,
answer
I know
your
the sun
questions,
moves.
and we have to answer your questions, but you don't answer our questions. That seems pretty fair, I think.
Yeah,
What do
yeah,
you think,
it is,
guys?
isn't it?
Pretty
Do
fair,
you
right?
agree? Oh, that's
It
good.
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty fair. I think it's fair. I mean, you don't have to listen to us when we're talking to you, but we have to listen to you when you're talking to us.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
kind of fair.
Yeah. Good.
Because you know
Matt,
more
do you
about
want to answer my
physics
question
and
now?
science
But do you
and
not want to answer it?
geometry than
Do you
flat
want to
earthers,
answer?
right?
That's pretty fair. That's decent. You know, people
answer the question, bro.
just answer the question, bro. You don't
I got
find that
a fun question
Oh,
for
he's
Castillo
dodging.
over here.
He's dodging.
Hey,
He's
hey,
dodging.
hey, guys! What is a triangle? Can you guys define a triangle?
What?
Oh, there we go. Back.
Yeah, what is a triangle, guys?
It's a shape.
Well, there are like millions of shapes. What is a triangle?
This guy's a
it's a
real
shape.
Einstein.
It's 3 angles.
Dude, this is like Beavis and
Fucking hell, dude.
triangle.
Yeah, dude.
He said triangles.
You guys are stuck on basic shapes. Stuck on basic shapes. You don't even know what a basic shape is, bro. That's pretty.
Is there an edge of the world?
Really?
Is there an edge of the world?
It's back to us answering your questions, and you're not answering ours again.
You don't want to answer. No, you're dodging, bro.
Yep, just keep flipping those cards over.
You made a Discord server about flat Earth, and now you don't want to answer any questions. We're not even educated about how anything, and then you don't even want to answer our questions. You made a dedicated server for this, and you can't answer these questions.
Bro, calm down.
You're just mimicking us. It's fine.
No, it doesn't matter.
You need to calm down.
You're just embarrassing yourself.
You just failed to define a triangle. So, what kind of conversation are we gonna have with you guys? You don't know what a triangle is.
Why are we talking about triangles? You just skipped my question completely.
Well, just to demonstrate that you can't really be asking these kind of questions if you don't even know what triangle is. How are you gonna know what the Earth is?
What do you mean? You can't just do that. Like, bro, you just skipped my question. So you made a server to debate about this, and you're like, yeah, nah, I'm alright. I don't want to.
Yeah, that's exactly why this room exists.
A triangle is like the most basic two-dimensional shape, dude.
Why are we talking about triangles? What's that got to do with my
is?
question?
If you're not ready for triangles, you're not ready for this discussion.
You said a level of competency.
Bro, yapping out your mouth. Honestly, it's just.
All right. See, because you realised that NASA's a joke already, now you're just spiraling because you realise you don't have anything else.
You guys said that space isn't real. You said that space isn't real.
I asked a perfectly valid question. You just skipped past it because you literally can't argue against it.
To distract you while they're not wanting to answer your question, Cyclone. So they're just.
Yeah, that's okay. They're just spiraling.
They want to confuse the audience. They're persevering to confuse the audience.
They're they're just confusing themselves, really, because you said the space doesn't exist. Okay, what evidence did you provide that it does exist? Since it's your
what?
Well, you made the claim that space exists, yeah.
Yeah.
What's your evidence for that?
I mean, what? Okay, hang on. Okay, so what is like the night sky? What is that?
This guy's like a regular. Cyclone,
hold on.
they're regular UK.
He's level 1, man.
Hold on. So that's your evidence?
He's remedial.
Yeah, like, bro, it's a good question.
Evidence. That's not
because
evidence.
surely it'd be just complete pitch black if it was just nothing there, which it isn't. There's stars.
Remedial earther.
What are you talking about? You're talking about space, yeah? Okay, maybe you need to define space for us first. Define space.
Cyclone's really trying to have a conversation with the UK Beavis and Butthead.
So you going to define it, what you're claiming?
Define space.
Yeah, the thing you're claiming.
Yeah, like it's like a continuous area or expanse which is free.
Where do rockets go when they just go? Where do they go then?
Area. Is that it?
What?
What my definition? All right. Do you want to hear my definition? A continuous area or expanse which is free, unavailable, or unoccupied.
An unoccupied space. Okay, where have you seen that?
I just know
What
it.
kind of definition is that?
No. Listen.
How did he string together that many words to make that sentence, man? What the fuck?
I know my stuff.
Clearly.
Yeah.
So what? An empty space with nothing in it?
Yeah, pretty much. It's like a vacuum, isn't it? So.
A vacuum. So you're claiming a vacuum, what, like in a chamber, like a vacuum chamber?
Hey everyone, so you may remember the 10...
I don't know. Sure, whatever.
So you don't know what it is that you're trying to.
Oh, I literally gave a definition, and you just moved on to something else because you can't. You know that I've got a good definition of it.
Well, you're just talking about a vacuum, which is you can only get a vacuum in a vacuum chamber, where you remove all the air.
And space is a vacuum. There is no air in space.
So you're talking about the air. You're talking about the space within a vacuum chamber, is what you're saying.
What? I can't know. It's yapping now. Like you're overcomplicating things for no reason.
Alright, guys. The Earth is divided into 24 time zones, each representing 15 degrees of longitude. When it's noon at one location, it's not noon everywhere on Earth. If the Earth were flat, the time would be the same everywhere simultaneously. But you don't answer that question.
No script.
You won't answer that question?
No, this is my question. That was my question.
He is reading the Professor Dave script.
No, the problem is that you gotta look up those time zones. They're not 24.
Yeah, nice Professor Dave
so
script.
define time zone for us. What is the time zone?
Oh my God!
Time zone. On the globe, there would be two time zones. The time zone facing the Earth, and the time zone where the Earth is facing the Sun, and the time zone where the Earth is not facing the Sun.
What?
Okay, wait. So
yeah. So what is the time zone? Is the time zone set by governments, or is it set by?
Actually, ducking our questions so hard, like it's crazy.
Because I think you don't know what a time zone is, and you're claiming time zone.
Stop ducking our question. Answer it.
No, I'm not ducking. I'm asking you to define your question to clarify it. So, what is a time zone?
Well,
right, so you guys just gave up on
I can answer it.
Yeah, let's get back to space because let's see if they can talk about that.
No, bro, you're just ducking our question.
Well, we can move on from. Hold on. We can move on from space if you're conceding that you don't have any evidence for it.
I gave you evidence, and then you were like, define space. And I gave you a definition, and then you were like,
what was your evidence
about vacuums?
What was your evidence?
What was my evidence? I literally said my evidence.
You looked at the night sky.
Yeah, that is good evidence of space.
Of the night sky.
Where's the moon? Where's the moon?
Right. But you're claiming a vacuum beyond the sky.
No, where's the moon and the sun? Where are they?
Is it all just like a projection? Yeah. Is it all just like a projection?
So what's your evidence that if we travel a certain altitude, it turns into a vacuum?
The atmosphere. It's called the atmosphere.
That's the air you breathe. That's not a vacuum.
Yeah, but when it stops.
Can you answer one of our questions without asking us to define?
When did the air stop? When did you experience that?
What? Okay, answer the question about like the sunset and the sunrise and time zones without asking us a definition.
Well, no, because you
right. Listen.
I can't even argue that space exists.
You know what? Do you want your
guys? Calm down. Listen, the whole thing was you guys said space was fake. So we said, okay, what's the evidence for it? You still haven't provided any. Now, if you don't want to keep talking about space,
you were talking about the lack of air and stuff. Okay, so the higher you get up, you get less air as you increase altitude, right?
Right, a pressure gradient.
Yeah. So eventually you're going to run out of air.
That turns into a vacuum.
At what point?
What's your evidence that it does?
Well, I don't know, but there's like clear evidence.
So you don't have any evidence for space then?
Well, yeah, but I haven't gone to space, so I don't know. But it's
Yeah,
clearly
okay. So you don't have any
okay.
evidence.
No, I've got
for
evidence.
everything we
I've got
said is
evidence.
fake.
So when you climb
Cool.
a mountain, you know how high you get up, it gets less. You get less air, right?
Yeah, you got air pressure gradient, which requires what?
No, listen. The higher you get up, the less air you get, right? That's surely saying, like at the top of Everest, you got like barely any air.
Do you know what the definition of gas pressure is?
No.
Okay, well, it's the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. You understand that?
Yeah.
So when the gas is pressing against the walls of its container, it's pressurized. That's how you
So
get
are we living
pressurized
in like a
gas.
glass bubble? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that gas pressure requires a container. So yeah, we're in a contained system. We're not in a vacuum.
Right. And then
Yeah.
is space just like a projection?
No, space is just the cartoons and the videos you've been shown on TV.
Yeah. So is it like a snow globe then?
Is what?
Earth.
No, I didn't say it was like a snow globe.
Right.
But it would be a contained system, right? Meaning that space, the vacuum beyond the sky, is fake. So do you understand that?
Yeah, sure. Can you answer
All right,
our question now?
Well, since you've agreed that space is fake, welcome to Flat Earth.
Yeah,
What other
sure.
questions you got?
Space is fake. Right. Answer a question then.
Cool. What's your question?
Why is there different time zones and stuff in different parts of the world?
Well, have you been outside lately? You noticed that the sun moves?
Yeah, that's what I mean. But then why is it at one point it dark somewhere and why is it like the morning somewhere
Because
else?
the sun's at a different place over the Earth.
Yeah, but if it's in the middle, then it's going to be projecting onto everything, isn't it?
No, obviously not, because it's day and night time.
Oh my god.
You okay?
No, I'm just having a mental breakdown in the call right now.
That's okay. We get that a lot.
I'm really
You got a
struggling
mental
right now.
breakdown. Yeah, we hear that a lot. That's fine. You'll be okay. You know, it's okay. You go outside, you see the sun moving. No big
You're going
deal.
to be left in darkness.
The sun moves. Welcome to reality.
Yeah, the sun does move, right? But
Yeah, the sun moves in the sky above you, as you observe every single day.
Oh my god!
If a light moves away from you, you're going to be left in darkness, right?
If the sun was like, if the Earth was flat, there'd be a time where everywhere in the world was just all light.
But does the sun not move?
Cool story, bro.
Okay, right.
Yeah. Welcome to Flat Earth.
If a light source moves away from you, you're going to be in darkness, right?
Oh
yeah.
Oh man, bro.
Is this actually your argument? Is this actually your argument? Because it makes no sense.
You're having a breakdown, bro. You haven't rebutted anything we've said. You're just melting down.
Is that right?
Yes, that's right. That's what everyone's hearing.
Wait, can I just ask a question? Where is the moon?
Above you? In the sky?
Moon's in the
Where do you
sky.
think it is? Where do you think
you can
it
go
is?
look at it. Do you want to point at it together?
Yeah, sure, mate. And we can kiss.
Where are your shoes? Where are your feet?
That's right.
Okay, have you ever like? Because could I get in a plane? Could I get in a plane and like just go and like fly past the moon then in the sky?
What are you talking about?
No, because the air's too thin.
Wait, so surely if we're in a dome, then like any like plane would just bump into it.
If you were
what dome?
Maybe.
Well, Cyclone said that the world is a dome. We're in a dome, and
No, I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
did.
Why are you lying? No,
What are your thoughts on the sun being 151.94 million kilometers away from us?
Cool story. Who measured that? Who measured that?
Yeah, it doesn't look like it, does it?
Who measured that?
Google.
Google measured it. How did Google measure it?
Google Earth.
How did Google measure it?
I don't know. You ask them.
It's your plane.
Why are you more smart than like NASA and all that? Why? I don't understand why.
So wait, do you not believe that the sun is 151 million kilometers away?
I do think it's that far away because I think if it was where's the sun then? Is the sun in the sky? Is the sun within like?
Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that if you don't know who's measured it?
Right, so I'm just not allowed to believe anything anymore because until I know the exact definition of.
You can believe whatever you want, but do you have any justification for it or just blind belief?
I didn't think you needed justification for the sun being very far away in space.
So it is just blind belief. Well, 151 million kilometers is pretty specific, bro. Where does that come from?
Probably like I don't know, like
science.
No idea.
Science and maths.
This is why it's a religion. This is why it's a religion.
Science and maths.
Wait, what's the religion?
Your belief in the sun being 151 kilometers away, even though you have no idea how far away it is.
Wait, sorry, can I just go back to the point? Because you said you didn't say about the Earth being a dome.
Yeah, I didn't.
Even though you made the point when I was talking about altitude that it's like
gas pressure requires a container. Yeah.
Yeah, and you were saying that it must mean that the Earth is in a dome because
you agreed with me. You agreed with me. I didn't say it was in a dome. You agreed with me. Gas pressure requires a container.
Yeah, right. So does that mean that the Earth's in?
So
right.
You breathe gas pressure, yeah.
Okay, so we're in a dome. Is this what we?
I didn't say that.
Is that your conclusion?
So
no,
you breathe gas pressure. Hold on.
He said yes. He said yes. I remember he said yes. Yes, you did. You're lying.
No, I didn't say the word dome. I said container. And you said you agreed gas pressure requires a container. Yeah. You understand that you breathe gas pressure. Yeah.
So how big's this container and where does it stop?
Do you understand that you're breathing gas pressure?
Sure.
Right. So what's the container for that gas pressure?
I don't know. Where is the container?
Well, it would have to have one, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but where is it?
Okay, good question. If you find it, let me know.
Right. Okay.
Where's the edge of the world?
At least you know now that space is fake and you're in a contained environment, so that's good.
Oh my God.
Is there an edge of the world though?
I don't know. You ever seen one?
I don't know. You tell me. Because if the Earth's flat, then surely there'd be like the edge of the world.
No, I've never seen one.
Like the edge of the Big Bang.
Shut up. That's not what we're talking about.
Where's the edge of your fake space?
Huh?
Where's the edge of your fake space?
My fake space.
Yeah, where's the edge?
Yeah, the edge of the Big Bang. Where's that? I mean,
space
just silly, right? That's
I can't lie. Space is infinite, mate. Like it doesn't stop.
Oh, so the fake space is infinite. That's convenient.
Space is infinite. Yes.
But you don't have an edge.
Well, no, actually, I don't think so.
Actually, how do you believe like Earth was created?
Because if we don't have an edge, it can't be a flat Earth. But when you don't have an edge, that's cool and not a religion.
No. How do you believe that Earth was created?
God made it.
How would I know? I wasn't here.
God made it.
Yeah, fair enough.
How do you think it was made?
I don't know.
Probably Big Bang.
Don't really care.
Nah, Big Bang only creates balls though, and the Earth isn't a ball, so it can't be a Big Bang.
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Big Bang creates balls.
So you're using logic for that, but then what's the logic of God being? Who created God?
Wow.
I don't know.
Well, if the Big Bang's off the table, then we only really have intelligent design. So
who created God then?
Oh wow.
That's for you.
What's your proof of God? What's your proof of God? You want my proof of space? What's your proof of God?
It's alright, bro. I'm not making claims. You were.
What's your proof of the Big Bang?
Bro, you've just.
Oh my God! You've just said
you believe in God, and then
every single time we get.
Yeah, you believe in the Big Bang. We believe in God.
So what's your proof of God?
Earth measures flat. So who's right in this equation, right? Earth measures flat.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah,
okay.
every day, all day.
Show us who measured it curved then.
Huh?
Show us who measured the curve then, if it's not flat.
How would you measure the curve?
Oh, well, you just said it's not. Wait, can we measure the curve or no?
Well, probably.
Probably. Okay, who did?
Scientists.
Yeah.
So you don't know. So you don't know who measured the distance to the sun. You don't know who measured the curve. Do you know who measured anything for the globe?
No, because I don't religiously look up facts that are just wrong online.
You religiously believe it.
What?
So, here you go, boys. This is a big moment.
Yeah, you don't have any evidence. You just believe it. We ask you for the evidence, and you say, "I don't have the evidence. I'm not religious."
We ask you for
exactly what you've done as well. That's exactly what you've done as well.
No,
every
we
time
do
we
have
get
evidence.
anywhere,
we can measure Earth flat all day.
Can you go on? Do it then.
How do you do it?
I have.
Where's the
Everybody
proof?
has.
Okay, where's the proof?
Now they want some proof.
Yeah, because you asked us for proof, so why don't
go
you give us
research?
proof?
Go research planar surveying. They use triangles for
Oh, so you've
planar
gone
surveying.
on Reddit. You've gone on Reddit.
Yeah, we talked about triangles earlier because I knew it would come back to this, and you don't know what a triangle is.
I do. It's a triangle. It's a shape.
Dude,
you know?
don't know what a triangle
once
is.
you play
And this
with
is
it in
how you're
primary
supposed
school.
to measure Earth using triangulation. Use triangulation to measure Earth.
You're
He
triangulation.
He knows it's a shape at least. It's one of the shapes.
Pick one. Which one's the triangle?
Probably like the one with three sides.
Yeah. Oh, we're getting somewhere.
Yeah. You guys will be all right, though. I mean, it's a big thing to realize that you don't live on a giant spinning pointless ball in a vacuum, but you'll get over it.
Well.
Yeah. Okay.
So you don't think space is real, and you think God created the Earth?
Well, what I observe,
and we're the deluded one.
I observe that everyone who comes in here and claims the Earth is a spinning ball of water in a vacuum has zero evidence for that claim, as you've just demonstrated.
Right. Sure.
Right.
Yeah. And you even think it's ridiculous to go drum up that evidence, which I can't understand.
It's hilarious. You don't need to know. You just have to believe. That's the best thing about it.
Aren't you guys like scientists or something? Aren't you guys like really into the science? Like, don't you want to be investigative?
I can't know. We like.
Like, if you don't investigate shit, you can't be a scientist, right?
Yeah.
And so you're like, well, why should I research any of this? I'm not a religious person. Do you hear how stupid that sounds?
Why are we talking about religion?
You adhere to your belief in the globe like people adhere to a religion, without evidence, without looking up your evidence.
There is evidence that religion.
No, there is not. You can't provide any. Nobody can. That's the fun part.
Nobody can.
All right. Okay.
Nobody can, and nobody ever has. Nope, it doesn't exist.
Someone continually educated on it doesn't join this call. I'll be honest, we don't really know much on it. It's just like
you don't even know what a triangle is. We know. You don't know what a triangle is. So yeah, you're not ready for this.
Do you actually think you're smart saying that?
Listen. You're coping. Your little. You think you're so smart? Just provide some globe evidence. Provide some globe evidence, or stop coping.
What is your flat evidence then?
You are God evidence. There's no globe evidence.
With evidence.
Stop the you just graze past. You literally just don't talk because you know there's no
evidence for God.
They're nodding off from all the copium.
Come on, Juice. You said there is evidence. What's the evidence? Give us the best evidence for the globe.
No, what's your evidence for God? You said
you've got no evidence for the globe. See, you're just spiraling over God now because someone mentioned religion and you're
okay. Do you believe in God? Do you believe that God created the
irrelevant. You don't.
No, it's not irrelevant.
Here is whether you can justify your belief in the globe, and you're showing so far that you cannot.
No, because this is your server. We're asking you questions, and then you just keep spinning it on us.
Come to our house. You want to learn.
Because it smells like a copium drug den in here.
Yeah, you've come to learn, and so far you've learned that you have no evidence for your belief.
You guys don't have any evidence either, but you just keep telling us that we have.
Yeah, you've got a positive claim. We don't have to make a claim about the Earth. It's already observed. It's already observed and used as a flat, motionless plane. So if you can't provide evidence for anything else, why would we assume anything else?
Every time we've provided evidence, you just come in and completely dodge the question.
You haven't provided any.
I don't think they know what evidence means, Cyclone. I think they don't know what triangles mean, and they don't know what evidence is, and they wouldn't know what evidence looked like if it hit them.
Right, if you had evidence, you would have told us you measured it, Jimmy. Jimmy, you've already confirmed that you didn't have evidence.
What is evidence?
We asked you who measured it.
So define evidence. Oh my God! No, we don't even have to define evidence now.
Radius?
Yeah,
Jimmy,
do you know what evidence even is to present it? Like, because if you don't know what evidence is, then you're going to be running in circles and we can end this right now. But if you know what evidence is, we can continue.
Can we talk about something without... I think you have to
You
define,
don't know what evidence is.
space,
Okay, so
a triangle,
no triangles, no evidence.
Time zones, we got to define time zones.
You guys sound like religious nutters.
Well, let's just clarify. Are you giving up on arguing for the globe, or do you want to keep arguing for the globe?
I mean,
it's pointless though, because
I would probably...
One at a time.
Is that? How many of you are like actually unmuted right now and talking?
All right. So, do you want to continue trying to present evidence for your globe belief or not?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. What's your evidence?
Right, I'll find some because I'm actually not a scientist.
That's all right. You're just a believer. Yeah. That's fine. Show us what makes you believe.
Show us I'll try. I'll show you what makes me believe.
Okay. Cool.
There have been a few questions that we've presented to you, which you guys have just started. You guys started mimicking us at one point.
No, we can get to those. But for now, let's just establish, what we know about the globe that we're all told, since that's what everyone's told. That's what you should right now be questioning. Do I actually live on a ball to begin with, to then assume it and start trying to make fun of a flat Earth idea that you don't really understand?
I don't understand.
So this is constructive for you. So,
right. The University of Nevada, Las Vegas. How science proves that our home is a globe. Here we go. Let me see.
Hang on, I'm going to send an image because this is like proof that your thing about it, the sun's different in different places is wrong.
We're not the ones who made a claim about the sun being in different places. The sun has been claimed to be anything from 16 million miles away to over 100 million miles away, and they settled on 93. So
we settled on 93.
Yeah, 93. They settled on 93 million miles after saying it might be 16 million.
No,
it might be 130 million. Maybe it's 93 million. Maybe it's 94. Maybe it's 96. We don't know.
No, I gave you the exact figure that it says when
that
you look
was in kilometers. This is in miles.
It wasn't always that. It wasn't always 93 million miles. That's the point. Nobody knows.
It's a stupid argument.
It's a guess.
A guess, yeah, sure.
Well, we had Globers that are from this server and another server and a flat earther. They went ahead and measured the distance, and they got 3,441 miles.
Oh, they didn't. Oh, they didn't.
Yeah, they did. That was trigonometry, man. A couple other guys, right?
That isn't so you think the sun is how far away?
That's you guys think it's 3,441 miles.
Never said that.
That's
so because of trigonometry, man, and some other guys did some measurements. This is what this guy believes.
Yeah, not all globers are the same though.
Yeah, these ones debunked NASA, so that's funny.
Yeah, he's a professor of mathematics.
They actually made fun of the flat Earth with that measurement.
I know, jokes on them.
Yeah, it wouldn't be the first time the Globies have owned themselves. Won't be the last.
They just use trigonometry to try to triangulate the distance or something?
Yeah, after we told them and Globers told them it's impossible to do it accurately and repeatedly. And this is true, you can't. Globe or flat, you can't. It's impossible.
The flat Earth sun is 3,000 miles away, guys. Boom.
So did those guys find their globe evidence yet?
Looking for something that I can actually read out.
I think they're done picking their nose, and they went further than the Kola borehole to find it.
Oh my god!
Where are they? They leave already?
Cartoon.
They left. Oh, they're still here.
Wow! Look at
So did the UK Beavis and Butthead have anything intelligible to say?
Nah, it's crazy. Look at the image that the guy posted.
Yeah, it's true.
He was persevering to like obviously not like answer the evidence, right, or like provide the evidence, right?
Is he distracting the audience?
Provided it. We'll find it. We'll find it. Don't worry.
As he
Probably
persevered to
should have
talk to
found
my
it before he
reply.
tried to argue.
I'm a Glober, man. Maybe you can help me out and give me some new evidence that I can use too.
Yeah, he's posted a cartoon in the text chat for you.
Oh, yeah, like the images you posted earlier on cartoons.
Flat Earth, spherical Earth. Oh, that's beautiful. That's funny.
They ducked my point.
So are they showing us their parallel rays from the sun that they think exists?
Yeah. He's got like an ellipse shadow going on the moon from a flat Earth disk in space, and how that wouldn't work, but the spherical Earth would do.
Somebody doesn't know projected geometry. They don't know triangles.
Somebody doesn't know projected geometry.
Yeah, you don't know what triangles are.
Their shape.
Yeah, one of millions. So pick one. Pick the right one. If I showed you like 5 shapes and said pick the triangle, can you pick the triangle?
Of shapes. Right, huh?
Yeah.
What? I didn't even hear your question.
Guys, angles
if
in
I
a
showed you
triangle
shapes,
add
can
up
you
to
pick the
180
triangle?
degrees.
Yeah, that's true. Each side is 60-degree axis.
Hold on.
Yeah.
These guys are done. They're like melting. You can hear it.
These guys are the high level Globers, man. You guys are really high level, I must say.
I've got the perfect video for these guys. I'll find that.
Yeah, I think they trade socks with Neil deGrasse Tyson on the field.
Absolutely.
They sound like they're smoking that Neil deGrasse Tyson too.
What? Because you think
they just came to the
What would you tell?
chat, and they stumbled into this room, and they thought maybe they could have a go at the information. And now they found out
oh my god, are you serious? You've literally ducked like 5 of our questions.
I've sent you.
Yeah, you guys are making fun of science. That's what's fun.
What's that, Clone? What's that?
I'm just letting them know I've posted a video on basic shapes for them.
You only like the science when it suits your point, though, because there's way more science.
That's fucking hilarious to me. That's jokes. That's jokes.
Is it funny yet?
That's pretty funny, actually.
That's actually funny. That's a good one.
Hey, what color's the triangle in that picture that Cyclone posted, Globies? Yeah, which one is the triangle? What color?
That's the tough one.
What shapes are?
Yeah,
Make
you
sure
gotta
you know
sing.
what shapes are. Answer that.
You gotta sing the song for them, dude. That's the way it works. Which one of these things is not
Triangle,
like
rectangle, circle, square.
Circle.
He answered you. That's fucked up.
Gotta hit him with it, man.
Wait, the first one's a circle, guys. The first one's a circle.
Which one of these things is not like the other? Which one of these things just doesn't belong? Come on.
All right, okay, guys. Maybe that's too much. So, did the other guy, Jimmy Juice? Did you post your evidence? Did you say?
Yeah, I posted some evidence.
Cyclone.
Could you explain it to us?
No, I think you should.
You want to go on to the triangle? You want to stay on the triangles, Alpha?
He needs a chat bot for him to think.
You need a chat bot for him to think.
Yeah, we're letting our hair down right now, Cyclone. It's all good, brother. We'll select Glover.
The other guy did post something, so I wanted to give him the chance to show us that he's not even read it.
All right, so I've posted some stuff. Why don't you guys actually say why that isn't true, rather than just telling me?
What did you post? Tell us what you've posted. Tell us what you've posted. Don't just read it out.
Read it, mate.
Just summarize it.
It's 24-hour time zones. Now read it.
What do you mean? What about it?
It's about time zones. What do you want?
What about it? What about them?
You have eyes. Just look at it.
Define time zone. What is a time zone? We need a definition so we know what we're talking about. Because I don't think your definition is correct.
You need to tell us what you've posted.
Can you not read?
This argument is blah blah blah.
Can you read?
Yeah, I can read.
Then read it.
No, but you need to show us that you've read it.
The issue isn't that he can't read. It's the issue. The issue is that do you know what you're talking about? Like, do you know what your own proof says? Can you explain it? Can you articulate it?
Hell nah.
He doesn't need to. Just read
You
it.
do need to.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
man.
no one
I mean, if that's how
We
citations worked,
don't
then
need
basically anyone can
to.
post any academic paper
Man,
and
you
just
guys
say
are
go
trying
read
to
it.
Yeah, which
squeeze.
is what we've just
You're
done,
trying to
right? Now
squeeze
read
blood
it,
out of a
Pipsqueak.
turnip, bro. That's what's going on here.
So
You're trying to squeeze
Hey,
blood out of a turnip, bro. It's not
if
gonna
you don't
happen.
understand, if you don't understand what a zone is, then how are you supposed that we're just you're right?
Yeah,
You're
can't lie
breaking
like
up.
that, mate.
You have no idea what it means. How did you validate that this proves
Yeah,
what
can't
you
lie
think it
like
does to
that.
yourself? I don't think you
Right.
know what this means,
Stop
and I don't think
yapping.
this
You like that,
quote
right? Repeat.
meet your
What?
standards.
And he's like that again.
So yeah, what's a
You're
triangle?
Easy to
I'm in
find a
time
time
zone.
zone, dude.
What's a
Find time
triangle?
zone.
What is a triangle?
That's what I was saying.
Stop laying it out. I can't hear you.
What's a triangle?
What's a triangle? It's a shape.
Amish
Alright,
is
my point.
probably driving his buggy right now, and he's not near any cell towers. He's the only one in the community with a cell phone.
Right, so are you going to be able to tell us what this argument is that you're trying to make?
Okay, will you actually answer it once I've summarized it?
Yeah, if you've shown that you've understood what you've posted.
Alright then, wait, what's this guy posted? Just quick. A equals altitude.
He's trying to get away from reading it.
No, he's not.
You told me not to read it.
You
He's
don't even
not.
understand what you posted.
Okay, George, just
Right,
read
how
it,
can it be
Jimmy.
noon somewhere and then midnight somewhere else if we're all just on a flat Earth with a sun that's millions times more massive than our Earth?
Right. A sun that's millions of times more massive, you said. Okay, so who measured the size of the sun and how did they do
Oh
that?
my god! Have you looked in the sky? Like from where it is,
Yes,
it's
yes,
massive.
and I've seen the sun. That didn't tell me its size or distance.
But it looked pretty big, doesn't it? You know,
Alright,
that's
just
all I
give
need.
a counter
So
argument
that's
to
how
that.
you measured it? That's how they
Yeah,
measured
yeah.
it?
I just looked at it,
They
innit?
said it looks pretty big,
Give a
doesn't
counter
it?
argument to
Yeah.
that without asking me
That's
how
what
I
they
know
did.
the sun is millions times more
Well,
massive.
if your
Just answer the
whole
question.
argument here is contingent on a size of the sun, then you better be able to evidence that size of the sun, better you?
Sorry, you lagged out for me. Or I've lagged out, what'd you say?
If your argument is contingent on claiming a specific size of the sun, then you better be able to prove to us the size of the sun.
But you literally said you'd answer it if I just
Yeah, I'm
summarized it, and now
pointing
you're
out that
asking
your
me a
argument
question.
requires an assumption about the size of the sun. Can you evidence that assumption?
Okay, look at the sun.
Okay, then what?
Genuinely, we're never going to get anywhere if you just ask me to prove
Just
every
look at
little
the sun.
scientific fact.
Right, so we look at the sun, then what?
All right,
My
science
eyes are hurting.
science
Very
and
bright.
maths.
Now
Science
what? My
and
eyes are
maths.
sore. So
Oh,
okay,
I
the
would.
sun. We look at the sun, and then we say
Bro posted
science
so many
and math,
clips. That's crazy.
and then what happens? We say science and maths out loud to ourselves, and then what happens?
Well, I haven't measured the sun, have I, mate?
Oh, so your argument about the size of the sun can just be thrown out then because you don't know the size of the sun.
All right. Okay. Sure.
Apparently,
There you go.
apparently,
There's an answer. Conclusion.
apparently,
Resolution. How nice.
apparently with the
Wrap
picture I posted, the sun and moon are the same size.
Oh yeah. How come when they go in front of each other they all look?
Oh my god! Wait, so what you're saying, right, is the sun? So we've established the sun is far away.
Remember?
Okay, we've
You look
established
at
that the
it.
sun. No, listen.
Remember you said look at the sun to know its size.
Listen.
So you look
Right?
at the sun and you look at the moon, and they seem to be the same size. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what?
Well, because they aren't, right? Because the
So how
sun
do you
is
know that?
Oh my god. Okay, are you gonna let me speak?
Well, if you tell us how you know they're not the same size.
Yeah. Okay, and
You
I
just
will
said
now.
before to look at it to tell the size, but now we're looking at it. It looks the same size as something else.
Yeah,
So why
because
wouldn't they be the same size?
So surely, if the sun is behind the moon, that must mean that the sun is bigger, but the moon is closer, meaning that they look the same size.
Well, how much further away is it, and what's their sizes? How would you know?
I don't know. How am I going to measure the moon and the sun?
So you can't really make any argument.
They just asked all the questions because we don't know,
so
like,
you can't.
stupid
Okay, so then
science
you
shit.
can't really. Okay, but then you can't make an argument that relies on knowing the size or distance to the sun or moon.
Right, so we're never going to get anywhere then because
not
I
for your
can't prove.
belief,
I
not for your
can't talk about any of the planets without. Because
Well,
you're just
maybe
going
if
to
you
say,
spoke
"Oh,
about things that you could prove, you'd
I
get
can
somewhere.
suggest something too. Maybe you can like read into how they figure out the distances and then bring that evidence here. It's also a possibility. If you
it's
care
like
enough.
scientific equations for like, the sun."
Yeah, but you don't measure something with an equation, do you?
Yeah, but you can just tell them how they
You
do it. You don't
can.
have to do the equations yourself.
Well, you can.
Yeah,
So you don't really
so
know the difference between a calculation and a measurement. Okay.
we can get back to equations. Matthew Learns measured the sun using triangulation to be 3,441 miles away. So what size is it now?
Right, hang on. Right, so you make it. I'm not going to figure this out. I don't want to figure this out.
Of course, you don't want to figure it out. You don't want to know that
you don't want to know.
You don't know anything, is what you're afraid to know. You're now learning that you have no answers for anything.
Yeah, you're just realizing that you don't actually know any of these things that you thought you knew, which is fine. That's what happens. That's just life. Yeah, you'll be okay.
Sure.
So you don't know how far away the sun is, the moon. You don't know what they're made of, all this kind of stuff. So if
Well,
you
no,
want to
there's
prove
stuff
the
online that
ball,
says how far away they are and what they're made of.
Yeah,
right.
Stuff online that says this person's a cat, and all kinds of things. So you need to think about what you can actually verify in reality.
Oh, no, okay.
What can you observe? What can you measure? What can you detect? What can you prove? And then think, what can I do for below?
Right, and it gives me an exact measurement of how far the sun is away.
What does?
When I search up how far is the sun away.
Oh, is a Google search a measurement of the sun now?
Yeah. Okay, you use Google. You have to use Google.
Okay, who does Google say measured it?
NASA.
How did they
NASA
measure it?
Science, actually, to be more specific. Yeah.
Okay, what tool did they use to measure it?
Let's have a look. Satellites. There we go. Voyager 1, the satellite.
Okay, what did it do?
Okay, hang on.
Bro just read something that said satellite and you said Voyager 1.
No, I saw
Voyager
Voyager
1's
1.
like fucking billions of miles away, dude.
Yeah, but it can. Oh my god. Yeah, but you can still, right? Even when it's there, they've made it so they can still measure and like project what it's doing.
So is that something that you can
didn't make it to
verify?
the sun.
Or would that just be
it's NASA. Of course, it's verifiable.
All right. So how do you verify it?
It's because NASA said it, isn't it? Like, what else do you want me to say?
What was that? How did you verify? How
Bro,
can you
it's
verify
almost like you're asking me to verify everything myself. Like, how am I going to do this?
No, I'm asking how would you verify that claim?
So what I'd do is I'd build a satellite, send it to the moon, the sun, and I'd measure the sun, and then I'd bring it back. That's how I'd do it.
Okay, so
I've got a question.
So at the moment, that's just another
Wait,
belief.
hang on. Right, so the Voyager 1 is known to have gone to the sun, right?
See, guys, this is exactly what I said about like an hour and a half ago.
Can you cite me
how
where
they're
it says
not gonna,
Voyager
we're
1
gonna have
went
this
to the sun?
massive
You didn't realize
conversation
that.
with them, and they're still going to default back to because NASA.
No,
You
listen.
realize the sun is a
Why is that okay? Why is
fucking
NASA
massive
such a
nuclear furnace, right?
Okay, so
why
the
is that
Voyager 1
such an untrustable source?
The Voyager 1 has literally gone to the sun, right? And then you're saying
Has
that,
it literally
how do you
gone
measure the
to the
distance of
sun,
the sun?
bro? Or
How
is
do you
that
measure
just
the
a
distance
claim
of
that
the
you
sun?
couldn't verify?
Not even a claim. No one even claims that Voyager 1 went to. What the fuck are you talking about, dude?
Bro,
Cite your source, please. Cite your source.
No, guys.
Even the other Glowbirds
I
don't
get a
believe you,
source,
bro.
which is NASA, and then you're like, they're not a source, they're just fake. How do you know it's
No
real?
one
Like, what am I
sent
going to do?
Voyager 1 to the sun. For fuck's sake.
Even the other Glowbirds don't believe
So
you.
guys, if the side of the Earth we're on is flat, then what about the other side? How do we get to the underside of the Earth?
Space is fake, remember?
So what's on the bottom then?
Space is fake, remember?
It's not fake. It's not.
We're having a hard time with that one.
You'll be okay. You'll be okay.
Damn,
No, because I've never spoken to someone who thinks that space is fake. So I've never thought of like giving a reason for why space is real.
I know.
Just
You've
because you
never
go to school for
considered
the
it.
summer
You've
doesn't
never
make you the
considered
smartest one in the
Have
room.
you been to every single country on Earth then?
No, that's what I thought. Right.
Have you been to every country on Earth?
How do you know that France is real?
No, that's okay. That's the exact argument you're using for space.
Yeah, that's an amazing argument, bro.
That's the exact argument you're using for
It's the
space.
exact same thing. It's the exact same thing. There's no differences at all.
Yeah.
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 Good. At least you agree.
You're acting sarcastic, but it's like it's true.
Yeah. Yeah. So how many people have been to space again?
I can look that up for you.
Let me search it up. Now listen, once I say it, he's going to be like, "Oh, where's your proof of that?" 681 people.
681 people. So your worldview rests on stories from 600 people.
Yeah, sure. That's a lot of people.
What percentage of the population would that be?
Of what? Earth?
Yeah.
Hang on. I've got such a amount of people now.
Because it's a lot of people, right?
Alright, okay, yeah, I'm not searching it. I can't be bothered. Right.
Yeah. I don't know. It seems like an extreme minority.
Yeah, but all of the people that have gone have said, like, there's clear
But
proof.
you trust them all. You trust all of those 600 people, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you name one of them?
Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. That's what I thought. Pipsqueak, pipe down.
Okay. Name a third one.
The third guy.
You only said two, mate.
Yeah, to be fair, you only said two. Okay.
Okay, so it's two people that you trust with your entire worldview.
Yeah, sure.
Well, hold on. Wait a second.
Why are astronauts employed? Why are astronauts employed?
Hold on.
Yeah, I know. I made this argument, and he was just like,
Wait a
that's not.
second. Wait a second. Buzz Aldrin said they didn't go to the moon.
Okay, hang on. Let me fact check this.
Yeah, someone posted the Buzz clips. That would be nice to hear him spiral too. Oh, he meant they didn't.
Isn't Buzz Aldrin the last living person that went to the moon, basically? Or
Yeah, Buzz didn't say that. That was just a lie, isn't it? So,
as expected, though, right? As expected, it would be a lie.
Generally, like, if you can get me proof of this, then fair enough. But like, I've searched it up, and there's
Warden
like
likes
nothing
to
on it.
twist people's words, so I mean, what happens?
An online video combining clips from 3 Buzz Aldrin interviews do not show him saying the first moon landing was fake. There you go. So that's not really a good argument.
That's a lie.
You open your Snopes app. You got your Snopes membership. Still valid.
What?
He's always saying it. Buzz is always getting interviewed, being like, "Hey, Buzz, what was it like?" He was like, "Well, it would have been scary if it had happened, but my handler's giving me that look again."
So why isn't that the first thing that comes up when I look it up then?
Oh, why are they not just telling me all the truth? Because you got to do some work, Dumbo.
Is there a citation for where Buzz Aldrin?
So you're basically saying that all the like top sources just are wrong, and then the tiny little sources that you believe in are just the exact right
You're
ones.
the tiny little sources, remember? You're the 600 people. You're the tiny source.
So what?
Hey, we are being dared to post Buzz Aldrin evidence. Look at that. Look at that, guys, in the chat. We are being dared. Manufactotum dares us. And this.
So, all right. So if I started training to be an astronaut now, what happens when I realise that space isn't real?
Bro. What would be your first
to post this evidence thousands of times on our home server? Like, we're not afraid to post the evidence.
Tell us how you would start training to be an astronaut. Would you watch Star Wars or Star Trek first?
What?
Tell us about your training regime. You said, if I wanted to train to be an astronaut, okay, what would you do? What would your first steps be? Tell us. The day in the life of the globehead astronaut wannabe. What would you do?
What do you mean, what would I do? I'd just like look. Okay,
Sign
I'd
up for
look
some
up
acting
where.
classes. Sign up for some scuba diving classes. What are you gonna do?
I think I'd probably look into how to sign up for like a something NASA related within going to space.
Triple dot hearing you guys are posted now.
Let's make this dream happen. Let's get Jimmy Juice into space. All right, Jimmy.
I don't want to go to space.
Start looking at the applications. What? What do you mean you don't want to go to space? It's your whole belief, isn't it?
I believe in it. Doesn't mean I want to go.
Oh. So you don't, but then you'd never know if it's even real. How are you going to know it's real?
Okay. Goes back to my point. Have you been to every country on Earth?
Come on, bro.
No, have you?
So, you're right, but which country? Well, okay, so let's say a country. How many millions of people go to that country? A lot of people. How many people go to where you're claiming? 600. Bit of a difference.
Yeah, so and how extraordinary is the claim of going to another country, right? Versus how extraordinary is a claim of going to a place that appears to violate the laws of physics.
Yeah,
I think it's more extraordinary to say that none.
It's like being like, oh well, if you say Narnia is not real, I can just say Japan's not real because I saw Narnia on TV multiple times.
Not really.
Yeah, exactly the same. You have as much evidence for Narnia as you do for space. You realize you've only ever.
So generally, what do you think it is that astronauts are training for when they? What? So if an astronaut's like
trolling Jimmy Juice, obviously.
Yeah, they all get scuba licenses. It's kind of funny. I mentioned that before.
You know, they have like a real size model, quote unquote, of the ISS in a big pool in one of their facilities.
So how come
they need to get their swimming badges? You know, they need to be.
So where are all these people that have trained to be an astronaut and then realize that space isn't real, and then come out saying
to be
space
an
isn't real?
astronaut? What are you talking about, dude? What's this training to be an astronaut business? What's going on?
Yeah, Jimmy Juice is doing jumping jacks because he wants to apply for NASA.
It's training to be an astronaut. What do you think training to be an astronaut, man? Where are you going? You going to
Hey,
space?
Alpha, I've got some funny pictures of actual astronaut training camp, not a troll. I'm going to post them.
Yeah. Go for it, man. I don't get why they keep persevering to say that they're going to be training to be an astronaut. What's going on?
Didn't say I was going to be an astronaut.
Huh?
You already told us it's your lifelong dream to prove space is real, so you're going to become an astronaut, you're going to get the proof, and you're going to come back here and show us all the proof. So that you can be the 682nd person.
And you just tell, even if I did do that, I'd take a photo of the global.
All right, hold on, guys. 53 minutes past the hour. Check the text chat. 53 minutes past the hour. There's astronaut training. They go camping and build fires.
Tie little knots. Give each other little braids in their hair. Get some badges.
The guy has a little hammer. He's breaking off a piece of the moon rock for you.
They're using bow drills. My goodness. Yeah, you never know when you're going to have to start a fire with 2 pieces of petrified wood on the moon.
Aren't we going to have Mr. Nathan Oakley join in here in just a few?
Isn't he? Is he back? Is he doing Thursday this week, or is he back to Friday?
Yeah, it's Thursday this week.
Okay, I don't know. He'd usually be in earlier than this.
Isn't it 9 a.m., guys? Correct? Is it not 9 a.m. or? Fell asleep, I guess.
I think you're persevering to distract the audience right now. Yeah.
He seems to be in his FED server. Okay.
Well, hopefully he comes here at 9 a.m. and answers some questions. I'm gonna press him on it.
Oh, come on, Matt.
I'm gonna probably get muted, but at least
I'll see how well that goes for the first 5 seconds.
Muted, boom, done.
Does anyone else in here actually think that Earth's a globe?
Yeah, Matt Nuclear, the That guy.
It's it's almost getting to the point, Matt, where I don't want to see you offer yourself up like a sacrificial lamb to Nathan. I'm almost growing some attachment to you.
Dude, imagine what I do. Dude, Nathan Oakley is truly a baby flat earther. You guys just don't realize it.
Nah, he's not.
A baby
And
fluffer.
even if he was, Matt, even if he was, which he most definitely isn't, you still wouldn't get anywhere with him.
Yeah, of course I would, dude. I shellac, just like Alpha shellacks I shellac the flat earthers. Alpha sees me shellac these flat earthers, man.
I'll tell you what, man. A good argument right now that we need to talk about is flying sideways. I think we can fly. We can all fly sideways.
That's a funny one. You think Nathan Oakley will co-sign on that? The flying sideways bullshit, dude?
What are you talking about? Someone fill me in on this.
Some fucking dude was saying that if you lift off from Canada, where the Earth spin is like 500 miles per hour, you conserve that, and you're going against like 1,000 miles. It's all sorts of stupid shit he said.
No, it's like, okay, so I'll tell them, New Perspective was in here, I want to say 5 o'clock my time, which is about 3-4 hours ago, something like that. And he was talking about basically how flights do not work on a globe, and the perspective of flying sideways at the equator on a globular Earth, as it were, flying sideways. If you guys can imagine, an airplane flying sideways on a globe. But it's just the whole way that you're going about saying that. It sounds fucked up, dude. It was I'm sorry. There's some bad flat Earth arguments, and that was one of them. Like, you don't say flying sideways. Like, that's not how you do it. It sounds ridiculous, of course.
Fly sideways.
It's just the way you say it. It's like, I don't think anybody's flying sideways. It's just. Yeah, it's just weird.
I think he genuinely believes his argument is good though, which is funny. Like he thinks it's like a boom.
Some Glober was actually saying what I was thinking. Like, dude, you need to return this argument back where you got it from. It was funny as hell, dude.
Return. You got to get the. Hopefully he has the receipt, bro. Hopefully he still has the receipt, bro.
That's what he was saying. Some shit like that. I know. Anyway. It's just when you got a good argument, it's a good one, right? But this one was the way you're presenting it. It could be said differently, I would think. It's just the way you were saying it. It's just, don't say fly sideways, bro. That's fucking. I was thinking, like, is he mean banking right or left? Like, is that what? No, it's actually on a globe.
He doesn't have to say flying sideways. Like, it's just stupid. Like, there's no sideways flying on a globe anyway. What the fuck's this guy talking about?
I think one of our guys co-signed. I don't know if it was Larry or not, but I was like, oh god, no.
Oh yeah, Larry was Larry co-signed it. Oh my god, of course he did.
It's all right, but it's just how you present it, man. Don't present it like that. It could be worded differently, perhaps. I don't know. It's funny.
What happened to those boys? Oh, the guys dipped. Rip.
Oh, the other two, they boot scooted. That's okay. They were just playing around.
One guy's still here. He's just deafened himself. We're waiting for the almighty King Flat Earther, Nathan Oakley. Everyone's gonna bow down.
All right, now.
Are you gonna bow? Are you gonna bow, Alpha?
That reminds me of that one song. Bow before the one you serve. You're gonna get what you deserve. How's it go? That's how it went.
See how it's different with the flat King Globe Earthers? Like, we got so many kings. You guys got a few, man.
I don't know about all that, man. How do you elect somebody?
Everyone's a king on the flat Earth side, almost. I mean, on the Globe Earth, side.
No, you said it right the first time. Freudian slip. That's all right. We'll take it. We know what you mean.
We got so many kings, man.
Yeah, for sure. Secret kings, more like it.
We all know water doesn't curve.
It's actually the opposite. There's such a lack of debaters for the globe that they'll praise any sack of shit who gets up there and does it. This is why they're having to pretend that they enjoy listening to people like Fight the Flat Earth, Simon Dan, Professor Dave, they're having to pretend that they enjoy listening to these boring bastards who've got no personality or humor whatsoever, just because they're the only people who can actually stomach trying to argue for the globe because it's such a terrible position to argue for. So
dude,
you've got like 3 guys and they're all terrible.
It's so bad. Like, yeah, it's just I don't know how they stand. Like fucking listening.
Oh, you should tell him, Alpha. You should tell him about the Simon Dan thing, actually.
Oh yeah. No, well, Matt was looking up ChatGPT, and according to ChatGPT, Simon Dan is the leading proponent for somebody who they need to turn to for scientific point of view for the flat Earth discussion. I actually pointed Matt to his YouTube channel, Simon Dan. As in,
I kid you, post it. I have the screenshot actually.
Wow. See, Matt, that should worry you. That should worry you.
That was a little weird. That was a little weird. I'll post it. I'll post it. Right there it is.
Yeah, that's insane.
ChatGPT is recommending globe earthers channels. I kid you not.
Yo, ChatGPT is trolling these fools, bro. Like hard body.
Mental.
He's fucking trolling them. Like,
that's insane. I mean, whose dick is Simon Dan sucking at this point to still have even a channel, let alone being recommended on AI chatbots? It's like the most boring content you could ever consume. Even no matter what side you're on, you must be like, oh my god, I've got to listen to this guy. I mean, this is why the Globers hang out here and not in a Globe Earth channel.
Simon is a good. I don't think he's the most prolific. I think Professor Dave is the most prolific, but
yeah. Why don't you tell ChatGPT that, man? Because obviously your boy didn't get recommended. Your other fucking
you notice you don't hang out on a Professor Dave Discord. Probably because there isn't one, because no one gives a shit.
Where's his dude? If he has a fucking Discord, I'd be the first one in it, man.
He's there, dude. Go get him.
In 5 minutes. You'd be out in 5 minutes.
Where's he at?
Like, oh yeah.
Where's he at? Where's he at?
You would not be hanging around him because we're the only good chat on this entire internet.
No, I'm gonna tell you like this, bro, and I told you before. These guys don't give a fuck about you, man. I'm talking about dogs or gods or like any of these fuckers, dude. Scott Mackey, no. Like if you ever talk to them like the way we talk to you, they don't give a fuck about you, dude. Like when you get on there, they're totally ignoring your ass. Like dogs, he don't give a shit, dude. He's in this for himself. He doesn't care about internet people, dude. He's already said it. And you're trying to be friendly to him, dude. He don't give a fuck about. Like he doesn't care about anybody. Like these guys, they totally don't care about you, man, at all. Period. Just saying, man.
To be honest, I don't care who cares about me. Dude, I come in here, I laugh, dude. I'll call someone a king flat earther or king glober. Doesn't matter to me.
Yeah, I bet Matt's now at...
Yeah, go ahead, Cyclone.
Well, I was just going to say, I bet Matt's now at the point in his real life where he'll go into other chats and channels with globers. He'll be like, fuck's sake, listening to them spew nonsense. And you'll be the guy, even though you're still a glober, quote unquote. You'll be like, what's your evidence for that? And they'll be like, fuck you. So you're going to be doing what we do in general because you've learned now since being here that claims require evidence. And you're going to be going out into the world getting all these globe heads coming around you, telling you all this mad shit. I bet now when you see a NASA pop up, you're like, oh, here we go. And you read it and you're not even that convinced by it.
I'm telling you, man. Like, these, like, because I was telling him before, I was like, man, these lanes, they're not for you. So, like, when these guys are in here, they're all about trying to make us look bad. But like, he's trying to attach himself to. I told him way before Cyclone that the only reason why he's doing it is because socially it's acceptable on him being young and shit, like in his inner circles and shit. Like those guys are all like, they're all numpties. Like all his age group.
He's going to end up being the flat earther of his group because he's going to have a bunch of his buddies coming up to him at some point being like, oh, look, we're going to go to the moon. And you're going to have to be like, yeah, but come on, guys. They said that like 70 years ago.
He's going to be like, fuck out of here, man. Like, you don't even know if you asked for a pipe wrench. Like, he's going to be telling them that, dude, but I'm serious.
Yeah,
but like, because he's hanging around us too much, so he's going to become like a critical thinker by proxy, just hanging around.
Yeah, exactly.
So, fucking, he's going to be...
He's already like way different. It's already way different than when he was in here like 6-9 months ago. You can already tell.
Dude, no, it was like 6 months ago. It was really 6 months ago. Yeah.
By the way, I had to get I had to get Grizzly, what's it called, like banned out of here because he said the R word. He was trying to, he was aggressively coming at Matt, like calling him J Trig and shit. I don't give a fuck, man. But he went hard body on him, so I had to like, oh man, you said the R word. We can't do that. Like fucking.
It always seems funny to me how some people take other people, because like I'd think of Matt and I'd think like 17-year-old kid playing Xbox just trolling around the internet, whereas some people might see him as like a nefarious agent. I'm like, I don't really see that, but
he's not 17.
Yeah.
Well,
you know,
Gordon says I'm not 17, but I promise to God I'm 17, dude. I'm not lying about
well,
my
even if
age.
he's not, at least mentally.
Yeah. Mentally. Look at.
At least
You might
mentally.
as well.
But the fact that some people like even what's it called, Grizzly, he was like, dude, you're not 17. Your voice doesn't sound 17, dude. 2 years ago, my voice didn't sound where it should be. I don't know. I was short as fuck 2 years ago as well.
Yeah,
anyway,
but you must have noticed it. You must see the globe head stuff going around, and you must be like, Jesus Christ.
He does.
There are
he
bad
does.
arguments on both sides, man.
There's bad arguments, man. I'm telling you. Like we all spot bad arguments. Sometimes we just don't say shit because we just want the conversation to whatever. Because it's just like time filler for us. You know, all of us that have been at 24/7 for a while. Like it's time filler. Like, fuck it, let them have their stupid argument. But other times,
as long as you have some sort of like an argument, as at least the chat's not dead, right? And people start leaving, so at least you got something.
Yeah, it's got a little
a certain amount of leeway. Not everyone's going to be cutting 24/7 like me.
I was in a meeting. What happened to the two spiralers?
They just naturally kind of fizzled away.
He gave us invisible evidence, and then they left. One guy said that Voyager 1 went to the sun. Like,
nah,
fuck.
Fuck that,
Yeah,
dude.
he was measuring the sun.
Radwin, you were expecting too much out of those clowns, bro. They're just there's not much traction out of that.
Well, he pretty much took ages trying to get to the point that the 24-hour sun was his evidence. Then we confirmed that he doesn't know the size of the sun to make that argument, and then he just kind of.
He fizzled out. Yeah, he kind of fucking. Yeah, he was all done for after that.
I'd still say that's progress. I mean,
well, it's weird because
for
like
a while and got smacked.
People like them come in here like, well, it ain't flat, isn't it? You know, like their UK whatever it is. You know, they're always. You know what I'm saying? Like they're trying to
flat,
be.
Ain't it?
No, like you know, it's weird, dude. Because like, I don't want to say some people just don't have what it. I don't know, intellectually. You know what I mean? Like it's just not there.
You're just too retarded, bro.
It's not even an intellectual thing. I'm gonna be honest, dude. Wait, I think the first person I interacted here with, I remember it was Jerry. It was Jerry, and I was confused when he was talking about parallel lines. Like the first thing he was mentioning was like a parallel lines and stuff. And I'm pretty sure I came in and I was like, the Earth isn't flat. It couldn't have been flat or whatever, something like that. You know, I think everyone comes in the same way, but it depends whether or not they stick and they actually care to like try to refute the arguments or not. I think that's the main thing. Everyone comes in here thinking they're gonna clown somebody, though. I think that's their thing. Like, look at these guys. They believe you're flat.
Well, on both sides, right? On both sides, but then some people don't know how to articulate their points, and then their arguments are dog shit. You just have to like listen to them, like go on for a while because you're a Glober and you're listening to your Glober friends, like, dude, this is awful. Like, you know, flat Earth is the same. Here's some awful flat earthers in here, man. They're making they're arguing like flights not working on a globe. Like, God damn it, dude. That's such a bad fucking argument. Like, I cringe. I hate that shit. I have to listen to it. It's like, fuck, just let them time filler. Fucking let them go. Like, because that bullshit, it's bullshit.
See, the way I see it, though.
This can't happen on the globe. I was like, yeah, of course it can't, because the fucking Earth's not a globe. Number one, can we get to the fucking premise? If we get to the premise, we don't have to deal with derivatives. Like, that's, but we're shellacking them on these derivatives. All right, let's just say the Earth's a globe. We got Coriolis and shit. Now let's see how it's gonna work. It's like, fuck, dude, you just gave them the fucking goods. You might as well just let them have all that shit. Because like, well, if the Earth was spinning and we're taking off from point A, and we're trying to land on point B, and then the Earth's going 500 miles per hour, but my jet engine doesn't work. And what happens if we're flying sideways? And like, dude, there's so much fucking variables that these globers are just gonna weasel out of it. It's so easy to weasel out. It's like, well, if I use the Mach 7 engine, it's like, dude, man, like, fuck, this is it's a bunk argument, bro. It's easy to weasel out of your Glober. Well, you don't know what you're talking about. You didn't factor in Coriolis and all kinds of shit, dude. But you know what? Fuck it. You want to have your flights don't work on a globe argument? Go for it.
It's a great argument, I guess, according to him.
Yeah, flying sideways doesn't work. Okay, flying sideways, bro.
Well, technically, I mean, he is correct.
It's funny because the guy, I remember the guy at one point, he was like, "You're not even a flat earther." Because I remember I was like, "Dude, even Alpha's not co-signing this shit." And then he was like, "He's not a flat earther. He's not a real one."
I'm not a real one, bro. I guess.
Well, either way, I mean, you'd just be arguing what's possible on this thing that doesn't exist. So it's all a bit academic at the end of the day, anyway.
Yeah, I'm sorry to say, man, it's just mental masturbation. Because at the end, you're gonna be getting to like the real specific mathematics, like, okay, dude. Well, think about it. The math checks out, like, on both sides. Both sides are gonna be arguing fucking math and speeds and velocity and all this shit. And then no party is gonna be like actually doing the groundwork to figure out like real time shit. Like, are you actually looking at all kinds? Like, I don't know, man. It's filled with a lot of.
I try and tell myself. I try and think it's not always going to be what we necessarily consider to be the best arguments that are going to hook certain people. Like, I was speaking about this earlier today. The NASA stuff is something that sometimes when it's brought up, we're a bit like, all right, don't deflect to unverifiable imagery, and we just kind of shut it down. But for some people, that's their way in. Like, they see the fakery, and then they're like, oh, shit.
You want to sprinkle in some of the Dave Weiss kind of like do-si-dos?
Yeah, I think so. When it comes to NASA, for sure.
Well, I mean, I don't.
Because they just keep falling back to it.
No, like I said, man, everybody does whatever they do. Like, that's whatever they do. But I'm just saying, on the effective level, shit, dude. Like, but then who are you bringing in? Like, if they're brought into that shit, like, fuck, dude.
Well, the other night on the home server, there was a bunch of people in the chat. There was like 2 globe / on the fence guys talking, and Miguel just started like yelling at them and posting heaps of NASA gifs and images and stuff, and both of them just totally shut up and were like, "All right, yeah, that's kind of fucked up," and totally changed their tune. So I was like, right, the NASA stuff is, you forget when you've been in it for a while. When you first see that, you're like, oh shit. So it can help for some people. That's all I'm kind of saying.
Fucking, who are those people that it helps? Fuck, that's weird.
Well, if only because, we can speak for an hour and a half about an observation with a guy and then be like, so what are you thinking? Well, they've been to the moon. So it's like, right, that was a waste of time.
Yeah, like I said, sometimes it's just time fillers, man. Like, let them have their shit. But it just depends too, man, because you never know. Sometimes it sticks. Sometimes they're like, dude, this is dumb. Like, this fucking argument.
Well, that's why I kind of, for this argument, it's like, I'm not sure there is like a one-size-fits-all approach to it. It's kind of like everyone has a different interest when they come to this. So some people will not, like, they'll tune out if we start talking about long-distance observations. But if we start speaking to them about the Antarctic Treaty, which although doesn't tell us what the shape of the Earth is in any way, they just then want to listen and want to talk about it. So it's almost like you need to find out where their interest is and then go down that a bit so that they can then take on the actual evidence and proper points. Kind of how I look at it now.
I don't know, man. I'll let you guys deal with that.
There's like, what do you call an item or a topic that is like their flat smack that will snap them out of the delusion. So like for me, a family member, it was the video of the astronauts telling kids to swallow their toothpaste.
See, it can be anything.
Yeah, that's all it took, because inside his worldview, he has a hang up with fluoride. It's kind of like, we live in northern Minnesota and a lot of
Hey, what's what's his name? Let's
Yeah.
you're hot micing, bro. You need to mute your mic.
I am?
Yeah.
God damn it.
We hear your
My phone's on fire. I'm hot micing. Save me, Jesus.
Hot damn it, Bobby. Yeah, mute your shit, man.
It said save me, Jesus.
So Crit would say
Save
about
me,
family member.
Jesus. My phone's on fire.
Chill, bro. Chill. What were you saying?
Yeah,
Crit?
I'm gonna dip. You guys have a good day and shit.
Peace, Miggy.
Later, man.
Yep. Take care. See you, Miggy. Yeah, I'm saying like it's like one thing that they're really hung up on. That they're really like is kind of like the pivot, like the spark that starts the fire. So when he heard the astronauts tell kids to swallow their toothpaste, he's like, "What a horrible, destructive thing to say."
First, they start with the toothpaste, and then they ask you to swallow the whole tube, and then they want you to swallow something else. On the
what
Astronaut.
he's talking about is that fluoride is a toxic chemical, and he's hung up on the adding fluoride to water into food, and basically connecting it back to World War II Germany. So then that was a tipping point because once he had the dot between Operation Paperclip, NASA, astronauts, fluoride, and this bang, it just like Jenga, like the whole tower fell.
That's how
I think they should have renamed NASA because there's such a bunch of losers. They should have been NASAL. That is definitely far more appropriate for a name.
Yeah, I'm always like saying it's like there's all these puzzle pieces, and sometimes you just have to spin it the right way, and then it kind of fits in. But what you're saying with the Jenga, it is like that, and it's a good point to raise that we don't know what all the other information this person has is, so there might be something that connects some dots together for them. And because the topic's so broad, you can come at it from so many different ways. I do think it's better to kind of try and judge what's their interest, what are they actually informed on, might have an idea about, and go from there. Because even though we've got like a set of points that are pretty well curated by now and effective, sometimes you need to do some groundwork before you can even get into that point.
Yep, for me it was the two big ones. Was the first when Obama said he's got no time, the no time speech. And that was the first crack because when he said he's talking about global warming, climate change, and he's going on and on about how we have to act today. If you wait one more second, the climate will be irreversibly destroyed by human activity. And he went on how he's ready to talk to anybody. I'm paraphrasing, but the biggest oil baron, like the Koch brothers, he'll talk to them, and they've straight up said they'll stop selling oil when Earth runs out of oil. When the last drop of oil extracted from the Earth, that's when they'll stop selling oil.
Yeah, but you can still make oil from the plants.
So
like
then
corn oil,
hold on, dude.
Olive oil. You can still make oil after that.
So he's going on and on about all these libertarians, Republicans, all these people. But he said, but there's one group of people I won't talk to. And you're like, holy shit, who's that going to be? Like Saudi Arabia or something? Or who's he not going to talk to? Like the Chinese? I mean, which group of people are non-starters for climate change? He says flat earthers. And I was like, what? So you've got a group of people who literally believe they live in a greenhouse, and that's the only people you won't talk to about greenhouse gases. I go, this dude's a fucking retard.
Wait a minute. We live in a greenhouse?
I was like, this dude's a complete retard. I mean, he's got a group of people who are already on board with this stuff, and he isn't even able to talk to them. And finally, it took a little bit to connect the dot that the reason why he won't talk to flat earthers was that flat earthers have been calling out NASA fakery from the beginning. And a lot of the climate data, which was exposed during ClimateGate, was all faked data from NASA.
Wow.
So that was his big shtick. His big shtick was he needed NASA to maintain this idea, but he can't use people who don't trust NASA. He has to use a lot of the libertarians and right wingers because that's their program. If you talk to a Republican, they see NASA as that was their thing, their pet project. They did that.
All right. Well, I'm willing to believe that the Earth is flat, but I am not willing to believe that we live in a greenhouse. There's not some gay ass, lesbian that's tending me in a greenhouse. Ain't gonna happen.
Where did you get that claim from? That we might live in a
Well,
greenhouse?
he said we're in a greenhouse, and I do not agree that we're in a greenhouse.
Okay.
I got to draw the line somewhere, and that's just not cool for me. I'm sorry, man.
And then
I'm with you
finally
on
was
everything
the
else, but
solar eclipse.
I think NASA needs to be renamed Nasal because it's assholes who talk through their nose all day.
Yeah,
They look
that
down on the
was
rest
George
of us.
Carlin. George Carlin called them nassholes.
Yeah. No, I think
That's
they need to
back
be
when
called Nasal.
atheism was powerful. When atheism spoke truth to power instead of this cringe
They're
internet
always looking down
neckbeard.
over their nose on us. They should just be called nasals.
That's a good one, buddy.
Someone look at my screen and tell me whether or not this line is straight or not. Or horizontal.
Ah, crap, the wife's calling.
Yeah, that dude was
Maybe
freakishly annoying.
Cyclone can help.
I don't know
Wait,
who the
Cyclone,
fuck
I know
that
why you're
was.
here. Nathan Oakley's about to be here. That's why you're here.
No, it looks like he's not showing up.
No.
He should have been here 20 minutes ago.
He's got his room's popping.
Oh yeah, maybe. No thanks. Do you know? Are they over there on their server broadcasting, or what's going on?
Yeah, it looks like it.
So maybe they're coming back tomorrow then for Friday.
Damn, they just dipped out on you guys, man. Oh. Yeah, anyone want to look at my screen and tell me whether or not this line is horizontal? Cyclone, maybe. Amish, maybe?
No, I'm preoccupied at the moment. Maybe later.
Preoccupied.
I'm not going to really look at your screen too close. Horizontal has to reference something. If you just got a piece of paper on the screen, whatever orientation you want to call horizontal.
What about this? What about this horizontal line? Does this line seem horizontal to you? Like, would you be able to get another line and prove that this line is not horizontal?
I'm not looking that close. All I'm seeing is a picture, like a piece of graph paper, and you drew a circle and then a straight line.
I'm talking about my screen, dude. I'm talking about my screen, like my screen specifically.
Yeah, wasn't that your screen?
According to the grid lines on this on the background, the gray lines, I would say that that it's a sloped straight line, not a horizontal one.
Sloped straight line. I like that term. What about you, No Tanks?
I'm not that. I'm driving. I'm not really going to keep looking down at the screen. I just glanced at a great piece of graph paper where you drew a circle.
There ain't no circle here. Yeah. Or I'm not from the distance that we're looking at this thing from.
Oh, I guess it changed. Yeah, it would just have to be in reference to something like horizontal. It has to be. It's on a piece of paper.
You can get a horizontal line and you can draw it out and falsify whether or not this line looks horizontal or straight.
On a piece of paper, you have to mark it and say this is the horizontal. You have to like denote it on a piece of paper.
I'll just do it on a computer. It's even better.
Yeah, or on a computer. Yeah. Like, so all you're really asking on a computer on a piece of paper is this line straight, horizontal, with just being referenced to something.
Or does it look relatively pretty straight and horizontal and flat?
Well, yeah, I mean, as I'm driving by the traffic lights and watching traffic and glancing down at my phone, it looks okay.
You keep going down. There's no curvature. It doesn't look like it's really curving. Looks pretty straight. Zoom out. Looks a little slopey. Wow. Oh no. Looks pretty straight.
Something I noticed I watched like just these clips, all these reels just come on when I'm like, so it's Joe Rogan and some astronaut doing a spacewalk, and he's the guy doing the spacewalk. He said, Joe Rogan says, hey, that's you doing that spacewalk, right? He says, yeah, that's me. And then he says, well, describe it to me. He says, he goes, well, when you're out there, you want to make sure you're this, you want to make sure that's happening because you could do this and you could do that, and imagine if your hands clamped up. So what I've noticed, I was like, okay. No big deal, but like he's disassociating himself with being the person who actually did it. He kept describing as if to remove himself from the conversation. He said, "Well, what would happen if you did this, and if a person were to walk out there and let go of that, they would just be floating there because, it's moving 9,000 miles an hour or whatever he said, 17,000 miles an hour. Space station is moving that fast. So if so whoever he just kept on disassociating himself with the if it was me like on that roller coaster, I wouldn't be like, well, what you'd want to do is hold on to them.
Darkness.
Yeah, I'd be like, I was spinning through that. Like, dude, it was crazy the way I was like, I didn't know which way was up. Like, something about me. He wasn't talking about him. He removed himself in the conversation while talking about himself.
I don't know about all that darkness, man. I don't know about all that. Anyways, I don't think that anyone on this appearing horizontal line is ever gonna assume or ever gonna notice that it's dropping just from being on that horizontal line.
Yeah, I mean that's a piece of graph paper. I mean the globe claim is that you're antipodal upside down. You're upside down in Australia. I mean you would notice that. You could do that, right?
Why would you notice it?
How would you notice it?
I said why would you notice that you're upside down in Australia?
How couldn't you?
It's not an argument. The first thing we have to clarify. I'll help you out just a little bit. I'll just help you out with the paradigm. No one's upside down on a ball. That's first of all. They're antipodal to each other, not upside down. Saying they're upside down implies that there's a universal up, which in space there's no universal up. You can flip the globe whichever way you want, and it basically works because there's no up or down in space. So after we clear that up, how would someone be upside down?
That's clear.
How would anyone notice that they're upside down in Australia? Like what would be the thing that would notice?
I mean the line that you're drawing on a piece of paper, it would be a lot more bendy than if you're making a circle.
Oh yeah, of course. The fact that we can establish like a relative horizontal line even with zooming in on a fucking graph on a computer is just it's a small fucking circle. We're talking about a Earth that people live in, where 7 billion human beings live in. That's something crazy big compared to that. The whole scale would be even crazier. Yeah, why would anyone notice themselves being upside down? This makes no sense to me.
It's not about them noticing it. It's about when you draw it on the piece of paper. guess a full circle.
Yeah, you'd have people that would be antipodal.
Yeah, how would you
When I
measure
say
that?
upside down, I
How would
mean,
you find that out?
I'm saying that upside down is just not the correct terminology, Quad. It's just not the correct terminology. You have to say antipodal.
I said
Upside down
antipodal
would
at
imply
first.
universal up.
I already said it. Rewind it back. I said antipodal before you did. So get off it.
You didn't?
I did.
Diametrically opposed to means antipodal.
Exactly.
Regardless of your
What is diametrically
The reason why it's correct
opposed?
terminology is because there wouldn't be a universal up for you to say upside
Regardless
down.
of your pronouns.
Up is away from the center of the earth. That's what we say. That makes sense. Because anyone around the ball could point up, and that would be away from the center of the earth.
Are you demanding that I use the pronouns that you ascribed to yourself?
Yes. Yes. Global pronouns, I guess. I don't know. I don't know what that would be. What do you think it'd be? Curved ball? Curved slash ball? I don't know. Curving line? I don't know. Oh, it'd be level curved or something. I think. Something like that. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. You know how the moon looks like at the South Pole? No thanks. From Australia. Give you a hint. Looks flipped. Looks upside down. The northern hemisphere.
Right.
I don't bring it up anymore because it's such a feeder for the flat earth that I have to show some mercy on the soul. But it's one of the easy ways to know.
Just, yeah, I mean, I guess. Is the sun upside down too?
Only issue with the sun is you can't look at it and then be like, there's patterns that are flipped. The moon has patterns, right? So you can tell whether that's flipped.
There's no like sunspots.
Sunspots? I don't know. Yeah, I've actually not checked that out.
I'm pretty sure if it did, we can't tell because of how bright the sun would be.
Bright as fuck.
With a filter. Okay. I mean, it's it's I mean, simple, I guess. Is the sun also upside down, or?
Well, the sun's surface is like ephemeral; it's constantly changing, right? So if there's a sunspot in one spot one day, it might not be there a month later. You know.
Well, like
it's all sorts of
as well. Like
it's not about a month later. It's at the same time. You got one person in one place and one person in another place.
Oh, then yeah, it would be it would be hard to tell. You wouldn't be able to tell with the naked eye. But yeah, if you looked at it through filters, yes, the sun would also be upside down.
Be fucking hard to tell though, and then the flat earthers could rebuttal it, and the globe earthers can, but the moon's easy because the moon has like just patterns that are recognizable.
Yeah. I mean, that's what they would. I think that's what the flat Earth would expect. They'd expect when you're standing on the other side of something to see it.
How do you know?
what?
How do you know that
Wait, I
they're on
have
the
a
side of
question.
it?
Can
Then?
we stand like?
Just an
Can we
assumption.
in the flat Earth model? Can we on the bottom part? Can we stand on the bottom part of like the Earth? If the Earth is flat, can we like somehow go on the under the Earth and stand there?
Space is fake.
The fuck was that?
Space is fake. How are you going to go underneath it? It's not floating anywhere.
Then where the hell are we? In some sort of vortex?
On Earth.
Then where the hell is Earth? In heaven?
Look out your window. You'll see it. Get out of your mouth space and look outside.
What's outside of the Earth?
You guys, all you worry about is something else but the topic.
Well, he might. Are you new to this? Have you ever had this conversation before?
Who?
You, the guy who said go underneath it.
Yeah, it's like legitimately my first time, I think, in this VC. Yeah, I've been trying to avoid it because I've heard a lot of things from here.
Flat.
Yeah, like that stupid theory.
Not a theory. Globe is a belief. You guys just believe in it. It's like a magic. You believe in magic.
I feel like you're trolling me.
Should feel that way. You've been trolled by the globe.
And flat earthers don't really think that the Earth is a planet floating in outer space. We look, we all look up to the sun. We look up to the moon. We look up to the light, Mars, Jupiter. All these things we look up to them from the ground, from the Earth.
Is Earth like the flat? Like, I'm confused on how it works. So if space is fake, is Earth like just a checkpoint? And like, how does it work?
You might be thinking of like a model of like the solar system with like the planets going, underneath and around. But all we really observed from the ground. I mean, nobody went to outer space, right, to go measure this. They stood on the ground and they said, okay, I see Mars going in a circle. I see Jupiter going in a circle. I see the sun come up and then, go down in a circle, east, west, and it comes back to the same place.
You believe in a flat Earth?
Yeah.
Was it? Which philosopher was it?
I love melting brains early in the morning.
No, I don't know what you're looking up, but yeah, and then the way you measure these things, like I mean, you measure an angle, right? So you measure like an angle to the sun, an angle to the planet, right, or the Mars, whatever you want to call it. You measure an angle to it from the ground, from the ground.
What do you think of Astrothenes? Or how the hell you pronounce his name? Thanis? Thanisinus?
The guy who proved that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, the philosopher. You think about him.
Yeah. He used a flat Earth and a sundial.
Use a stick.
Yeah, he was a philosopher. He just thought about it. He was a philosopher. That's all he did. He just thought about it.
No, he put a stick into the ground at different points of the Earth.
And then he was able to tell time.
Are we doing flat Earth?
This fake as well?
Well, that's what thinkers do. They think, unlike flat earthers.
Well, yeah, I agree with that.
About it must be true.
Well, no, I feel like if you put a stick in real life, if a guy from ancient Greek, if this guy from a couple thousand years ago could put a stick in the ground and be like, "Hey, the Earth is round," so can you?
So if I put a stick in the ground and I mark it at noon, and then I mark it at 1 and 2 and 3, and it actually started from the morning, I can pretty much tell the time every day.
Oh yeah, technically.
And yeah, the time is
that's what you use.
Just the position.
That's what you use the sticks for.
Yeah, and that goes
My
back
brain
to
is
the angle
actually
theory, right?
dying.
So all that the time. Yeah, no problem. All that the time is an angle, an elevation angle to the sun, a position that the sun will be at relative to you, and an angle to it. So you're going to get I mean, the thing that you're going to need to form an angle is a baseline, and you're going to have a vertex, So you're gonna have a horizontal baseline and an angle to the object, which is the sun that tells you the time. So it's just an angle.
Yeah, and he found it out by using a shadow. Yeah.
Right. So I mean that requires a flat Earth.
No.
Oh yeah. Quick question. I heard that if you have a stick in the ground and mark the shadow at noon and then at 1 and then 2 and 3, then you can tell what time it is. But wouldn't you have to tell what time it is in order to mark it out in those time
No,
distances?
noon is when the sun is at its zenith, that it's directly above you, whether it's on an angle, it's at its zenith point. It's at 90 degrees above the ground, basically, and where it's
Or you can make
azimuth,
your own time management to
its
the sun.
azimuth is at 0 for you.
Okay, so I live in a northern latitude that's relatively far away from the equator or from the tropics. So the sun is never in the zenith there. Like I never have the sun directly overhead. So it's never noon here.
Yeah, but it is quiet in here.
There's
Hello.
24-hour daylight. When the sun is at the top, it's noon.
At the
Well, you're
top.
telling me it's noon everywhere around in the world?
Yeah, Ehlen, thought you're here. What are you
Sun
doing here, Alex?
moves. Does the sun move or does it stand still?
It moves.
There you go. So when it's at the top, for me, it's noon. Since we have
So, like, does everybody
daylight
experience
savings
time at
time,
the
technically
same?
our noon is 1 o'clock in the afternoon for us because we're, in the United States, we got to shift our times around for commerce.
How wide is the flat Earth?
Yeah, so I mean that's the first steps, right? That the guy Eratosthenes said, okay, time is relative to the position of the sun in the sky, which requires an angle to the sun in the sky, right? So that's step one, right? And then you call these relative shadows, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock. That's it.
How wide is the flat Earth?
How does that prove that the Earth is a globe? I mean, we can go further, but I mean, how did that right there prove the Earth is a globe to you?
Because if it's, I'm
Doesn't.
pretty sure. I'm asking you, how wide is the flat Earth? I don't want to
Okay,
pause it.
so the guy Eratosthenes, he said, well,
Yeah, he figured
what we see.
it's not how he did. I'm saying he did. I'm saying, what do you think of him? I didn't tell you it's a proof. I said, what
Yeah,
do you
I'd say
think
it's
of
a
him
proof of a
earlier?
flat Earth, right? But he said it's the opposite. So he uses the sun rays as being the straight line. Like if you're going to measure a curve of something, right, you're going to have to establish a straight line. So if something's curving up, then it's going to be, higher than like the horizontal straight line. And if it's curving down, it's going to be lower than the horizontal straight line, right? So you have to, if you're going to measure something that's curving, you're going to have to measure it from a straight line and see which way it's curving, right? So he had to establish a straight line. His straight line that he first uses is the Earth to be horizontal, and he gets an elevation angle from it. Then he says, well, what if? Because I'm a philosopher. He said, what if the sun that we see diverging from a central point, like a light bulb or something, like the sun is like, the rays of the sun are diverging. He said, what if that was just an illusion, and they're actually coming in perfectly vertical and parallel to each other, each little sun ray that you separate with a shadow or with a tree.
Well, they appear
And
to be parallel.
I'm not asking you. I'm talking to the other guy.
So it must be an illusion that they appear to be diverging. Like it's.
He might have left. I don't know. Is the other guy still here? Yeah, I think he might have left.
So if we want to put this in historic context, he was not like, what if the sun is not small and local? They were already like, was already considered consensus, according to what we were being told.
If he was the guy who figured it out, then it wasn't a consensus. If he was the guy that was like, listen, let's put let's test this out, then it wasn't already agreed upon.
Yeah, okay. What we are being told historically, what happened is that he was the guy that measured it, but it was already consensus. They already considered it unknown. That the sun is relatively far away, and that can you please let me finish one time?
No, well, in a second. Like for the philosophers of Greece who are like honed in.
That's a no then.
It's a no.
See,
So
that's not a
in,
good way to have a conversation, to just start talking in the middle of someone else's sentence.
Let's try it out. I don't know. How do you know? Let's try it out. So the philosophers who are like honed in on like epistemology, ontology, how do you know things? How can you prove things? Like what is proof? These guys, they just all assumed and had no proof. The same Greek guys who were just the philosophers. They just assumed it and knew it with no proof.
Do you mean so? Okay, it's not a mathematical proof. They concluded it would be the simplest explanation. It was already considered consensus. The sphere and the sun is really far away. He did not.
What a chair is. You'll be there for 3 days, so breaking apart the pieces of chairs to put them in subcategories. These guys were just like, fuck it, the sun's whatever. We'll just agree. That's what you believe. You believe these old philosophers who would spend a year talking about the parts of the whole to break up the sum to break up the sum of a bench. They'll do it for a year. They'll have crowds gathering around. You tell me they were just like, forget about proof and making any sense of it. We'll just say things and all agree. Those same guys?
No. That's not what I'm saying. Yeah.
That would be like a ridiculous claim to claim, hey, the most critical people that you've ever heard of in history on this subject, they were like,
I didn't say that. Yeah, and I did not say that. So I'm not sure where you're getting this from.
All right, well, go ahead. How they knew it beforehand. Sorry, go ahead.
You don't know that?
Sorry, yeah. No, how did they know it before they knew it?
Before they knew it. It's a nonsensical question. It's not.
I know. Sounds crazy, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yes, it sounds crazy, but that it's not sensible.
I agree. Like,
So
if you came out like, no, they already knew.
It's not honest. You're not being honest. You're not being honest, and you agree on that.
Honestly, that's what I think. That's what I heard. Like, that's what I interpreted when I heard what was said.
Yeah, you're not doing so with intellectual honesty, though.
Honestly, I think
you just want to shoehorn something ridiculous into this conversation. It's not
tell
there.
Me how they knew it before he proved it.
Before he didn't prove it with that. He measured.
So how do they know?
The difference, you know a difference? Okay, so do you understand the difference between those two things? Okay?
I just want to
when you measure some.
I had the wrong origin story. That Eratosthenes is the origin. You're telling me it was somebody else. Who was the other somebody else?
I don't know. I don't think it's credited to a specific person because it's considered such a fundamental realization that that you don't credit it to a single person. Kind of like who discovered clay, who invented clay bricks. It's like, yeah, there's not an inventor of that. Probably not just a single person. Was probably just like eventually widespread.
Yeah.
It's like,
but I wouldn't say, well, listen, all of society They already knew, like, yeah, clay bricks, they exist before they even knew what clay bricks were. I wouldn't say something like that. That'd sound crazy. But like everybody in Greece, they knew like that the Earth was a globe, or they knew that clay bricks existed before they even knew what clay was. They just knew that clay bricks. They all agreed. But then Aristotle
That's a wrong
came out
analogy.
and
That's a
made a
wrong
brick
analogy.
and proved
That's a
and
wrong
showed it.
analogy. That's a wrong analogy. Okay, so clay bricks and clay houses were probably built way before you had an exact understanding of what exactly makes clay.
Yeah,
You know, its chemical composition, how you can manipulate the outcome of it, like how drying does how quickly how the drying rate influences its porosity further, and how to make the most sturdy wall out of it. Like why one way of building with clay, building houses with clay, was better and sturdier than another way. All those kind of things, like clay bricks, clay as a material, and as a like result when you just put it up and build a house with it, was probably known and widespread. You can't accredit it to a single inventor. While you can accredit, while you can probably trace back an inventor of building techniques, of manipulate of the composition of clay and manipulating it to better suit our purposes. That would be a better analogy to what's happening between like knowing the Earth is a globe, or supposedly knowing the Earth is a globe, and Aristoteles measuring the Earth.
I have a question for you. How much of the Earth is lit up at the same time? Always? Is it 50%?
A little bit more.
Okay,
Should be a
so
little bit
on July 8th, can you tell me why 99% of the world's population, people, are going to have sunlight at 11:10 UTC time?
Okay. That would be because we have not a homogeneous population distribution
Every year on July
of the
8th,
area of
it
Earth.
changes. Every year it changes.
Hmm?
Every year that same thing happens.
Why would you judge that metric by population and not geography?
That's what they said. That's what they said.
Yeah, they is not using a good metric for discussing of geography. They're talking about the amount of people.
Why is 70% of
It's
the
just the
globe?
fact that in a relatively small area of the world, like you have all people basically live, all populations are on land. So you already have all the population, 100% of the world population is already distributed on only 2/3, on only 1/3 of the area of supposed Earth, right? And then you have relatively small regions that have a relatively big amount of that, like India as a country,
Draw that on a globe for
and
me, how it's lit up. Since you're just going to
China,
use,
not just as a
since you're going to use
country,
word
but even the
salad.
population distribution in China is mainly along the coast.
Okay,
So
since you're going to use word
there's
salad,
gonna be
just draw that for
there's
us.
gonna be
And then there's the
this is
unevenness
half
of the
of the
land
world
distributed
population
around the
in that
globe.
this is half of the land of the world
Okay, since
population
you're going
already
to
in
use
those two
word
little
salad,
areas.
yeah, dude, if
It's
you're
not a
going to use
word
word
salad. It's
salad,
just fact
just
that you
draw
have
the picture
that
for us.
people don't
How
all
the
live
sun
evenly
lights
spread
up
out all
more
over the
than
world.
50% of
I
the
don't know
Earth.
what's so hard to understand about this. People don't live evenly
Draw
spread out
a
all over the
picture how
world.
the sun lights up more than 50%.
Huh?
Huh?
I'm sorry. The middle of my sentence kept interrupting the start
You're
of yours,
just
so I wasn't
saying
able to
anything
get
you
a complete.
want.
Again, it's complete. This is not a complete sentence when you started talking. So the middle of my sentence again interrupted the start of yours. I don't know why this keeps happening.
Oh, God. Here we go. Probably because it's not a floating ball in a vacuum.
Huh? What?
Earth is not a spinning floating ball in a vacuum.
Okay, I know that's your position, but you said because it's not. What's because that it's not that?
You said, I don't know why it keeps happening every year. I told you why. Because it's not a spinning ball
No,
in a
I
vacuum.
told you why it's happening. Yeah, well, that's a non sequitur. Even if you premise that it's not a spinning ball in a vacuum is true, it doesn't follow that this is why it's because it's happening. The reason that this whole thing is happening with like 90% or whatever having daylight at the same time of the Earth population is because humans don't live evenly spread out over all the land on the Earth. And even if they were, then they were spread out over 2/3 of the area, of the total area, not evenly over the entire area. Not sure what the problem is with that.
Well, it's just, the problem is that like over 70% of the globe is lit up, regardless if like to the ancient philosophers, right? Like regardless if anyone is there to hear it, a tree that falls in the forest still makes a sound. So the population kind of is irrelevant. That over 70% of the supposed globe is in daylight.
I would love to see where they are. Where the daylight distribution would dictate that over 70% of the Earth is in daylight.
Yeah. It's the continent.
Can you show that? Can you show that?
I could, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Post it in chat. I would love to see that.
All right, well, you be quiet till I get it. But yeah, that's what that statement shows. No, you have to be quiet till I get it. But yeah, that's what that statement is saying, is that 70% of the supposed known sphere is in some form of daylight.
I think that's bullshit, and you're making it up.
I think so too. That's why I want him to show it.
I might be 73%. Might be 100%. I'm not sure.
I think you're making it up on the spot.
Okay, Tubby.
You don't think that happens? You don't think that more of the world gets lit up by sun on July 8th?
No, I don't think that happens.
So why would they lie to you?
I think you're lying.
Who's lying? Where is this claim coming from that 70% of the Earth is lit up on July 8th?
Yeah, why would they lie to you?
Again,
just
who
Google
is
it.
they? Where is this claim coming from? You
just
need to
Google it.
substantiate that this claim is actually being made.
Like you could probably type in like just a few words, like July 8th sun world.
Well, it seems like you're making this claim.
Yeah, I didn't discover it. I didn't.
You're just making the claim, and
yeah, but you're saying they're lying. They're saying that they're lying to you when they're saying that. So you're implicitly stating that they are saying that. We want some kind of indicator that this is actually something that is being said.
Just DuckDuckGo it. Just look it up.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I don't find it.
My finger no work now.
You don't find it because it doesn't exist, and he just made it up. You wouldn't be lying, would you?
No, look it up.
Okay, can you please give us some way of trying
the
to
claim is that
find it?
I mean, it's not even just the claim, but there is a correlation there. They say that on July 8th, right? This is the measurement of the size, the apparent size of the sun in the sky is smaller, right, in the sky. And so they say it's like the perihelion when it's in its furthest, the Earth's in its furthest orbit from the sun. So this is a correlation. And on July 8th, more than 90% of the Earth's surface is lit up of a globe. It's 93 now, maybe it could be like 78.
I posted it for you.
90% of its surface.
I posted it for No Tanks from timeanddate.com.
Thanks. I just want to see, like, if they're gonna analyze their whole world on what another man says, over the phone or in their ear, or if they're going to put any effort into it.
They did not. I had to do it for them.
Thank you for doing what no tanks should have done.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know why AJ says that more than 50% should be lit up at all times. There must be a reason for that, fraction or something. But which is, I mean, I would understand that even on it. But like, what's the margin? Like 51% is the max. Like, what's your max? Like, and how did you attain that?
I don't know what exactly the max would be. I would have to dive a little bit deeper into that. Or what the expected max, or what I would expecting to be the maximum. But I recognize the fact that refraction exists, and according to that, I would expect a little bit more than 50% to. And scattering.
What's the
Scattering
temperature
also
needed?
exists.
What is the temperature needed to bend the light around the ball then?
Temperature needed. Our big altitude difference is the driver for the most significant driver for how light refracts is not the temperature differences but the pressure differences. And it's not a single temperature, as you can glean from this statement. Right? It's
So what's bending the light? What bends the light that day? Gravity. The strong gravity day.
No.
Gravity doesn't bend light, correct?
If gravity exists, it should, but it's negligible on Earth.
So somewhere else it happens. We just don't have that. Okay. See, we're getting somewhere now.
No,
He's got his
that's not what I
rescuing
said.
device ready to go.
Redvin, that's not what I said. Why are you so dishonest?
Everybody heard you.
Okay, what did I say?
Doesn't happen on Earth. It happens other places.
What exactly did I say?
Light doesn't bend on Earth. It happens in other places.
No, what exactly did I say?
That's what you said, dude. Shut the fuck up.
No, that's not what I said.
Now you're being dishonest. A dishonest.
You can't change your answer. You're already streamed. Your answer's been saved.
When you wait a second. When a person says X and Y
just say
is
your
negligible.
words already, you weirdo. Just say your words.
When a person let's just figure this out. When a person says
let's just you say
X
your
and
words
Y,
then.
can I ask my questions, please? Can I finish my question?
You
please?
were going to make a statement.
When a person
you were going to say this is what I said.
I'm gonna ask. I want to ask a question. Is that okay with you? No thanks.
No, not when your question is what did I just say, and then I think
okay, it's not that question then.
Okay,
it's not that question then. Okay, can I ask my question?
I'll see where this goes.
Let's see. Okay, so my question is: when a person states X and Y is negligible, does that person say X and Y do not happen?
You said X and Y? I thought you actually made a statement.
Okay, abstraction. Some person, let's call him Bob, he says,
are you Bob now? Just say what you meant to say. Just say it.
What? Let me translate for you. X and Y are not detectable.
I asked a yes and no question just now, and I would like a yes or no answer.
You failed yours.
No, I'm just trying to understand how you're understanding words. How I'm just trying to figure out how we can communicate with each other.
It's negligible on Earth, so that means it can't be detected, but it's detected elsewhere.
Okay, so when someone is saying so and so is negligible, then they are not saying so and so does not exist. Does not happen.
Well, you can detect it.
They're saying it can't be detected. No.
Okay, it can't be detected. You
When
guys need to
someone
make up
says,
your minds, dude.
Wait a second. So for you, when someone says something is negligible, it means it cannot be detected. Then nothing that you can verifiably know to be true can ever be negligible, because as soon as you can verify it or test for it, you can detect it in some way, and then it will not be negligible. That's a nonsensical way to understand the term negligible.
Oh, so 51% of the Earth is lit up by the sun, 52%. But now we got one where it's like 100% lit up now on July 8th.
Well, lit up. No, daylight does not mean
between 100 and
directly lit up, right? So after sunset, there's still some daylight. So the sun is out of view, but the sky is still bright. Especially in the summer, the twilight is relatively long.
Yeah, because for the north, yeah.
Well, also in the south, it's just that some of them are half a year apart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, no, there's different rates for the north and south. I mean, I've seen them. I haven't measured it, but I've seen people measure.
At the same time, there's different rates, yes, but half a year apart, they should reflect each other.
They should. Is that a prediction?
That's what I would be expecting. Yes.
Yeah. Well. Okay.
I mean, if we're gonna be very nitpicky, then there's gonna be all sorts of local differences, right? In the Alps, I'm gonna expect shorter days, shorter daylights than in the middle of the sea, for example.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I know. It only makes sense with a flat Earth, but you're saying with the globe, it predicts perfectly, like, I don't know, 6 months exact flip, like just a replica of the bottom half and top half.
I expect the pattern to be that way. Yeah. As I said, if we're gonna go dive really deep into detail, then I'm gonna expect all sorts of little fluctuations through topography, through.
So then you don't know. Maybe the Eratosthenes, Syene in Egypt, is distorted because of elevation of the land. Maybe that's the effect. Maybe you gotta double check all that.
Okay, you jump back from daylight. You jump back to elevation angles again, right?
No, you were saying you would expect the sun to set differently at different elevations in the Alps versus sea level. So maybe that Eratosthenes needs to be checked at the elevation of their, relative to sea level. What was the elevation of Syene?
I did not say sunset. I said daylight. You jump back to elevation angles, right? We talked about daylight for a while now, and you jump back to elevation angles now. You do realize those are two different things, right? I mean, sure, okay, around noon or during the most part, during the biggest part of the day, you can conflate those two, but they are still different. Sun goes down, sun sets. There's still daylight. Nightfall comes quite a bit later than the sunset. And it's quite obvious why. It's because light scatters in air. You can also observe that the elevation angle of the sun, it changes its rate and change the sun changes its appearance a little bit when its elevation angle gets lower. Funny enough that we can correlate that with how accurate we can make observations through air at low elevation angles. And we can measure that the biggest part of the density changes in air are close to the ground. Because much more predictable over bigger elevation differences. And further away from the ground. Those are not unknowns. There's no magic or assumption or leaps there. Those are known things. You have to incorporate that into your ideas of what you think, how you think the world works. Flat Earth doesn't do that. You compartmentalize facts. Don't bring them together to figure things out. That would be an interesting project, actually, figuring out how much more daylight would we expect. Much more than 15%, according to what they're claiming.
Yeah. Get all the light bulbs in the world you want and figure it out, because you know it's a dot of light in the sky, so you got a problem.
Didn't have to understand that, right?
Figure out how you light up more than half a ball with a light.
I mean, refraction exists, right? And light scattering also exists.
In a vacuum? Or where does this start?
Not in a vacuum, exactly.
So Earth's
in
not in
air,
a vacuum? Earth's not in a vacuum.
But we have air around us, do we not?
Is your Earth supposed to be floating in outer space vacuum?
My Earth. I don't have a personal Earth. I just live here, just like I don't claim ownership.
At least you're admitting you're a flat earther. You just don't want to say it.
Huh? Okay, my position is that I see diametrically opposed opinions, and I see some reasoning, some proclaimed evidence on both sides. I see a lot of fallacious reasoning on the flat Earth side, but even when we have an experiment where we agree on a method, right, and to differentiate flat Earth and globe, the results of that are claimed to be diametrically opposed. So I need to personally verify which side is wrong for whatever reason. I have not done that as of yet.
All right, figure out why they lied to you.
That first we would need to find out who they is, if you're part of they or if the public and the government and so on is part of they, and that's with disrespect. And then
Who owns timeanddate.com? Ask those people.
okay, what would I ask them?
Whatever you want to know. Why would they lie that it can't be more than 50%?
So I asked them why they lie.
Yeah, don't ask
Where
me
did they
why people
state
lie.
that? Wait a second. You're. I'm not asking you why they lie. You're gish galloping.
You already know why they lie?
Huh? My fucking god. Did you hear any part of what I was saying?
I asked you if you know why they lie.
Did you hear any part of what I was saying?
I love this.
Why do you love this? What is so funny to you
This
about this?
exposes how much you people don't know about anything.
You people.
Globers.
About anything. You
Yes,
seem to
anything
lack
globe
the
related.
capacity.
Anything globers say that's globe related is a story told to them.
You seem to lack any ability to hold an unbroken conversation, to like understand what someone
Oh yeah, I'm
directly
not here to
told you.
talk
And
philosophy with you. I'm not here to talk philosophy. I don't give a shit about
I'm
that
not
stuff.
talking philosophy with you. I was not. I was telling you what my position is, and it flew right by your head.
I
Like,
said you're
you
a flat
wouldn't
earther now. You
recognize
just didn't
what
want to
someone
admit
is
it.
saying to you
It didn't go over my
if it
head.
sprang naked, if it sprang into your face naked ass first, spun around and whistled Dixie. You wouldn't recognize it.
I got it. You said you're a
That's
flat
how the
earther.
conversation between you and me is going. It's ridiculous. Why are you doing this? What is the point of this conversation?
For you to figure out finally that you don't really know anything that you're talking about when it comes to the globe.
I know exactly what I know and what I don't know. That's the reason why I have the position I have. But you wouldn't engage that. I don't know. Like, is it some mental disability? Are you just trolling? I don't
Yeah,
know
you
what it
said
is, but you do.
you said light bends around a ball, and then that was all you could say.
What? When did I say that?
Does light bend around a ball?
Huh?
Answer it.
I would have to know more specifics, actually.
Does light bend around a ball? How much more specific can I get?
Well, what ball? What do you recognize as bending? What situation are we in?
I shine a flashlight on a basketball, only 50% of the basketball will be lit up. How come
No
you
less.
guys seem to think, oh, it's lit up more than that?
No. When you shine a flashlight on a basketball, less than 50% will be lit up. Be directly illuminated by the flashlight. So
there goes Ball Earth with the sun.
Yeah, well, that's not analogous, obviously.
Absolutely is.
For obvious reasons, it's not.
Just because you don't like it, that's not the obvious reason.
Your stupidity does not make it analogous. I'm sorry, but no, your stupidity does not make the situation analogous. Sorry, it's not that simple. It's not that easy in the details.
All right, so then figure it out for us how that happens.
What?
So what we need is an experiment where I can shine a light. I'll shine a light the size of a basketball at the basketball. How's that?
It's still not analogous.
Okay, so what is?
Well, depends.
All right,
Depends
so
what you're
start
looking
writing
at.
them down so we can figure
It
this out.
depends what you're interested in. If you're interested, like,
Write
actually,
down
I
your
was being a little bit.
dependencies.
I was okay. You're not interested in an answer.
Yeah, your dependencies. You said it depends. Let's hear your dependencies.
Right, yeah, it depends on what you're interested in with regards to which locations exactly should have some kind of daylight and which shouldn't. It's not that easy, actually, because you undeniably have light scattering and a big amount of light scattering. I do not need to turn on any lights in my flat, even when the windows I have are facing the completely opposite way the sun is. That's how much light scatters around during day due to the sun. So the sky is completely too bright for me to look into sometimes because I have relatively sensitive eyes. And I can be facing away from the sun when that's happening. So obviously light scatters in air, and replicating that to a degree where you can make predictions of how much that should happen in a small scale so that you can predict it for the entire Earth, very difficult. Because the scattering of light in air is quantitative, like over a small area is relatively small. It's just that there's such a massive amount of light and such a massive amount of air around you that it adds up, right? And make compressing all that down into a small scale difficult, very difficult. I wouldn't know how to do that. If you're just interested in which direction do you need to look in order to see the sun, well, sure. Well, then you can use a basketball and a flashlight. Then you could probably get close enough. It depends on what you're interested in. What do you want to model with it? Models are not the reality itself, right? Models are models, and due to being models, they are simplifying aspects of the reality, and they are good at that. But they have their limitations. They're not valid for everything else.
So all you guys have is a globe that spins around on a desk. I'm going to shine a flashlight at it and see if I can get it to light up like 70%.
Good luck with that.
So, not a globe spinning in space with the sun facing it.
Yeah, that's a non sequitur, as I just explained. But you do you.
You just don't like it.
You're all right. No, it has nothing to do with me liking it. Actually, personally, I think I like your approach. Okay, I think it's wonderful to try and figure things out for yourself. I think it's wonderful to to experiment with yourself and to try and make things work and build things on a small scale. I like that. And I'm just pointing out to you the errors in your reasoning. And you don't like that.
Oh, I see. It's my errors in my reasoning. So
Yeah, well, I
let's try.
pointed it out to you.
Let's try this one. You probably weren't in here for this fun one. Does gravity hold water to the ground?
Well, water is accelerated downwards, just like everything else, all over Earth. Gravity is, as far as I can see, a proposition to explain why this acceleration occurs.
Okay, so you're saying yes, gravity, right?
No, I'm not. Just
Not
because
gravity.
I recognize the existence of this explanation does not mean that I support it. Difference, right? An intelligent mind is able to entertain a thought
So we can get rid of
without
gravity
having to
now then,
support
right?
it.
Can we eliminate gravity from everything then, so we don't even have to talk about it anymore in this chat ever?
I couldn't, but if you show me evidence for it, then sure.
Oh. I can show you evidence that gravity doesn't hold water down.
Oh, super interested in that. Go.
Oh, well, I did it 3 times in here. I won't do it today, but it's coming up. I'll do it again soon. Maybe I'll do it on July 8th, where I put water in a vacuum chamber and I remove the air and the water turns into gas. The gravity didn't hold the water down like you claimed.
Okay, interesting. Interesting proposition. Did you try that with water that's cool? Did you only try that with like 2-room temperature water, or what's the temperature range of water that you tried that with?
Why does that matter?
Well, it matters because according to my understanding of...
I used our ambient temperature that we all live in. How's that? I didn't make up a new temperature or make it something that it's not. I just did water in a vacuum chamber.
All right. Okay, thank you for answering. Next time, answer first and then ask, instead of responding to a question with a question and then interrupting me trying to answer your counter question with your actual answer. See how that would be building rapport if you did it the other way around?
I'm not trying to build rapport. I'm trying to make you think.
Okay. Not the right way to do that either. Right. For that, you need to show
I don't work on those levels.
vulnerability
In
and
reality,
intellectual integrity, all of which you're not doing. And then on top of it, you show disrespect by blatantly disregarding what I'm saying. And then when I try to humor you, even though you're being disrespectful, you're interrupting me on top of that.
disrespectful at
That's
all.
not how conversation works. That's not how you make me think that you're someone whose thoughts I should take into serious consideration. Especially when the basis of your counter questions are, see, you can't even see when someone is still talking or not. Why would I take you serious?
I've already done it live in here 3 times. So
why would I take you serious?
I still, because you told me that gravity is the reason. I said, can we
No, I
eliminate
did not
it?
say
You
that.
said, no, we can't. I said, well, I did eliminate it.
No, I didn't say that we
removed
can
the
eliminate
air
it.
pressure. I removed the
I
air
didn't say that
pressure.
we can't
covering
either.
the
I was asking you if we can.
Okay, I removed
So
the air
you
pressure.
got everything about our conversation
water.
wrong so far. You do realize that.
Yeah, I do. So I removed the air pressure that's covering the surface of water, which holds the water down. Because when I removed the air pressure, it turned into gas and left with the air pressure. Just left the vacuum. Just left it.
So wait a second. So the surface of water depends. Okay, the water does not form a surface when the air pressure is gone.
Correct.
just
It turns into
instantly.
gas. So no gravity pulls
Okay.
water to the ground or pushes it down or anything. Gravity has nothing to do with it. Air pressure pushes water.
Okay. And so you're
Wait,
saying
so
air
the
just has
experiment is you put
intrinsic
water in a
quality
vacuum
of
tube, pull a
pressing down on
vacuum.
things. Wow.
It's one of your Glovers chiming in for you. He's trying to help you.
Yeah.
I'm just curious on what this experiment is and what you think proves.
He
Proves
just
when you
stated
guys say
what it
water,
proves, according to him.
gravity pulls water to the ground. That's what you guys always say.
Okay.
I said no, it doesn't.
So, my understanding of difference between solid, liquid, and gas is that in solids, the material parts that the substance consists of are in some form or other like locked together. In liquids, the parts that a substance consists of can move around within the liquid itself, but they are held together. That's why there's surface tension, and like when something wants to leave that one part of the substance wants to leave the rest of the substance, then it's kind of get held back, right? And in gases, the parts that a substance consists of, the gas consists of, just bump into each other, right? And they're free. They're moving around. My understanding is that no matter if something is solid, liquid, or gas, it all consists of matter. It all consists of matter that has mass. Just like my body as a whole has mass. Right?
If I put your body in a vacuum chamber, you're not going to look the same anymore.
Yeah, sure. But I'm not saying that nothing can influence that. I'm just saying what things consist of, right? And what my understanding is that it makes a whole lot of sense that the rules that the matter is under, like how does matter behave and how it doesn't behave, just physically, intrinsically, are the same. It's not different for liquids, gases, and solids. They're the same for all of them. Right? The difference between the liquids, gases, and solids is the amount of matter that one particular part of the substance has, that the smallest constituent has, and the state they're in, like what they're doing. Gases, for example, they move around pretty fucking fast and bump into each other very, very often. Solids, they're staying in one place. So when I take that into consideration, if we want to see if removing the air pressure means that water will float, I would have to put it into a situation where I would expect it to stay a liquid. When taking into consideration what makes water evaporate into a gas, which is the motion of its individual parts being so fucking fast that it leaves it. That the forces keeping it holding the water together overall are too low. That's why it
Can you round
boils
that
when I
off? Are
heat
you
it up,
does
or it
gravity
boils when I
affect
reduce the
Story
pressure
time up in
over
here.
it.
Story
That's
time
what
up
I
in
know
here,
about it.
bro.
So
So my last
what
question
I
for
would
you now is, listen, my last question for you will be, does gravity hold water down?
that's something you asked already.
You haven't answered it. Don't give me, just say yes or no.
I can't do that with intellectual honesty, so because I would have to find out if gravity is false or if it's true first.
Oh. Well,
Yeah.
I say it doesn't. I just remove air pressure and water turns into gas. I say
Yeah.
air pressure.
Well, then you're being stupid.
I say air pressure keeps water stabilized.
AK
Okay,
did
then you're being
specify
stupid.
that water and gas is pretty much the same thing. He said it's just, moving faster. I mean, I did hear a big long story of him saying they're all the same thing. Solid.
It's not a story, it's facts.
Yeah, so solid, liquid, gas,
So
same thing. Facts. Yeah. So gravity's not holding gas down. Same thing as solids and liquids. So I mean, they're the same thing. So it can't be holding solid down or liquid down because it's not holding gas down.
does motion
In your
cause energy, or does motion cause energy, or is it caused by energy? Holy shit! Didn't think it was that hard of a question.
that is a harder question.
Because energy is not a tangible thing.
Is motion caused by energy, or does energy cause motion?
Yes.
Yes, what? Which one? Which
Those
one?
are not mutually exclusive.
He
Yes,
said yes
they're
to
not
both.
mutually exclusive.
Holy shit.
Because energy is a concept that we can use in either case.
No, it's not.
Yes. Yes.
It can't be.
It is.
It can't be.
Yes, it is. So why can't it be? Why can't it be?
It's because an object in motion contains energy inside it. It's in it. Has it. It's one of its qualities.
Okay. And why can't energy cause motion then?
It can be
Why?
imparted. Did you know that? Did you know that energy can be imparted to something else and can cause something else to happen? Amazing, that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, you could just say motion can impart motion.
There's a literal transformation from matter to energy, and sometimes energy back into matter.
I mean, there's an exchange that has to happen, right? There's potential within a certain amount of matter.
A literal transformation. A literal transformation.
Yeah, but what's the actualizer?
Don't know.
Yeah, that's the thing I'm saying. I don't know. Like, yeah, that's the what's.
So they're telling everyone anyway, that there's like a literal transformation, conversion, being matter to not matter to being energy. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah, I mean, I just don't think it's. I don't think you're wrong or right. I just don't know. It's something that I feel like you have to describe, and then how. Yeah, are we able to differentiate energy from motion, and how would that be possible? Like, we're only going to say, well, we know that this material has a potential energy because we've seen it in motion before. We've seen we've gained from it previously.
Yeah, well, where does a particle get its energy from? It's kinetic energy. Where does it come from?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I almost kind of agree with AK saying it's like a kind of like a concept. Um, I'm not sure if it's completely known or even agreed upon, or you can demonstrate different things. But the thing is, we always need two things, right? So somebody, if we're trying to say, well, this as a singular, where does it get its thing from? We always need two things. We need some kind of interaction to then, quantify it.
Yeah, well, AK was talking about matter having mass, right? Contains mass, like it has the quality of having mass, right? But it also has the quality of having energy as well. So where does that energy come from? Because we're being told that our mass is imparting this other energy onto, like, through the air, like light speed or whatever, and grabbing hold of like other objects, some sort of energy exchange. Where's it come? What the heck is that shit? It's because it is matter. There has to be energy exchange, like you were saying. No tanks. Right.
Yes, I mean, I would agree. It's always relative to something else. It's always, and the resistance and there's a lot of things at play.
Well, like when we heat up gas, right? We'll cool it down. It slows the particles down or speeds them up, respectively, right?
They
Direct.
dip when I give them the hard questions. Like AK, he dipped.
Well, he did give a long speech about how solids and liquids, same thing, solids.
Yeah, this is interesting because gravity breaks down at the quantum level, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, like that's it. Yeah, what's the definition of gravity? Yeah, but like I think I said it like last week or something, but like Einstein's idea of just the idea, the concept of gravity being that it's an interaction between objects. I mean, just that broad idea, not like anything exact, exchanging energy for mass. I mean, that is what appears to be going on. It's the interaction between any two. Um, any two, I don't know, material, medium, etc., and then causing a motion or an acceleration in a vector relative to the other objects. It's like, just like the gas and the pressure. I mean, the water and the pressure. Yeah, so like are we be able to differentiate? This is, I think, that's what we talked about. But like, can we differentiate motion from just interaction, and then at all? I mean, there's an interaction. There's an interaction between two things, and then what we perceive as motion in a specific, vector relative to the object, according to different things. Could be density, could be different things. Yeah, like even the age old flat Earth argument that gravity is not a force. Correct. Yeah, it's not a force, right? And there's no such thing as forces, It's just an interaction, right? But then, well, then what's required to get these effects? Well, when I drop a pen, well, it's just density. But density is not a force. No, it's not. But there's no thing as a force. It's just an interaction. Yeah. There's no force that's independent of something interacting with it. Just like you were describing, it's an exchange, like you're describing. Yes, it's like where did the energy come from? I don't know.
Spooky ghosts at a distance.
Yeah, exactly. Invisible arms come out of the ground. Gravity
Oh, and
stuff.
that's if there's no medium to interact with. Like the interaction, I mean, it happens in an instant. Doesn't it, saying it takes time is kind of a weird thing to say.
It requires a thing to be there continuously, whether there's another piece of matter or not, right? Or does it only come into existence? It's like not doing anything, and then suddenly it detects. It's like it hears another object, and it's like, oh, I see you. I don't know. Weird.
Like the double slit, it knows that you're looking at it, so it's acting different.
Any Globers in here?
Hi.
Yeah, so does gravity hold water to the ground?
Yeah.
Prove it.
Make me.
Your other guy said you had to prove gravity to be able to do that, and that's when he defaulted and gave up.
Yeah. I can't prove it.
Oh, so then you're just making up shit again.
Well, I mean, like the thing that we call gravity is like definitely exists, and it has an effect on water. Do you disagree with that?
Until you remove the air pressure from the water.
So I'm curious about this experiment that you did. My understanding. So you took water, put it in a vacuum tube, pulled the air out, and then what? Then like
I have a vacuum chamber with a pump, the whole 9 yards. Put water in a bowl in it, turned it on, and it turned into gas and left the container. Bubbled, all that shit. Bubbled and did all that crazy shit where gravity should be holding it down, and it was still when I put it in there, but when I removed the air, it was no longer still and bubbling and turned into gas and left. Gravity didn't hold it down.
You forgot to put the gravity in the vacuum.
Oh, it was there when I closed the lid. Because the water was still in the bowl, according to these guys. Did I suck the gravity out?
I was just being facetious.
Yeah, but like for T-Dub, like something like this, kind of, not a mystery exactly, but like pressure. That's what, like where does the pressure originate? That's kind of like if you're really trying to figure out, I would think forget gravity because that doesn't do anything, but pressure and mediation of pressure and the vector of pressures. That's what should be focused on to get any, to really get results or obtain any kind of knowledge.
Under pressure.
Cooper, you still think that gravity holds the water down?
Yeah, gravity definitely has an effect on water,
Crazy.
as evident by the rain falling around me right now.
He's ruined.
But the little bitty moon and its gravitational pull is stronger than the Earth, so it pulls the water.
2 and 3 times a day.
Well, I mean, that can't be true because, there's no such thing as pull. I mean, just on its the face of the claim alone, the moon cannot be pulling the water because there's no such thing as a pulling force.
It's dragging it. It's got a tow hitch hooked up to it. You just can't see it.
What does it have?
It's got a tow hitch hooked up to it. It's dragging it. You just can't see it.
Exactly, little hooks, gravity hooks.
Oh, gravity hooks.
I've been
Jeez,
saying
you never
that
seen
for
them hooks
about.
before that hook onto the
I've
fucking
been
moon and
saying
shit?
saying that for about 5 years. That's your only hope, is that gravity grabs onto something. So now that we ruined gravity for you guys and space is fake, what else do you guys want to talk about?
Making a good sourdough lately?
What's people's thoughts on the FDA?
I noticed that the gravity didn't hold the water or the gas down. Didn't stop the gas from leaving either. Weird.
What comes first, temperature or pressure? Can you get pressure changes without temperature?
No.
And okay, if the pressure creates the temperature change, how'd you get the pressure? Or if the temperature creates the pressure change, how'd you get the temperature? Where did that come? Where did it come from?
No. Temperature is just a result of the pressure.
And where does the pressure come from?
The pressure comes from density.
That's a good question.
It all starts with the walls of the container.
Well, the pressure came from the plug, right? So the plug got pulled, the bathtub plug, a bunch of water started draining in, and then we popped that cork back in there and it created a nice little pressure seal.
Yeah, remove the air from above the water in the bathtub and tell me how your seal works now.
Well, you could
That's
have.
a nail in the coffin argument.
Very true.
No one will touch that anywhere on YouTube, on Discord. No one will touch it. No one on TikTok. Nobody will touch that argument.
Because just because you induce a state change, it does not denote that gravity is not affecting it.
Prove that.
As we know, gas expands, it will go to fill the container. So if you induce a state change from a liquid to a gas, obviously it's going to flow to fill the container, right?
What's the container of the Earth?
The container of the vacuum chamber is the vacuum chamber.
The container is the container itself.
Space, is space a vacuum, Cooper?
I don't know. I gotta go. I'll be back in 15 minutes.
Yeah, I know how it goes.
Yeah, it's called a job. You should try it.
Coincidental.
At mine, writing a test for new engineers.
Don't have to work until you get pressed on it.
What was the other guy saying that the pressure causes the temperature?
Yeah, pressure causes temperature.
Okay. So temperature doesn't cause pressure then?
No, temperature can
Change
affect
it?
pressure.
So if you change the volume, increase the pressure and you increase the temperature? Is that it?
Well, every time you increase the temperature, you're lowering your pressure.
You'd be increasing the temperature, increasing the pressure, wouldn't you?
No, it takes
You
a
said
while.
that
Yeah.
wrong.
Yeah.
You said that wrong. Here's an example because I do it. I can take my air compressor and it'll just be stable around whatever it says 10 psi because I don't really have it turned on. And I can take that tank, put it in the sun, and it'll go up to about 20 psi. I can hit the hose and air will come out of it just because it sat in the sun.
Yeah.
If it wasn't pressurized first, do you think it would have increased in temperature?
How am I supposed to do that?
Well, I guess the answer to that's yeah, right? Just put a fucking cup of liquid on the ground and it heats up from the
So I just take an open tank. We could do this. We could just take a tank and plug up everything, remove one of the plugs, right? Put a pressure gauge on there and watch the pressure change. There, I didn't add or take away any pressure to it. Just whatever it filled, whatever was in it when I sealed it up. You don't want to vacuum, do you?
Right. So when there was flooding, they just popped a little cork in, sealed her on up for us.
This is the one that gets them the worst. I am Larry uses it and he destroys people with it because of the live demo.
Yeah, it's a really weird relationship. You can't have one without the other.
Don G must be new. Must not have been listening. Oh, Sean, yeah. 2 people have already left the room because they were asked, does gravity hold water to the ground? And they can't answer it anymore. They no longer can answer that question.
So do you want to talk about the what I was commenting on, or do you want to take it away from what I was commenting on? I'm just asking.
Air pressure ruins globers every day. Go ahead.
Oh, so that can's liquids weren't trying to evacuate the can to fill the empty space? No, I don't care where. I don't flat or globe. The reason that can exploded is the same. That doesn't crush anything. That just maybe crushes maybe your understanding of how a vacuum chamber works and what the reaction happened is. That has nothing to do with gravity. So I don't know why you brought gravity up. Do you want
Right.
a topic or do you want to move
Gravity
to
doesn't
gravity?
hold water to the gravity doesn't hold water
Now,
to the ground. That's
exactly.
it.
Did you want to stay on topic about the comment I
Does
made,
gravity
the
hold
vacuum
water
can
to
in
the
the
ground?
vacuum? Do you want to stay on the comment that I made, or do you want to change the subject real quick? Which one?
It's not
I need
changing
to know.
anything.
Yes, it is, because my comment about the can in the vacuum chamber has nothing to do
Not
with
hosted
gravity.
by me.
So if you ask me about gravity, it is you changing the subject of the topic we were actually commenting about. So
we
are
were
you wanting to
talking
change
about
the
does
subject?
gravity hold water to the ground was the topic.
No. What we were talking about
Oh
was
my
the
goodness.
reaction the can had in the vacuum chamber.
Which was posted by somebody else. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm. And I commented on your comment about that. So do you want to talk about that, or do you want to change the subject?
He posted all those because
Okay. Do you want
water is not held
want
down by gravity in the vacuum chamber.
no
Those
a vacuum
just
chamber?
came right with it. Yeah, those come right with it.
That has nothing to do with gravity at all. What are you talking about?
Friendly fire. Friendly fire.
Start over. Start over.
Friendly fire.
Maybe.
Does gravity hold water to the ground?
So we are bypassing the actual topic we started with. Okay.
You said start over. I
He's
did. Does
doubling
gravity
down.
hold water to the ground?
Take him to Vegas. He's doubling down.
Absolutely.
Oh, well, I proved you wrong. I removed the air from top of water, it turns into gas, it's no longer being held down by gravity.
What does that have to do with gravity?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
This hurts your head, doesn't it?
You
This
induce a
hurts you
state
so bad.
change to a liquid. When I
Yes,
boil water, am I removing gravity?
Yeah, your statement it confuses people because you're
It
conflating
should,
now for no
because
reason.
you think magic fingers pulled water to the
Oh,
ground.
you must be new. You must be new. I don't want to have this conversation. This is weird.
That's 3 down, guys. Who's next? Cooper's
Oh wait, you take that as a win? You took that. Oh wait, so those
Absolutely.
other people that left, you took those as
Absolutely,
a
that's
win
a
based on that argument.
You cannot defeat
Oh
that
man,
argument.
hey, I can tell you now, for someone who's been around a while, you need to sharpen your shit up before you have that argument. You're not. This isn't a win. Trust me.
I'm done sharpening knives. I just throw them at people now.
3 in a row.
Sooner or later, you'll figure out that you're throwing spoons at people.
There is no spoon.
The spoons all look like knives to him, though. It's all flat.
I think the spoons are what NASA has in their hands. You're being spoon fed by NASA.
I'm pretty sure his bowls are flat as well.
Aw. Him know what to do with no
Ruined another
question.
Glober. Ruined another Glober to the point he said, I can't talk to you.
I'm back,
Yeah,
baby, if
it's
you want to chat.
impossible. You're not even making a logical argument, so there's not a discussion to have. So if you want to start over and maybe try to shape it better, we can continue. But it's not that you trust me, it's that your argument is unlogical.
Oh, does gravity hold water to the ground?
No, explain your gotcha. We don't need to play the gotcha game. We both, I guess, have been around long enough. Just go ahead and finish what you were
I've
saying
never
before.
seen you before. You're new.
I know you've never seen me before. That makes zero difference.
You're going to get ranked pulled on you, son. Now, about that water.
And 3 in an hour. That was great.
I can see nothing.
If that's your win, take it. I take the fuck. Hey, if you want, man, you can say you got another win on me. Just go for it. I can tell that you need these wins, so go for it.
W's in the chat.
I'll just
Do you
wait
put
for you
little
to come.
dashes on your wall too?
I'm just waiting for you to defeat that argument.
Defeat what argument? Again, I made it very clear. Your argument is irrational. Start over. Someone
If I
told you to start
remove the
over
air,
earlier.
if I
Strike that
remove the
argument.
air,
Try
yeah,
again.
if I remove the air covering water, it turns into gas and it's no
Covering
longer
water.
upping
So
to the
how
ground.
does a can in a vacuum illustrate that?
I wasn't using a can, dummy. I have my own vacuum chamber.
You keep
I did
calling me
it
fucking
live in
dummy, and
here.
it's fucking ridiculous. It shows that you're
I
not
didn't
confident in
post
what
the
you're saying.
can. The can. I didn't post the
Again,
can.
let me make this
Shows
clear.
that when
I
you pull the
commented about a
vacuum,
can in a
it shows
vacuum.
that when you pull the
You
vacuum
said
out of the
it
can
was
and the vacuum
relevant to
chamber
a
gets
water being
sealed,
held down
it
by
will
gravity.
explode because of pressure.
Okay, so now we're talking about that again.
Yeah.
Which one do you want to talk about? Stop
You're
flopping.
saying gravity's irrelevant. We win.
Yeah, gravity's irrelevant for a can in a vacuum. You don't win.
Yeah,
If you think
that's
that's a
why we
win,
win.
Vacuum guy.
again, take
Yeah,
it as a win.
Sean, welcome.
I understand why
Sean,
you guys are taking those
you're
as
So
wins,
cannon
much,
but I know
so
guy.
much
someone
for
who
it
has
being
actually had
universal.
time here wouldn't do that. That's a
So much
ridiculous
for
part.
universal gravitation, right?
What? Okay, has nothing
Oh,
to do with the reaction of a can in a vacuum. I'm not
no
sure
kidding.
why you guys are grasping
Welcome
that.
to our side of the
Okay.
table.
Why is the can on the bottom of the fucking vacuum chamber? Why isn't it just in the middle?
I'll tell you
That's
why.
ridiculous.
It's denser than the medium, and the medium's a vacuum.
Okay.
There's no gravity in a low pressure environment. There's no gravity
And
at
then
all.
the second you take it out of there, so you're telling me taking out the atmosphere takes away the make things fall.
Your space is
No?
dead, bro.
Right? You're not saying that, right? I know you're not saying that. So that means the conversation of gravity is void of this conversation about a can and a vacuum. I don't understand why you guys equate it to that. Maybe your
No, if I
understanding needs to
remove
be improved a little bit about how it
all the
works,
air,
but it
yeah, if
has
I remove
nothing
all
to
the air
do
from
with
around,
the conversation.
go ahead. Anyway, if I remove all the air from around your ball Earth, you have nothing but a
You
dirt
have
ball and a rock.
space. You have space. There's space, and then there's Earth within that. When it has an atmosphere, and it has what contains that atmosphere.
It has
I
a
mean, Jesus
rainbow
Christ.
hat, and it has a donkey that carries its gold. What else does it have?
This is what happens when you're not confident in your argument.
No, we're very confident. You can't demonstrate that gravity's acting on any gas.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
Okay, if a helium balloon we'll use, because that'd be a perfect example. Is there
Why do
a
you need a
rate at
balloon?
which
Why do you need a balloon for the helium?
Is there?
Hey,
Oh, because so
hold
you can
on,
see it.
stop.
So you can
Why do you need
see it.
a
So
balloon to contain helium?
you can see it. Fuck.
No, the rubber of the helium balloon,
When
is
helium
denser than
balloon
the air.
starts right. Okay, you asked me a question. I'm going to finish answering it.
Well,
So
you're
when you use a
wrong.
helium balloon, you haven't even heard what I said because you talked the whole
Why
time.
does a helium
You're
balloon go
wrong.
up?
And the
Is a
reason I
helium
know
balloon
you're wrong,
anti-gravity?
the reason I know you're wrong is because you're funding muting me.
No
So
one's
stop
muting you.
talking.
Why does a helium balloon go up in the
You know
air?
what funding muting is?
These
Okay, so like
Okay,
I
I'll
was
let you talk.
saying, I will
Go ahead. I'm not
answer
funding
the
muting you.
question I said funding muting, and that's when you talk over me so I can't answer the question.
No, that's
You
rumble.
use a balloon so you can actually see the helium gas because obviously we're not seeing gas because it's gas. So we use something to represent it so we can see it. So you use a helium balloon. Now I'm going to ask my question that answers yours. Is a helium balloon have a rate that it rises in on Earth atmosphere?
Yeah, it's anti-gravity.
Okay, so if it has a rate
I'm
at
going to
which it
address you.
rises, if there's nothing having a downward vector adding to it, why doesn't it, the second you let go, does it not go up until it reaches the speed of light? What is
Because of entropy. Because of entropy laws. Don't you know
Yes,
physics?
exactly.
It's
What
called
is it?
entropy laws.
Oh, I
Guy,
know exactly
this
about.
fucking guy, man, shut up for a minute and let someone respond. Oh my god, I wanted to address your balloon in the vacuum argument. Dude, the gas is only restricted by the volume of the balloon, right? The gas inside isn't going down. It's only forced into an area that is dictated to it by its container. So it's the balloon, it's the rubber part that is moving downwards. The gas is just moving in all directions within that space, filling its available volume and pressing against the walls of the balloon, making the balloon inflate. If it didn't, if it just all fell to the floor, it'd all just collapse and just all go to all the gas would just go to the bottom of the balloon. The balloon would, what do they call, basically implode.
Yeah, and you know what's funny,
Become a
Tito?
vacuum inside of
I want.
itself.
I wonder if he thinks the helium in the balloon sinks to the bottom of the balloon.
That's not what's happening.
It's not what's
He
happening.
leaves. He left.
Oh, good. Number
Pissy
4, Radwin.
coward. Oh my God.
Radwin, you got number 4. All right, so that's 4 down in an hour. He complained. He complained about being fundied, and then he left. After he was given the chance to talk, he left.
If we'd let him, he was just going to keep going on and on and on and filibustering and freaking gish galloping.
Well, he said
Like
he
he'd
needed a
already won the
balloon.
previous point and wasn't going to let anybody address it. Right, I've said that. Now you answer this. No, wait. Let's have a conversation about what you just said, not move on as if you're right.
Right. He's like, you answer this. You failed to answer that. So I'm moving on to the next point. Now you answer this next point. It's like, no, hold on, guy. Why do you need a balloon for the helium? Let's talk about that part.
So you can see it. You can contain it. That's why you need it. Not so you can see it. So I can see the
He
helium.
imagines like the balloon is filled with cement.
Well, he thinks if you release a helium balloon, it should go to the speed of light.
Yeah, he's pretty much. What's wrong with
Yeah, that was insane. What was he talking about?
And we're the crazy ones.
Go over hear what you sound like yet, Cooper? Do you hear what your friends sound like?
Couldn't really hear anything of what he was trying to say over your guys' chanting.
Oh, cheerlead. Only if coach would have put me in the game, we would have won the champion.
Now he's going to be pissed off at everybody all day long in real life. Anyone else want to step up to the plate and try to knock a home run out of the park? I'm pitching. Let's see what you got. You're not nice. Your questions don't make sense. What the fuck, dudes?
Did Raven just ask for globe proof? I got two things for you, sir.
Let me hear him, brother.
I've got blind belief in authority and NASA pictures. What you got today?
I got a pill for you, brother. What color you want, the red or the blue?
All you need to be a globe believer is blind belief in authority. Prove me wrong.
Oh, that was true up to the point where they had blind belief that water is held to the ground by gravity until I told them it's not and how I did it. And then they imploded. 4 of them so far. I think it's count is 3 or 4. I think it's 4 now.
So you show them an example of reality, then their authority will make up some excuse why reality isn't really doing that. So back to blind belief. There you go.
It's just their own belief because they can't defeat it. So there's no answer for them to Google. They just have to believe in it.
Yeah, I think this whole globe troll that started either 500 or 100 years ago or whenever the fuck it started, I think its course is, it's run its course, put it that way. Back to you, Raymond.
Yeah, they unleashed the internet, and that they should have thought about that first, I think. It'll have to be one of the first thing that goes is internet goes, and then and we'll work from there. And news stations, internet and news stations, you're done as soon as I take over. So hope you Glovers better hope I don't take over.
Thank God we don't have to worry about that.
In my opinion, I have to give them props. It was a pretty good troll, whether it's 500 years or 100 years, whatever it is. The people that came up with this and perpetuated it, they did a pretty good job for the most part.
Yeah, they've been able to keep the racket going for 2,000 years, 10 generations, 100 generations. Holy fuck, they're masterminds.
How come they were teaching that flat Earth in like the 1920s and 30s in school?
Were they teaching it as fact or teaching it as what people believed beforehand?
Yeah, you have no evidence for 2,000 years besides people saying it. Go ahead, Raymond. Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's right. You have nothing but just you saying that, making that up.
I mean, like, people wrote books from back then, right? You can, like, read the words they said from, like, ancient Greek. I can't read it because I don't speak ancient Greek, but I'm sure there's translations.
Find me a book. Find me a book. I'll find the translator. Find me the book that says it's a ball and how it was proven.
It's the guy with the sticks and shadows again. Didn't he write books?
No, he made.
Isn't that how we know his name?
He made sundials for a living.
Yeah, he wrote books. He rewrote books about it, right?
Palestine is flat and God is real.
I mean, Palestine is getting flatter by the day.
Damn. Crushed.
These trolls bite every time.
Hello.
Hello, what's going on? That's all you got to say is hello?
It's the best thing they got today so far.
See, the problem with globe believers, if you're listening to me, you actually believe in something that does not actually exist in reality. If you've got some semblance of proof of this thing that you think exists in reality, I feel sorry for you. Dead Air Dave shutting up.
I'll have you know, I've done all my research on NASA.gov, and they're very, very respectable.
Yeah, there's nothing sus about NASA at all. I have to agree with you. Deep sarcasm there.
Well, it's cheaper to go to the moon than to use the set from 2001: A Space Odyssey and pretend that you went to the moon.
Oh, yeah.
Did somebody just flush their toilet right after they were talking about NASA? That's very apropos.
That was just gravity pulling the water down.
Toilets flush in opposite directions, so I live on a ball. There you go.
Toilets don't flush in the North Pole. Globe logic.
So here we are in the middle of 2024. We all exist in whatever this is, and many people continue a false belief in a spinning ball in literally nothing. That's all I got.
You actually kind of remind me of Dr. Phil on Kill Tony.
I don't know either of those references, but go ahead and explain to why I remind you that.
You just got to see it for yourself. Just type in Dr. Phil Kill Tony.
So it's too much to ask for empirical evidence of a claim of reality.
Yep.
Okay. Got it.
But Dr. Phil memes, we got you there.
Can you imagine just sitting in 24/7 Flat Earth channel and just arguing with people all day, every day for 7 days a week? What life that must be.
You only come in like once a week?
I don't think there's anybody that actually does what you just said. There's people that come in and out when they have time, but there's not people that just sit here. Maybe there is. I could be wrong. Like, prove me wrong.
Well, we have some mods that sit because that's how we keep the open for other people to join, because otherwise it appears to be gone until mods are in the room.
Yeah, but that's not 100% evidence that they're actively participating in the room. They just happen to have their computer on, right?
Yep.
So it's anyone that 24/7 does anything habitually, I would say they probably need to think about what they're doing. I'm not really trying to be a psychologist, but there you go. But this is
Especially
an
if you're
important.
staying up for 24 hours at a time, 7 days a week. You got something going on that you're not telling us.
I see this topic as an important aspect to share with fellow humans about how to think for yourself and accept reality as it's in yourself. That's why I spend time here. Now shut up.
But they're too lazy. They don't want to do that. They just want to go to school and say that they learned from their teacher.
Bro, Dave, you sound literally identical to Dr. Phil on Kill Tony, bro. It's actually crazy. Are you Adam Ray, bro? Secretly?
Maybe I am. It's the internet. I can be anything I want to be, right? I could tell you I live on a spinning ball in nothing with the atmosphere attached to it. You would have to believe me, right?
We'll take that as a yes.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad I at least sound like a celebrity that's successful and has money because I'm the exact opposite of that. Anyway, proof of the globe model. Thank you. Somebody provide that. That's all we need.
Hey, can you say for me one time? Say we'll be right back.
We'll be right back with the non-proof of the globe that continues to exist here. Thank you. We'll be right back. Is that okay?
Is that okay? You're hired.
That was actually a pretty good Dr. Phil. We'll be back.
You think Dr. Phil's a flat earther?
Anyone with a critically thinking mind should be a non-glober. Put it that way. Maybe he is. Who knows? Let me call him and ask him. I got him on my speed dial.
Well, if you're a Freemason, which almost everybody in Hollywood is, they teach that you live on a spinning ball in a vacuum at a certain point. Each level lies to the one below them, so that's just how that goes.
The final countdown.
Is there anyone on the panel currently listening that is new to this subject and actually has some genuine questions about something related to the topic? Thank you.
Yeah, what about ships going over the horizon?
Which flat earther doing a bad impression was that?
He was doing little Timmy. I saw the boat go over the calf.
Yeah, at this point, we've at the very least, established that there are other explanations besides the water is actually convexly sitting there in a ball shape, and the boat disappearing behind that ball. That is not
Being held
occurring.
down by gravity.
Yeah, we've
I
established
ruined
that.
I ruined that part for them today. That pissed them off today when I ruined that for them.
That fact of reality has been established, and there's many people that hang on to silly things like that, thinking they're on a ball. But what can you do?
Jimmy Juice came back. He must have he's one of the ones that got knocked out of the game earlier.
Jimmy, you think you live on a ball? Think the Earth's a ball? Where's he at? I don't see him. Really.
What you talking to me? What?
Are you Jimmy Juice? All right, I'm not getting a
Sounds like
response.
some mob boss name or a mafia nickname.
Jimmy Juice.
The juice.
Give him the Jimmy the juice. He'll make juice out of him.
Hey, juice them, Jimmy.
That was great. Whoever did that.
Who was it? That was T1.
No, that was me.
Yeah. The man from the land down under. Did you know that's where women glow and men plunder? Whatever that means. Or the men at work.
The men what?
Down under.
Women glow and men plunder. Can't you hear the thunder? I'm upside down on a spinning ball.
Have you ever been to a land down under?
And we've got Midnight Oil who sing, "How can you dance while the earth is turning?"
How can we sleep while our beds are burning? You guys got some good musicians down under. Must be something about being antipodal that makes you a good musician. And of course, you got AC/DC. You shook me all night long.
Yeah, those earthquakes, man, they were pretty bad.
Since I've got a moment to ask an Australian a question, I just happened to watch a movie called Outback. It's where this couple thinks they can go through the Outback and not get lost, but they actually get lost. Does that actually happen, or is that just a movie?
Is that Nicole Kidman and Hugh Jackman?
No, more like a B kind of film. It was on YouTube free, so it's just this couple that they think they're going to a certain spot in the Outback, and they think they can use GPS, which is stupid to start with. But anyway, they get out in the middle of the Outback and they lose. They have no idea where they're at. So I was just wondering if people actually do that. That is a vast enough area of wilderness where people could do that, right?
Yeah. People get lost all the time in the thick scrub.
Yeah.
Blue Mountains area is like there's like really thick forest and really rugged terrain, like canyons,
And you got
And,
scorpions and snakes and all kinds of shit, right?
yeah, we've got quite a few nasty creatures. But yeah, no, people just go wandering off like just on an hour's hike, and get lost.
Okay. So in the movie, they're like driving in a vehicle and they go maybe 50 to 100 kilometers. I don't remember exactly, but they just lose all their bearings. They try to follow the sun a little bit. Anyway, I won't spoil the movie in case anybody wants to watch it. It's called Outback. Anyway, back to the
And
crew.
yeah.
Here's T-Wad with some globe proof. Go ahead, T-Wad.
Oh yes. Well, if you drove in a car, right, in a circle, but it took 24 hours, you wouldn't even notice it. So I don't know why all you flat earthers are saying you wouldn't feel the rotation of the earth.
Also,
You
there's
would
another
feel the
one, too.
rotation of the earth.
There's another
Why
one,
don't we
T-Wad.
feel the rotation of the earth?
Walk in a
It's not
straight line.
rotating.
Just keep walking in a straight line, and it's a globe. There you go.
Yeah, just a straight line. Because I'm going to start walking in midair.
Right.
Because like the globers actually have to think like, so if you level out the floor of your house, right? You level it out. Level. That to them that means equidistant from the center of the earth. So your house floor is actually curving, right? Just you can't see it. It's imperceptible. But
Zany.
it's there. It's an actual curve.
Well, then how do they build it to the imperceivable curve if they can't even perceive how much curve should be there?
You use a level.
Just use a
Oh, so
level.
you
Yes,
level it.
part of
It's
just
not curved.
gravity takes care of that. Yeah.
Gravity takes care of it.
Yeah. It's all good.
The builders are so good at their job that they don't even have to account for anything. They just let nature do it. I
That's right.
see.
Yeah, gravity just solves all that for them. It's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
makes the cuts and everything for them. They just turn the saw on.
Same way the pilots don't have to worry about going around the curve. The gravity just takes care of all that shit for them. The motion and all that. Don't worry about that. Take like it's flat and stationary, and you'll be fine flying your plane. Go ahead.
That's right. But if you're standing in one spot, right, in front of you, right, there's a slight curve, right? So it's your foot is going to have to reach an elevation that's lower than your other foot. But once you get there, you don't even notice that. It's like you were on top of a ball and you're running and spinning the ball under your feet because that makes you're always on top. Then it's like a treadmill. As you move forward, you turn in that treadmill.
Like a big old gerbil wheel. Just a hamster running in a
Yeah,
ball.
except yeah, inversed
Yeah.
version. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, you're just a little rodent running around on your little globe Earth.
The faster it spins, the more you stick to it. If it stopped spinning, everybody would fly off.
That's it. That's it. Hey, that's dang. And maybe there is a giant hamster inside the Earth.
There it is. Science just hasn't seen it yet.
Sounds like the beginning of the hamster core theory. I think you should develop that theory. Write a book. People will buy it.
Hamster core. I like that.
I'll come up with some math, maybe. Get someone to help me with that. I'll use AI to help me with the math.
I'm gonna really mess with them and say that Kia knew all about it, and that's why they put the little hamsters in their commercials because they were trying to drop hints. Say hello to your hamster
Wow.
overlords.
All the hamsters have been right in our face. Our kids have them as pets. It makes sense, man. Go for it.
I think there'd be a lot of people, yeah, on board with that. They'd really identify with that.
So forget the molten iron core you saw in your 7th grade science book. We've got a hamster on a wheel in the middle. I like it. Go for it. Go for it.
Retrograde is just when the hamster gets tired, so it kind of slows down the Earth a little bit, and everything else kind of looks wobbly. That's all.
I found a flaw in the theory already, though. What's giving the hamster energy? Man, that's a problem. Sorry.
Gravity. It pulls all the food into the center and feeds the hamster.
I gotta go on mute. I'll try to stay around and listen for a while. Everybody have a great day on the great plane of existence, whatever it is. It's not a spinning ball. You think you can prove that? Come in here and talk to these guys or girls. Peace.
Thanks, Dave. Good on you, mate. Talk to you later.
Later, T-Dub. Have fun in the land down under.
Mm. Hmm.
galaxy shorter and you can't see
Obviously.
through it. No,
course.
it's not obvious for you because you don't know that. You think that you can see thousands of miles. You think because it's not obvious for you that you can't see through dense weather. You can't see through water particles that are all around us in the air. You can't see through dust.
And you know what's funny though? We already see further than we should have in his scenario, where the Earth gets in the way.
No,
And then he wants to move the goalposts out way further than that.
he wants to move the goalpost to thousands of kilometers or miles because he was destroyed.
What do you mean we see farther than we should?
Now your
How
horizon
should we see?
is multiple time farther than it should. Even using
we don't see it.
You 120% of refraction. When you come
Hello?
back that horizon to where it should, you will still be with a radius of 43K at least. At least if we just take that.
Hello?
If we take account of 120% of refraction, you still see the horizon as
Look, I'm sorry if I'm impatient, but Necros hasn't said anything that made any sense this entire time.
Yeah, we see further than the curve horizon, or where that would be.
Well, you say we see farther than we should see. How far should we see?
Well, should, yeah, maybe that's the wrong word, but we see further than where the globe horizon would be. To be fair, yeah, we probably shouldn't see just that distance because there's no curve to limit your view. So, yeah, maybe should's the wrong word.
I don't know what that means either. Okay.
See that image? I don't know if I used the words to explain that idea in normal simple words. But 15 minutes after the hour. The long distance observation with the wind turbines, where we could see the horizon further than 11.2 miles.
You got cooked, Mickey.
Even with that imaginary refraction.
Yeah, nobody got cooked, bro. He's still all deluded.
Mickey did. He's cooked right now.
I'm just saying that you seem...
Bro, nobody got cooked.
Right?
Cooked him.
If he really was, you wouldn't need to say anything, I think.
Wouldn't need to say what? Sorry?
If that you want to debate, right? If it was obvious, then it would just be obvious.
Yeah, there's really no debate. It is obvious. The thing he says is there isn't there. We just point to it and he just... I mean, it's like an hour long just getting him to admit, yeah, okay, the horizon's behind that rig. Like, it's ridiculous.
I'm just saying it's rhetorical.
Yeah, from your perspective of a photo, so you're happy to say that you haven't edited that photo. It's hilarious.
Nobody did, dude. It's a still from the video. You can go to the original video on the guy's page if you want.
Co-powder.
The only thing that was done is the contrast was turned up.
Claiming it's fake without showing that it's fake. That's stupid. That's scoping.
Famous for that. Come on.
Throwing claims. Simple for you guys.
Please tell me that the NASA photos are fake, Dan. Where are you getting the evidence from?
Pictures from the beach are not credible, but NASA cartoons from space, from locations that he can't go to validate whatsoever, that he just has to take on faith, those are okay. That's a cool.
But you're doing that on faith, bro. You don't. It's like you could sit there and say all these claims, but you're doing it on faith. You don't know. That's the funniest thing. This is why the whole conversation is pure irony.
I've been to the beach.
Well done. Have you been to space? Have you physically personally been to space? Exactly. So because you haven't been. Wait. Because you and all your friends
validate the things that are claimed to.
Bro, have you heard of cameras and satellites? Have you heard of cameras and satellites? Clearly fucking not.
What are you talking about, dude?
So do you think
which
that
cameras on which satellites actually prove that there is a geometric horizon that we don't see when we go to the beach? Which ones?
Bro, I'm talking about satellites. I'm talking about the conversation of you claiming that you can have pictures that have debunked the flat Earth, but then you can sit there and say, when I say they are edited, whatever, and then you'll go, yeah, they're not edited, though, are they? Because you can physically go and see
Okay, I mean, you're just speaking in a lot of generalizations again. Like, do you have a
yourself.
specific
You
example
then claim
that we
on the
could
same
talk about?
broken the videos on the space station.
Oh,
It's
videos
so
on the space
fucking
station.
funny.
Yeah, there's lots of
It's
problems
so
with
funny.
those. Yeah, there's lots of problems
But what
with
is? Of
those.
course there
we've got
is. Of course there
yeah,
is.
because we've got the Chinese space station showing a perfectly flat horizon, flat level horizon. Then we've got the NASA one showing a curve, and then we've got Paul Larson from the New York Planetarium saying that even at ISS altitude, the Earth is so big that it should still appear to have a completely flat horizon, despite what they're showing in those videos. So what do we have here? Is it a movie? Is the Earth smaller than they say it is? Does Paul Larson have his math wrong? Why don't I see this curve when I actually go to the beach to observe it? Like, cool movies and stuff, bro, but I'll just stick with reality.
Or does light bend have 0.01 degrees per mile?
I don't know. Is that your claim that it does?
Yes.
Mickey, would you check your DMs? I'm interested in what you have to say about what I DM'd you.
Can you prove it?
No.
That's a tap out. Okay, no. Well, at least he's honest. Nope. That seems like a problem to me. If light only has to arc that tiny amount to account for this humongous discrepancy between what we see and what you say is there, how did you ever get a good look at what is there to measure it in the first place?
I don't think you should measure things on the horizon. I think that it's not good to squint at the horizon for either side. So I use
Never
other
said
evidence.
I didn't say horizon per se, but if you're going to be pointing a theodolite, that's going to be an optical device. You're going to be looking through the same air that warped the image of the thing you're trying to measure.
Yeah. So you have to take that into account when you're doing surveying.
This is like do you know, like
Mandarin orange.
Yeah, you know, like Satsuma.
Yeah.
Stop whining, Mickey.
Nobody's whining, you moron.
Yeah, his name is Mickey. You
You crying, bro? Your name? Obviously, my name's not Mickey. You tit.
That's really obvious, even though it pops up Mickey on the screen. Actually, it's suitable for you.
What? Do you really think that I would use my real name on Discord? Clever boy.
I do.
Goes with your
enough.
agenda. Yeah, well,
Mickey,
Michael, Matthew, you're very very lovable looking.
Can we stop with the petty
nice
thing
guy.
real quick? Look, Mickey, what do you have to say about what I said?
Okay, well, are you going to share it with the rest of the room, or if not, like, just take the whole conversation to DMs?
Okay, I mean, I'll just tell you guys what I told them. I mean, it's not a secret.
Right.
I just expect you guys to be offended by it.
Yeah,
I was pointing out that you guys tried to tie his arm behind his back. You guys, whenever he tries to reason with the best explanation, which is like a feature of science, you say that he's got to undeniably and prove that explanation. But that's not how science works. That's not abductive reasoning works.
Do you have an actual, like, specific example?
I've got lots of examples, but probably none you'd accept.
So none, actually. You got lots, but none you can provide. So really none.
No, I got plenty, and they're really good. And the
They're
scientific
really
community
good, and
accepts
there's
them,
lots.
but you probably,
Can't
in the middle of
provide.
a sentence, you probably want to accept them.
It's the same sentence you gave me last time. I don't need to hear it twice. So you got lots, but none you can provide. So really none.
Well, I'll do that when you repeat yourself, and we'll keep that same energy, okay?
Well, I had to repeat myself because I was responding to the same damn thing you said twice in a row.
Yeah, well, keep that same energy.
Why?
Because then, if you don't, you'd be a hypocrite.
Hooray.
Imagine if we did that. We came in and go, oh, I've got loads of flat Earth evidence, but you wouldn't accept any, so I'm not going to provide any. But
yeah, loads and loads, but I'll provide none.
Yeah, just accept it.
Well, that's not what I said, Crypto. I mean, if you want it, I'll give it, but I don't think I'm going to accept it. I'm just prefacing it.
I'll
with, I don't
take
think
it,
you'll
please.
accept
Yeah,
it.
provide it.
Oh, yeah, so, for example, what would be a good example?
Come on, there's loads, bro. This should be easy.
Yeah, just about everything in science works this way. I just looking for a good example.
Trying to run up the clock?
I mean, there's no clock. You just leave. I mean, you guys aren't anything. It doesn't matter to me.
Bro, I think I'm a Glover now. I'm sold.
He converted me. He said there's loads of evidence. He didn't provide
Well,
any of it, but he's. I mean, there's loads. So I mean, I don't know how can
unhinged and insane.
How can I stand against that?
I mean, it's either you accept it or I leave. So I mean, I'm a Glover. I accept it. I don't want you to leave. So under duress.
What duress? I'm not telling you to accept anything. You guys aren't going to accept anything. You guys don't understand.
It's not like
you guys as a rule can't.
It's not like Glover's to just bring basis. It's not like Glover's to just bring basis assertions, is it?
No, I've never seen that.
I've yet to
that
meet
doesn't happen.
a globe. I've yet to meet a flat earther who can like explain how orbit is supposed to work, right? And you guys supposedly understand our model better than we do. I mean, you guys don't know anything.
I've got loads of evidence. You just wouldn't accept
something works, something that's not happening is working.
Yeah, you just wouldn't accept it, so I'm not going to even bother.
Yeah, but there's loads. Don't worry.
Oh no, you guys should worry.
No, you don't have to worry. There's loads of the evidence. You won't accept it, so we won't provide. But there's loads. Fair enough.
I didn't ask you for anything.
What would you want to know if like you had some kind of idea in your mind that this proves a globe, right? Like whatever it is, like that you like maybe you could present, but you don't, maybe but you won't because who cares? Would you mind if that evidence, whatever it is that you hold in your mind, could be shown to be false? But what's more important, the truth or the conviction that you hold in your mind right now?
The truth is the most important thing. Why?
Is the truth something that you test or you just accept?
Test.
Okay, so do you have anything that they could test? Like a claim that could be tested?
For what?
To see if it's true. Just see if it's true. Just to see if it's true.
Find what's true. I didn't come in here like I think the Earth is a globe, obviously, but I didn't come in here claiming that. What am I proving? Hello?
Well, can you hear me, Punished? Mic check.
Yeah, I can hear you fine.
Thanks, Crypto.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, I just wanted to let Punish know that, you may have not think or thought that you've brought any claims to the table by saying, yeah, I think it's a globe. Well, the globe has the positive claim here, right? Because we experience the same thing on Earth. Both have the base axioms of no curvature, no movement, but there's this heliocentric model that goes, no, it looks flat, but it's actually curved. It's just so big you can't see it, right? Positive claim. Well, it feels like it's motionless, but you're actually spinning. Again, a positive claim. Now, even though you didn't really bring those to the table, the heliocentric model in the globe has that baggage, right? So as soon as you go, well, I believe in a globe, we're basically trying to find out, well, why? Is it just because you saw it on TV like we did, and because it was taught to us like we did, right? Because, I mean, we were all globies once too. And we put the globe to the test and realized there was no globe in reality.
I think he'd gone, Floyd. Sorry, Lloyd. I think he'd gone.
Got him.
I actually like
No,
Floyd.
he's back now. He's back. but I heard him close the door.
Floyd's quite good because it's like you've got the F for flat and Lloyd as well. So yeah, Floyd works. But yeah, don't worry about any of that independent thinking stuff because he's assured us earlier he has loads of evidence. So don't worry about it.
Wait, who are we on about?
As long as they keep assuring us of no evidence, we keep going on with our lives. Earth is flat.
He's got loads, though. He won't show any of it, but there is loads. There's trunk loads of it, so we're good to go.
If you want to believe Earth is a ball without the evidence, that's on you, man. You know, the rest of us will go on knowing Earth is flat. So you do you, bro.
But do you hear like the flaw in your logic? You're literally saying that we have to apply abundance of evidence, but all you can say is, oh, by the way, we can see further than we can on the horizon.
No, I never said you have to apply abundance of evidence. That's the standard you fools set for yourself.
No. Every single time every single time I claim something, or not even claim something, regardless of the claim or it's just a statement, you said to me, prove evidence, provide evidence. And every time I ask you for evidence, you say, we didn't claim that. We didn't claim that.
Yeah, because every time you ask me for evidence,
dude.
Yeah, but every time
if you want to claim shit, you need to back it up. Sorry, heretic, I'll back off.
Yeah, but no, every time this guy asks me for, there's a reason for what you're talking about. It's because every time you ask me for evidence, it is for something I didn't say.
Yeah, do you think a claim isn't a piece of evidence?
Do you think the Earth is flat?
Water is.
I see flat Earth, man. I've measured flat Earth.
So
okay, so
Mikey, let me explain it to you. So when someone is saying that Earth is flat, that's the negative claim. That's saying that there is no curvature, because literally the word flat, it means that there is no downward curvature to create half a sphere or a sphere or part of a sphere, or the upward curvature to create a concave Earth, and we are in the inside. So flat, it means there is no curvature. So when you talk to a flat earther, the flat earther is not making a claim or holding any burden of proof to ask him to prove it. He's just saying that unicorns, aka curvature, doesn't exist. And he's saying Santa, aka motion of the earth, doesn't exist also. So you guys, the kids who believe in unicorns and Santa, aka curve and motion, you got the burden of proof. So if you come here, don't believe or think that the flat earthers are making specific claims. There is no claim here.
What default here?
There is no motion.
For crying out! All right, but globe or believe in a flat Earth, Mickey Ray? Which one is the base level assumption, flat or globe, Mickey?
Don't know if Mickey's with us, but I wanted to ask Mickey a question as well, but I don't know if he's there.
Yeah, I think he's gone. He's a goner.
Yeah, I can see him in the chat. I just don't know. Oh, he's just unmuted. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, I was on the phone. I had a phone call, my bad.
What kind of Mickey Mouse debate tactics are these?
Well,
no, I was on the phone. Sorry.
Did you hear Amsh's question?
No, I literally, my mum just rang me. Sorry, I literally had to take it. My bad.
No problem. Yeah. Well, Amish, do you want to ask your question again? Then I've got a question I want to ask.
Yeah, I'll go ahead. Thank you, Crypto. So, Mickey, which one should we assume first as a default? The globe or flat Earth?
That's an ominous question, because everything, if we're going to go on that basis, everything's a belief. So I believe the Earth is a globe. You believe the Earth is flat. So what's the question?
No. You do believe it is a globe, but we don't believe it's flat. I measured it. I told you that I did. We all did.
So you believe then? So you believe it's flat?
I don't have to believe it. When I measure it, I don't have to believe it anymore because I know it.
So are we going to go around the block now? So what's the word belief then? Like, so you believe the world is flat, regardless of whether or not you know it. You believe it to be flat.
I don't have to believe it.
You don't know it is flat.
Yeah, I do. I measured it.
It's a ridiculous claim. Okay, then. So you claim it's flat.
Talking over me. You're talking over me. Listen, I'm answering you. I measured it. That's how I know. I engage my empirical senses. Empiricism is how we come to knowledge. Plus, add to that, the self-evidence, evident position is the one with the flat, is the flat Earth with no motion. So, because if you are just a kid,
Oh, shut that fucking shit up!
experience of a grown-ass person that will just brainwash
Hey,
you.
hey, hey, hey.
All right, go
hey.
take care of your kids,
Necros. Please.
These are men. Men can't do this. Our weakness, dude. No crying babies.
That child sounds bored and very much in need of some attention.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Mickey. Yeah. So I don't know if you can hear me. I don't know if my my connection's any good. But
yeah, you can hear you.
Okay, cool. If I robot out, then apologies. Yeah. So you were talking about preponderance of evidence, right? Are you aware of the fact that a single piece of evidence can invalidate an entire belief system? So you don't need like you can have like 10 pieces of evidence pointing towards something, but one piece of evidence invalidates all of it, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, fantastic. Fantastic. So I don't need to go down that route. I mean, I can if you want, but you said, "Oh, I've got all this evidence for the globe." Sure, but once you have one piece of evidence that is impossible on the globe, the rest is irrelevant and it needs to be reinterpreted.
Okay, then. So on the counter argument to that, then, ricin will kill a man, but yet we do it once and it kills a man. Then 100% ricin will kill a man. But yet we go and do the experiment 10 times over and it actually kills 1 out of 10 people. Then, you know what? That's this ridiculous claim.
So I didn't really hear all of that. You robot it out.
Yeah, you're breaking up. So yeah, it's okay. I'll say again. So basically, I agree to an extent with what you're saying, but then that's like saying, so ricin will kill a man. We do the experiment once and somebody dies, so we fundamentally say ricin will kill a man if you ingest it, right? So then we leave it at that. But are we going to do that experiment 10 times over and actually only 1 person out of 10 people die, or even let's go to more of an extreme that 3 people out of the 10 actually have a better immune system and only 7 out of 10 people die, ricin doesn't automatically kill a man. So that claim doesn't always sit right just because you've got one piece of evidence that you can say, yeah, definitely the Earth's flat. Fuck all the other evidence that the Earth's a globe. This one thing confirms the Earth is flat.
Well, there's actually a conflation of 2 different things there. So one is a statistical analysis of a phenomenon, and the other one is about actually identifying something. So these aren't equivalents. When we're talking about the actual identity of a thing, it either does or does not possess certain qualities. So I'll give you an example then. We both believe that there's an animal in the next room and that we both believe that it's a cat, right? So you take a snapshot of the fur and it's got grey fur. Okay, cool, that's evidence that it's a cat because cats can have grey fur. We take a look at the I don't know, the tail or whatever, and oh look, it's got a tail. Cats can have tails too. And then you have a look at the ears and they're big floppy ears, and you're like, don't think cats have got big floppy ears. So for you to then say, well, it must still be a cat because we've got 2 pieces of evidence pointing towards cat would be silly, because you go, big floppy ears is probably a bunny rabbit.
Yeah, I can agree to that argument. Yeah, I can agree. But at the same time, that doesn't make the point that just because you've measured something over a certain distance indefinitely proves that the Earth must be flat. Because the argument can apply when we sit there and say, well, you can say the higher you go, you can see further, but there'll also be a point as to when you get so high that you will be able to start to see that there will be a spherical curve.
Yeah, I mean, have you done that though?
Have any of you done that to disprove that? It's the same. It's the counter argument. Like you can sit there and say, "Have I done that?"
Okay, that's a no. Just for the record, that was a no. He hasn't done that.
Yeah.
Okay. So have you done that? Have you done that?
It's necessity.
It was your claim.
I don't believe that it would happen. So you would need to prove that it does happen for your argument.
Whoa. I haven't claimed it. Well, I'm saying to you, statistically, you're saying that if you go, the higher you go, the more you can see. Whereas I'm saying, but I believe, not claiming, I believe that if you was to go even higher, you would eventually be able to see that the Earth would curve off into a globe.
Right. So have you done
that? You see the
this is
problem
where he asks you if you've done it again.
Yeah. But
do you see the problem? Because you're expecting me to do it.
You keep reversing the burden.
You don't do it. But you don't do it either. You can't disprove that happening either. So it's the same counter argument. That's the problem.
Don't have to.
Of course you don't. I don't have to either.
Yeah, thank you. You're asking me to prove a negative. So that's logically fallacious.
How is it a negative? Somebody in this group earlier said.
Show the lack of something. I can't do that. That's not possible.
Why is it not possible?
Falsifiability is a basic premise in science, dudes. If you're going to be,
there's enough
philosophical debates, at least have a basic knowledge of philosophy. If you're going to make a claim, the burden is on you. The burden is not on me to disprove ever.
Of course it's not, because nobody will ever provide evidence. This is the problem. It's always the glober to provide evidence.
It's basic logic. You can't make a claim and then say, you must disprove my claim. That's every argument ever. It's got nothing to do with flat Earth.
But you are claiming the Earth is flat.
I'm saying that you don't have evidence of the globe. And you're saying, well, if I go up higher, there will be spherical curves. I'm saying, have you done that? And you're refusing to answer. It's not my job to disprove your claim, my guy.
Okay, then. So we'll go back to the argument again. Then there is two poles, towers, whatever, at two different points of the Earth at the same time of the day. The shadows are different. Please explain to me why that is. And if you say that can be proved on a flat Earth, then prove to me how it can be proved on a flat Earth.
Are we talking about Eratosthenes now?
Yes.
Fantastic. So you can take two sticks in your room. You can put one beneath the light source, which is your, lamp or whatever, in the middle of your room. You put one off to the side. You put it at a 7.2 degree angle, and the maths works out exactly the same. You can then work out the radius or the circumference of your flat floor, and then just call it a ball if you want.
But you can't, though.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, you can.
Why not?
Exactly the same thing. Two angles to a light source, and then you just solve for your imaginary circumference.
Why can't I do that? Let's just say that the 7.2 degree angle works out for them to be a meter apart, just to make the math simple, right? I can then say, well, 1/50th of the ball that my floor is a meter, therefore it's 50 meters. What's wrong with that?
So then logically, you have to prove that the sun is at the ratio, same distance away from where you'd put that light in the room to where it is in the sky, because it wouldn't work the same way if the sun was whatever distance it's supposed to be away. It'd have to be closer to what it is.
Did Eratosthenes do that?
What, put a light source above his head?
Well, did he fulfill the burden of proof you just gave me? Is what I'm asking.
No, but this is the problem. You're okay to denounce what I say.
Just be honest.
What?
You've given me a burden of proof. You've given me Eratosthenes, and then you've given me a burden of proof that he didn't fulfill. Just be honest.
So, like I said, prove to us then that the sun.
You don't want to be honest. That's fine. I think we can move on. There's no point.
Of course there's not, because you can't prove to me that the sun is closer than what everybody thinks it is. From my understanding,
you can't prove that it's as far as everybody thinks it is, bro. Eratosthenes didn't in the first place.
So then this is the problem. It is a rhetorical argument. It's a rhetorical argument. We'll go round and round and round.
You've given me a burden of proof that Eratosthenes didn't fulfill. So you're just being dishonest. There's no other way of saying it.
But it's not being dishonest. Like I said, you're saying you literally can hold
You're a dishonest
light.
schmuck with double standards. Dude.
Of course I am.
It's okay for Eratosthenes to beg the question, but when it comes to us, no, I'm going to need all kinds of validation, even though it's not even our method. Crypto didn't tell you that he's going to actually do that to use it to prove anything. He just pointed out how it doesn't, because you have to make all these assumptions that aren't validated to begin with.
Right. Exactly.
It's
But
your
so do
method.
you.
You would be
This
the
is
one
the
who have to
problem.
validate those, and you're putting it on us to do it for some reason. It's really
Because
weird.
you can't, because you equally can't validate anything, but yet you sit there and say, I claim this, but no, I don't claim it, so don't ask me for evidence. It's like, it's ridiculous. Honestly, it's ridiculous. No, yeah, of course you didn't. No. So all flat earthers claim the earth not to be a globe, but then don't have any evidence because they didn't claim anything.
Why are you? I don't know why you're like. You seem to be emotionally invested in this.
I'm not, but it's like it's just it's hilarious.
Yeah,
it's not hilarious. You're not laughing. You're actually upset. Just calm down, dude. We're talking about the Eratosthenes method, right? It's not my method. It's not Heretic's method. It's not Amish Earthers' method. It's not your method. Some dickhead from 2,000 years ago allegedly came up with this method, and I've just demonstrated very simply to you why it doesn't prove that the Earth's a ball. You don't need to be emotional about that. It's not you that came up with that bullshit.
No, but what I'm getting, I wouldn't even say remotely annoyed. What I'm getting annoyed about, in some sense, is the fact that I'm required to prove evidence of everything that I say. That it wasn't even necessarily me that did it. I have to prove evidence for everything that I say. But the second we're in a flat Earth room, so clearly majority believe there's a flat Earth. But yet all it is goes down to is the fact that you can see further than what's expected. But then that's it. There's nothing else. So whenever I ask for anything, it's nope, don't have to provide that. Nope, don't have to do that. So don't expect me and ask me to provide evidence for anything that I say. When nobody in the room, there's more than one person who can go off in the background and get evidence to back up what they're saying, other than an edited photo.
Yeah, I mean, I'm driving, so obviously I can't.
No, not you specifically. I'm just saying in general.
We can, Mikey. Like I
Just
told
let Crypto ask his question real quick.
But then I'll go off in a sec. Can I just ask you, like, genuinely speaking, right? Just level with us for a second. Take all the emotion out. If you provide an argument that I don't think is a good argument, how else do you expect me to deal with that? I'm not just going to accept it. So what do you think I'm going to do? If you give me a shit argument and I point out to you why the argument's shit, what else are you expecting from me? What else could I possibly do?
I'm not saying specifically, I'm saying in general. Every time that I ask something and then something is... Sorry?
Be specific. What else could I have done?
No, you can't specifically because you're driving. I'm saying, but when you say something and I ask for evidence and then someone would say, in this instance, no, somebody else that also has the same ideology or same belief can quite easily go and say, here, have a look at this. This is what we believe and this is what we found. Or this is evidence for this.
You're being general and vague. Let's talk about Eratosthenes, right? You've brought this up. You've said that this is a good way to prove the Earth's a globe. I've pointed out with specificity why it's not, and then you've got upset about that. What else could I have done?
You specifically nothing because you're driving.
I know the argument back to front. I don't need to go and get anything. So what specifically could I have done differently?
In what sense?
Well, you've provided Eratosthenes. You've said this geometry proves the Earth's a ball. I've demonstrated to you very specifically and very simply that you can do the same maths on your bedroom floor and it still works out. And then what? What else could I have done?
And if you look at this, if you look at that experiment with a light that is literally 30 centimeters above the two bottles. So what I am saying to you is then, where is the ratio of the real distance between the Earth and the Sun in comparison to those two bottles and the light source there? Because based upon that and the size of those bottles and the distance from the light, that the Sun should literally be, I don't know, 1,000 miles away from the Earth.
I don't know what it is, but you didn't ask Eratosthenes for this burden. You only asked me for this burden.
No. Because he didn't claim the Earth to be flat, and he didn't claim that can be done on a flat plane. He is trying to prove that the Earth is round. So why would he ever?
He assumed that the Earth is round, and he assumed that the Sun is far, and he assumed that the light coming from the Sun, light rays are parallel. So
exactly. He made a ton of assumptions and then used the calculation based on the assumptions to come up with the size of the Earth. It didn't prove that the Earth's a globe. He assumed it was a globe.
So again, the bottle situation. You're not taking it into ratio. So, you know, it does. I don't understand how I don't understand.
Insert it 100 times. It's wrong every time.
And if Eratosthenes was a small person on the surface of that table, small enough, he would just assume the same shit, that the table is spherical, and that light source is millions of light years away, and the light coming from that light source is parallel. So he would calculate the sphericity of the table and do the same exact thing. And
So why are the double standards? He's got a huge double standard here for some reason. Eratosthenes made a whole pile of assumptions. No problem. He gets a pass on every one. And then you want to flip it around and make this method that you brought to us somebody else's burden.
You literally have one claim for the flat Earth, and that's because you can see further than you physically can on a horizon.
You really didn't respond to what I said.
Because there's no point, because you just spout bollocks. Like you'll ask me for evidence over and over and over again.
I was trying to get you to be very specific about the Eratosthenes argument, right? Because vague assertions of you spout bollocks they're not productive. No one cares. Right? There's no point saying you've wasted everyone's time. You've actually made everyone in the room dumber for saying that. Right? So if we're talking about specifically Eratosthenes, that's very easy to address. We have, as the other guy said, you can make Eratosthenes very small, put him on a kitchen table, and he can make all of the same assumptions. Suddenly the kitchen table's a wall. There's nothing wrong with that logic because the geometry works out both ways. Because the assumption is you can sigh if you want, but I would quite like a specific argument against what I'm saying.
Because, like I said, so are you basically saying ratios account for nothing? So you can literally say, okay, then. So what?
It's another story. Like you just.
How is it a straw man? That's all we can claim is straw man. Where's your evidence? If you have a ball of light, a light source that is literally 30 centimeters away from two bottles, clearly you can say, oh look, there's a short shadow there and a long shadow there. You have no idea. You have no idea how far away the sun is to disprove that.
Mikey, you just assumed that the light source is 30 centimeters above the table. Can you prove that, please? Or it is just an assumption?
What do you mean? The picture shows it.
No.
Regardless of what the picture shows, if you're in a room, that light source is going to be no further away than maybe 6 to 12 feet, unless the room is ridiculously big. But that light source in that picture,
please.
What?
Say it in centimeters. I don't want to convert the feet to centimeters. Just say it. Average of centimeters. How high? Because you want to assume
from the table.
How high. Can you prove it?
Okay, then get me the picture with the light source in then.
And you are saying what?
Give me the picture with the light source in.
Assume. So you don't have any measurement of the light source. So you wanted to assume that. You assumed that.
Judging from the picture, the light source is above the first bottle because the first bottle has pretty much got no shadow.
Okay, so yeah, okay. Okay, so you can now measure the sphericity of the table while you have those shadow angles with those bottles and do the same thing as Eratosthenes did. Just assume parallel light rays, distant light source, and a curved surface. So
he's totally right.
Able to
that table's a ball. He just proved it.
You have the angles. Just take the angles from the shadows, and you can calculate the sphericity of the table.
Yeah, this is what you told us. I mean, we have a bottle right under a light source, so we don't get a shadow. We got another one sort of off at an angle. Therefore, it must be a sphere. That's the only conclusion I can draw.
Well, so on that basis, then the sun is always literally 90 degrees up in the sky all the time. all the time. So the sun is
That's
literally
a straw man.
Of course it is. Everything's a fucking straw man. Like
Nope.
I'm gonna leave now because this is
Nobody
ridiculous.
said that.
Yeah,
I'm gonna leave. No,
because you're
listen.
uncomfortable.
That's fine. That's
You're gonna
fine
leave because you can't hang with us.
Okay, listen. You can have all of the accreditation. I'm not. Listen. I'm not gonna.
No, I'm just going to carry on. Before you get upset and leave, can you define straw man for me? Because you seem to get upset every time someone says.
Because I can talk louder. I'm going to leave now because
someone's just going to mute you. Someone's just going to mute you. So don't be a dick. Just stop being emotional. And he left.
He's already gone. He's gone.
Like he just gets some.
He's gone. He's gone, Crypto. He's gone.
Emotional and yeah, I know. It's pathetic.
So
The
that's
sun
like
is always
7
at
in
90
2
degrees.
hours.
I definitely said it's always at 90 degrees, right? I for sure did.
Yeah, you did.
I knew it.
Yeah, it's funny because it's like, I'm going to relentlessly strawman you and then complain when you call it out. Okay, sure thing.
Everything's a straw man. Well, I mean, it is. Everything you say is.
So yeah, seven of these guys have left in about 2 hours. Actually, I'm borrowing from the other server. Sorry. Radwin has turned away like 7 people, or 5 people rather. They've all just like spiraled and left. He's over there now.
Guess we got to jump over there. Looks like we're out.
Isn't that called shopping? When you just walk around with your evidence, shopping,
Glober
trying
shop.
to see.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because I mean, what I got out of our buddy Mickey, it seems as though he was just like whining about not getting his evidence out. But it seems as though it was just circumstantial. There was no direct evidence that he actually presented that we could actually test and figure out.
Of course not. It was just whining, like you said. He got really mad when you pointed that out, too. Anything he did, if you pointed it out, he didn't like that.
Victim mentality, huh? Poor victim. He got touched in his nose.
Oh, he's back. He made it back. He couldn't stay away.
So let me ask
Why would
you this.
anybody mute? There he goes.
Let's unmute him. No, he's got to come back so we can unmute him and find out.
He was like a very like like he's the kind of Glober you want. Like he's like top shelf. Cream of the crop.
I want to know what kind of. Come. Hold on. He's inside check now. I want to ask him about his evidence for a quick second. Yeah, you have to unmute or leave. Simple as that. Well, you have to come back for us to unmute you, genius. Hey. It's so unfortunate when children try to have a conversation with grown-ups. Keep complaining about their feelings and their emotions.
Oh, those flat earthers are so unfair. I just wanted to say Eratosthenes and then have them all and just accept it, but they didn't.
Okay, he's back. Here, I'm going to unmute him. Oh, do you get unmuted already? No.
Oh, our best friend Mickey's back.
All right, Mickey, so let me ask you a question. Do you have one piece, let me ask you for one piece of direct evidence of the globe? Go ahead.
There's an abundance.
I just want one piece of direct evidence, and I'm testing whether or not you know the difference between direct evidence and circumstantial evidence. Please go ahead.
There's plenty of videos on YouTube that show evidence of curvature of the Earth. Simple as that.
Kiwi, there's lots, so it's really hard to provide any.
I just want one right now. Now, the thing about videos, just to be clear, is that videos are considered to be circumstantial evidence, i.e., right? Okay. So I just would like to know, do you have any direct evidence of the globe that we could actually test and verify for ourselves? Please go ahead.
Yep, literally go out to the beach and watch a ship go over the horizon.
Okay, so from a standpoint of the law of nature, which states that water is continuously actively seeking its level, the claim. Oh, did you want to laugh through
No,
the law of nature?
I was vaping. Sorry, I was vaping. I just coughed. My bad.
Oh, so you're getting high while you're listening to us? Is that what's happening? You're changing your mental state in order to cope? Is this a coping mechanism?
Vaping's getting high, bro. Yeah, of course. Well done. Of course it is.
I don't know. Do you agree that you're changing your mental state?
I mean, do you want to go down that path? I mean, it's ridiculous claim, but
back to the original, your original presentation. So the boat going over the horizon. Again, we presented to you the fact that Black Swan exists. That's 10 miles out. That rig is still present. So, do you have any other direct evidence, again, that can prove that this sphere is actually a thing? Because that line that you're claiming that the boats go behind seem to, if we change our viewing distance to that object, changes. Like if we break out a telescope, binoculars, that boat comes back into our vision. So what happens then?
Okay, this is the problem. There is also counter videos that disprove that, and the same people using the same classic Nikon P900.
Post the videos that disprove the Black Swan we gave you. Post them.
And it's not exclusive to a globe that the boats just disappear behind a horizon, because it can happen on flat surfaces also. So it's not an evidence for the globe. Having a horizon of flat surface and having objects disappearing behind that horizon, which is the limit of your vision on that flat surface. So it's not exclusive to the globe. No. You can't use that as being a proof. And I can show you, and if you just have your eyes on side chat, I can show you many evidences about things being hidden behind the horizon on a flat surface.
And that means you're correct, yeah? Because you said it.
That the things going behind the horizon is not exclusive to curved surfaces.
Okay, then. So
it happen on both curved surfaces and flat surfaces.
It wouldn't be exactly the same, Necros, because I mean, like with Mickey's observation of the boat, he's getting I'm assuming he's getting his camera, he's getting a telescope, or himself. He's getting himself, leveled out, right, and then he's looking straight, like a straight level line of sight, and then he's seeing the horizon and the line of sight be at the same level.
Right. And we know that the foreground of the floor, like I say, the horizon is comprised of wherever the floor meets the ceiling. You could be in a hallway, same idea. Out in nature, same idea. Where the floor meets the hallway, or it meets the ceiling, and that is dictated by where your eye line is meeting with or seeing off into the horizon. So objects will go up the floor, ride the floor up to the horizon line, and then go down to the other side of the horizon as it's going disappearing away from you, or the boat's going away from you. So the question being, like, that would be considered circumstantial because you're having this aspect of like ramping occurring where that object is going up and then back down. But again, from a standpoint of the surface itself, right? Do you have any direct evidence? Because like you guys will talk about the science guys prove that we're on a ball. But then we have the construction industry where all these buildings are built, all touching the surface. They're all built to level. So where does, like, how can you have buildings existing on the surface and then bring in this aspect of the curve and say that they can simultaneously exist harmoniously?
Well, since there's YouTube videos that debunk the Black Swan, so I mean, I guess if you post those, then we're good to go.
So we'll go to videos again versus like actual solid structures that are built observing level.
But again, you seem to think that there's a gradual curvature that is to any point that people can't build foundations that are level.
No,
that's what you're arguing. Fuck me, sideways. You just said, how can we have level buildings if there's a curvature, basically?
But Mickey, that's okay. Like, Mickey, let me ask you a question. What do you think the average square mileage or even the length is of a township, of a city? How wide do you think these places are?
Depends where you're in the world, I guess. I mean,
pick
London's
one, bro.
Much. Okay, London.
One. All right. What's the mile spread of London? Do 100 miles? Do you think that's big enough?
No, let me get you the proper.
Okay, let's do it. Square kilometer or square mileage of London, England.
607 square miles.
Awesome. I just needed 100, but you gave me 6 of them. That's great. So let's take a sample size of 100 miles. Now, do you agree or disagree with the 3959 mile radius claim?
Explain that to me. Sorry, what do you mean by that?
Okay, let me steel man your model. I'm going to steel man your model for you because we don't claim a model, we claim real life. But your model states that in order for that, yeah, you can snicker all you want because I'm about to debunk it. Okay. Yeah, I almost said defunct. That's right, because it is pretty funky. 3959.
Just the fact that you claim that yours is real.
Well, the thing about it is I'm going to investigate yours because you give it to us. Again, the claim is a radius of 3,959 miles from the middle. That's the epicenter, right, of the ball, out to the crust. Now the radius is the center line out to the edge of the circle, the sphere. Now, in order for that DOD, that would be the drop over distance, to be true of a 3959 mile claim, you would need to have a 1.25 mile drop over that first 100 miles that you travel. That's 5,100 feet. Now, my question to you is, over the spread of London, England, do you see a 5,100 foot drop, like Big Ben getting covered up by a 5,100 foot drop as you travel away from it? Ricky? Or Mickey, sorry?
This is the problem, though. You're speculating the fact that you can stand in one part of London and there isn't hills, valleys. You know, London isn't just a flat plain.
No, see, that's the
so you'd
thing.
never be able to. Sorry,
brother. I'm not negating topography, right? In fact, I'll say to you that, yeah, I believe it's flat. Further doubling down on that, it's a stationary topographical plane, meaning it has topography, right? But what I'm saying to you is that if I'm standing in Big Ben, well, maybe on a lookout point or whatever, I can see out further. I don't ever see where that distance or where that floor drops away from me. Because you would have to have, again, over the first 100 miles that you travel, a 5,100 foot drop. Do you know how big 5,100 feet is?
Yeah, of course. It's quite a substantial amount.
Let's just be clear about it. If we assume that every story of a building is 10 feet, right? We'll just call it 10 feet to keep it simple. That means you could hide a 510-story building within the confines of London, England. Is that something you think we see in real life? Mickey?
No.
Right. This is the problem. The one number that they give us that we get to examine every single time, which is the 3959 claim, in order for the geometry of your ball to be true, is not showing up. Further to that, the natural law of water, natural law of nature states that water is continuously actively sequence level, always. So I'm going to ask you, how can you have all of these buildings built to level and water also sequence level at the same time, coexisting with your 3959 mile radius claim ball?
Well, I haven't claimed
How does that work? But I mean, if you're gonna claim globe, buddy, then you have to accept that. That's the problem. You're not special. You're not special, right? You're not the one person that stands out. No. There's no irony because I'm presenting numbers to you, right? And your model is falling apart like a house of cards. So again, the question
like I said,
being,
I haven't claimed anything.
He's abandoning
I'm using your argument of I've not claimed anything. So
you're abandoning the model. You're running from the ball.
I'm not.
This is the point.
You're running away.
Mickey, I'm going to ask you again. Are you sure that you understand this model sufficiently enough in order to stand up in public and try to prop it up?
But I haven't claimed. I've already said I haven't claimed I'm an expert in the.
He's dropping the ball.
But literally dropping the ball. But this is the problem.
Dropping the fucking ball. I haven't claimed once that I'm an expert.
You don't claim it. You don't claim it. So that's it. That's a wrap.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is, Mickey. Because again, brother, listen, and I say this to you respectfully. I'm actually calling you brother because I'm not even sure if you believe in a creator or not, so I don't know if I can call you brother. But what I'll say to you, sir, is that the ball has the claim of a 3959 radius. right? And so what we're saying to you, and in this room full of all of these intellectually sound individuals who have looked for and can't find these claims, every time they give us a claim, we check it out so that we can see if it's direct evidence. It falls apart. Therefore, it's circumstantial evidence, just like your boy Aristosthenes, where the circumstances have to exist in order for the evidence to be collected. Does that make sense to you? Mickey? Mickey?
Yeah. What did you say?
Does that make sense to you, Mickey? Man, it's a rough go. When the cog disc sets in, you go quiet. You start
No,
vaping
no.
and not paying attention. You're unfortunate, brother. Now you've gone on mute. Oh, jeez.
No, I was listening.
The wheels
I was transferring to my laptop. Sorry.
The wheels are starting to fall off the wagon, huh?
No, they're not, though. That's the problem. They're not.
Wow. Where's the 3959 claim? Where's the geometry? Where's the backup? Where is it?
Okay. Then if that's the case, explain this video to me then.
I don't have to explain. Listen,
you already abandoned the wagon,
I told
dude.
you, any video that you're gonna present, right, is going to be classed as circumstantial evidence because I wasn't there.
What is evidence then? This is the problem because you sit there and
hold on.
You're happy to post pictures and abundance of memes on the side chat. And then when I post a video to show evidence of a curve, I think earlier I mentioned the fact that is there anywhere on the Earth where we can view a 270-degree angle of, for example, the sea? And then I found a video that actually does have that. So then review the video and explain to me why that wouldn't make sense.
Mickey, I'm asking you, brother. I'm asking you again, right? I haven't posted anything in the side chat. I'm having a conversation with you and trying to keep it cool, calm, and collected and be respectful of you as an individual and try to not touch you in your no-no spot. But again, my question to you is, right, the proof of a 3959, a drop over distance that we can actually check, because everything you pointing out to a medium, which is the ocean, right? The ocean is a condensed medium that we get to observe. There's going to be distortion, things like refraction that show up, just as you say, that's going to distort what we see off in the distance. It's going to affect our ability to see off in the distance. But if we take a day that has maybe like 55% humidity in it, because I'm going to ask you, that video that you just posted, what was the humidity content, the temperature of the day?
Of course, yeah. So
no, I need to know. No, I need to know. I need to know, Mickey. No. See, you don't understand. No, hold on. You don't get. You're not gonna. No, Mickey. See, you're not gonna whistle. Yeah, I'll keep talking until you stop.
Listen, you're not going to whistle past. You mute me and I'll leave. You can keep doing the same. You mute me and I'll leave.
I'll keep talking to you because the thing about it is, again, if you're going to claim the aspect of this video, right, you have to know about the statistics. I can post a picture now in side chat, right, where the picture was taken off the coast of Florida, looking off into the sea, right? The day out, it was about 26 degrees Celsius, approximately 55% humidity, right? And that horizon line looked crispy as ever because of the humidity content or the lack of, based on the humidity that day. So again, the question is, if you're going to post a video like that, what are the statistics behind it? What's the humidity? What's the temperature? These are the things we have to know in order to investigate your claim of the globe. Hence the idea of it being circumstantial evidence. Because if those things don't exist on that day, then we can't check it, Mickey.
Yeah, and I agree to an extent, but at the same time, when I'm claiming light refraction for specific things, people
you did it again. You did it again.
Whatever. There's no point in talking.
Mickey, no. You don't get to just do the victim and get out of jail free card and say it's pointless or any of that stuff.
I'm in a group of 20 people. So the thing
is, you're talking to me. Why are you afraid of everybody else when I'm talking to you?
I've just said claims of light refraction when it's in favor of you guys is okay, but when I say it in regards to the impossible eclipse, all of a sudden it's not.
Nobody's claiming refraction.
When did we ever claim it?
Nobody's claiming refraction for anything, brother. I'm asking you again, right, for the proof, the direct evidence that can show that the surface is actually dropping away from the person perceiving it. We don't have to go to the sky, We don't have to go to a medium-based explanations in order to describe the solid ground that we're standing upon. This is why I'm trying to be very clear with you and ask you for direct evidence, which is testable, repeatable, demonstrable. Stuff that you can actually present in court and win a case versus the judge saying that's circumstantial evidence or inconclusive for that matter. You want direct. You don't even want motive either. You don't want to know, why would they lie? Judge doesn't care about that. He wants a direct proof. He doesn't want the fingerprint only. He wants the eyewitness testimony so that he can back it all up.
So then what would you provide as evidence and proof then?
The fact you point to science as your explanation. I point to a construction worker who builds to level. And I'm not talking about the definition of level either. I'm talking about the actual construction tool called a level, right? That has a medium in it, condensed and uncondensed because of the air bubble and the water around that bubble. And you lay that on top of the countertop, on top of the desk, all these different places. Everybody here in the chat, right, has a level item in front of them. Doesn't negate the aspect of or the idea of topography existing, but it does bring into question very heavily how you can have a drop over distance, 100 miles, right, of a 1.25 mile drop for that 100 miles that you travel. Because the thing is, again, we don't see that. We see all buildings built to level. You ever hang a TV before? You ever build a deck in your backyard before? You ever help build a shed? All these things require a level. Go ahead.
And the point of, so an air bubble will be level upon itself. So
no,
if we're talking about
level upon the thing that it is encased within, which is a construction level that come from different sizes, toy levels that they send to you on Amazon with the TV that you just bought. That's maybe like 6 inches in length, right? And you can buy extendable levels that go from 6 feet all the way up to 12 feet, which are basically like a steel girder with an air bubble built into it. So again, it's like, how do you have all this happening? So all these, no matter where you are, Tokyo, South America, North America, Australia for that matter, which apparently they'd be upside down. But the Australian orchestra, the stadium, whatever the heck they call it, that was built off the water, that thing was built observing level 2. So how do you have all of these places that are all built, cityscapes, townships, all built observing level with a ball coexisting at the same time?
So this is where I understand you don't have a belief in gravity in a sense of a globe, basically.
Brother, you hold on a second. Do we want to take, because we haven't been down the gravity hole with you yet. You want to go to gravity already? You really want to go there?
Oh my God. So what I'm trying to say is, if you have a bubble in a spirit level on a specific place, that bubble will be level upon itself, pulling towards the earth. So when you lay down a foundation for a building, the level is only there to be perceived as what it is level to that. I don't know, you can get a laser level, whatever. So that will tell you how to get a flat piece of, I don't know, concrete, whatever, to that specific location to counter anything, which doesn't just include a curvature. Obviously, that's minute. We're talking about, it could be, I don't know, level with the street or whatever's around it. So that's only there for a basis to level. So if you imagine on a wider spectrum, if you was to have something that was the size, half the size of the earth, and you wanted to cover the whole thing in concrete, then that would have a drop off. It wouldn't be level over that distance.
So are you claiming that it's only locally level? Because we've got like 275 miles of just flat world record photography. That's definitely not local.
And what kind of drop are you expecting to see there?
Let me pull up the photo. I think it's supposed to be the tops of the observation point in the distance should be some 9 miles below curvature for a globe Earth, but it's not. But it sounds like what you're claiming is that that things are only locally level, that over distance there's going to be drop. Is that what I'm understanding?
If you was to go like huge, yeah.
Okay. Did you check the chat? I tagged you. Can you see the chat?
At what distance that picture? The two construction workers.
Yeah. So at what distance does this level become false? Like they could make this thing huge. They could make this thing 25 miles wide. It's still going to be level end to end, 30 miles wide, level end to end, 40, 50, level end to end. So, like I said, it sounds like you're making a claim for locally flat, which is not the case.
So just to clarify, is that curve supposed to be like an example of a curvature of the Earth, or is that like a curvature of like on a hill? I know, just to clarify.
It could be a boat ramp for all we know. Post, a dock. I don't know. But the point is, this tool is for measuring level end to end, which does not change over any distance. That's the whole thing. Is it doesn't become false over any distance.
What do you think, Mickey? Could you test this? Could I just?
So
would this be a test if I measured a distance between A and B? Both, there was the distance between the 2 points was a level line, right?
So if you
step one.
So if you was to get a spirit level and you used to put it flat, clearly if there's something on the floor that is tilted, it's not going to be level. So that's where I'm incorporating the idea of gravity. So if you have something that is flat, i.e. a piece of wood that is flat across the top of that picture, like connect a piece of wood, then it's going on the basis of the downforce of gravity and balancing out that piece of wood to be level via gravity rather than anything else. So if you used to tilt it, the spirit bubble would go left because the liquid would be tilting to the right because it would be on an uneven surface.
Well, it's not. Yeah, it's because like whatever side the bubble goes is the opposite. You're tilting the straight
the
line.
highest
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
the bubble goes to the highest point.
yeah,
So
get you a bottle of water. Get you a bottle of water and tilt it every direction. You'll notice that the surface of the water in that bottle is always going to find a horizontal level equilibrium.
But that's gravity, regardless of flat Earth or globe.
So you're saying, now you're going to get yourself into trouble because you're about to say that gravity makes water level.
Well,
which you're gonna it's a contradiction. You're going to end up arguing with yourself, okay? Because that doesn't work for a globe.
Why doesn't it?
If gravity is bending the water around a curved surface,
whoa,
not making it level.
I won't even go there.
Whoa.
He doesn't even.
Nobody's claiming gravity is bending anything. Gravity is a downward force. So where's the bending coming from?
Yeah,
if everything's being pushed inwards, it makes no difference to do with bending. If gravity is a downward force, so in fairness, this argument isn't really like for or against globe or flat Earth in my mind. You can have the argument both ways, but
it's just a straight line. That's all. We just want to establish a straight line using 2 points and make sure that they're both at the same elevation. Right?
Yeah.
Independent of the Earth. Like we're above the Earth. We're up in the air doing it with something like, say, a water level. Right? You know what the tube and a water level?
Yeah, and you've got 3 different spirit levels or different angles because you depending on what kind of.
No. A water level is just like a big hose, and it's got beakers connected to it with marks telling you 15 milliliters or.
Oh, okay.
Right, and you
mark.
I've
already used them. Sorry. Okay.
Yeah, so the way you use it is so you start off, you get it filled up, and you hold the 2 beakers next to each other, and it'll say, okay, you have them at the same level, so okay, each one says 30 on it. You're right, so you got, all right, 30, that's when it's level. And then you start to move the other one away, you keep the one stationary, and you move the other one any the distance away from it, and then you draw a straight line between the 2 points, and anywhere you move, if you keep on going 5 feet, 10 feet, 20 feet with the one end of it, it's going to be at the same level. And the distance between the 2 points will be the shortest distance possible. It'll be a straight line, horizontal straight line distance.
Yeah.
Yeah. If it was sloped, so if I put the water level, the one end of it, a little bit lower, 2 things would happen. The water would flow, right, from one point to from the higher point to the lower point, like the air bubble, and it would also be now a longer line, not the shortest distance between 2 points, because it'll be a sloped line. Yeah, so those are just a couple of the things that would occur. So that's why I wanted to ask you about this test, right? So we could measure like 100 feet, right, from A to B, right? And that would be a straight line, a horizontal line using the water level. Could we do that?
Sorry, repeat the last bit part. Sorry.
Could we have 2 points above the ground, right, with a water level?
Yeah.
I can mark it on a post and say, okay, I'm going to hold them together, right? And I notice that they're both, say, 30, 30, 30. They're both at the 30 number. And I'm going to move one of them away from the original post. And it'll be wherever I move it to, as long as it's at that 30, it'll be at the same elevation as the beginning tube.
Yeah, but it would do. Like, this is why I'm saying the gravity argument, in theory, now I've realised, is actually flawed on both
This isn't
sides.
about gravity.
Huh?
Well, this isn't about gravity at the moment. We can do this. We can do
Level.
this though. Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm claiming that on regardless of whether it's a flat Earth or a globe Earth, like the element of gravity and level is still due to gravity, regardless of what we're trying to go down here.
Right, you're saying the water falls down. We're going to find out which way is down. Right? No problem. But so between the 2 points, we can go. Okay, A to B is 100 feet, and we can check it, right? Because I can say, all right, let me measure. I got A to B from the 2 points with the water level. They're both at the same mark. But then I can say, okay, that's 100 feet. Now let me raise my tape measure just a little bit higher on the one end. Okay, it's more than 100 feet. Right, it's 100 feet, 0.1 inch or something. Use millimeters or whatever. And then I move it lower than my mark, and it's still longer than 100 feet. So I've confirmed now that my first measurement was correct because it was the shortest distance between A and B, being the straight horizontal line. Just two posts measuring the distance, the shortest imaginable distance between the 2 points would be a horizontal straight line. Right, so now I can check it, right? So now I can go to the center between the first post. I can go 50 feet and say, okay, right now I'm going to check, and I'm going to find the shortest distance. So I take the water level, right, just to 50 feet, and I make my mark, and then I check. I say, okay, that's 50 feet. If I raise my tape measure above.
Wait there. Can we do this? Can we do this just for visuals? It might not work, but basically, can you like use if I'm not used it before, I want to see if it works. Like, basically, if you can draw, so like for example, like you can do like this. If you can you use that, or is it just me?
Just you.
Okay, can you do that for me? Is that okay?
Make it on a whiteboard. So imagine this is all I need you. This is all we're imagining right now. Is a 4x4 post for like a deck.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it. So we put, but they're 10 feet tall. We're going to put 3 of them in the ground. And then we're going to measure the distance between A and B, right, of the furthest post and the closest post, 100 feet. Yeah. Right? And it's going to be I can confirm it, that it's the shortest possible distance between the 2 points using the water level, right? I can double check it by measuring a little bit above my mark and below it, and it'll be a longer line because it's sloped. And also the water level will start to move. It'll start to flow, and it won't read 30 on it anymore. The water will flow.
But I think over 100 feet, you're expected to see like a drastic drop. That's what you're saying.
No, there's no drastic drop. We're just making sure that we can establish like a horizontal plane of reference. Like we're just making sure we can in reality create and confirm a horizontal line in the world. That's all. Not about anything else at the moment. Can we do that?
Well, yeah. Well, again, like I said, I don't claim that to be a counter argument. If anything, I think that goes on favor of both flat Earth and globe Earth. As I think, to be honest with you,
it does. Let's find out. So the shortest distance between 2 points is a horizontal line. Is that confirmed by geometry?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's like everybody knows it, and it's not just to know it; we can prove it. And like me and you just proved it in our minds, right, not on the whiteboard, but I've done this plenty of times. But you know that you can repeatedly and test what I'm saying to show that if I tilt my line, slope it, the water will flow. We know that this is how water flows.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we know that according to geometry, the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line in the horizontal orientation.
Okay, so what's the conclusion you want to get to?
Now, is level a straight line?
Wait, I'm not really sure what you're getting at. Like, I mean,
well, you asked me what are we getting at, so I just asked you a question. Is level a straight line?
The thing is, I know what you're trying to say is basically you want me to say yes, because you're judging it on the fact that if I was to hold a piece of wood parallel, and I put a spirit level on top of it, that would consider it to be a straight line because it's a small distance. So what you're trying to get me to say is yes, that is level.
Well, it's not
Which
about
just doesn't.
saying it. It's that we can prove it. We
No,
can
but
show.
no, but like that is the ultimatum. That's basically saying if I have a piece of 3x2 wood and I have a spirit level on top of it and I keep tilting it slightly until I get level,
a water
that
level
would be
and
considered
spirit
to be
level.
flat level.
Well, water level and spirit level are a little different. Remember?
To be fair, I've never actually used a water level, so I'm pretty much struggling to comprehend how it works.
Let me get a picture of
Let me
it
have a
and
look.
post it for you.
Okay. I don't think we use them. I mean, we already do use them in the UK, but I've never come across one. And I did work in construction for a little while, which is why I like.
All right,
which is why I
Mickey,
know a
let me
little
ask
bit
you that question. If you worked in construction, what's the biggest size level you've ever used constructing anything? Or did they trust you to use a level?
No, we had what's called a laser level. It's like a tripod thing with like a spinning laser on top.
Gotcha. What did you actually do in construction? And no tanks. They totally just waiting for you to post that picture.
I was kind of like a site supervisor, so not too much involved with like anything specific as such. But I did dabble in like foundations, steelworks.
How did you get to a supervisory level if you didn't do any work on site?
Because you can do project management, which is essentially what it is.
Oh, so you were organizing the paper on site. Got it.
No, not specifically. Like it was a small company, so we'd have to do elements of like being more hands-on, but then having professionals that work in specifics, like in machinery. We had framework guys that would do the steel foundations before they had concrete and stuff like that.
Okay, so you are familiar with the aspect of using a level then.
Yeah, so
I can't
when we're doing the foundation. Sorry, what did you say?
I sent you the message up. Send it in your DM.
Okay, 1 second.
No tanks. If you want to send it to me, I'll post it for you.
Oh, okay. So it's the same. Okay, so it's the same picture as the one. I forgot her name who shared it, but it's just the.
Yeah. So can you take
Okay.
when you take a look at it, you understand how it works?
Yeah, I get you now. Yeah. So what you're saying then is, if we did that over, for example, 12 miles, you're saying that those levels would be pretty much exact. There'll be no required, curvature to determine that there is a curve. Is that what you're saying, basically? If we did it on that distance,
I'm saying we can use this tool to establish a horizontal plane of reference. Right? We can prove it with the measurements of going higher and lower from one end to the other, showing that the water will flow and the measurement will be a longer measurement. So we can establish a horizontal plane of reference to see if there's a hill, like something's curving up or something's curving down. So we can use this tool to measure a change in elevation, if something's up or down, higher or lower.
So in that logic, though, surely if we was to do it over a distance, you would have to fundamentally prove that there was no incline and decline within the environment to have basically
this tool will show the incline it's going to prove that the land goes up and down. It's going to prove it.
Yeah, exactly. But then to over a distance, because to me, for specifically that picture, but for anyone who can't see it, by the way, it's the same picture. Oh, you've shared it. Sorry, Killian shared it. To me, that picture isn't necessarily proving that there is or isn't any curvature, because that could generally be a hill to whatever we're talking about.
I can put this up in the backyard, and I can find out if my yard is built on a hill or in a valley.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
So it's a tool for that purpose. Exactly.
So how does that prove that how could that be used to prove that the Earth is flat?
Well, it's not. It's proving that the Earth, the dirt, and the trees are not flat, right? Because we can establish a horizontal plane to reference, right? Anywhere I can move that water level straight in front of me, or to my left, or to my right, and everywhere that I put it, it's going to be the shortest distance between 2 points if the water is not flowing, right, between point A and point B, and that would be a plane, a whole plane that you can reference, planar reference.
I agree. I agree. It can be used as a tool, but what I'm
Right.
saying is, from my perspective, surely we'd have to have a completely level plane with no incline and decline over a specific distance to prove
No,
that. Because
this is in free space. This is above everything else, right? You put sticks in the ground, right, where the ground is a hill, and then you put the stick in the ground where the ground is a valley. As long as it's high enough to make a mark on it, it's gonna be a straight line, provably.
yeah,
Straight
locally,
line.
locally, yeah, I agree, locally.
Locally.
Locally flat and stationary. Everybody can agree to this. Globe and flat, right?
Well, what I want to see with Mickey is if we continue just putting posts in the ground and measure and just confirming the shortest distance, not a sloping, no slope occurring, and just continue this line segment. When would the straight line that we're establishing and proving, when would it bend?
Yeah, and no
That's what
thanks
I
to
want
your
to know.
question. To your question, can you have the ability to assess that curvature point relative to where you used to be?
Well, I think
Mickey, what do you think?
I think what you're saying is, if you was to have a pipe long enough to cover what's considered to be where we would see a curvature, is that what you mean? So, like, we had a pipe long enough over a distance where we would see the water elevate a certain distance to prove that the Earth is
It's not
flat.
the
What is that?
it's not the pipe itself, but the method you use to lay the pipe. We're using Cartesian coordinates.
I'm
We're
not laying
using
any. I'm not laying
orthogonal
any pipe.
dimensions, x, y, z, 90 degrees to each other.
I'm not
That's the
laying any
problem with the
pipe.
globe.
No, but you'd have to have the pipe alongside the
Are
wooden.
you, Mickey? Are you saying that not him, but Mickey? Are you saying that even though we proved it, that the shortest possible distance between 2 points is a horizontal line, right? And we showed it can be established a plane of reference to measure drop or rise from. Are you saying that over a distance, like if we did this over water, that the water level would be higher than the water below it? You think that's something we would test? What would we? Is that what you're imagining right now? Over a great distance.
Say that again. So the water. Say that again. Sorry.
What do you imagine? You said, well, over a great distance, right? So, and you're talking about some kind of pipe. A pipe carries water unless you're carrying smoke in it. Are you imagining that the straight line that we established, proved, and shown to be the case in a short distance? Then when we connect the straight lines by going 50 feet, then double checking it, then going 100 feet, then double checking it. If we did this over water, are you imagining that the straight line?
My signal's so shit. I got up to you. Are you imagining a straight line? Could you just repeat the last part? Sorry.
Straight line. We proved it. We showed it with the water level tool, right? That's the horizontal plane of reference. What happens if you do it over top of a lake?
And I don't think that would be the case, because if, like I said, if we're going back to the reference of, for me, level will only ever be considered level in a local place. So if there's always a downforce, i.e. gravity, regardless whether it's a flat plane or a globe Earth, it would make no difference. So like you can sit there and say level would be consisted of. So let's say we did the first post in Northern America and then the last post in the bottom of Argentina. You're basically saying that by the time it gets to Argentina,
I didn't say any of that.
No. I'm saying hypothetically, I'm trying to get an understanding of what you're trying to get me to go down. Is if I was in the top of Alaska and I went all the way down to the bottom of Argentina and I did this same test, what you're basically saying is, by the time I get to Argentina, there would be no markings on the post, because, or the marking would be literally at the bottom of the post, because that would confirm to be a global flat Earth. Is that what you're trying to get at from getting an understanding of it?
I mean, you're affirming the consequence of what would happen if the Earth were a globe versus whether it were flat. All I'm showing you is that we can establish a horizontal plane of reference over distance, any distance you want. Just carry the straight line over a distance. We can prove it that on two ends of the water level, the shortest distance between the 2 points being a straight line, proving that level is a straight line. Now you can just tell me what you're imagining in your imagination. I would, what would happen if you did this next to a lake? I mean, every normal person I've ever met said, well, the water would be at the same.
Well, it would. It would if you had the water filled up to the top on each end of the pipe, as in like you can't physically put any more water in. Minus a few spills, there shouldn't be any water coming out of the top of one of them, which would be considered to be the lower height of pipe, if that makes sense.
Yeah, you're saying the water would push, it would flow towards one end or the other end,
and it would pop out of the top or whatever.
Yeah. So we show that that's the case. That when one end is lower than the other, the water flows. So when you go to the lake that's still and not moving, it proves that the water is level.
So you're basically putting that into perspective of because the whole of the lake is level, that represents that.
Well, I mean, just asking you this again. I'll go back to it. Is level a straight line?
Locally, as in.
And what tool would you use to prove this or disprove it?
I'd probably say a spirit level, or in this case, like you said, a water level.
Yeah, so the water level shows that you can maintain that same level over distance, proving it by a measurement between the 2 points.
But the thing is, what you're considering local to me, what I'm considering local is two different things. Like you wouldn't.
You're saying the straight line bends over distance. Do straight lines bend over distance? And how is that possible?
But a straight line wouldn't bend over 100 feet, for example. So this is what I'm saying to you.
Okay.
On a conclusion, in my head, like you've asked me, if I was to stand at the top of Alaska with one end of the pipe filled with water and we gradually went all the way down to the bottom of Argentina, I'm saying that I would suspect that most of that water in that pipe would come out of one end. But
of course.
wait,
breaking ground over here, science.
But I would also. Okay, so if locally all over from that exact point in Alaska all the way down to Argentina, there was no hills, no inclines, and everything was flat level sea level to the earth. Technically, you could counter argue that regardless of whether it's a flat earth or a globe earth.
Well, right now what you're describing is kind of like you're saying that over a distance the water would rise. Like further away, it would kind of rise up so it didn't flow.
Well, we're talking about locally, like on an incline of a hill or a decline of a hill.
Right, but if we just imagine going really far, I'm holding the one end, and as you got further and further away, so that the water does not flow, you're going to have to keep holding it higher and higher and higher.
Yeah, locally,
right.
Because we're going up and down hills.
No, far away.
So this is the problem. You can't record that because unless you do it on probably not even a lake, maybe even bigger than that. Like you can't record that on land. So is that why you're referring to a lake? Is that what you mean?
You're describing a concave Earth where the water gets higher and higher as you go further away.
What?
That's what you described.
No,
you'd have to raise the water higher, the other end of the water level higher, because it would be so it didn't flow down.
Yeah, so if you're going down, if you had one end of the pipe at the top of a hill, regardless of the incline, and one at the bottom,
and the water's going to flow downhill, like.
Yeah, so it's going to come out. It's going to come out of the bottom. The pipe at the bottom of the hill. It's going to start coming out the top because you're on
it's at a different elevation. Yeah.
Yeah, and I agree. But then, where does that play in part with the fact that it could be a flat Earth or a globe Earth? Like
so the water.
I'm saying it's local. I'm saying it's local.
Yeah, but you don't have any justification for that. You're just saying somewhere beyond, it does something different than what we can all prove in reality. You're just saying. I mean, I don't know why you're saying it, but you are saying it. Locally, you meaning what you can prove? What you can prove?
So if locally, if you're standing on a hill, it's going to flow down the the pipe and come out the top of the bottom one, because suspectedly that pipe is going to be lower than the top one.
Provably, because the water flows
down.
Yeah, provably.
Okay. So what's the conclusion as to the argument?
Yeah,
well, I think sorry, can I just? I think because this kind of tags onto the conversation I had with you a while ago as well. You've got this claim of this curvature at a grand scale. He's talking about local, and you both agree on what happens locally, and I agree with both of you as well, right? But you have a claim which you can't verify that at some unspecified distance, this is no longer the case. And then your reply to me earlier was, can you disprove that? Which isn't, it's not my job to. And you kind of saying the same thing to him. Can he disprove that? But it's your claim. So the
Wait, what? I haven't claimed anything. I haven't claimed anything. I'm saying, from my perspective, if I was to go from Alaska to Argentina on a completely sea level surface with no hills and inclines, then regardless of whether or not it would be a flat Earth or a globe Earth, if both pipes were equal length in terms of height at each end, there would be no water going out of the end of each pipe because of gravity. Which is why
But, okay, so you seem to have missed what he said earlier, which was about there being a hill, and so the globe is just a very big hill in that regard.
Yeah, so basically we're either sidelining gravity, or we both agree that gravity can exist on a globe Earth and a flat Earth. Is that what you're trying to say?
But now you're disagreeing with what he said earlier. I don't know. I don't know how you're...
How am I disagreeing?
Carry on. I thought I was going to try and add clarity, but I may have not done that, so I'll step back.
No, so basically, I said at the start of it, like, the gravity argument doesn't really sit with me personally on either side of the flat Earth or the globe Earth, because you can claim gravity on either end. Because gravity on a globe Earth, people say
when you
it's
say
always
gravity,
down.
you just want to mean the vector that things fall in. So we want to find out if
Essentially,
it's falling towards the center of something, or it's falling or something that solid that you drop through the air is falling vertically, which is vertical is defined by perpendicular to horizontal.
Yeah. Right. So I'd say everything is pulled to the center of the Earth, which would be vertically.
But we just proved that the vertical is in reference to horizontal, perpendicular to it, and that the water level is a tool used to establish a horizontal plane of reference.
So if you've got a volume, so what you're basically saying is water is like a gas.
Gravity, dude.
What? No, because if you've got water,
gravity is vertical.
Because if you've got water in what's considered to be a confined space, it's going to level itself out within that confined space on a hill regardless. So I agree with you. Like I said, this is why I'm sidelining the fact that gravity is irrelevant on both arguments, because if water is contained in two pipes, it is obviously going to find the median for it to sit level in regards to what it's in. But that doesn't necessarily mean that gravity isn't real, because I agree that gravity can be the same force on a flat plane or on a globe Earth, because everything will be pulled to the center. So it will level itself out regardless. So it doesn't, that's what I'm saying. It's not really like a...
To the center, where's that on a flat Earth?
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. So your view is flat Earth. I'm not discrediting that gravity couldn't work on a flat Earth, because it would just be pulling down. Whereas on a globe Earth, it's just the same in a sense, but going towards the middle, because we believe that it is round. Yeah. So everything is going down, which is what I'm saying. It's not really...
So the down is in reference, right, to what?
The center of the Earth.
Oh, that's where is that what you're doing?
No.
Like, hey, drop that, you thief. You're like, all right, well, I can't get to the center of the Earth, officer. No, down.
Okay, so of the ground then, whatever. Like, I say the center of the Earth because you would imagine
relative to horizontal, up and down, vertical, perpendicular to horizontal.
So if you imagine
Seems
that
like you need a horizontal reference plane for that one.
So if there was an element of there's a hole in the ground and you drop something down it, you would suspect that if you was to drill a hole to the center of the Earth, that item would go all the way to the middle. Obviously, we can't prove that.
Center. Keep saying the center thing, but it's sort of like you're envisioning the sphere when you say center, because I don't know where no center of any flat Earth is.
But this is the problem. You always pipe up with bollocks that is unrelatable. You clearly know that I believe in a globe Earth, so why are you trying to derail the subject by saying,
Why do you believe in it at the moment? When together we went through like a demonstration, right? That we can prove and we can establish horizontal in reality. So on a globe, horizontal does not exist. Do you understand that? Well, I mean, we couldn't establish it, at least with the tools we have.
No, because you're basically saying because water will flow downhill or on a slight horizontal line on a water measure, that disproves that the fact that gravity is always down. Because it was still, if there's a volume.
What you and me are saying, I think we're saying, is that we're going to figure out which way gravity is based on based on establishing something into references down. So we're going to establish a horizontal plane of reference, and we're going to see, does the ball drop perpendicular to that horizontal plane that we established, or does it go on when I drop the ball, is it going on a slope to that horizontal?
Maybe I can explain this in a different way, because I mean, I completely understand. I don't know who is that was just speaking, the New York gentleman. What was your name?
Thanks.
Tanks, yeah. Sub Tanks, yeah. So what Tanks is saying, I completely understood, but I feel like maybe you've missed. So what he's saying is that in free space, just ignore the ground at all for now. In free space, you would draw a horizontal line, and those down vectors, let's say, would be exactly parallel. Okay, but on a globe, those down vectors would arrow inwards in free space. Does that make sense?
So you like if you imagined a ball, there would be arrows all facing the same direction. Is what you mean?
Ignore the ball. We're talking about free space for now.
Yeah.
So it's just free space. There's nothing else. There's just space. Okay.
Right.
On a flat plane, the down arrows would both be parallel with each other, and on a globe, they would be arrowing slightly inwards at the bottom. Correct?
Wait,
So
what?
yes,
You've just said exclude the globe, and then you've just mentioned the globe. What?
yeah, but it's not that complicated, my guy.
No, you just said it. You just said exclude the globe, and then you've mentioned the globe. So where am I sitting? I don't understand what you're trying to say.
All right, so okay, ignore a globe. There's two concepts of down. One of them has two down arrows that are parallel, and another one has two down arrows that are pointed inwards at the bottom.
Right. Okay.
So these are the two that he's saying you can differentiate the two, and he's telling you how to differentiate the two, but you don't seem to be grasping that.
No, I'm okay. Now I'm grasping it. Now you've explained it in that sense. So what you're saying is there's more there's more than one opportunity for there to be downforce. You're saying that downforce can be crossed as horizontal and vertical, basically.
Well, there's only one that can actually apply to a horizontal line, which is the parallel down. You can't have two downs that aren't parallel, but are both downs, but also conforming to the geometry as he stated. So you have to pick one, right? And he's telling you how to do that.
So I'm saying regardless of whether it's a globe Earth or a flat Earth, it's down, straight down.
I don't. Tanks, you carry on, mate. I don't know how else to explain it to him.
I don't know.
Yeah, they have different
I don't know
implications. On a globe, it's inward, and so those lines are not going to be parallel to one another.
What I wanted you to
lines, right? Inward to the center of a sphere, in and out. On a flat plane, they're just going to be verticals, all perpendicular to that flat horizontal, and all parallel to one another.
Yeah. So on a let's just say on a circle, there'll be arrows facing downwards, but they'll be in a circle around the globe. Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah.
So
yeah, what I wanted you to ignore, Mickey, was wait. Like the idea, the fantasy that is contradictory to your experience and what we know we can prove in the world. Right? We know we can prove these certain things.
I've literally just said that, though. Sorry, I'm sorry, but you've tried to explain to me 4 different times, and I literally just said, so yes, all the arrows would be pointing towards the center of the Earth, and I've just had to have that explained to me 4 times to then just say.
That's
so what
not
you mean
the case
is
with the flat world, though, because they'd all be parallel.
Like I've just said, exactly, and I said on both instances, regardless of what your beliefs are, it would still always be down. So even if you believe in a globe Earth,
with gravity, all of those arrows would still be facing down, but from their point of location on the globe Earth, singling them out, they would still be facing down. You just don't understand the concept of that on a globe Earth, that you think that if there's an arrow
We don't
underneath the
understand.
if
It's
you think
down
that,
is literally
oh
a
my
different
God,
thing
man.
in each scenario, bro.
Okay,
That's
so
what we're trying to get you to know.
like I said, because you think that if you're on the underside of the globe, then it's facing upwards. I'm saying to
What's
you,
the conclusion of your argument, dude? You've given the premise long enough.
Yeah, so can I just... So what Tanks is saying is once you've established a horizontal plane, then those two down arrows must be parallel relative to the horizontal plane, which wouldn't be possible if they're all pointing to the center of a sphere. That's what he's telling you, and so it's not the same. They're differentiatable.
well, like I said,
one you can prove, Mickey. Like we can prove the one. The other one you can only affirm the consequence of what would occur, what would have to be occurring, which would be the straight line would be bending over a great distance. The straight line that we proved in reality, bending. Yeah, maybe you're trying to work it. The globe is impossible. I'll come to the conclusion for you. The globe is an impossibility.
That's fine, and that's your opinion. That's fine.
That's everybody's conclusion, not just mine. It's yours. It's everybody's. It's only what. Believe me, it is. It's only when you try to say, well, this is what would have to be happening at a greater distance for the Earth to be a globe, a distance or a place that's non-local, meaning I need somebody else to just, where they are, they're local, where I am is local, but it has to be the case because the Earth's a globe. It has to be different than what we can all prove.
That's fine.
Because the Earth's a globe. That would just have to be, you're affirming the consequent. And saying, well, what would have to be happening is this thing called gravity would have to be bending the straight line that we established, the horizontal plane that we established and proved would have to be bending. I mean, it's not like too groundbreaking, but where the thing that they're claiming is bending is water. That water is bending. Right? The water is the same thing that we use, the tool, the water level, to establish that level is a straight line. So how could the water be dropping away from the water? This is what I mean when I say it's an impossibility.
But that's upon your understanding. This is what I'm saying. Like, you don't believe that those arrows can be inward facing due to gravity, which is why I'm saying to you, from my perspective, irregardless of a flat or globe Earth, I still think that gravity can't be used as an argument, because both believe in an aspect, whether it's called gravity or not.
It's the one who fucking brought it up, dude. So if it can't be used as an argument, why are you bringing it up?
No, I didn't. How many? Do you actually listen, or are you just triggered by certain
Who
words?
brought gravity into this? Was it Tanks?
Did I not just say multiple times that I don't believe it's really a great argument for both sides, because it still accounts?
Why bring it up?
Because the reason Mickey said, well, I don't think it's a good argument because I could just say, well, gravity is bending the straight line at a distance.
No, but this is under your belief and under your understanding. That's what I'm saying. Like, whereas under my understanding, it still works. So this is we just go around in circles just because you can.
So in your understanding, the water establishes a straight the surface of it. We can use it to establish a horizontal straight line distance. But at the same time, go ahead. No, you said you.
No, I didn't speak. I think my mic just twitched. Sorry.
No, I'm asking you to confirm or I guess rebut. Right? We both agree that we can use water, the surface of water at rest, to establish a straight line horizontal plane to reference things from.
Locally, this is the problem. You're not grasping what I'm saying. You just
Okay, we know that you think that it actually diverges from that straight line over the grand scale. Now, can you actually show that?
Yeah,
but can you show it doesn't? This is the thing.
Yeah,
there we go. The burden.
No, you haven't. You have also not done the test over 12 miles.
Right.
Please stop saying this bullshit.
It would have had
you're kind of in a
that curve. There's geometric
Mickey.
implications for that curve, which will put the horizon at a certain distance. We saw it well beyond that. We've checked for this. It's not there. That's why you're pulling the burden reversal when we ask for your evidence. It's your claim. You do this every single time. You make a claim, somebody asks, well, can you show that? Then you immediately go, no, you show the contrary.
Listen, all you do, not you specifically, all that's been done in the last 2 fucking hours is anything you say is, I didn't claim that, but this is what it is. So don't stop asking me to prove evidence. I've already said I am not an expert. Bro, you've all made claims. You've all made claims. Stop saying
you just made
I've
the claim,
made claims.
and this is what you do every time you make a claim. You
Of course
deflect
I do.
from it. You refuse to provide evidence. Then you go, you guys make claims.
Because you don't
making
provide
the
evidence,
claim.
brother. You don't provide
Nobody
any
said
evidence.
anything to provide evidence
Of course
for
they
except for
didn't.
you.
Of course they
You're
don't.
saying that the straight line diverges and it
I
becomes a
think
curved line on a grand scale.
I
So
think
I just
that.
asked if you could show that, and now you're having a meltdown.
No, I'm
trying
not
to
having a
reverse the
meltdown. I'm just
burden.
bored of you saying every time you don't provide evidence because you don't provide evidence yourself for anything. Whatever you claim, regardless, claim or not.
I didn't make
exactly.
the claim.
I don't have to. I said
Calm
I
down.
think.
Calm down.
I think.
Calm down,
I
y'all.
think.
Calm down. Spiral about being asked
I
to provide
think.
evidence.
I think.
Just
I
don't make
think.
claims.
Can we calm me down a little bit? I
I
feel like we
think.
need to discuss. I feel like we need to discuss like basic argumentation and logic just before we move on. So the idea that, for instance, okay, Mickey, I'm going to make a claim, and it's up to you to disprove this claim. Okay, so I have a unicorn in my garage at home, or garage, whatever you prefer, and I would like you to disprove that I have a unicorn in my garage.
Well, good for you.
So you believe that I have a unicorn in my garage?
Well, I mean, you're telling me you have.
So therefore I do?
You must have, yeah.
Right. Yeah, see, that's not logical.
But this is
No,
what's
I think
happening
it is.
to
I
me.
think it is. Mickey, you owe me $1,000.
This is what's happening to me.
I think this is perfect logic.
Prove otherwise. Prove to no tank
exactly.
you don't owe him $1,000.
You see what I mean? Like every time I have to make evidence or whatever, but you never provide any evidence for anything. None of you. It's ridiculous.
Weird deflection, man.
When you make a claim,
Of course I
this
do.
is basic argumentation, right? It's basic argumentation.
What have I claimed? What have I
Doesn't matter what the
claimed?
claim is. Doesn't matter what
So
the claim
then
is.
I haven't claimed anything then. I'm saying I think.
I haven't even started my point yet. You can't argue against something I haven't said. Right. So when you make a claim, it doesn't matter what the claim is. The burden is on you to prove that if it's challenged, right? So if I say there's a unicorn in my shed, cool. Then someone says, I'll prove it. I don't get to say, no, you disprove it. The burden is mine as the claimant to prove there's a unicorn in my shed. Okay? So for me to say disprove it, at that point, I'm wasting everyone's time because I'm asking you to prove a negative. So, well, I mean, why do that? If you believe, so everyone believes, everyone here agrees, so no one's going to challenge this, that water is level locally. Okay? So that's fantastic. I mean, someone might challenge that and then we'd have to prove that, right? And we can, whatever. But no one's challenging that as far as I can tell. The claim appears to be that it does not do this at larger distances, and unspecified larger distance as well. At that point, it is down to the claimant to prove that that is the case. And it's not down to us to disprove that. Okay? So can you prove it? That's a yes or no.
I haven't claimed anything. So why do I have to prove it?
Have.
What have I claimed?
It's just a lie now, dude. Now you're just lying.
What have I claimed then? Please tell me what I've claimed.
You've claimed that water is only level at a local level and that it stops doing that at larger distances.
I think that. I haven't claimed anything, like I keep saying.
So you just believe that? Is that what you're saying to us? This is your belief?
Yeah, that's. You're just holding a belief without any evidence, is
So
what
you
it sounds like.
Sorry.
So I've seen with spirit levels, for example, locally, I've seen that how it works, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I have a wider understanding or expert level as to provide in-depth evidence of it. But it's just like
you know that. Prove it.
Exactly. See, it's like exactly. It's always me having to say, even no matter what I say,
Well,
it's
because
like
it's always you making the claim, buddy.
no, but no. Where's the claim, brother? This is what I'm saying. Like it's ridiculous.
Just told you.
There's no claim there.
But it doesn't matter anyway, right? Forget convincing us. Why do you believe it? What did you see that made you believe that it changes at some unspecified distance? Forget us. Why do you believe it?
Did you like? It's like you're not listening to the conversation. I said hypothetically, if I went to Argentina, would I think that there would be no water coming out of one end because it was higher than the other on a plane that would. Yeah, that's it. I didn't say I claimed it would happen because I haven't done it. I'm saying I think that would happen on my understanding. So there's no claim.
What was my question?
You're basically saying I claim that water.
What was my question?
You just said. I've just said it. You're saying that locally, basically. Locally.
I'll ask you again. Forget us. We're not here, right? I'm asking you why you believe.
Do you know what we should do? Do you know what we should do? All of you guys should come into a Globe Earth channel, okay, and then we'll talk then because all it is.
Yeah, and what you should do is answer the damn question. That's what you should do.
Okay. Just.
We're not here. We're not here. Why do you believe that? Why do you believe that it changes at an unspecified distance?
Like I said, I think that.
Okay, but why?
I don't have to prove it because I haven't claimed it under your understanding and
never
logic.
said it was a proof or a claim or a belief. I'm just asking why.
I just think it because that's what I think.
Why?
Exactly, I think that.
Why?
What made you think that?
I just
what
do.
made you think that?
I just do.
What made you think
I just
that?
do. You see the irony. You see the irony. Yes, I do. Because I'm not claiming anything.
You came to that on your own.
Yeah,
you
because
came
I do.
to that on your own.
I just think. Yeah, I just think so. I just think.
But why?
Why? What made you think that?
I just do. I just do. I just do. You see the irony.
Why?
I just do.
Why?
I'm not claiming. I just do. I'm not claiming it.
Bro, what was it that made you think that though?
He's on the verge of becoming
the irony.
a fish in a jar, having a dream about all this.
Yeah. But I mean, so you've just admitted that you have no reason at all to think this. You just do, right? So then you're incapable of actually critically analysing that.
But I keep saying, when have I ever said I'm an expert on the subject? I've literally just said.
No, you just started thinking that without any context. Nothing pushed you to think that. You see the level being horizontal every time you test it horizontal, but when you say locally, it means that you find that it is curving, not locally. So when you say that, when you think that, it means that you found something not going on correctly with what we observe. Being horizontal level means horizontal, and horizontal is always parallel to the horizontal line of the horizon. So if you find something that is just showing you something against that, yeah, you can think what you just said. But without any reason, without any context, that's what I can call it stupidity.
Well, it's just blind belief, isn't it, at that point? And that's fine. You can blindly believe something, but it makes you no better than... I assume you're an atheist, right?
Okay, that explains it.
I wouldn't assume that about you. I wouldn't think you're an atheist.
Well, no, I'm not. Dude, I'm not a Christian, so don't even get that in your head. But a lot of atheists have this idea that they have no beliefs. But there you are having a blind belief. I mean, if you're unable to actually know why you think things, then you can't possibly critically analyze and possibly reform or improve your thought processes. Can you?
The difference I would say is that at least he's claiming to believe something and believe that it's real. An atheist might not have that stance.
Right. And I didn't want to put it into the realm of religion. Actually, I apologise for doing that. But if you don't have any why, which you clearly don't, because you would have just given the why otherwise, then you can't.
Let's be honest. Like the whole 2 hours I was speaking.
But you haven't given a why the whole time.
Because, like I said, it was probably a wrong move to come into a group that was clearly going to be 90% flat Earth, and then expect that I was going to get any kind of lenience, because
another red herring. Like,
it's not
just,
though. It's not though, because you can sit there and say all you want, but every time that I've said something or I've quoted something, regardless of whether or not I've said the specific word, I claim this. I've been required to provide evidence consistently, and all that's been given back to me is I don't need to do that, and then a few meme photos, and then a couple of pictures that are not CGI.
Yeah, okay, so if you're saying that the Earth has curvature, right? Okay, let's put this into a different perspective. Let's say that you're going to court because you're saying that somebody killed your cat, right? You're going to need to provide evidence for that, and you're making a claim, and you're like, well, how can you prove it? If you go into court and you're like, well, I just think this person killed my cat. I don't have to prove anything. Well, then your case is going to get thrown out, buddy, and that's exactly what's happening in here. We will hold you to your every freaking word, your every syllable, right? So if you're just like, I think it's this, right? I think it's this, but I don't have to prove anything. Then we're gonna throw it out.
When did you physically go out? When did you physically go out yourself and do any experiments? Then when have you done that yourself, personally yourself?
Me, all the damn time. I travel around. I go to all kinds of lakes. I see how far I can
did it
see
again.
from the shoreline. And
He's just reversing it again.
It's not reversing.
Yeah, and that is that's the whole thing. Thank you, because that is a burden reversal fallacy, right? Because you're saying that
All
Earth
this guy
is
has
locally
done is make
flat.
claims for hours and then cry every single
There's
time anybody
plenty of
evidence of
scientists
claim.
out there that support globe Earth, so please go and have a look. Just like you're telling me to go
another
and do
fallacy. Okay, dude. What?
Of course it
here's
is.
what I think.
It doesn't matter. It's like talking.
Of course it is, because it is. Yeah.
So they're irrelevant then. Just because I don't know every single thing that needs to be understood about globe Earth, it's irrelevant.
You walk to a car garage and you go, oh, of course that's a car, and of course that's a car, and of course that's a car. Yes, because they're all fucking cars.
So because I haven't physically gone out there myself.
Make it less true because you keep making fallacies and people keep pointing them out.
So who did the black swan experiment then? Who did that?
I don't know.
Did you do it?
Well, I've done that specific one. No, because I've been to that one.
Okay then. So I'm calling bullshit because you haven't done your own experiment on that.
That's fine. We've done our own experiments.
It's an observation.
Fallacy.
Of course it is. Again, it's always a fallacy. So you're telling me
keep making them.
You're telling me to go out there and do my own experiments and observations, but when it comes down to somebody else doing it and you
yeah, I can talk over you as well, my guy.
anything.
You can talk over me, I can talk over you as well. That's fine.
We can do it all day.
Here's the thing, right, is that I can talk over you as much as you can talk over me. That's not
I'll do the same thing. We can talk. We can make stupid noises.
Which is why I'm not
shielding. You claim something that wasn't done by yourself, and then I do it and I claim it. It's no.
I'm just going to keep going until you shut up.
Difference.
Right. So the problem is
difference.
The problem is that you were rude first, and so now I'm going to be rude back.
Okay, that's fine. You can keep talking.
If you don't be rude, then you won't force me to be rude. Okay, just don't be rude. It's easy. Now, what I was saying before is that you need to go and read up on your fallacies and actually understand your thinking, because your thinking is appeal to authority, appeal to consensus.
Finished?
Straw man, red herring.
Are you finished?
You need to, no, but I haven't finished. Clearly,
okay, I'll be back in 2 minutes. Now. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Back in 2 minutes.
If I was finished,
back in 2 minutes, brother. Back in 2 minutes.
Fucking hell.
Weak sauce. Another weak sauce Glober. This guy just has a fit anytime you respond to any bullshit he says.
Yeah. I don't think he's aware that reality is existing outside his mind yet. I think you guys are going a little too far, giving him a little too much credit here.
He seems so offended, man. He seems just so offended when we call him on his bullshit. He's like, how dare you make me prove my bullshit?
Yeah, you guys didn't prove anything. We didn't say anything, for fuck's sake.
You didn't say Black Swan character. You
with the guy in the gym.
Black Swan observation. So
what brings
claim
us
that.
Have you done it yourself? You tell me to go out there and do my own observations, but yet you're claiming observations done by somebody else.
Well,
I claimed an observation. Okay, well there it is. There's the observation.
Our own
It
observation.
Done by
exists.
somebody else, not yourself, like you're claiming me to do, because the other people
I never held you to that standard. I never held you to that standard. I just asked for the evidence. Whoever got it, wherever it came from.
So I
Didn't
had
have
a
to be you.
conversation with a guy yesterday in the gym.
If I may say something,
thank you. I had a conversation with a guy in the gym yesterday, which is actually kind of flat Earth related, but kind of not. And I was talking about the origin of life and how the Big Bang, whether we know the Big Bang exists and all the rest. And he said to me, well, they put planes in the sky, so you should probably trust them on everything else. And it took me about 20 minutes to make him realize that that was a false conflation between two different groups of people. And it's like pulling teeth with these people. They sound clever, but they're actually don't understand logical reasoning at all. And then you have to actually baby step these people through logic. And it's just, I don't know, man. Like, if you want to come in and have a conversation, you've got to understand logic, because we're gonna hold you to your logical standard every time.
There are no logical globe proofs.
I don't even care about globe proofs. I care about logical argument. Like, bring a logical argument, we can talk about it. If it's a fucking stupid straw man or a dumbass appeal to authority, just throw it in the bin.
There are no logical globe arguments.
We want the truth.
You can't handle the truth.
Hook, line, sinker.
But yeah, man, I think a lot of these globers, they need to go to logicallyfallacious.com and just read.
How do they even have a ruler with parallel lines on it, dude? I don't think they're understanding how this world works if they think it's a sphere, but you cannot have a ruler with parallel lines.
I think Tanks as well. I don't know if Tanks is still with, but Tanks, you've been very patient with him, and I think you explained it really well. How you can differentiate the two, and I just don't know why he didn't get it. I thought it was very good what you did.
No, I think he gets it, and it just I think they all get it. They can't not get it.
Yeah. But anyway, I felt like you needed some validation, because obviously he was just not eyeing everything. So, whatever.
Well, I mean, the not even the worst part. Probably the best part about this entire thing is we fully know that their vestibular system works exactly like ours does. We know that their experience of life is the same as ours. So it then becomes a question of, how can I portray what I'm experiencing to you in order for you to understand what it is you're actually dealing with? And at that point, we all know that we take the arbiter position and we start walking down the line and questioning, trying to keep them intellectually honest, holding their feet to the fire as we ask for these things. But the continuation of calling us stupid and saying, oh, you don't get it, attempting to flip this burden of proof just doesn't work, because we've seen it. We know your tactics. We're hip to them. And we're just going to continue to wait for direct evidence of your globe. Thanks.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
I feel, what's his face? Fat man in a little coat? Big white guy that passed away. Rest in peace. Not Dana Carvey. No, that's his partner, the skinny guy. Who's the fat guy?
Chris Farley.
Chris Farley. Where's your globe? I want to yell, but you catch my sentiment.
I was such a baby.
His buddy was David Spade, by the way, not Dana Carvey. That would be Dana Carvey and
Wayne's
Mike
World.
Myers.
That's right. Yeah, Mike Myers. Wayne's World. Break time. Excellent. Welcome. I'll shut up. Giddy up. Thanks for the save there, Tora.
I got you, my brother.
Well, yeah, that was a bit of a shame, that whole discussion. But everyone who contributed, I think you all did a good job. I think hard sometimes when these guys come in and they just want to nut out everything. I thought you brought some really good points. Heretic brought some good points. Tanks, I don't know who the Canadian guy was, but he obviously some good points as well.
Is that me, the Canadian guy you just called? Damn.
You're the Canadian guy, yeah.
Oh, damn. Thanks, Crypto. I thought we were on a first name basis, but I can see you're just holding me accountable to the country that I live in.
Killian. Sorry, I'm driving. I could hear the accent. That was it.
Don't make me start saying about. Eh?
No, I can tell the difference now. It's funny because the first time you hear a few Americans and Canadians, it sounds exactly the same. But then after a little while, it's like, you kind of talk around your words a lot more in Canada, whereas Americans are a lot more kind of punchy with their words. Does that make sense?
Yeah, we apologize for everything. We're polite to a fault, even to the point where, well, we'll get into war. But yeah, man, we're too polite. You'd be a Canadian when you travel. Apparently, the safe move is to put a Canadian flag on your backpack. Home countries will like you more, or the countries that you visit will like you more.
You just need to get rid of Quebec, and then you'll be a lot better for it.
They're attached to us. We can't exactly get rid of them, but they seem to just want to get rid of us. So, like, na boo boo, we're still attached to you. Sorry.
I mean, look at South Africa. I mean, they've got Lesotho and Eswatini within their borders, and they were like, "Nah, we don't want you." And they were like, "Fuck, I guess we're kind of here, but we're kind of not with you guys." And yeah, just do what they did.
Yeah, now you got Mickey spiraling out in the chat, doing say your typical stuff like, "Is the moon flat then?" You know, the same shit that we hear all the time from spiraling globers, and he's spiraling in the chat pretty hard.
Well, if you want him to make him spiral more, you should ask him or say, "There's a guy in the chat right now that thinks the moon is actually the floor plan to the realm that we live in." How crazy is that? That crazy guy would be me, by the way. And I'm not afraid to explain it either.
I kind of figured. That's all right. I don't know what the moon is. Nobody knows really what the moon is. It's a light. That's all I know.
Exactly. That's the point, right? Is that, okay, if I, as a creationist, am going to stand on scripture as my truth, which I'm not afraid to do, willing to say so, yes, indeed. Well, the stuff in the sky, nothing more than lights, celestial bodies floating around, orbiting the ground. That's it. And nothing more, nothing less. We have a gas-filled system. It's closed. And then these lights show up almost like sparks. The sun shows up and it gets hot. The moon shows up and it potentially gets cold. Still not to be 100% confirmed, but the idea that it's cold at night and warm during the day is correct from an observation standpoint. So for us to say that we do observe gas pressure at sea level, 14.7 psi, so gas is present, and then the sun shows up and it gets warm, much like molecules getting heated up and starting to bounce around and get excited, and then the sun goes away and it gets a little colder. There's things there to be considered, right? An aspect of plugging in these things that occur in order to further this idea. We can proceed upon these observations. But to just start saying, well, if that's not it, then explain this, and if that's not that, then this is no. We want to try to like develop a continual theory with the things that we observe.
Okay.
I said theory and Siri started listening. What a shame.
Any more crybabies? That was fun. just like an insta spiral anytime you asked him anything about his claim.
This is a good spiral. This is an entertaining one. He's saying that, oh, you guys are diverting. We're not diverting shit. We're not diverting anything. He's the one bringing up the damn moon when he still hasn't answered. When does locally flat stop? Where? How far? What distance does locally flat stop? But the moon! You guys are diverting!
Mickey Mouse is going berserk.
He's gonna ready. There we go. Let's see how long it takes him to spiral off that. Oh my gosh! What do you mean, Landon? What? Yeah. Oh man. So how long did he last on the gravity train?
He wasn't even talking about gravity, really. He was just saying that he wasn't even, he didn't even know. He was saying that gravity would do something. The gravity is just a thing that does something.
So he was just saying stuff then, without fully understanding what the heck he was saying.
He was just saying, yeah, but gravity would do something somewhere that it's not doing it here. Like when he was speaking about gravity, he wasn't really even talking about if it's a cause or effect. He's just saying that it's a direction, and that's it.
Glober of the day, yes. That's a good one, Cyclone. Cyclone's not even here. Just inside. My bad.
He's like, I own a Nikon P900. Come at me. Bro, go fucking use it then.
Hello? I wonder if he's ever taken pictures of the sky with his P1 or his P900.
That thing has like telephoto lens zoom. The thing's a badass camera. And what the hell is he using it for? He could totally use it to go test how far he can see in comparison to how far he should see on a globe. But, we're the idiots.
Just wondering for clarity's sake, is it still personal attacks if you just talk about globers, i.e., you attack the team versus the individuals on the team?
Oh boy, Mickey Ray is melting down in chat. He can't handle this at all. He wants us to debunk his globe.
This meltdown is so great.
He doesn't even know what to say. He's grasping at straws. He's just mad, and he wants us to know that he's mad. That's really all it is. He wants me to show him dust and fog? Huh? So I'm like, okay, you mean the dust and the fog that you can't see through to the ends of the earth?
What's going on, guys? Hello.
You can destroy planets, but you can never destroy what I am, friend.
What are you?
I am the hope of the universe. I am the answer to all living things that cry out for peace. I am protector of the innocent. I am the light in the darkness. I am truth.
Cool. So you're white knighting for the truth. So do you have any evidence of the sphere for us to test and verify? Thanks for trying, though.
Welcome back, Zay. We had a good chat with Zay earlier.
Did Zay have any direct evidence, or just circumstantial?
Didn't have.
Hello,
There isn't any
anti-globalist.
direct evidence.
It was a nice conversation we had earlier, sir.
It was.
Very, very good. You know, I went to the dentist appointment. You know?
Oh, you're the guy that went to the dentist at approximately, I think it was 6:30, my local. Check.
Is everybody here an anti-globalist?
Yeah. Well, I can't speak for everybody else here. I'll speak for me, though. I'm not an
Alright.
anti-globalist. I'm just, I'd like to see your evidence.
Evidence in the context of what?
Evidence of what we're here talking
And what is that?
Oh, Bright Eyes. Do you need to read the room name again?
No, I already know, but like I'm just trying to know what side you're on.
So I'm asking for evidence, but you're trying to figure out what side I'm on. I'm on the side collecting evidence.
Oh, okay, I get you. I get what you're saying. So, Kilian,
You kind of said it right, but I'll give you the benefit. Yes?
So when a ship gradually leaves as it sails further, right?
Do I have to handhold you as you're rendering your evidence and say yes to make sure that I'm with you through everything that you say?
Kind of.
Oh boy. Yes?
Okay. Do you want to refute that, or do you agree with that?
What, that ships
Gradually leaves or disappear, yeah.
Of course, the ship will ride the floor
Yeah.
to the horizon line
Yeah.
as it goes away from you. That is correct.
Thanks. And I was actually talking about this earlier. I don't know if you were here or not.
Yeah, so Zay, how about this? Just say you're standing at the shoreline and
yeah.
you watch a ship sail away from you.
What's the
and
height distance, or like the
You're
viewpoint?
just standing at the shoreline.
Okay.
6 foot, whatever. And you see the ship appear to start to disappear bottom up. It keeps going away. It gets really small and you can't see it anymore.
Mhm.
And is that ship now beyond physical Earth curvature?
That's actually your eyesight that you can't see further. Or
Yeah, but
just
what if you see it? What if you see it? Okay, so you're seeing it start to disappear bottom up, though.
Bottom up?
Yeah, like the bottom of the ship starts to disappear, and
Yeah.
you can only see the mast or whatever.
Well, that that to me, when you say that, that just really sounds like it's going down a curvature.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Yeah. So
Yeah.
just say you see that happening, and then you don't change your elevation or anything. You just whip out a P900 or P1000 super zoom camera. Or let's just say you just pull out some binoculars first. And then you look through the binoculars, and then magically, all of a sudden, you can see the whole ship again.
Well, if you can see it again.
And then hold on a sec. Hold on. Keep going. And then it keeps sailing out. And then through the binoculars, you see it start to disappear bottom up yet again. And then you take away the binoculars, and then you pull out like a super zoom camera. And then you can zoom in, and you can see the whole ship yet again. Was that ship going behind the curve, or was that just a product of perspective?
A product of perspective.
So it wasn't. So when you initially saw it start to disappear bottom up, appearing to go over the curve of the Earth, that was just a optical effect, right?
Yeah.
So it wasn't actually going beyond the physical curve of the Earth.
Right.
Yeah.
And what distance does it have to go for it to actually go down the curvature? Like even the super zooms can't see it.
Well, the thing is, like, over just 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of drop. So,
Damn, that much?
So, like, just say you had a perfectly flat lake, and you're, like, at point A on one side of the lake, and your friend's over at point B, 10 miles away on the other shoreline of the lake. He should be behind 66 foot of physical Earth curvature if you're down at ground level. Okay, so but obviously it's a bit less. You know, if you're standing up or you set up a camera at say 1 foot height, he should be hidden. You shouldn't be able to zoom in and bring him back to view, would you?
No, you wouldn't, because if it was 66 feet, then you wouldn't even be able to see him.
Yeah. So what we've done is we go out and we do these laser tests, long distance observations, mirror flashes, countless amounts of these tests, and we can see 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles all the time, very consistently. So,
oh hell yeah! Could you show one, please?
Yeah. So like, say you've got the camera at 1 foot observer height. The geometric horizon of the globe Earth should be at around 1.22 miles. Okay, so
yeah,
if you set up a camera at 1 foot observer height, and then we can zoom in on things and see them like well over 10 miles away. The horizon, we could see the horizon line at miles away. What would you say about?
Could you show a laser experiment?
How many miles?
Hold on a second.
How many miles? 10?
So, sorry, like. Okay, so we can see things 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. We can show you examples of all of those. From around 1-2 foot observer height, like 1 to 2 foot, ranging between 10 to 30 miles. I can show you some examples now.
Yeah, I want to see some examples, please.
All right, we'll just go over like one example that we've got. It's a good one because we've got some distance markers that you can verify on Google Earth or whatever. Some oil rigs. So in this one, the observer height, he sets the camera up around 1 foot off the ground.
All right.
And there's some oil rigs. The furthest oil rig is 9.4 miles away. The geometric horizon on a globe should be at 1.22 miles, approximately, from the 1 foot observer height. But you can actually see the horizon line well beyond the 9.41 mile oil rig. I can show you, like,
you can send
a video of that.
Sure.
So here's like a top view from Google Earth, just to show you the location and how far out the rigs are. So there's a full video of this that shows the weather conditions and the whole thing from start to finish, which I can provide for you as well.
Sure.
I'm sorry, I'm just like, because I'm trying to find these files.
No, you're
folders.
good. You're good.
Just 1 second. Right. He's just like a snapshot. Don't worry about the Modus Tollens text at the bottom.
Yeah, your buddy.
We can go over that.
Wait, was I talking to you earlier? Because somebody gave me the
No,
exact.
you might have been
example.
talking to maybe to Twad. He's Australian as well.
Well, yeah, I see.
I was listening earlier though. Okay, so here's the video and the still shot. Just a clip from the video. Just uploading now. Be able to see that.
Oh yeah, the video is it shows the two ships.
Yeah, it's like two oil platforms.
Like platforms. So it's not a ship, or
No. Yeah, they're oil platforms. Like they're fixed.
If they're oil platforms, that means the like they have some ramps that make them on a certain amount of area in the height.
Yeah, so the second oil platform at 9.41 miles, platform habitat, that should be technically hidden by around like 45 foot or something like that of physical Earth curvature. Because from that 1 foot observer height, it should be 1.22 miles, the geometric horizon. This is just one of like countless examples. Like we can show you examples where we can zoom in and see things like 30 miles away from around 1.5 foot observer height.
Can
This one's good just because of the distance.
Questions real quick about that picture?
Yeah. Hold on a second, GM. Hold on. You can just talk into the other guy for a second, but you can jump in a moment.
Yeah, I think you can debunk it really easily.
Debunk what exactly?
The picture and why it looks that way.
It's actually a video.
Yeah, I mean the video and why it looks that way.
And what would be your argument for that?
Atmospheric refraction. So I'm gonna ask for some statistics. I'm gonna run it through a program, and I'm gonna get some numbers out, right?
Okay.
I can't. Okay.
So atmospheric refraction, that would be presupposing a globe Earth in your refraction.
Yes, exactly.
Formula,
but it will also explain it very simply, right? So the platform distance, I think,
Okay, so
is
hold on a
approximately
second.
10,000 meters. Oh.
Yeah. So try not to interrupt because I was chatting to Zay about it. You're more than welcome to wait until we're finished talking and sort of jump in then and give us your debunking. But we can see things 5 miles, 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles. We do laser tests where we can see 50 miles, 60 miles. Always you're going to say atmospheric refraction. That's like your golden cow for whenever we can see way too far. You're not going to be able to show anything that matches the claimed rate of curvature for the globe. But every time that we make these observations, you're going to go on and read some anti-flat Earth debunking sites where they say, oh, it's atmospheric refraction. You don't know the level of atmospheric refraction in any of these observations that you're going to say atmospheric refraction.
I mean,
we
they
can show
mentioned the
time lapses.
temperatures
Hold on
the
a
day
second.
the video was
Hold on,
taken.
1 second. Almost finished.
You're still not
Hold on a second. We can show time lapses of places like Skunk Bay, and you can see the horizon throughout the day just jumping all over the place due to refraction. Not atmospheric globe terrestrial refraction like you're trying to claim. Just general refraction that works on a flat Earth or a globe Earth or any Earth. You know, you're going to have atmospheric refraction. You're going to have all sorts of atmospheric effects that are going to make the horizon jump all over the place consistently. You know, I can show you the time lapse of that. So our point isn't trying to prove a flat. Hold on, stop interrupting me, bro. So our point isn't that this is proving a flat Earth. This is just showing that what a horizon is, by definition, is just an apparent location. Okay, you can check this observation a different day, and you're going to see the horizon in a different spot. But on this particular observation, we can see it at around 10 miles away. Okay, so you're going to have to use mental gymnastics and make up things like terrestrial refraction to try to explain it away. But at the end of the day, you're not going to be able to verify that there is such a thing as a geometric globe Earth horizon. I'm done. You can go.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, you said it yourself, right? You said this isn't.
Wait.
Hold on a second.
Well, you're
Yeah,
not
you're
going to be
talking
able
to
to
Zay,
demonstrate
bro.
the air either.
Uh,
The air
can
actually
I?
having the refraction. Go ahead.
Hold on a second, Demok.
Yeah, they're good. Good.
So
Zay,
about the
your turn, bro.
refractive phenomenon, right? Could you explain that to me, like the
No, you
atmospheric
need to
effect?
explain it. It's a globe phenomenon, refraction.
Is it?
We're saying you can't explain it. You don't have any air that does any magic shit that you can point out or demonstrate to us. That's what he's saying. You'll have to come up with some magical dog stuff that you can't demonstrate. Go ahead. Keep asking us how your refraction works.
Yeah. No, Zay didn't claim refraction, Demok, or anything like that. He's been pretty cool, and he's just gone through
Okay,
like
so
the.
what's his question then? So
It
what's
was
his
the
ask?
other guy. It was that other guy that was
Well,
yeah. So Zay, what's your response anyway to that?
like
You wanted to explain.
oh, like you talked about like the horizon effects and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, so depending on the weather conditions and the ocean swell and all sorts of combinations of different effects that happen when you're looking out over water, the horizon line can jump around. Like I can show you a time lapse now of Skunk Bay, and the horizon
see.
jumps all over the place, like crazy throughout the day. Like you can see buildings in the background appearing, disappearing, and it's got nothing to do with Earth curve. It's
How does
just to
that
do
happen?
with it's just weather. It's just as the weather changes, you've got different temperatures. You've got from lower levels, you've got ocean swells that change. Like I live near the beach, and some days you'll have massive ocean swells. In the morning there'll be hardly any waves. In the afternoon there'll be 6-foot swell. A small wave in the foreground can block you can have a small wave, just like you can block a mountain with your finger. A small wave, if you're down close to the water and you've got a small swell, ocean swell in the foreground, it can block a huge item in the background, and you could mistake that as something being hidden by physical Earth curve, but it's not. There's a lot of effects. Like we can demonstrate the same effect on small surfaces, like small ponds, lakes, flat tables. You got to take perspective into account. You're low to the ground, so you've got a low angle of perspective from the ground to your eye level, but you've got a very high level of angle of perspective from up high down low. So you're gonna be able. There's all sorts of different things you have to take into consideration, and also combinations of different effects that can happen.
Oh, so if it's like raining and there's wells and stuff like that, like how is that gonna how much is that gonna change the horizon?
If it's raining, you're not gonna be able to see as far.
Oh,
water droplets are going to get in your way.
And
Like
wells.
Zay, tie on to what Globalist is you with. Have you ever had your eyes tested?
Have what?
Have you ever had your eyes tested? Like the
Oh yeah.
Chet.
I mean,
that would be an example, right, of atmospheric or lensing, because you're literally introducing different lenses between your eyeball and what you're looking at in order to tune and change or fine tune your eyes ability to see. But at the end of the day, it does not change the fact that there's numbers on a sign on the wall that you're attempting to read.
Correct.
And all that literally refraction is. It's the thing that is between you and your eyeball, or between you and the thing that you're looking at, that is distorting what you're seeing.
That's true. That's a very good example, because I've been through that, like where they put the weird glass in front of your face, and then everything is going to be very big, and everything is going to be small, and the effects.
Right. The atmosphere does the same exact thing, and that's one of the hardest things for people to realize when they're coming through this, when they're trying to find out reality versus the idea of what we've been taught versus reality.
What
and
damn.
I posted in the side chat that GIF of Skunk Bay, and again, we know that shoreline's not changing right? But the difference, the lensing that's in place between you and that shoreline is what is changing, which is a direct hand in the cookie jar, if you will, of figuring out what the humidity was that day, what the temperature was, which will help us to figure out how much literal water is present in the atmos.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's like an interesting topic to talk about. Like, I didn't know that the atmosphere could have such an impact of the way that you see things. You know, very interesting.
Yeah, it does all sorts of crazy stuff. The one that I just uploaded now was what we were talking about to begin with. Was, you know how I was saying you could sit on the beach, you can see a ship appear to disappear bottom up, and then you can pull out like a super zoom camera and you can zoom the entire ship back to view, proving that it wasn't actually behind anything physical. Here's an example on a flat, small coffee table where they've set up the camera right at the level of the table, and they've got a coin sitting on the table. And you'll see you won't be able to see it at all. But when you increase your angle of view by zooming in, you can see the entire coin, even touching the bottom of the table.
Oh wait, I'm watching the video. Is it like I don't exactly understand that video.
It's the same effect as if you see like the ship starting to disappear bottom up, and then you zoom back in on it. Like you've got a perspective limit. Like you see to a point, like a vanishing point, and that's your horizon. You can only see so far. You've got like an angular limit of your eyes. It's just the way your perspective works. It's why when you look down, say a long hallway, or you look at some streetlights going down the street, like the ground appears to ramp up, the sky appears to ramp down, and everything kind of like you'll see the streetlights appear to like go down into a point, you know, and at your eye height, they'll meet in what's called a vanishing point, and that's the limit of your perspective. If you pull out a zoom lens, you're then increasing that angle of view, and you're able to increase how far you can see. Basically, you're able to see things beyond your limit of your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
That's Jenna just posted the hallway example there.
Yeah, I'm watching the hallway.
Yeah, it's pretty trippy. Why when you look out over the ocean, it kind of like appears to ramp up, just because everything sort of converges into a point at the horizon. That's what a horizon really is at the end of the day. It's been hijacked by the globe model as Earth curvature, or a place that boats appear to go over or whatever, but that's just like a limit of perspective.
I see
like
that.
My wife, she has a master's degree in art, and she paints a lot of landscapes of, you know, looking out over long distances, over the ocean and things like that. And when they make these pictures, they use angles, you know, they use perspective to make the picture look correct. They don't factor in Earth curvature or anything like that. And post some examples of that as well. Yeah, so that's one of the. Can you hear me? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's one of the main claims that we have is that the globe is supposed to drop away from you at a certain rate. It's like 8 inches per mile squared. That formula works fine up to a couple of thousand miles. So over 10 miles, there should be 66 foot of drop. Over 100 miles, there should be 666 foot of drop. And, you know, obviously you can do the math and it changes depending on what your observer height is. What they say is a 6 foot person should see a horizon at 3 miles away. So after 3 miles, you see a boat, it should start dipping over the curve of the Earth. Okay, so when we go out, we do these tests, no curvature is ever detected. We can set up 10, 20, $30,000 lasers and see and hit the target like 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 miles away. Every time we hit the target. Or we can do long distance observations or mirror flashes, all sorts of tests. We've done countless tests and no curvature has actually ever been detected. And then, so the next question is like, all right, well, who in history actually went out and tested and proved that the Earth does curve? And when you look for an actual testable, repeatable physical experiment from the globe side, you're not going to ever be able to find anything at all.
Really?
You're going to be able to find like some old Greek guys that measured some shadows, presumed a globe Earth, made a whole bunch of assumptions, did some math pre-assuming the Earth's a globe, and came up with like the radius value of Earth, for example. But you're never going to find any direct measurements or any testable, repeatable physical experiments that actually detect any curvature.
Are NASA bullshits?
Yeah, you could spend just one afternoon looking into NASA fakery, and by the end of that afternoon, if you look into it with an open mind and watch the right stuff, you can debunk NASA in one afternoon. Have a lot of trouble trusting anything they tell you in the future after that.
Yeah, I've heard a lot about like NASA being so fake and like they fake everything.
Yeah, like they're just kind of sketchy. Like they'll say, "Oh, look at this blue marble, like the 2002, 2007, 2012 blue marble picture of Earth." But once you actually look into it, they're very, very sneakily saying the word image or picture because they're not photographs. And then you look into how they're made, and like they'll just tell you it's a bunch of low Earth, a bunch of flat photos taken from a satellite, basically. Stitched together and then wrapped around a ball in Photoshop, and then they'll find some clouds and they'll Photoshop in the clouds, and it's just dodgy. They'll even use the same clouds. Like if you look at the 2002 versus the 2007 blue marble image, they've literally used the exact same clouds on both of those. And yeah, NASA's visual artists, like Robert Simon, like he did an interview and he basically said everything that I just told you. You can verify it directly from NASA's employees. The only real image the only real photo they say they have from space is the 1972 blue marble, which is from the Apollo mission, the Apollo missions. And if you look into the Apollo missions, that's one of the easiest things to debunk. So if you can look into the Apollo missions and then, still believe that that's a real photo of Earth, then you didn't look into the Apollo missions properly.
It doesn't look real. It's like too realistic in the Earth, like,
Yeah, and then you got scientists telling you that it's not a perfect ball. It's a oblate spheroid. It's pear-shaped, blah, blah, blah. But then NASA shows you these perfect balls from space.
Yeah, just today I was in the thing with Blue Marble, and Blue Marble posted a picture and said it still looks like that, and it was just a perfect fucking sphere sitting there. I was like, you gotta be kidding me, dude. You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah, exactly. And then all those pictures you see from like the Hubble telescope and stuff like that, they're just laughable. Or the James Webb telescope. They're just like artist renditions, basically. Just pure fakery. They don't even admit that they're proper photographs. They edit the crap out of them. And if you ever try to look for a raw image or anything like that from space, it's always just some blurry little dot in the sky.
Here's something they don't want you to know. Since they're married to Einstein right now over Newton, right? With relativity in that, right? Isn't that the new thing, right? Here's the thing. Einstein said that we could look forward on a globe and see the back of our own head. Does anyone remember that?
Wait, what?
Einstein said that if we look forward with a good enough telescope, we can see the back of our head if we live on a globe.
What?
Yes, read it. It's a quote from Einstein, brother. And if you can't do that, and listen to what this proves. If you think you live on a thing that's 24,000 miles in circumference from the front of your head to the back of your head, and you think a telescope's good enough to see 24,901 miles, then everyone should be looking at the back of their head. Here's the thing. Telescopes don't even work the way you think. And this debunks the globe, and it debunks the ability for telescopes to even see that far. Because as Einstein said, if you had the telescope that could see 24,901 miles, you'd be able to see the back of your own head. Look it up, Google it, whatever you want to do.
Dimok. A question.
Yeah.
So, like, I've heard a lot about the lunar eclipse thing, like about the Earth casts a shadow on the moon. Like, how would you explain that?
The Earth
And it's round.
doesn't cast a shadow on the moon.
Like the shadow.
The Earth doesn't cast a shadow on the moon. The whole time the moon's got different phases and the sides of it are shadowed, right? All the time, right? Like one side to be lit, right? So is the Earth putting a shadow on it then? And if it's not, well, I'm saying if it's not then what would we compare it to? And how would we know whether it's the Earth doing it or whether it's just a normal phase? You have to think in detail about this stuff because it's just, you know what I mean? It's the story they give you versus what you can put together. That's the only thing you really got. You got what they can tell you versus what they're not demonstrated. Now, if you can get a ball and demonstrate any of that, I might be inclined to believe it myself, but I've yet to see a globe component grab 3 spheres and produce any of the things that we're talking about, like a solar eclipse or a lunar eclipse. But go ahead.
Like for example, when the moon is behind the world, right, and the sun is like in front of the Earth, and we see the shadow that the Earth is producing to the moon.
What's it look like? Is it a circle shadow on the moon?
I mean, it says that it's like a round shadow.
Yeah, but like I explained before, when you look at the moon, what do you see? You see phases of the moon, a sliver of light. Does that light look rounded? Does the darkness look rounded?
It actually looks like like what's it called? Like sometimes it has different shape.
Well, it looks like a disc to us or a sphere. We can imagine it's a sphere, the moon, right? Or it could be a disc. And certain portions.
There's also some eclipses, called the Selenilian eclipse, and they call it the impossible eclipse, where it completely contradicts the globe explanation for an eclipse, where you can actually see the sun and the moon both above the horizon during the eclipse. Like, you can actually find videos where the guy is watching the eclipse and then he pans around and you can see the sun and the moon above the horizon. And also sometimes the shadow that you see on the moon is upside down as well. And, you know, they can't explain that properly. It goes completely against the globe model's explanation for an eclipse, and they call it actually the impossible eclipse, or the Selenilian eclipse.
The Selenilian eclipse.
Yeah.
I'm gonna look that up. Wait.
I can post you some stuff about it in a minute.
The horizontal eclipse, right?
Selenilian. I can post you some stuff about it.
Yeah, but the moon, I mean, if you look at it every day, every night, all the cycles, it looks like a disc, and it looks like the light portion will be like a sliver of like a spherical or circular light, like on the, you know, and then the darkness matches. So how can you compare like the darkness that looks like something's a circle thing doing it anyway when it's not, compared to when it is? That's all I'm saying. Like it would look just like a phase of the moon, right? Like a Selenilian eclipse.
But we're the one like that's casting the shadow, you know?
No, I mean, I mean, how do you know that though? Where can you demonstrate that the Earth is actually going to cast a shadow and it's going to look different than a phase of the moon? Does it look any different than a moon phase?
That's what the documents say.
No, I know, but and then we have the ability as humans to go in a lab or in our room and get 2 balls and try to reproduce that. Or three balls, a sun, a moon, and an earth. And if you can reproduce it and make sense out of it, then I might take a peek and we'll go over it. But I'm pretty much guaranteeing you that no glober thus far for the last, I don't know how many years that I've been a flat earther, has ever demonstrated anything with three balls.
Wait, I'm
Not
watching the video he
seasons,
sent me.
not a season, not an original shadow, not the distance of the sun, not the size of the sun. But go ahead and watch your thing real quick. I don't want to interrupt you.
I'm watching.
Let me know when you're done, and I'll tell you one more thing they don't have.
Okay. Oh, I see the demonstration. So actually, like, moon just gets like the whole moon becomes a shadow because the Earth is like so much bigger, so you can't even see if it's round or anything.
So it's just saying it's a dark moon. It's a phased out moon, right?
Yeah.
Now, where's now the contention is how can you demonstrate the Earth is doing that? And it's just not a phase of the moon.
Because the sun is creating the effect, like the light effect and shit.
So it wouldn't be possible to see the sun and the moon above the horizon during that eclipse, then, would it? That would contradict the effect. Yeah, so I'm just trying to find you a video now showing that. There are plenty of them. Just unorganized with my file. Also, what Demok was saying as well was that if you try to actually replicate the effect that you see in a lab with three balls, like it doesn't work at all. Like a round ball doesn't cast a round shadow like you see, like when you try to replicate it. It doesn't work like that.
Nothing works. Not the seasons, not the daytime, nighttime cycles. Nothing works in a classroom. When you see the demonstration set forth by teachers, professors, university, whatever, man. They get three balls out, and what they'll show you is the Earth will be a little bitty light, which makes no damn sense. It'll be a little light bulb, an actual light bulb, and then the sun will be bigger than the light bulb. I mean, the Earth will be bigger than the sun they used. The sun will be a light bulb. They'll use an actual globe for a globe, or they'll use you for a globe. They'll say, here's a light bulb in my hand. I'm the Earth, and then there's the moon on my right. They'll use a globe for the moon or something crazy. I'm telling you, bro, this is the funniest stuff I've ever seen in my life. Like they get a light bulb, a little bit. The sun is supposed to be how many times bigger than the Earth? You can fit 1,800,000 Earths inside the sun, but they use a light bulb in class to represent the sun, and a big old Earth being the whole, being the whole human. The whole lady standing there, the teacher, is the Earth, and she has the light bulb in one hand, and she says, "One side of me is lit, the other side isn't." Do you understand?
Yeah.
And then, so in her demonstration, the sun has to be smaller than the Earth.
What?
But yet still time. Yes. The sun is a light bulb. She is the Earth. And her hand is held out. Do you think her arm is 93 million miles? Do you think
I don't think that.
Do you think that light bulb is bigger than the lady?
I don't think it's bigger than the lady.
Right. So why are they demonstrating to kids a little light bulb and a big ass Earth?
Yeah, that's actually retarded.
No, dude. Hey, listen, look it up right now. Look up any globe classroom demonstration.
Okay.
That's what you're gonna see. I promise you.
All right. I'll look it up. Wait.
Yeah, you'll see a little bitty sun, big old Earth.
Demonstration. Let's go.
Yeah, or they'll use a globe, which is still bigger than that light bulb. So either way, I'm right. You know, what I mean, it's correct what I'm saying.
like globe class demonstration, or should I search for the?
Classroom, like a physical classroom demonstration of how
Yeah.
the seasons or the suns or the shit works, and the teacher will stand up and in the classroom she'll show it.
Oh, I see. It's like a fucking little light bulb next to a fucking yeah.
Yeah, a lady does it, a dude does. There's like 4 people that do it. That's all I can find, and they're all the same people, like doing the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. It can't be accurate. Like it's just no way that
Not at all.
it can be accurate.
So where's our demonstration? Where's the globe 3 ball model, the orrery, that actually makes any sense with light? It shows the phases.
Yep, it's impossible to make
Right.
demonstration.
Now, why would it be impossible for humans and scientists to move 3 balls around accordingly? Do you think that actually should be impossible for us to do?
I mean, like space does it, and we don't know how to like move it correctly.
No. Hold on, brother. With our hands, we can hold the balls. I'll let you hold them in your hands. Now, can you reproduce it? No.
You can't.
No. That's what I'm saying. Like, we can't even reproduce it with the fucking medical machine, with like a machine. Even the 3 balls we put in the room and put them where they're supposed to be, they still don't produce the same results as we're told they do or what we see in reality. Now, if you stand on a flat plane in that room, in that lab, and do all your stuff and throw the sandbox out, a little bit of superconduction, got everything. Everything works fine. Everything. No problem with the temperatures, no problem with tides, no problem with anything, because the wind is what creates the tide, and the tide creates the wind as well. They cause and correlate with each other. You understand, right? They push and pull off each other. Yeah, you don't need the moon. All you need is hot and cold. Hot and cold are the most. The whole part of it's the conductor. High to low, hot to cold, positive, negative. It all has electrical principle behind it, or magnetism. Everything is magnetic, whether it's metal magnetic or non-metal magnetic or diamagnetic. That being water, plastic, lead, everything. Everything has a type of repellent or pulling factor with electrical
Do I?
Properties.
Do I have that? The properties?
Yeah, you can rub across the carpet and shock stuff. Yep.
Oh yeah,
You breathe electricity. The government will call you an EBE, or an electrical biological entity. So I don't know, brother. Everything on this planet, the reason that they don't know what its lungs are doing and how they work, is because everything doesn't have a set of lungs like we have. Like, you got a fish, you got a spider, you got a fly, you got us, you got crickets, right? You got a worm, you got toads, so you got mites, you got all these different things, right?
Yeah.
Every one of them need electrical continuity to live. Without electrical continuity, which basically we would call oxygen, air, water, we can't live. And then the light is electrical conductor too. The sun conducts voltage. Fire puts off voltage. Static energy, yeah, I told you could do it, yeah. It also, magnetism can also control your weight, or variate the rate of fall that you have. So if you bolt 2 magnets together and you put them inside a brick that's 5 pounds, and you have a 5-pound brick next to it and you drop them, the one with 2 magnets are going to fall slower. You got to bolt them together, though.
Seriously?
Yes, 100%, brother. It's been done at Lockheed Martin Skunk Works by Boyd Bushman. Professor Boyd Bushman, look it up, dude. He does everything that's the exception to the rule. So when they tell you there's a rule of this, the law of gravity, the law of this, the law, he breaks it. He shows you it's not true. Those laws are fake. Because when a man in a lab doesn't understand certain principles, he's going to come to a conclusion that only he can come to for that point in his like understanding. But then there's going to be 8 million people out there. They're going to come from outside looking in and pick apart what he had and look at stuff he never thought of looking at. So the Boyd Bushman at Skunk Works, their whole job was to like, is gravity real? Do you have to do equal and opposite reaction? Is it high to low, hot to cold, positive to negative? Always. You see what I'm saying? They were studying. Yeah. Their main premise was the exception to the rule. The exception to the rule.
So if there's 2 magnets in a brick, is it gonna fall slower than the brick without magnets?
The Earth is not flat, but you know, you don't have a point.
Me?
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, you joined and you didn't even hear the conversation, and you don't even know why I said that question.
Yeah, but I already know it because you're flat earthers. So what else
Insta
is there to
triggered.
know?
You know, I was actually having a nice conversation with Demok, and you just came out of nowhere.
Lo siento. Lo siento.
Another thing, if you drop like a magnet through a copper tube, it's interesting what happens there too.
Yeah. Demok, hello? Oh. Anyway, anti-globalist, the video you sent, right? I see the video. Yeah, so let me watch that. Wait.
Yeah, go for it, bro.
All right.
Yeah, go and watch it. Well, yeah. I mean, say whatever you're going to say, brother. I'm listening.
Wait, I'm watching the video that the anti-globalist provided in the chat.
Yeah, you're good. You're good.
Yeah.
Should we entertain this other clown show in the meantime? No, he ran.
I guess that answers that.
He probably looked up a couple of those classroom demonstrations. Yeah, I couldn't even imagine how tides could work next to still water, next to a river, next to a pond, next to a waterfall, next to like right there on the same little piece of ball. Imagine that. Within the area of a dime on a globe, you could have all different waterways working against each other. The heat will melt stuff like ice cream, and the cold will put it back again. You put some ice cream on the hot thing, it starts to melt. You hurry up, put it back in the freezer, it'll freeze again. It will get a freezer burnt, but if you just had a big tube getting filled up with water that could like expand in the center and then like contrast and then go back, the water could come in like make the big part expand and touch these levers and hit these levers all the way down. I got Blue Marble cussing you guys. He started cussing at me. He said, "Mother effer F you, Demonk. Why don't you just stop being so smart, you mother effer? You know where it starts to curve." He's the dude that built the pendulum thing at the school. For schools, he builds Foucault pendulums. Yeah, and he builds the stuff for schools to test. But I asked him, I said, imagine you got a horizontal line on the wall. It's 1 mile long. Now, where do you put the globe elevation at on the wall? And they got all mad and they started telling the Lake Pontchartrain Causeway matches the curve of the earth and certain other bridges. I said, well, if that's the case, put it on the wall. Put them on the glass, baby. I said, let me see the curves of it. The stencil. The surveyor, the people who made it, they had to sit down on the ground and like actually make sure the cement was smooth with the Earth's curved bridge. And how do you know the schematics to smooth it to? Or how do you know the material to make your bridge to if nobody can draw the Earth curve for you or nobody's got the stencil? They're telling you that they don't know the Earth curve enough to remember it and to put it into a material. Isn't that weird that they wouldn't have all bridges made exactly the same? Like, wouldn't there be an Earth curve bridge company that you just have to go to because they have the Earth curve calculator? Imagine you cornered the market right now. Flat Earthers cornered the market on bridge making, and you boasted that you have the only Earth curve stencil bridge. What do you think the Globers would say? Flat Earthers selling an Earth curve stencil.
Yeah, there was some Glober in here the other day claiming that they factor in Earth curvature to when they build skyscrapers.
Right.
And then I looked up like the footprint of a skyscraper, and I just assumed like 100 meters. Like I'm sure that there's none that are that big. Like that's 2 Olympic swimming pools. I'm sure there's none that are that long. And over that 100 meters, there's only something like 0.7 millimeters of Earth curvature. It's ridiculous claim.
0.7 millimeters, but that still is below. But and what does that even mean? So 0.7 millimeters has to be 0.8, then 0.9, then 0.10. Like it has to get exponentially greater every dot you put on that wall, correct? Like it literally has to, at that point, it has to go further drop off, right?
Hey, I think your math doesn't add up, dude.
No, I don't think your mass adds up. Try getting on a diet.
Yeah, you can just go check it on your Earth curve calculator, bud, and post it in the chat.
You wouldn't eat up so much globe garbage. You probably wouldn't be so big. You wouldn't have so much mass. He said, I don't think your math is good. My math is great, brother. Listen, I don't even put math with an S. I just put math. Leave it there.
Hey, don't need to lie, man.
Lie about what? How bad your math is? I already know.
I don't think numbers exist, man.
Cool. Well, I'm with you, brother. I've never talked to a number before. I've never went out and ate with a number. You must have.
I've ate with an 8-year-old before.
You shouldn't eat 8-year-old bags of garbage. That's really nasty. That's weird, eating 8-year-old mold.
So what's your best proof of the globe, Shinra? Dare I ask?
My best proof of what?
The globe Earth.
I think Earth is flat, man.
I don't think.
Guy makes me nervous.
Hey, Dark, could you elaborate on what you were saying earlier?
No.
Ark, welcome to the chat.
Who do you guys think created the universe?
The most known unknown.
You said what?
So we don't think the Earth is a disk floating in the globe Earth version of outer space.
Oh, so you think the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, but it's not like we're not claiming it a flat disk or a flat planet like a lot of people come in here thinking.
Then what? Flat literally means like fucking flat surface.
Yeah, it's like a surface measurement. Like when we're talking about
like just
flat,
surface. Like the whole Earth is just a surface.
No. We're talking about like large bodies of water at rest, and when you take measurements over them, if the Earth was a globe, it has to curve at a specific rate, and when we go out and test it, it's flat. Just like we all experience, just like our common sense tells us, a bucket, a pool, a pond, they all are containers of water. Water needs a container, obviously. And then when you measure the surface of the water within the container, it measures flat. If the Earth was a globe, it has to curve at a specific rate, 8 inches per mile squared. Formula works up to a couple of thousand miles. Where it goes.
Yeah. Meaning not a horizontal. Hold on, brother. Meaning not a horizontal line. Means if I put a horizontal line on the wall, the globe elevation has to start below that. Go ahead, so you understand the premise.
Yeah, so like a 10-mile lake, would have to curve. It would drop off at like 60. There should be 66 foot of curve over a 10-mile distance. If you got a 10-mile lake, and you're at one side of the lake, your buddy's over at the other side of the lake, he should be hidden behind 66 foot of earth curve. Okay, but we can make all these different observations, and we can see things 10 miles, 20 miles, 30 miles, and more away consistently. And
yeah, that
no
means
curve has ever been.
So are you arguing like hold up a 66
Can
foot
you give me
stick?
what do you think the Earth is looks like? Just like what do you
Big
think?
ass sandbox, never ending. Big ass sandbox, a whole bunch of water, some dirt, some sand sticking up like mountains, some holes.
No, like how does it look? What the shape?
Like a fucking big ass sandbox, dude. Like a never ending sandbox. There's a whole bunch of water.
It looks like how you see it.
Yeah,
how you
exactly.
see it outside.
Yeah,
that's how it looks.
Like a huge sandbox. Yeah, Earth sandbox. What else?
What about our testicles?
Yeah, so we're not claiming a shape. So if you're trying to think of like we go out to the globe version of outer space and take a picture of the flat Earth, that's not what we're claiming. Like we're sort of more claiming a contained system. Like all the ancient cultures in history, all they all depicted a flat, motionless topographical plane with mountains and hills, flat water, and a container of some kind which holds our gas pressure in. We live in a closed system. You can't go outside of the closed system and take a photograph.
Right, dirt holds water.
What we all experience is a flat, motionless Earth.
The dirt and water are above. I mean, the water and the air are above the dirt on the flat Earth model. So if the flat Earth went on forever and we don't know the shape and nobody's ever been to the edge of flat Earth because it could go on forever, the air and the water are being held by dirt on flat Earth. The dirt is the bottom line. There is no underneath it. There's no space underneath flat Earth. Get that out of your head. That does not exist.
Wait, you just said Earth like
no space. under the dirt and
Nah,
water.
just let me speak. You said that you can go far, like infinite, far,
Yeah, as far
like
as we
distance.
know. Yeah, no humans ever found the edge
So,
of flat Earth.
so you say that
I'm saying that you
the
can't.
scientists, when measured the whole Earth, it's
No,
it's
nobody
all a
measured.
lie.
What scientist measured the Earth? What's his name? And when did he do it and how?
I don't know, but they did. You
Well,
can
you'll need
like
to know
search it on
that to
Google.
claim
You can see, look. You can see it
No,
yourself.
you'll need to know that to claim it here. We don't take claims lightly. If you're claiming some
Hey,
guy
Shattered,
measured,
so
you'll need to know who it is.
yeah, we're not
I
claiming
bet.
like
Give me a sec.
a shape. We're not claiming an infinite Earth. We're not claiming a shape. We're just
Yeah.
saying that the globe is falsified. Okay,
And we
so
don't want a
when we take these
calculation.
observations over water, there's no curvature ever detected. Nobody in history's ever measured any Earth curvature. We don't know the shape. You could think, if you want to try to think of what it kind of looks like, the known area of Earth, you could think of more like how a lake works, with a shoreline and flat water, with the continents being islands within that lake. But you're not able to freely explore everywhere. You're not able to go past 60th degrees south, the 60th degree south parallel, without permission. Nobody can freely go and explore past there. Like, you can't go freely explore Antarctica. You can only go on controlled trips there, like cruises to specific parts, but you're not allowed to actually go past the 60th degree line. You
You
get
can't go
turned
anywhere
around.
without a passport or a whatever. You can't go anywhere across any border, across any national line without them getting ready to shoot you down. You can't just fly over You can't just fly over Kim Jong Un and land down there and say, "Hey, how's it going, buddy?" You can't just take your own personal airplane to Russia or China and just land there and say, "I'm from America, cuz." I don't think that's what I mean. So what doesn't help us out? Reality does. Nobody's going where they want. The government don't do it. They don't allow it. No country does. None.
I want to ask a question, if that's okay. What do you all like think of what is the sun shape in your opinion?
Well, NASA calls it a disk, and we don't know.
Yep.
We don't know what it is. It's a UFO, brother.
How do you not know?
UFO.
It's literally like
How
in
do you
front of
not know? Give me one. Produce me what the sun is from scratch. How do you know what it
Well,
is?
it's
I'd
a
like to
circle.
know.
You can
It's
just
a
like
circle.
assume
What's a circle?
it's a flat or circle because
That means? That means
after
what it is.
that fucking line you can like
That means what
assume
it is.
We all
it's a
see a
circle.
circular light up in the sky, Shattered. Like, we all see the same thing. We can't verify what it is. And when we're talking about flat Earth, we try not to bullshit people or make up pseudoscience and make up claims that we can't verify. You don't know what the sun is. We don't know what the sun is. It's the sun. We all see it.
We're
That's all.
not selling you a story. We didn't make the sun from scratch, therefore we can't tell you what it is right now because we didn't make you one. Now, if we can go and make you one in our easy sun bake oven, our little easy nuke oven, then we would gladly make you one like the government says they can do. But lo and behold, do you have a sun in your car working it? Do you got a sun for a light in your room? No. Do you got any little suns anywhere? Nobody? How about a moon rock? Got any moon rocks? So all the stuff you guys paid for, 56 million a day from the day NASA started till today, and ain't none of your kids got no real moon rocks to play with or a baby son. Huh? You got ripped off.
Hey, what do you guys think of the Minecraft argument for the Earth being flat?
Okay, Hank.
What?
I don't know, bro, what you just
I'll
said. But
murder
hey,
you, Scott.
Shattered, if you could just hold on for 1 second, Shattered. Zay, we were talking to Zay just a minute ago, and he just went and watched a video and just came back then. Zay, did you watch that video?
Yes, I did, and it was like talking about. So basically, there was a very weird like view from the horizon. Like there was some kind of effect, like the shadow was going up or something like that from the moon.
Yeah, at the second one I posted, at just 55 seconds long, it shows the sun and the moon above the horizon during the eclipse. That was the main one that I wanted to show you.
Oh, wait, let me see that.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Right.
55 seconds.
And then
Yeah,
there's
I'm
one
looking.
while you're looking at that one real quick, think about this. There's an eclipse called the Selenilian eclipse that happens on the moon. That the Globers call the impossible eclipse. It's where the top of the moon is dark and the whole bottom of the moon is lit up, and the sun is supposed to be on the other side of Earth. So how would you explain that?
Me?
Yeah, anybody, any Glober. It's called the impossible eclipse for a globe. It can't happen on a globe. They don't know how it happens. They don't know how it make it. They don't know anything about it. It's where the sun, I mean, you'll have to look it up. The moon is lit up from the very bottom. A sliver of the bottom that's closest to Earth is lit up. The top is dark and the sun is gone. The sun is supposed to be underneath around the other side of Earth. So if the sun is underneath Earth and not shining anywhere on the moon at all, why is the bottom sliver of the moon lit?
Yeah, that's very weird. Like
Yeah, it's
something with
called
the
the
horizontal,
impossible. Yeah.
I guess.
And also remember, brother, when we talk about these distances and shit, do
Mhm.
not get caught distances. Like when they say I'm looking at the moon and they say the moon's 238,000 miles away. When I went over the thing with you about the optics and not being able to see your head, the back of your own head. Yeah, the Earth is only 24,901 miles. So if the best observatory can't see the back of itself, then that means it cannot see 24,901 miles. That's too far for an observatory to see. They've lied to everybody about how far they can see into space. That means that the moon and the sun can't be far away as they claim. I'm telling you, brother, it breaks down a whole bunch of shit for you to make it a lot simpler.
Wait, how can we like
what?
see the moon?
What do you mean?
Like,
because it's close. It's not 238,000 miles away.
How
That's
many
why.
miles?
It's not. Globe tells you it's 238,000 miles away. They
Oh yeah,
also
it
tell
says
you,
that.
yeah, the sun tells you it's 93 million miles away, but the same size.
What the?
Yeah. And then during a solar eclipse, the one you should pay attention to, the shadow that Globers can't make either, the solar eclipse shadow that turns into little rings and circles. So it's just a light source and a ball that guys can't reproduce in the lab. Go figure. I can't rub a ball in front of a light. Are you serious right now? Huh? the globe scientists, all the globe scientists can't rub two balls together to make it look like an eclipse and make the shadow happen. You know how they make that shadow happen? They poke a hole in a box.
What
and
the
then
fuck?
put a bright light source on the other side of the hole, widening out, and then they get like an effect of, but it's still not the same thing.
Yeah, they're bullshitters, dude. Don't like listen to those motherfuckers. Putting a hole in a box is crazy.
I'm here, brother. That's what I'm here for. I'm the one that challenges them every time. I've always asked for tilt since I started. When nobody was asking for tilt, I said this boat needs to be tilting. Boats don't disappear bottom up over a globe. Did you know that?
You told me.
Boats disappear with a rounded attitude of their self. They had like the attribute of a curve would have to appear in the center frame where the boat's going over, and have to be that part that's hiding the boat spherically in a way. It wouldn't be a beautiful, perfect horizontal line cutting a boat in half from bottom to top. You could only see that on a flat plane. On a sphere, the top of that boat, the front of the boat has to tip forward and down. It has to. I don't care how big the sphere is. It has to do so, dropping below your horizontal to get to another. So it tips and tilts. Now, what you would see is the back of the boat tipping forward and popping up. You wouldn't see the front. You wouldn't see the guy waving at you like we can. You wouldn't see anything on the bow, on the top of all that shit would be tilted away from you and facing the whole other direction on a sphere. Yeah, nothing they told us so far has even actually matched anything but flat Earth. The globe proof has been flat Earth proof this whole time. A boat disappearing halfway. 100%. You can go get a ball and do it yourself with a little boat and a camera. Be my guest.
How do we see the moon if it's like 200,000 miles away with our eyes?
You don't. You're not. That's what I'm trying to point out here. It takes a flat earther to actually point out the reality that you've been sold a story of space. Do you know when you go up to 35,000 feet, the only thing, or higher, the only thing you can see is the moon and the sun? There's no stars. There's no ISS. There's no satellite. There's supposed to be 10,000, up to 7,000 to 10,000 broke down pieces of shit, debris, satellite, all kinds of stuff around Earth floating, right? There's supposed to be meteors coming in, comets going past, stars, Oumuamua, all kinds of stuff. On ISS Live, you see nothing. You send high altitude footage up, you see nothing but black. There's no stars. There's no other planets. There's nothing. It's the sun, the moon. They look the same size, and they actually look small as fuck when you get up there. They don't look as big as what they do under the air. Think about that too. And you can stare at them. When you go up in high altitude footage, you can look right over with your 360 cam right towards the sun, and it doesn't blind your camera, but it'll blind you on the ground. Isn't that weird?
It blinds what?
The sun, when you look at it at high noon, it'll blind your ass.
It blinds my ass?
Your eyeballs. Your eyeballs. So when you go up in high altitude and your camera sees them, it doesn't blind your camera.
Because like the camera is like a device, like it doesn't
You're
have
getting closer to the sun. But you're getting closer to it.
Does the camera have eyes though? It doesn't. You have like a biologically organ that fucking get fucked up by the sun.
A camera has
it's
no depth.
literally a star that a million. I don't know how much harder it is, but it's like a fucking star. Of course, you're
There's
gonna
no
get
such thing
blind.
as a star. They don't exist. That's what I'm telling you. Send high altitude footage up.
So a star doesn't exist.
No, go get me footage of one at 70,000 feet. I'll wait. Night or day, brother. Blink your camera, aperture your camera, cornbread your camera, put blue on it. I don't care what you do.
Okay, so what do you think when the night
brother.
comes? Give me a second. Let me talk.
Yeah. Let's wait
So
for
when the night comes, what do you think that light dots on the sky?
I don't have to. I'm not selling you a religion. What do you
What
think
the
they are?
fuck?
UFOs.
I'm asking you
I'm not selling a
what do you
religion.
think the
It
light
doesn't matter
dots
what I
on the
think. What do
sky
you
in the
think?
night?
You think for yourself is what I teach kids.
I don't just think.
Yeah, we all see the
Scientists
stars
can
at
prove that.
nighttime. No one's denying that. But what Demok was saying is, if you go up to a high altitude, they disappear,
Nah,
which is
he literally
strange. You
said
should see
he
them.
don't believe that stars
Hold on a
exist.
second. Hold on 1 second. So in the side chat, I posted a video where they asked a bunch of astronauts if you see any stars when you're up high, and they all their stories completely contradict each other. So when you have a moment, check that video out. But what Demok was saying is that when you go up high, you can see less and less stars, and when you go up really high, like to the height of a weather balloon, like 120,000 feet, you can't see any stars at all, or barely any.
None. No space debris. Nothing. There's nothing. There's not even an ISS.
Have you tried that? Have you tried that yourself to see it?
Brother, I've been a flat earther for like, I don't know how many years now. Listen, I would not tell you. Listen, I'm not trying to sell you no stories. Everything I'm telling you is free. Do you understand? I'm telling you to think for yourself what a UFO star is, because I don't know. I can tell you they're a reflection and they disappear when you get closer, but you're not going to believe me until you see yourself what I've seen myself. I can't show you what I've seen. All I can do is describe it to you and hope you go outside tonight, send a high altitude just get a helium balloon and put a cheap camera on it if you want to waste a little bit of money. Put a tracker on it if you want to get it back, whatever you're doing, watch it live, send it up, and at a certain height, all stuff disappears. You can't even have one on the top of your thing and see the ISS every 90 minutes. The ISS can be is visual with your eyeball from the ground. But when you get 70, 80,000 feet, you can't see it. The supposed ISS. Do you know what that means? That means it's below what they told you. There is no ISS at 250 miles. If you can't see it ever, if you're sitting up there for 5 hours and it doesn't pass 8 times or 7 times, there's no ISS. They tell you right where it's going over. It's no guessing game. You can see it with your eye go past, but the guy
I think that's due to light pollution, man. I think that's due to light
in the
pollution.
balloon can't see it. At the same time, you can see it with your eyeball on the ground. When they say "here it comes," the guy in the high altitude footage, he can't see it with the telescope. Isn't that weird?
Yes, very weird. Why can't you see it on the globe? Like
it doesn't exist up there. The lights are reflections from the ground. In my mind, this is just me. This is the story I'm giving to you for free. In my mind, I think the stories. This is just to mock you guys. No one else in the world. I think they're reflected from the ground, like the 3 pyramids. I think the 3 pyramids can cause the stars they're under. The reason they're under them so perfect is because they're the cause of them.
What's the cause?
The 3 pyramids are the cause of Orion's belt, the 3 dots in the sky.
What's Orion's belt?
The 3 dots that are above the pyramids. There's 3 dots lined up with the 3 pyramids.
What dots are that?
Brother, I just told you it's the 3 fucking stars. I don't know what they are. I call them UFOs. But the 3 lights in the sky, the sololuminescent frequency pointer antenna focused lights, are from the 3 pyramids, I believe. And when the sun hits them just right at an angle, then you see them at the angle every day, every time, just like a clock. So the light source of the sun hitting at a certain angle, bouncing off the world and going out a certain way or angling out and or widening out and hitting those things reflects. And the reflection is on the screen of the sky. The sky acts like a movie screen or a holographic projector screen. That's how the sky acts. That's how you see the aurora borealis and shit like that act like it's a TV, screen up there. So when the sun goes past water, bodies of water, big bodies of water, now it's the inverse square law too at the same time. So it's the same way light goes out from the sun and widens and hits the water, it can be focused and then re-widened, just depending on the medium and how it's going to work, right? But the angles of light still are the same. So the light goes over the ground, shines up at the ceiling, and the portion of ground it's over at that time negates what stars you'll see. That's why people can only see stars for a certain amount of time at night. And then when the daytime's there, they're not there. When the daytime goes, they appear because it's the trailing end of the sunlight bouncing off the earth. Anything that's reflective or big enough, like a sand castle, a mountain tip, a body of water, anything that's reflective like a mirror will be reflected back up and out at a certain angle or a certain way. And it just so happens the same way every time. Yeah.
So is there a mirror up there?
No, the mirror's on the earth, lady. The water, the ocean, the lakes, the rivers, the streams, the
Right,
mud
but there has
puddles.
to be a piece of mass reflecting. You're saying it's a reflection of the sun.
The air is mass, claimed to be the sun. It's like
Yeah,
gases,
but it's
right?
not reflective necessarily, right? If it's reflect, that means that if we are able to
Yeah,
see
it
the
is
stars,
reflective.
means that hold on. If we are
The
able
sky
to
does
see the stars,
reflect.
that means it's reflecting back to Earth. And so if it
Yes.
was only air and
No,
not
not.
something reflect,
Hold on. How does a TV screen work, or how does a projector screen work to you? This is all we got to talk about real quick. I shine light or shine the movie on the projector, and you see it sitting down in the seats, right? So however you want to describe that, I don't care, right? I
the
don't care how
wall
you
reflects
describe
it
it.
though. The
But what I'm
wall
saying
reflects
is
it.
that's what's happening, okay? The light is hitting the ground. Now, if the light hits a piece of gold, it's going to reflect up. If the sunlight hits a mirror next to that or a piece of silver, each different reflectant will be a different reflectant color, radiant value, or variance of frequency. Everything works like that, no matter what it is, whether it's shining through an amount of water. So if you got a 10-foot mud puddle that's 50 foot big, or you got a lake that's a mile, each different thing is going to variate and inverse square the light through an angle and the reflection source up at the fucking sky. And it's the sky is going to act like a base to be reflected off of. Your eyeballs are what's going to see it. Just see it because it's there. Reflecting. And now once you get past that certain amount of medium, when you go so high, now you've went past a certain amount of medium, which the stars are being reflected in. That's why you can't see them anymore. Not because they're still up there and you can't see them now and you're closer to them. That wouldn't make any sense because the sun's still closer to them than you are. It still should be shining them bright. Why when you get closer to shit is it disappearing is the question for the Globers.
Why are you talking about being close to the stars? That's not the standard model.
If you go up, huh? What are you talking about? Model of what? What model? Show me your model. How does it work? Show me the seasons on it.
I
In
think
the
you're
lab.
talking. Jeez,
I want to see
relax.
your
Take a
model.
breath.
Show me your model, motherfucker.
I'm just talking about the standard model. You seem to be talking about the flat Earth, so I'd imagine that you're contrasting the flat Earth model with the standard model.
No,
or at
I'm
least
contrasting
critiquing
the
the
only
standard
model
model.
we have. No, there's only one fucking
I'm not
model of reality.
speculating about
Hold
his
on.
opinion on what the stars are at the moment. That's all that's
Right.
happening.
I'm not
I'm just
speculating.
telling.
I'm just talking about what he said,
No,
right?
I
He
am.
said,
No,
I am.
that's what I said.
he
That's
said,
what
why would they
Democ's
be
doing.
closer? But why would he ask
I'm
that
doing that,
since
dude.
nobody's
Slow
saying
down.
there should
You
be
slow the
closer?
fuck down, motor mouth.
I'm
I'm
not.
doing
I barely said a word.
Yeah, and you don't make any sense yet. You haven't made any sense yet. I'm the one
Can I
speculating.
ask you a
You were.
question?
Hey man, you don't think stars are real? I think you make no sense.
Brother, I'm the
You
one
guys relax.
expressing my interpretation. How
Anti-globalist
I don't give a
DJ.
fuck about your
Hold on, I
opinion.
got a phone call.
Anti-globalist DJ.
Yo.
How come all
Wait,
you
wait, who's the one with that's explaining the stars to me? Did I just was
was
that anti?
You were
Oh, I'm
you were
sorry,
talking to
okay,
Demok.
Demok.
Demok
the knowledgeable.
was
My bad, my bad.
The mock the
yeah.
knowledgeable.
Okay,
Listen,
so
Demok was just speculating that.
well,
I'm
okay,
telling you
so
what I see in reality, right? When they send high altitude up, everybody sends them up, stars disappear. That's just what happens in reality.
You can never justify.
Now, what I'm saying is that my part of it, the speculation part, is how they're reflecting there, and then they do disappear. Now, I don't know how they work on a globe where they disappear because no one's demonstrated that in a lab where you have an object sitting there and then it disappears when you get closer to it. No glober can ever demonstrate any of this shit. How you're farther away from the sun and you get hotter. Do you know the deserts, the Death Valley is the farthest away from the sun, and the top of the mountain is the closest, and the top of the mountain is cold as fuck, and Death Valley is hot? Can you have a
because
heat wave? No,
yeah,
no, not
You
because,
don't know what
ma'am.
the equator is.
Ma'am, not
well, you
because.
asked a question,
No,
and I
no,
offer
not
an
because.
explanation.
Hold on,
You
hold on.
can't really deny me
Hold on, we're
trying
not going
to
to go with.
provide an
No,
explanation because
hold on.
you're literally denying
Story
any
time
other
is
source
done.
of
No,
evidence.
story time's over. Not because you would have to get a real heat source, lady. Go in a fucking lab and show us how the thing closer to the hot lamp, sun, can be colder, and the thing further away can be hotter. You have to
Gene,
demonstrate that.
the first scientist, by the way,
No glober has demonstrated it. No, that doesn't happen.
I have a lot of respect for the first scientist who brought up this theory because the theory actually revolves around your five senses
bring it
and
up front.
what humans are able to actually make an observation about
Yeah,
versus
physical stuff.
speculation.
No,
Yes,
they need
so
physical stuff. Do you have the demonstration? I asked
Mountains
you.
are colder because at higher altitude air is thinner. That's why it doesn't trap heat as well.
no. There's certain
We're
things
not
that
talking about
humans
high
don't
air.
know, right?
We're talking
There's
about
certain
this
things
lady
that
not
humans
understanding how to
can't.
demonstrate a globe. She's never seen a demonstration of a globe model in a
I
classroom.
agree. I agree, right? I'm saying that I can never observe the universe because meaning I can believe scientists, right? Or I can choose to live in a world where my observation and my five senses can determine what I believe. I know. I very much I believe you can't tell how big the mountain is when you're on the mountain, right?
No, you're right.
Right. And so I do kind
You can't
of
tell speeds.
right. But I guess the question is which one are we able to
Whatever you
like
can demonstrate. Whatever we can demonstrate. Remember your five senses. Firsthand knowledge is experience. Firsthand experience is the meaning and definition of knowledge, ma'am. So if you have no knowledge of something, it means you can't make it, you haven't baked it, you don't have the ingredients. That just means until thus far, it is the unknown thing about whatever you're working with. So say you find a car for the first time. You would declare the car a UFO till we backward engineer it and be able to rebuild it. Once we rebuild it and a kid comes and says, hey, how does that work? We can tell him now. But if we never touch that car and it's 93 million miles away, I'm not going to tell that kid I can build that car, son. I'm not going to tell that kid I know what that car sun's made out of. And I'm not going to tell him it's made of gases that love each other and come together and make two H's that make a helium, two hydrogens that make helium, two oxygens that make this. How do two apples make an orange? How do two gases make a separate gas of their? Come on, man. Only thing we can do is demonstrate. We have to be the new scientist. We have to actually feet to the ground, go in a lab, go outside in our backyard. Good enough lab for me. Because you know what I say? If you can't do it outside, then it can't be mimicked anyway. Because outside's never going to be stopped from happening. And if you want to do real science, use the real sun, use the real moon. And then on a mimicking scale to mimic how you want to do them, like I said, to redo them, you can redo them. If you think what they are and you can get to that component, then you can have a little moon, a little earth, and a little sun working in everybody's house. And you would.
okay, I think you're disrespecting certain a large group of very hardworking scientists and medical, like
No, they
not just
disrespect
You
science.
insulted her priest, so no.
They
She's
disrespect
upset.
Hold on a
themselves by not
second. Like these,
producing
there
any
are
fake
there are
ingredients.
discoveries
There are
that
no
have led
ingredients.
to
Give me the ingredients.
beneficial.
No, there aren't. There has been no discovery that had to do with a fake fucking sun that nobody made. There has been no discovery with fake moon material. Nobody has a moon rock of, and you can't produce one. No discovery has been made by shooting rocket penises in the air. None.
Hey,
None.
whoever came up with these garbage claims is insulting us, actually.
Exactly.
I believe like
Everything's done
aren't
by
there
trial and
satellites
error.
that are
It's done by,
that are
ma'am,
emitting
it's done by trial and error. If you're not trial and error in it, you're not doing it. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, but don't we have I mean we have like we have whole departments dedicated to advancing
What is
like
their
certain
demonstrating?
areas.
What are they demonstrating? Like, what are you saying though? So
I'm
we have a
saying like the
department. Hold on, hold
satellites
on,
that
hold
are
on.
up there and
Thousands of
able.
years ago, no, we ain't got no set. Man, come on now with that garbage. Thousands of years ago, guys started mining stuff called gold and silver and tin. Did they need rocket Peter technology to get that? They were building
I
pyramids
agree
and
with
doing
that.
all.
I
Hold on,
agree with
stop.
that. I agree with
Okay.
that. That's not what I'm
Okay.
talking
So now
about.
what are
I
you
am
asking about
saying.
sat balloons for? Balloons that float in the air and you could put a
So you're
camera on.
saying
What
our communication, the fact that we hear each other in different
You communicate through
locations.
cell phone towers.
There's also satellite.
No, there's not. Go in the middle of the ocean and connect to your satellite. I'll wait. I'll wait for you to do that. Go to the Point Nemo and wait for that
So
satellite
you
to be
don't.
over.
So
All
what
these
about
satellites.
Elon
How do you
Musk's satellites?
with satellites, ma'am? That's my only question. You, how could you ever lose a signal with 10,000 satellites floating above you in different areas of the most pointed area? So we got ground-based antenna, correct? The only reason you would need a floaty balloon is for the non-land based area. And then you can also run a sea cable underwater, which will affect the probability or propagation of the signal or said thing. So you would need a balloon over water. You would need a balloon over Point Nemo, and from that to the land, to the shore. All planes fly next to the shore because they don't want to go over the ocean because they don't get no fucking signals because the balloons are fake. All the real signals are underground cable and antenna land antennas. It's ground based triangulation through antenna, and the TV the phone towers are how they find every fucking thing. Go look at forensics. Go look at 48 hours. How did you find me? Well, we followed your phone. How? The cell phone towers. They've never said
I
we
know the
followed
cell
the phone.
towers are main. I know that the cell towers
Never
are main.
followed a phone with a satellite.
What about
They
television? What about
listen.
TV?
In court, ask them how many phones they followed with the satellite. The police.
None. I know
Forensic.
none. I know
Okay,
none.
you're done with that.
What about television, like satellite?
What about it? It's the same
Television,
thing, man.
satellite.
It's the same. It's all the same shit. Everything you have comes on the same thing, a frequency. Everything can be shot through a frequency. Your radio, your TV, your satellite, your Wi-Fi, your Bluetooth can be shot through the same stream of information of energy from one tower to you. All of it.
One
All of it.
second. One second. One second. Let me
They can
think
even
about
charge
what
your
you're
phone
saying.
now from a
No,
tower.
they can't. No, they
Oh
can't.
yeah, they can.
No,
You
they
ever set
can't
your phone
because
in your car? They got a new car out where you can sit your phone right next to the charger that just charges your phone by sitting on it.
yeah,
What do
but
you think
that's
that's
because of
doing? Radiant
it has to
energy,
touch it though. It has to
radio
touch it. It
waves.
can't just.
It's
It
touching
has to
rubber.
touch
Touching
it.
rubber. It's touching rubber. I have one in my car.
Yeah, but it
I don't even
has
have an
to
iPhone.
be at close proximity
It
because
has to
you're
be in it.
literally.
What's close
We're talking about
proximity if a
lithium.
UFO is over your house? If a UFO
There's
is
no
sitting
such
right above your
thing.
house, facing down at your house with nothing in the way to block it, why couldn't you charge your phone, your little bitty phone, underneath this big ass satellite power? Are you okay? Just stay with me, ma'am.
Because energy. Because
No,
hold
not
on.
because. Because don't help us. We need a specific why not, why it wouldn't work. Not because. Because doesn't help us build suns. You know what I mean? You're like the sun works because. I could tell you because, and it's not going to work for you from me.
Energy does not work through waves.
How
Only
does energy
information
work?
is transferred through waves, but energy
What's energy
cannot.
work? What's it feel like? What are you talking about? Last time I checked,
Energy cannot be
light,
transferred through EMFs or
energy is
waves.
sight, sound, taste, touch, smell, hearing, and feeling.
Those are
Correct?
senses.
That's energy. That's
Energy? No,
electricity.
that's not. What about?
What's your brain work off of?
Your brain uses electricity to translate the
So
senses, but
without
it
that
doesn't. The
electricity,
senses
what do you got?
themselves.
So without the electricity, what do you
Your
got?
brain is not energy.
So don't
Glucose.
answer my question, huh? Keep repeating yourself, stupids. Listen, so without the electrical input or the shock happening, what the fuck would you have? You'd have some vegetables sitting there not feeling, not tasting, not touching, not hearing, and not seeing shit. Stop acting like you know something, please. You are an electrical biological entity. You will never be anything else. Everything on this fucking planet is an electrical
say it goes.
biological entity.
Even a rock?
Yes, ma'am. How did you get it to be its frequency or shape or hold its bond? Protons, electrical protons and electrons and neutrons.
It's not biological though.
Oh,
It doesn't
what's
fulfill the
electricity?
criteria for
What is
life.
energy? So now energy's not biological. It's not what
Nope.
gives you soul. Oh
Energy
my
is only
God.
something that can be stored.
So your soul's not energy
Energy is
now.
only something that can be stored.
Your soul's not biological.
Stored. Stored? What do you mean stored?
Stored
You
for
can store
future
energy?
use. So yeah, your mitochondria stores your energy, and your
Matters.
battery
I
stores
want a
it.
little sun. I want the energy of a little sun. Can you store that for me, please?
Yeah, you
With a
do
big enough
store that.
battery.
I'll wait for you to do so. I hear your story, Mark Twain. You're right. You're typing a good one. We got a bunch of Mark Twains with no lab. You see how all those
Talking about
giant
me?
shoulders you stood on don't have a lab? Demonstration is what you need. It's called prove it or lose it. You come in with the claim. If you can prove that claim, you keep that claim.
All right, prove
Well, I'm
rocks are
trying to help you
biological.
prove yours.
And you can't demonstrate the claim. Guess what happens to that claim? You
How
lose
did
the.
you demonstrate your claim that energy
I
can be
made no
transferred to
claim.
your house?
I sold no one any ideas. I
Do
made
you
no
have a
You
home
made
in
the
your
claim that
house?
rocks are biological.
Do
Can
you? Would
rocks
you like me
respire?
to
Can
make
they
a claim?
grow? Can they
Would you like me to
excrete?
make a claim for
Can
you to
rocks
try to refute?
reproduce? Can they move by themselves? Can they respond to the
Yes,
environment?
yes, rocks can move.
Rocks
The,
can move.
the,
They can sprout little legs and walk away.
no, ISO
Can they
freeze
reproduce?
underneath them, and the
Have
ISO
you ever
move.
seen a rock split into another rock and that grows
Yeah,
into the same size as it
Yeah,
originally
you're a
was?
rock.
I'm a
Evolution.
rock.
Yeah, evolution. A rock is your cousin. You better go
No,
ask.
rocks aren't biological, so I can't have come from a rock.
Yes, you are a rockhead. You are a rock. Your cousin is a rock, Big Bang. You came from a hot particle rock, stupid fucker.
So
Stop.
does that mean rocks can respire? Do rocks breathe? Have you ever seen a rock take in air and do a big little sigh like?
That's your dumbass cocksucking globe evolution claims. You're a rock. Don't
Can a
bring your
rock
dog
respire?
into me.
Can they excrete? Have you seen
Don't
a
bring
rock
your
take a
dog
shit
into me.
before?
Listen, explain your own dog shit. Your mom's a rock. That ain't my problem. I didn't
Have
say
you
it.
ever seen a rock take a
I
shit?
didn't say it. Go talk to the scientists you believe in. They said you are a rock, bitch. Why do you keep asking me about it?
I've never seen
Go
a
ask Neil
scientist say
deGrasse.
I'm a rock.
Yeah, they
I've
did.
actually seen scientists
Evolution.
explicitly define rock as
Motherfucker, they
non-biological
said you were a
beings.
rock, you were a fish, you were a duck, you were dirt, you were a turd, you were everything. Evolution. You don't know what that means? Are you fucking stupid right now?
Evolution refers to biological life, and
Well,
if
Nick,
last I
maybe you can
checked,
be a
is
little
not
more
biological.
disinterested and not so angry about everything, huh? Maybe relax, huh?
Well, why are you so unhappy about evolution? What did evolution start from?
Evolution, probably through cells.
Actually, I do have a theory about this,
What?
about how life started.
Cell from what? Stop interjecting, lady. Hold on a minute. We're trying to get
I'm not a
somewhere.
lady.
A man. Hold on, man. A cell from what?
I'm a theistic evolutionist, so I would say that a
from
god
what?
created the cells. So a god
Cell
created these
from what?
cells.
What's a cell start from, Goofy?
A cell started from a god.
From a god. What did the god start from?
The gods always existed.
What is it made from? What's it look like? Draw one.
It doesn't look like anything.
So then it's nothing.
Something that's always
What did
existed
the-
doesn't look like anything.
Does air
What
look
did
like
the
something?
god? What did
Being
the
able to
god
have-
use to build a cell? Wasn't it clay?
Well, listen, their god is a Big Bang particle that slowly loved itself enough to
No,
come
I'm
together.
talking about an actual like
Jesus
big
Christ, you couldn't be,
like a
you
bearded
couldn't be
man.
worse informed.
Yeah, mud and ivory clay. Iron, clay, mud, dirt. That's what you're from. from the Bible and the Big Bang. The difference is evolution versus God and intelligence. It's smart rocks versus God and intelligence being the source of intelligence or energy itself, or that thing that is everything.
You know, you
Right?
can believe in both evolution and God.
No.
Yeah.
No, you can't.
Evolution can be the method that God created us.
Just demonstrate evolution. Demonstrate one
We
thing turns into
demonstrated it
another.
1,000 times.
We'll demonstrate it one more.
Basic gene theory, for example, shows microevolution.
No, I didn't
and if
say
you expand
demonstrate your
microevolution,
story of dog shit that made no sense about fucking words you made
if
up.
you expand microevolution to a
Animal turned into
larger
another.
time period of
Brother, why don't
thousands
you
or
stop
even
talking
millions
over
of
me? We're
years,
never
you can
going to get
have
anywhere
one
with this.
being transfer species and become another being. For example, you can have a wolf
Yeah,
become a
let's see a
dog.
monkey turn to a human.
A monkey couldn't turn into a human, but it could turn into an entirely new species.
Yeah, that's what you just said. Now, how do we see that, dumb fucker?
Time travel.
So no demonstration yet again. Here we lie in no demonstration land for guys who just buy fucking
If you want to
Bigfoot.
go backwards and see
Can I
the
ask you a
evolution in
question? Do
reverse,
you
you can
think
see the
there's a
fossil record.
difference? Hold on. Do you think there's a difference between biological creatures and non-biological things in this on Earth? Monarch, whatever your name is.
Biological, and
No,
non-biological.
but like it, because you
What's a
said that a rock.
non-biological thing?
So let's say I believe in the general scientific information that we have out here, even, and I know that you don't believe in it, but that's why I'm asking. Do you think that biological creatures like a bacteria or a plant are different than, for example, the soil or rocks? Do you, because you said everything is biological, kind of.
Well, everything is biological.
Right. So do you
Clear
think?
animals.
But do you think there's a difference
It's
between?
like action and reaction, right? Those two words, correct?
No.
Okay.
Now, how can you tell the difference from action and reaction or intelligent?
Movement, creation.
No, how do you define them from intelligence? How do you do them? How can you have action or reaction without intelligence?
One thing causes another thing.
Without intelligence, no. Sorry, there's nothing to know.
That wasn't my question, though. Like,
Yeah, but it
my
answered
question
your
is,
question.
do you
It answered your
differentiate? Do you
question.
differentiate?
Ma'am, energy, right, is everywhere. Is energy intelligent or not?
I believe no.
The answer is yes. No, the answer is yes. Energy is so intelligent, it becomes the air you breathe. It becomes the water you swim in. It becomes that rock. It becomes you, right? Protons and atoms and all that garbage, the way they say it. The way they're trying to explain stuff, it sounds feasible for a good idea, right? But then when you come to demonstrate, none of us can demonstrate the bottom line of shit. Like none of us can tell you where
It's an
dirt came.
evidence-based conclusion, so that means they came to it after
Do you believe the
demonstrating.
atom bomb
Hold on a
exists?
minute, I was almost done, dude. Nobody knows where
Fine.
dirt comes from. Where does
That's
dirt
okay.
come from? In
We don't
We can
anybody's
still
need to know.
differentiate, though, between dirt and bacteria,
No, I
right?
said
When we look
no,
under a
no. Where does
microscope.
dirt come from? No, without dirt, you're not going to have no bacteria. Stop that shit. Where does dirt come from?
Well, technically, dirt is just a collection of like debris and stuff, debris and rock,
From what,
and a
brother?
bunch of miscellaneous stuff.
From what?
From the stone that was already
Shedding of
there.
your skin.
No,
Shedding
hold
of
on,
your
hold on,
skin.
hold on. I just want to know where. So there was people before dirt.
No, people
What
came
kind of
quite a
dirt
bit
do you
later.
mean? What are you talking about, dirt?
Listen. I'm asking you something really fucking simple.
Dust or dirt?
Listen. Where does the
Well,
shit that you're standing on come from? No matter what it's called, you can call it gold, dust,
soil
Factory.
or
I'm gonna
dust?
check.
Hold
Dust
on,
is just
soil or
tinier
dust?
dirt. Dust is just
Well, I
tinier
don't know
dirt.
what that means,
Where does it
dirt.
come from? Who made the dirt?
Where does the
Who made
dust
it?
come from? The
Yeah.
dirt.
Did your science make it? Did globes make it? Was it a Big Bang dust?
What is this question?
I'm
Like,
saying, listen,
This
you're
has
asking me if
nothing
the
to do with
intelligent.
biology.
The other gentleman asked, It's going to lead you to your answer, man. God damn it. You're going to answer your own questions.
So would you don't think scientists are also motivated by the very same
Scientists are
questions
retarded as
that you're
fuck.
asking?
Don't talk to me
That's
about some paid-ass goofy
disrespectful.
fucking
That's
scientists
really
who...
disrespectful.
Listen, scientists suck cock for money. They're no different than a crack whore. They
Oh,
go do
come on.
something in the
They're
lab
just
and
have
they
an
wipe the lips
occupation.
off and they get their money and they go walk outside and say, oh, I discovered something. Oh, oh, oh. And the millionaire comes out and zips his pants up and says, that's what I told you, bitch.
Wow.
Yeah, that's how.
Very
Listen,
enticing
you
writing, but can
don't
we
do
talk about
science without a
reality now?
millionaire science daddy to suck the balls of. There ain't
So
no science
you're
doing
blaming.
science for
So you're
free.
saying wealthy people that made money off of science are now
No,
bad
no, no,
people
no. The
that just.
wealthy people are telling the scientists what the fuck they want. And if you produce anything other than what this wealthy guy wants, like his little whore, then
Do you
too
have
bad
proof
for
of
you.
this?
You're getting kicked
Do
out
you
of
have?
his pants
Have you ever
club.
observed this? Do you have proof of this?
Yeah,
Why don't you use
scientists
the
that lose
same
their
thing that you
job when they
use to
can't get
criticize
funding.
them to criticize yourself?
Scientists that look for funding because they're broke guys who supposedly know everything but ain't got no money.
They don't know everything. They're learning things. That's the whole
No
Oh,
point.
but money
scientists
makes
will
them
ever
know
say they
stuff
know.
now. Give me some
Money
money and
helps them
I'll know it
discover
all.
things because
Money
it
buys
supplies
them
the
Knowledge and I'll
resources.
equipment.
get a cure.
Money buys
I'll
them
cure something.
equipment. Okay, money
Listen,
buys them a place to do
listen.
testing. You are really disrespecting people that are just
Yeah,
trying
you're
to do what.
disrespecting
You know
common
what money?
sense of
You know
everybody
what
in this
money buys
room.
them? It buys them a
You're
lab. It buys
disrespecting
them
your own low
tools. It
IQ.
buys them a publication. It buys
You're
them all these things
disrespecting
that
your
they
own
need
train of
to
thought.
discover things. It does not buy
Listen, we don't
knowledge.
work for the government. Maybe you do. Maybe that's fun for you to be a weirdo and say that dumb shit. We don't roll that way.
Who
Yeah,
hurt
most
you?
scientists don't work for the
Liars,
government. There
liars,
is
and
no
fake
such thing as
science
the
that we can't
government.
reproduce hurt me. Non-producible lying shit.
He
People who
said, "Who
can't
hurt
put up.
you?" I'm like,
Yeah.
projection noted.
People who can't put up what they're claiming.
Yeah,
Einstein
but
invented the theory of general relativity years ago, and
What did he
we've
invent
managed
it
to
from?
reproduce it
What did he
countless
invent
times
it off of?
nowadays.
Give me the stuff he invented it off of. Give
Empirical
me the
evidence.
ingredients. What's the ingredients for that?
Ingredients. It's a phenomenon.
Yeah, it's a word. So you just say word
It's a
empirical.
phenomenon.
So we're all Einstein now, right? Because we say empirical evidence, huh? Phenomenar.
Empirical evidence is a really simple
What
term. You're
the
just
fuck
kind of
is
a
a
dipshit.
phenomenon? What does that even mean?
Look it up.
Look a phenomena up?
Yes, look up the word phenomena. This is an English class.
A phenomena means something weird or different, doesn't it? So if you look out in
No.
nature and you see everything, so if everything happens in nature that's natural, how the fuck is there a phenomena?
Literally look up the definition.
There is no such thing. You're not going to see nothing outside.
Okay, Oxford Learner's Dictionary, phenomenon, a fact or an event in nature or
that's what
society,
they mean.
especially one that is not fully understood.
Not understood.
Fully understood. Because we don't
What's not?
fully understand almost anything that happens in nature. Because we are extremely primitive compared to the
So you
reality that
don't
created us.
understand anything that happens in nature, but yet you
Not
guys are telling me
fully,
about all these science smart guys that know everything about nature.
because they don't know everything. That's the
I
point.
know
They
that.
learn things.
What's
I know
wrong
they don't
with
know.
studying? What's wrong with studying? Let's
What
say,
are they
like putting a
studying?
leaf. Oh my
What are
God!
they
Why do you keep
studying?
interrupting? You
I'm
didn't
asking
even
you
let
what
me
the fuck they're
finish.
studying because I want to
Okay,
study
so
it
let me
too.
finish my sentence, and
But
I'll
why
maybe
don't you
you'll
start it with
know.
what they study? Stop
Oh
making it
my
take 2
God!
years.
I said what?
Speak correct, ma'am.
What is
Get to the
wrong
fucking
with the?
point. Stop wasting our time.
Okay, what is wrong
All
with a
right, folks, we need to
scientist?
step into
For
some moderation
example,
here. There's been nothing but banter going across and no resolution, not even a real discussion.
I'm
All
trying to
right,
get
let's
there.
get this under control. Okay, who do we have on deck? Demok, you're chatting with?
I was asking
Is
the
it
lady
Lane
how do you...
actually?
Yeah, the lady. I
hi.
was asking how do you get a
Great,
demonstration of
yes.
what we can talk about. That's it.
Well, I was actually just gonna say that scientists, let's say if they want to take a leaf and put it under a microscope and then study it, the inner workings of a leaf and discover more about living, like about organisms, like there, you can't tell me that there's something wrong or like evil, like there's something like a conspiratory about someone wanting to know
I didn't
more.
say
And
any of
if
that.
anything, I believe it's almost spiritual to study the world around you and get a deeper understanding of it. I don't think it's.
You're not getting a deeper understanding. You're getting a dumber understanding. You're getting Bob's fucking opinion about what he saw versus what you could go see versus what you saw. Because Bob has a whole different type of brain and a whole different mindset. Bob could be a serial killing retard looking at leaves, and I don't want his fucking.
I have to be right back.
You could look. Okay, you could look at the leaf and see something totally different and come back, and I'd say, hey, I don't care about Bob's story no more. This one's better. Every
Like
human's
this-
gonna look at that leaf and see something different. You understand that, right?
If this understanding is a dumber understanding, as you put it, then that means we wouldn't be able to create anything from it, right? If we tried to make something based on an understanding, it just wouldn't work, right?
No, repeating something is nothing to do with being intelligent.
No, I'm not repeating it. I didn't say intelligent. I said if we make something based on that understanding, if we try to create something.
So if you make a leaf out of looking at a leaf and studying a leaf and reproducing the leaf,
Make a leaf, but you could make, say, a machine that blows leaves away based on our understanding of a leaf.
well, yeah,
Something like a leaf blower.
necessity negates invention. What you need, you'll invent to solve the problem at hand, no matter what your problem is.
But if
So
we're
you can't
inventing
go
it
back
based
to-
on a dumber understanding of it, then it would follow that
No,
invention
that's
wouldn't
not what
work.
I said. That's not what I said. Trial and error is always the thing we do to actually find stuff out by touching and doing. You don't do that by sitting in a lab and thinking about retarded shit nobody's touched.
Science does involve trial and error.
What?
What do you think goes on in the lab?
Listen, brother, the only thing that should go on in the lab is people doing real shit like what we're exclaiming. Try to make a seed.
Yes, that's
Make
what
a
they do.
seed. Make a seed.
That's what they do.
No, you make a seed. Nobody makes a seed. You made an
I
apple seed?
personally make a seed.
An apple seed, yeah, make one.
I'm not a scientist.
No, scientists can't make an apple seed either.
That's what
Not
they
the
do in
apple.
labs.
Without an apple, motherfucker.
Without
Yeah.
an apple?
Yeah, make a seed from nothing. That's
Yes,
the
if
point.
you know how seed is made and you know the ingredients, so go get the ingredients somewhere without an apple, nothing to do with an apple, and then go make it 'cause somewhere. Huh? What do you mean why? Because you want to find out what it's doing, don't you? Want to reproduce it and be smart and know how to blow the seeds away with your
Are
seed
there
blower?
other more important things to do with that knowledge?
No, there's not other more important things to do than find out how to make a seed for food for all humanity. No, there wouldn't be. Not at all.
Why not?
You think there's more important things than food?
I think there's more important things than this specific
So
thing
take
when it
away
comes
your
to food.
food. Now what are you going to live with? Now what are you good to go with? No food.
I think if
now.
you want to make scientific developments on food,
No,
you're
we're
better
gonna
off
take away
genetically
all seeds
modifying
from you.
existing food to make it more
No,
plentiful
we're
and
going to take away
abundant
all your food.
than
No, you don't
creating
want any
more
seeds.
food, which would use an extreme,
You're not going to create
extreme
no more
amount of
food.
energy.
You're not creating more food because you didn't create a seed. Once you know how to create a seed, you know how to create more food. The plant's the only thing creating the fucking food. You ain't created shit. Don't try
Then
that.
explain GMOs.
Like you're a lady creating a baby too. Get the fuck out of here with
We have
that.
been able to genetically modify seeds to produce more food. So
Yeah, you can't create seeds out of nothing is his point.
Right. So you don't know what a seed is and you have no clue thus far about anything you said. You can't reproduce a leaf. You can't make a leaf from scratch.
Why
The
do we
tree
need
has
to?
do it. The tree has to do it. You don't make a leaf. You've never made a leaf. What do you mean?
Why would we need to?
You stupid motherfucker. To show that you know what you're talking about and what a leaf is made of. If you
So
can't
it's
make
just
it,
for
then you
pride
don't know what it's
purposes?
made of. If you make a leaf blower, what's that mean you know about the leaf blower? Everything. You put it together. You designed it. You know the inner workings, the timing, the material. You put it together from scratch. You heated up the plastics. You heated up the metals. You measured them. You engineered them. You put together. Do it for a leaf.
Have you ever made something before? Just in general, have
Brother,
you made something?
brother, we're going to wait for you to show us how.
No,
Make us.
have you made something before? Just
We're waiting
anything.
for you to show us how.
Answer my
You're going to
question.
be our teacher.
What does this have to do with the nature of Earth exactly?
It just has to do with the idea of intelligence and where everything comes from, and they're related to a rock and evolution, and he thinks all that shit's real and a ball and a big bang. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know. But go ahead with
Yeah,
Kirby Mod.
I know what you meant to say, Demog. I was just trying to feed the conversation, but I guess
No,
for
you're
this
right.
thing,
You're
I
right.
mean, yeah, what we're expecting Globers to provide is their evidence for their belief in the globe. And that's why we're here. That's why we set up our shingle on the server, and we want to interview people and find out what is the source of their beliefs.
We want to understand the evidence that brought you to think water curves away from a horizontal line up close and personal, or how globe elevation works right in front of your face, not somewhere out there, or not because you look at a star.
Exactly. We're not looking for appeals to authority, like, oh, you know, some other guy, some guy that I trust did it. I have no idea how any of it works or what he's saying.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
How do you think satellites work if the Earth is not a globe?
Well, we know they use balloons.
Here's the question. How do you think water curves if the Earth isn't a globe?
If the Earth isn't a globe, I can't think of any way water would curve.
So if the Earth is a globe, how would you be able to show us water curving? Water at rest, curving away from a horizontal. That's all we need. A couple inches. Just sit your horizontal ruler up against water or your aquarium. Show
It
us how
wouldn't
they
work a
rest.
couple inches. The Earth is too big, so we'd have to measure it at
The Earth's too
across a
big
big distance.
for you. You're a microscopic dot on the Earth, aren't you? Like smaller than a degree. What do you mean? Your little bitty ass can't find the curve? What?
We would have to
You
measure
had
across
this
a long
working, that
distance. So
backfired,
I'm
didn't you?
thinking,
So you're so small, you're so fucking small to this big Earth that you can't even find the curve with a Sharpie or a magnifying glass? Is that what you're telling me?
Well, the honest answer is we do experience a locally flat and stationary Earth. All of us do.
Horizontal up close, everywhere. Look at your horizon. Have your friend look right, you look left, have your other buddy look forward, another buddy look the other way. Draw the horizon line. They're all horizontal. How do you
Yeah,
make a
it's
globe
still
with that?
flat.
How
Yeah,
do you
and at
make a
what
globe
point
with
should
that?
you expect it to look non-flat either? Like, at what point do you need
Right.
to be in
How
order
many
for it to
guys?
start? You're asking, right?
Yeah, how many
And then how
guys
do
do you line up until one of them can see the fucking curve? Bobby, you see it? Yep, I see it, Jim. Lined up hand to hand, across the fucking beach, and
It's
every
mostly-
person's view is going to be so wide, so wide, so wide. Do you know how wide your view is? You know how many miles you can see left to right?
not off the top of my head.
What if I said you can see 24,000 miles left to right?
I wouldn't be
Is that-
surprised. I can see the stars from here, minus the light pollution.
Oh my God, check that out. You're with me here. Oh my God, you're so good at math. I couldn't believe it. I found a glober that's good at math. So, the
And
horizon.
yeah, despite being able to see the stars so far above me, I
No,
can't see,
listen, you
for
missed my
example,
point. You're missing
Japan
my
from
point.
here. Can I? Like
Oh,
Japan
no,
is
you're missing my
curved.
point.
Like
You're
it's
missing my
hidden
point.
behind a curve.
Don't miss my point, brother. Please don't miss my point.
About
Left to right while you're standing on the beach. When you look at something, you see the boat out there, you see left in your view, all the way left, then you look all the way right. That's 24,901 miles left to right. Now, if that's 24,901 miles, how big is your globe again?
You didn't answer my question.
Brother,
I can
thought
see
you were good
far
at
enough
math.
to see the stars.
No, you're not listening to me, brother. You have to pay attention to this. This is
But
going
you're
to blow
not
you.
answering my question.
This is blowing you out of the water
Yeah,
right here,
we
dude.
can see stars, so what?
I
You
can see
can't see
stars.
stars
I
at
can see
35,000 feet.
all the way up
No,
there.
you
So why
can't.
can't I see Japan from here? Or
No
China? Or
stars
New
exist.
Zealand?
Oh boy.
Nope. No stars exist at
So
high
I can see the
altitude.
sky, but I can't
Brother,
see
stop talking
Canada?
over me. Go to high altitude and film all the stars for us. We'll wait. Wait till nighttime. Send a high altitude footage up to at least 35,000, 40,000, 50,000 feet. It'll float up there. You can't stop it. And you film the stars for yourself and bring us back the footage. Okay? There are no stars. Shut the fuck up. Now listen.
Isn't
then
it
why
weird?
can't I-
I've never seen stars from high altitude balloon footage or any NASA footage ever. There are no
Never.
stars that they can
Never.
show.
There
Yeah,
are
the
no
cameras
stars.
aren't exposed to see them.
Tune
because
into
that would-
NASA,
Doesn't it have a
ISS
camera
Live.
that does have the exposure?
If you
ISS
specifically look
Live
for
right
pictures
now.
of the stars, you will
So
find them.
NASA can't afford a blinking camera. Is that what you're telling us? You can't blink your fucking eye real fast. NASA can't afford a blinking camera now. Shutter speed? Are you serious, dude? Dude, stop.
You know, on the other hand, NASA says they can stream like live feed from Mars in 8K, but I guess they can't give us a camera that has the right exposure settings to see
but
stars from space.
why?
All they need
But
is
they
a
don't.
fan
They never
blade.
did.
All they need is a fan blade in front of their camera. Send your camera up with a fan working in front of it. It'll be
So
your
if I
shutter
understand
speed.
correctly, your position is that NASA invented the stars, correct?
What the hell are you talking
No.
about, brother?
Come on,
That's
crack.
your
dude.
position, is it not?
No, crack.
No, it is not.
No, they did.
So who invented
What are
the
you
stars
talking
then?
about,
Was
dude?
it Russia? Was it the USSR?
No, we're just telling you you
Look,
don't
bud.
see them when you go up really high.
Okay, so who
Like,
invented
nobody
them?
shows
Who created the
stars when
stars?
going up really high.
And who created the
You did
stars
in your mind.
if they're not real?
You did.
Who cares?
in
I
your
don't care.
mind.
I created the stars.
Yes.
Why
What
does
are
that
they?
matter? Who
I
cares?
personally am responsible for a mass-scale conspiracy involving the invention
No, don't
of
be
stars.
ridiculous, guys. Come on,
What the
don't
fuck
feed this
are you
nonsense.
talking
Look,
about?
nobody
We don't know
invented
what he's talking
stars.
about.
Like,
I'm joking
So
with him
stars
here.
are real?
yeah,
What
stars.
is a
You can
star?
see them. We can all see them from down here. We're just saying when
Okay,
you go up high, you can't see them anymore.
so what's the issue?
I'm asking, what are they? I'm asking you what they are. The guy who keeps asking us what stars are. You tell us the ingredients to make a star.
Twinkle,
Ingredients
twinkle,
to make a star,
little
I think you need
star,
carbon.
how I wonder
Make us
what
one.
you are.
Make
We
a
have these
star. I can't
ingredients.
make a star.
Well, now you can't make one, so clearly it's a UFO to you then, right? So now you don't know.
I mean, it's not flying, so it's not a flying
Remember
object, and
the
it's not
leaf?
unidentified,
Remember
so
the
it's not
leaf?
unidentified, so it's just an
Do you
O.
remember the leaf? We could look at the leaf and reproduce the leaf. So now you can't reproduce the star of what you're claiming it is. You're claiming it's something, dumbass. So you would have to produce the claim. You would have to produce the evidence for what a star really is to claim it's a thing that you know what it is. We see twinkly lights, dummy. But what the fuck does that mean if you can't produce your story?
Okay,
It's a
so are
twinkly
those twinkling lights far away? Yes or no?
Twinkly lights. You tell me where they are with your high altitude footage. Go
Yes or
demonstrate.
no? Are they far away?
Demonstrate. We'll wait for
They
you to
appear
film.
far away.
We'll
They
wait
are
for you
far
to
away?
film.
They appear to be far away, but nobody can tell how far away they are.
So you don't know if they're far away.
We don't know what they really are or how they really manifest. Nobody does.
Has anyone touched a star?
No.
Not you.
No one has touched a star. So they're far away, right?
What are
Because
you
we can't
talking
reach
about?
them. We've touched the top of mountains, but we haven't touched a star, and you think they're not far away?
Yeah,
you
no,
retarded motherfucker.
Yeah,
You gotta send a high altitude footage.
So they're high
It's like
altitude.
you can't hear what we're saying. Sorry, kid, there's something in your brain that is blocking our words from reaching yours.
I am hearing your word. I am not hearing an answer to my question within your word.
We answer it and you keep asking the same question. Look, nobody touched a star. Why would you ask that?
So stars are far away because we haven't touched them.
Have you touched a woman before? No, because she's far away.
Look,
so
we're just
look-
telling you that your entire worldview was
Huntress.
handed to you and you were told to believe in it and you have no reason to. That's the end of the story, really.
I am not having my question answered.
You asked if you can touch a star or if anyone has. We said no. That's your answer.
I asked from that if that means that stars are far away. Otherwise, we'd be able to touch them.
Yeah, they seem to be far away.
Okay, so stars are far away, and I can see with my naked eye stars that are super far away from us. And you know what I can't see? Kansas or Florida or anything that is too far from me to be observed on Earth, but wouldn't be too far if it was above me.
Right. It's
So
different,
what's up
right?
with
'Cause
that?
you're looking through all the particles of air and water, and you have what's called optical density, which is compounding over distance. Eventually,
there's
you
air
can't
and
see
water
anything
up,
because
too.
life snuffs out. So due to the Rayleigh scattering of light in the atmosphere, you have about a maximum distance on a flat Earth of visibility around 293 kilometers under optimal conditions at sea level.
Then why can I see larger when I go up to a plane? When you go on a plane, you can see for way longer than you can see on the
Right,
ground.
because the air is thinner, there's less scattering and absorbing of light.
But the air isn't thinner on the ground, which you're seeing.
Right, but where your starting location has less air
Why does your starting location matter?
because it's thinner up there, so you're not seeing through as much junk.
But you're still seeing through that same junk just from above.
Right. Well, no, it's not the same because there's less of it down below.
If you look into a dark
Below
room, you cannot see any objects within that room. If you go into that dark room, you still can't see any objects. It's not any different whether your starting point is in or outside of the dark
The reason why the room is dark is different than the reason why you can't see to the bottom of an Olympic pool. Two different reasons. A dark room has the light turned off.
So do you think that air works like an Olympic pool?
Yeah, because it's full of water. You just need vaster distances for the same optical density to become as thick and for light to not push through it. Look, you don't know if there's like fog in the state next over right now from you, which you couldn't see through if you were in it. And if you're 100 miles away, you still couldn't see through that fog that the people living there can't see through.
Wouldn't I be able to see the fog then?
Not if it's too small for you to see, because you have an angular resolution limit to your vision. It's 0.02 degrees across your center field of view.
If the fog is too small, then I would be able to see the rest of the state. Or I would be able to see stuff around
If the
it.
angular size is too small, you can't see anything.
So it's now not about fog, it's about angular size.
In addition to fog, yeah. And, fog can reduce the size of lights getting through to your eyes. It can reduce the angle.
But you just said the fog was too small for me to see.
You know that the light's going to lose
In the case
intensity
it's
as
not,
it travels
you
through
won't
a
see
medium,
through
right?
it.
I don't see through it, but if it's too small for me to see, then I also won't have it blocking my vision. If there's a tiny little speck in your eye, you're going to be able to see stuff around it.
It's millions
If
of
it's
little
too
specks
small-
over thousands of miles, dude. It becomes opaque over such a distance. The light loses intensity as it travels through a medium, especially a dense medium at the surface. You can
Then why
only
don't I
get light
see it?
about a kilometer through fucking water, and you think it can just go infinitely through air?
If the fog
you can't
is
see it.
too
You
small
can't
for me
see
to
it
see,
because-
then I would be able to see it.
What's
Or I
fog?
wouldn't be able to
Fog's
see it.
water. Fog's water. and
No,
that attenuates light a bunch.
If fog in the distance is too far to see, then you can't see it.
Then I can see stuff around it because it's not blocking my vision.
No, you can't
the
see
fog
stuff
is-
to the left and right of it because that's too small to see either. And stuff that's even further is even too small to see beyond the fog.
So everything would just be like a tiny little dot there.
Everything disappears eventually in the distance, if not due to the diffraction limit of your vision, then due to the compounding of optical density.
Sure, no, that's not what I'm contesting. That only works across a way
so what
larger
are you
distance than a city or a state.
Light attenuates through a medium. Just deal with it.
Are
how it
you
is.
suggesting aether theory right now?
we'd get better
No, dude, I'm
arguments
talking
from
about
action labs.
air, gas, particles,
Oh, it's
whatever
flawed.
dust, fog, whatever bullshit is in the medium. That's what I'm talking about. No ether. Stop being an idiot.
So then why can't I see that fog?
What?
You are suggesting that there's fog blocking the light, yes or no?
There's all kinds of things in the air blocking the light or attenuating it, causing the light to lose intensity.
And when something
Air
blocks
itself,
light,
air
you can see that
itself,
blocking
just
light.
gas, gaseous. Hey, the presence of gas does that.
Yeah, gas does anything, any material. So if it was just a vacuum, okay, there'd be nothing to cause the light to lose any intensity, but you're breathing, aren't you?
Yes, I'm breathing. It's
Yeah,
not
so
a
you're not in a
vacuum.
vacuum, so there's medium present. So the light is going to lose intensity as it travels through that medium at some point.
And then I would be able to see that because light is how I see.
You'd just be able to not see because the light from that distance, whatever it is not going to reach you.
So I would just see a black blob then.
You just see how far you could see, and that would be it.
No, I would see a shadow.
Okay.
Why doesn't Japan cast a shadow on?
Okay, go deep sea diving. Get about a kilometer deep or deeper, and then
You're
see
not
what you can see.
answering my question. Why doesn't Japan cast a shadow if the light is being
The
blocked
light
by
from
the air?
Japan has been long attenuated before it got anywhere near you, and I'm assuming North America.
Okay, can you explain what attenuated means in this context? I'm not
It
familiar with
loses intensity traveling through the medium.
So if something loses, when the light loses intensity, though, it becomes darker. It becomes a shadow.
The light just doesn't reach you.
Yeah,
A
so it
shadow
becomes
is
a
when
shadow.
something's blocking the light. Yeah.
Yeah, the light doesn't reach you, so it's just darkness. There's nothing. It's darkness. It's black.
You're just not seeing the light from Japan. It didn't reach you. Got attenuated through the medium.
So it would be black then.
You just wouldn't
It would
see
just be
it.
darkness.
And you're gonna
Yes,
see where
because I would be seeing
You're gonna
darkness
see where there
instead.
is light. No,
Do you know
you're
what
going to see
darkness
where there
is?
is light.
But there isn't light there because it's being
Okay,
blocked.
stupid. So it's like you're in a room with bright lights on and it's dark outside and you don't really see what's outside. You don't see the darkness. You see where the light is.
Yeah, outside I see a darkness. If it's dark outside,
You don't.
it
You
is
see where
dark.
the light is. How are you this dumb?
Are you in a room right now?
No, I'm outside where there's light.
Have you been in a
Eventually,
room
like
with
if
your
the light source was, if the light source was too far away, right, that to be able to get through the, you know, the obstruction,
If it's
then
too
it
far
would
away,
appear
you just see
dark. Yeah, you're
darkness.
right. Like eventually, it's going to appear dark.
Yeah.
You're not gonna see much light.
Yeah.
Yeah, when you're in your airplane and the stars disappear up above you, when you're closer.
Happens. That happens.
So why
Yeah, you're looking
why don't we
forward.
just see a shadow of Japan or a shadow of
Brother,
Kansas?
hold on. When you're underwater, the sun is supposed to be 93 million miles away, shining through all that, coming to Earth, shining through all that atmosphere, coming down, hitting the surface of water. After a certain amount of water, after a certain depth, the water is black. That means the fucking light stops after a certain amount of water, moisture, humidity, any buildup of medium, right?
It
Now,
gets
water, hold on, brother. Hold on. Water is thicker than the air. It's just a different version that's thicker. So you can take water and air and act and think of them as the same way. You just need more air to build up to the idea of the same thickness. So instead of 1 mile or so many thousand feet of water to block the light, right? The whole sunlight, you'll need so many feet more of air and it'll do the same effect. And if you don't understand that, I don't know what to tell you, brother.
The same effect would mean it gets dark. It becomes black. That's what you said. It
What's
gets
the
dark
objection?
underwater, right?
What's the
Yeah, that's
objection?
what
It gets
nighttime is.
dark and black.
That's what
Wow.
nighttime is. When
You are
sun
not
goes far enough horizontally out of your view, it's darker for you. Nighttime. It's not going down. Go ahead.
Exactly.
You're not going to see
So
the
then
light from
why doesn't-
Japan because it is attenuated before it reached your optic, whatever that is. Your
Exactly.
eyeballs, your
So it should be
telescope, whatever
black.
you're
It
using.
should be a shadow.
No, you're
Japan should
not
be
going to
casting a
see it because
shadow.
the light from it was attenuated.
Yes.
In
So
the
it should be
medium of
just
air. That's how
darkness.
it got to you.
Brother.
I'm hearing you and I am responding to you. It would be darkness then.
How far away are you talking? How far away?
It just means you're not going to see it.
Yes,
Do you have
that
a
means it's
demonstration?
black. When you don't see light, you see darkness.
Show us what you're talking about.
That means you're not seeing anything. You're just not seeing
Yes.
it. You're not seeing
No,
darkness. You're
exactly.
not seeing the absence of Japan. You're just not seeing it. Period.
Yeah, I'll tell you why you don't see darkness. It's because the optic of your vision or your camera, whatever you're using, a telescope, is overwhelmed by all the other light coming in.
Is he talking about the darkness of space? What is he talking about?
No, he's saying you're not going to see.
shadows. It is.
That's
we
what I told
learned
him
this
on
in
this
like
already.
elementary.
Because I mean, I gave him the analogy of standing in a bright room when it's dark outside. The optic is being overwhelmed by the light it is getting. You're not going to see something from somewhere where the light isn't reaching you. What the hell?
So you just see darkness outside.
No, it's the same way an eclipse works. Listen, a solar eclipse is 2 light sources. The moon's bright as fuck, and it gets in front of the sun that's bright as hell.
The moon's not a light source.
All right, I want to do a knowledge check on this guy. Hey, Silent, what's the difference between blue and red wavelength?
It is the volume of the wavelengths, right?
No.
Then I don't remember. It's not the volume.
Frequency.
Thank you.
Anyway, what's this got to do with anything about a globe Earth? How does that prove water curves or the globe under your feet is round?
Because if you can't provide another reason for why I can't see things from that far away, it would imply that
Well,
there
how
is a curve preventing me from seeing it.
No, it wouldn't. It means you don't comprehend shit. So what you would need to do is be able to show us how water curves from a horizontal and not worry about how you see. We can walk up and touch that. You understand? One outdoes and trumps the other goofiness. You want what ifs and how comes. How come what ifs? That's not
I
going to
want an
help you.
alternate explanation for what we
No,
already
you
know.
need water curving away from a horizontal. If you don't have that, you don't have a globe. If you
That
can't,
is not the only evidence available.
That is the only, brother. I'm telling you right now. If you don't got that, you can go to fucking hell.
Yeah. Yeah, if
I'm
you
going
can't
to give
show
you the
that, then the
chance
thing that you're
to
saying
back
blocks
down from that
Japan in
claim.
your view, right? It's not even there. You can't even show it to us. So why would you go to that?
Right. On the ground right here, curbing water should be way simpler than you fucking talking about shit that you don't even know what you're talking about, dude.
Curving water requires a measurement that I don't have.
What? Well, yeah, I know. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Not welcome to Flat Earth. I just
If you
don't
don't
have
have
a
a globe
fucking...
measurement,
I don't have a continental ruler on me.
What the fuck kind of crack are you smoking? To build a house and to build a cement brick, you don't need a fucking continental anything. You need to do it up close and
No, but
personal.
to measure the curving of water across vast
Brother, if
distances
you're
on
the
a
guy
globe.
making the sidewalk follow the curve of the earth, you stupid motherfucker, you have to know the math and the schematics to have the blueprint of the curve of the earth to follow. Or else you don't know what the fuck you're following. What are you following?
I don't pave roads.
What are we following? With what? Pave it with what? To what?
I don't pave roads.
For what?
How does this pertain to me?
It pertains to the globe having a fucking measurement that you should go be able to go do out in your backyard. Water, every
My
mud puddle in your
backyard is
backyard should be
extremely
curving.
small and would have a localized flat area.
Brother, stop crying because you don't have it. It doesn't matter the amount to me. Some will work. Do you have some curbing water away from a horizontal? I'm sure you're a mile away from someone, right? So
It
fill up
needs
the
to be
container.
across a very big distance to show any
Brother,
actual
how many
curvature.
miles are you away from your 10-mile away neighbor right now as we speak? You're 10 miles away from him, correct? So if you're 10 miles away
No,
from
any
him, your
neighbor 10
backyard,
miles away from
stop
me.
talking. That's why you don't know anything. Your backyard is 10 miles away from your neighbor that's 10 miles from you. Now take a pitcher of water, go find an 8-inch hill in your backyard. We're just looking for 8. You're actually should have about 70 feet or something dumb shit. We're looking for 8 inches where you can pour the water on the 8-inch hill of dirt. You're 10 miles from somebody, correct? So you are that portion. You are that spot. You are the area where the dip is supposed to occur and water is supposed to stick to a curve while not moving at rest. So you should be able to pour the water on the hill in your yard and it stay right there, an 8-inch hill. Can you do that in anybody's yard? If you can't, you're not on a fucking globe. Because that hill in that guy's yard is 20 miles away from somebody else. You understand? That means a whole wall you're supposed to have a fucking hill you can slide down in the wintertime and pour water on it. It has to stay on it like ice. You understand? Stay still. You know you have no portion of dirt on this whole planet where water is sitting on the side of a fucking hill at rest. Thus, no globe.
The globe Earth has a surface area of 200 million miles squared.
It doesn't have none. You can't even find where it starts.
No,
And
the
that's bad.
globe Earth model
Where does it
has
start?
200 million miles squared.
Stop telling us what you imagine.
So that
That's
is an
what you
extremely
imagine.
large distance to demonstrate a curve across. But you
demonstrate.
can't
No,
just do
no.
it in your backyard.
Non sequitur,
Doesn't make
dude.
no
That
sense.
doesn't tell you the
That's not a-
curvature rate necessarily. Well, you could deduce the curvature rate from what you just said, I
No,
guess.
that's not what I'm
because that's
saying.
all
That's-
based on the radius, right? And so that would just be an 8-inch per mile squared drop. That would be a horizon for a 1-foot observer, only about a mile away. So yeah, those are pretty easy numbers to work with.
No, I'm
Yeah,
saying that
it's drop,
200
brother.
million miles means you have to
No,
go
1
across a
mile.
larger
After
distance
1
to measure.
mile.
You know, what's funny is from the ISS, you should see only 3% of those 200 million miles of Earth's surface.
I don't. How is that relevant?
They show a
Brother.
curve.
Yeah, they show a curve and you shouldn't see any.
Also, we only need 1 mile to show 8 inches to drop. You keep saying all this dumb big shit. Half a mile will show you 4 inches.
Yeah, just a mile 10 is plenty, dude. That's all you need.
Right. So fly your drone out 1 mile over the water.
What drone?
Start at what? Yeah. Fly your globe drone. It's going to drop below water line and not get wet. You're going to prove to us you got curb and water a mile away. You're going to fly your drone out 6 inches above the water, any water at rest, any big body of water, a lake or anything, fly it out 5 miles, drop it 6 inches lower than you started. So if you started it at 6 inches, drop it 12 inches and fly it back up and come back with your drone dry. Fucking Peevely, and we'll all go home and be Globers tomorrow. Come back with your dry globe drone. Dance underwater.
How
Not get
bougie
wet.
are you to own a drone?
Brother, did you hear what I said? How you could prove the globe? You don't want to do.
I
You don't
don't
want to be the
have
one
a
guy to prove the globe.
drone.
You'd be go get a Glober who does. I'm sure they'd love to prove it to all the flat earthers for free.
We've proven it thousands of times. You can look
But you
up on
can't do
YouTube
it.
how I
No,
prove the Earth is round, and
no,
you'll
you
find like
haven't.
10
I have.
videos of people using
No, you
drones and
haven't.
bikes.
Helium balloons don't go horizontal to space. Air bubbles don't go another direction to space. We only have one direction for up, that's vertical. You haven't proven shit. If you take your drone out and fly it and do exactly what I just told you, what no Glober will do, I go to globe channel after globe channel after globe channel, trust me, brother. And none of them, they all laughed when I said do this. You know why? Because they don't want to waste their $2,000 fucking badass drone and get it wet. Because they know they're not on the globe. Because they know after 5 miles, the water's not curving 8 inches, let alone 1. Do you comprehend the logistics and the depth of this, the death to your globe, because you're scared to get a drone? You want to ask us dumb questions, go get a fucking drone, dude. Bring it back wet. You won't have your drone. You'll cry. Come back. You guys are right. The earth is flat. My drone's gone.
His drone is gone.
I mean, if it is a ball, it should maintain equal altitude, and you don't have to worry about your drone. It'll be okay.
Right. Yep. Put it on autopilot, and then switch it over when you get to 5 miles away. Stop it, and then drop it down. Drop it low. 12 inches. Not the whole 8. Just 6 of them. We're gonna leave you 2 to stay dry, brother. We want to make sure your drone stays dry. You'll have a camera below it, camera in front of it, and a camera in back. Camera will be seeing you, see the water below it. It'll watch itself get closer to the water and clunk and drown. We'll all see it live. It'll be fun. Load it up to YouTube. If
Okay,
your
saying
drone
I
doesn't,
do have a drone, I'm trying to understand what your experiment is here.
fly your drone out as far as you can away from you to where you can fly it back.
You just fly it 7 miles and back?
No, I didn't say that. Fly it out 1 mile. Start at 3 to 4 inches above the lake water, a still lake. Fly it out, right, over the water. Drop it down after you go 1 mile. If your drone can fly 1 mile out, drop it down 3 inches higher. I'll give you 3 inches, brother.
Oh, you think the drone is gonna like grow in altitude relative to the lake, do you?
No, the drone is going to fly horizontal. The earth is going to curve away. The earth is going to curve away from
No,
the
that
horizontal
doesn't even
line.
make sense. What?
No, that's what horizontals do. Horizontals don't follow curves. Yeah, I'll get a ruler and show you. You want me to show you how a ball
No,
works with a
okay.
ruler?
I see
You
what you're
want me to show
saying,
you
but
how? Well, then
the
stop,
theory
brother.
of relativity accounts
Brother,
for this.
brother, no. What the fuck kind of crap are you smoking? A horizontal line that every builder uses to make.
This model doesn't work in a globe
Every
Earth model.
fence is built horizontally. Now you're saying those don't exist? What are you talking about, dude? You're saying people don't build shit over water horizontally? You're saying a drone can't fly horizontal, a helicopter can't fly horizontal. No flying object, my
No,
frisbee
they
can't be
fly
flown.
horizontal, but the Earth doesn't curve away from them. They
I
follow the
know.
curve.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, that's not. That works in the globe Earth model.
You're not
That's what I'm
making no
saying.
sense, brother. How can you fly horizontal and the Earth not curve away if it's arcing away?
The theory of relativity. You're flying relative to the Earth.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Please tell me you at least heard of relativity.
Bending and warping
The
of
Earth.
space-time, relativity.
Then how are you moving forward? Then how can your drone fly forward? It shouldn't move nowhere then.
You're
Your drone
moving
should stay
forward
right where you let
relative
it
to the
go.
Earth.
No, then your drone shouldn't be flying.
Space and
Motherfucker.
time are dilating. They're contracting and expanding. That must
Your
be what he
drone
means.
shouldn't be flying at all if it's relative and stuck in its fucking position relative to you. Correct?
It's not stuck in its position
That's
relative
what
to
you
me.
just claimed.
No, it's not.
So then stop claiming that.
I didn't.
Relative motherfucker. You don't know what relativity is. Shut up.
Do you?
I'm telling you right now, it's relative to its fucking self, and the water is relative to itself.
No, that's that.
How come tornadoes don't follow the curve of Earth?
What do you mean they don't follow the curve? Yes, they do. Have you seen it?
When you get and a tornado's coming, you get down in a ditch. Tornado goes over you. How come tornadoes can't fly down around curves?
What?
Telling me a drone has to do it. Show me a tornado dip down in valleys. Stop saying what, you idiot.
Do you know what a tornado is?
I'm waiting for you to show us. Stop
Do you
fucking
know what a tornado is?
questions
Do you
that
know what a
can't
tornado is?
comprehend. Stop asking us what you don't know,
shut
brother.
up.
We're not gonna
Shut the
keep
fuck up
telling
for a
you
second.
every
Do you know
word.
what a tornado is?
Brother, we're not gonna go through the dictionary
Pipe
for
down,
you.
pipe down, pipe down. Shush. Do you know what a tornado
We're
is?
looking for one to go down
Pipe
around
down,
the curve,
pipe down,
Piper.
pipe down. What is
Yeah,
a tornado?
we're looking to see one. Show us one, Piper.
Okay, I'm not getting any confirmation that you actually know what a tornado is.
Yeah, we're trying to look for one dropping down below a curve, dictionary boy. We'll tell you about the dictionary later. We'll tell you every word and every meaning later. I'm sad that you have had to describe every word like the.
Because your model doesn't work. What you actually know what a tornado is.
Tornadoes are what we're talking about. Quit running like a rabbit.
Tornadoes, and you are not demonstrating
get the
any knowledge
video
of what a
of a
tornado
tornado.
is.
Brother, a tornado can be on video. They chase them. You fucking retard. Stop asking stupid fucking questions. Go film a tornado dipping
If you
below a
can't answer
curve.
this question, it proves you have no idea what you're
How
talking
would a
about.
tornado tell you that the Earth's a ball, anyway?
The only question is, how can a tornado follow the curve of the Earth the same way the drone doesn't?
The drone does follow the curve of the Earth. That's why the Earth doesn't curve away from them.
Tornadoes don't. Neither do drones.
What curve of the Earth are you talking about?
Yeah, what curve? Show us where the tornado follows the curve and tilts diagonally. We'll wait. We'll wait for your horizontal tornadoes too. We need one all the way horizontal, and your helium balloons to go that way out of the ocean. How far down to and under the ocean do I got to take this balloon before it goes horizontally to space and not vertical, brother? Now you're going to be retarded, huh? Probably not know nothing. How far down do I got to take the submarine to shoot the air bubble to the horizon to where it goes that way from the center of Earth instead of going up that way now? Where's that magic spot? I've never seen it. No one
Because
has.
that's not how the globe Earth model works.
So stuff doesn't
You're
leave
melting their
from the
brains
center
too
out.
much, Emma.
There is no up in space. There's just up relative to a given object.
No, there's only vertical
you guys
from a
don't
flat
even have
plane.
up and down.
A flat plane has up and down. Down is the dirt below you, and
Only
up
relative to the dirt.
Brother, can you dive down in the ocean and pop out the surface?
If the ocean went all the way to the other side of the Earth, yes. Although you'd probably get crushed by the gravity midway through.
Man, you globies don't even have up and down.
I don't even think you know what, brother. The
Up
surface
and down
of
do not
fucking
exist
ocean-
except for relative to other
Brother,
objects.
the surface of ocean water. The surface, hold on. A submarine can go through the fucking water. I'm going through the surface and cutting through the surface like the peel of an orange. Right? If you got a needle and you stab the peel of an orange, that's your fucking ocean. Please don't tell me you don't comprehend that. The ocean's holding itself to the ball. Dirt's not supposed to be underneath it holding it up like ponds do and everything. You're supposed to have water holding itself on the side of stuff. Do you understand, stupid?
Water doesn't hold itself. It's pulled towards the center.
Welcome to flat Earth. We know.
Hold on. Let me ask. So if I drop a rock, where does it go?
Towards the center.
Towards the center. So not down.
We would consider it down relative to the Earth, but it is not down in an objective sense. There is no objective down.
So when I drop my phone, it doesn't go down.
We can say it goes down. It just doesn't go down objectively. It goes down relatively.
Diagonal.
So if I let a balloon go, does that go up?
It goes away from the Earth, and we can consider that up relative to the Earth, yes.
Okay, so we do have up and down.
Relative.
What do you mean?
We have relative up and down.
Well, relative to just to where you're standing.
Relative to any given thing.
So
like
your
it's
up
going
is the
up
same as my
relative to
up?
the Earth, but it's going down relative to the moon.
So you're saying my down is different from your down?
Depending on where you live, yeah.
Well, let's say
How
I'm
do you
in
demonstrate
Europe
that?
and you're in America.
Say I'm in America and someone's in China. And we both let balloons go at the same time. They would be going opposite to each other.
Okay, how do you know that?
That is the conclusion from.
No, how do we demonstrate that underwater? What I just told you, the experiment.
What do you mean underwater?
What's your evidence? What's your evidence for the balloons going in different directions when they go up?
Exactly. Helium balloons going horizontal to space, dude.
What? Horizontal?
Yeah,
No, what's
compared
your
to one
evidence?
going
Don't get
vertical.
distracted.
The
What's your
references,
evidence for
yeah.
that claim?
Yeah, one vertical, one horizontal, one in this place, one in this place. They would have to be referenced to each other, and you would say this one went up vertical and the one in this one went that way. How do you prove that?
I think we have proof of either way. Science
No, you
doesn't
definitely
deal.
have to prove it or stop
Well,
believing
you
the
made
dog.
the claim.
Science
that
doesn't deal
up
in
and
proof.
down are
Science deals
different.
in evidence. Epistemology isn't just proof. You know that,
Well,
right?
then you don't
Wait,
have
so why are you making the claim that the up in one guy's location and the up in another guy's location is different if you've got no evidence for it?
We've got evidence. Evidence is not proof.
We'll
All
wait
right,
for
what's your
plumb
evidence
bob.
for that specific claim?
At the top of my head, we have, for example, satellites.
No.
We know
Plumb
satellites
bobs
work.
are
No, shut up. We
survivors.
know satellites work by orbiting around the
No,
Earth, and
plumb
that's only
bobs,
possible
dumbass.
on a globe Earth.
Plumb
How does
bobs
that
are
tell
supposed
you
to
the
diverge and
direction of
converge.
upwards is different from person to person? Saying the word satellites.
You need a plumb bob. It's called a tool to measure the angle and the divergence away from plumb, brother. We need to see some non-plumb fucking plumb bobs. Do you understand?
What
Or
is
is
a
that
plumb
beyond you?
bob?
Yeah, the stuff everybody uses to measure horizontal stuff. It's
And
a
you also
pole.
mentioned the curvature earlier, so do you have a measurement of that or an observation?
Yeah, an
We have a
observation.
few, yeah.
Huh?
We have a few, yeah.
Okay, who's measured it?
Off the top of my head, I would say every research association in the world.
But you don't have
Okay,
give us one name.
Could you post who's measured it?
Sure.
And we said measured, not calculated or equated.
Yeah, not like theoretically assuming it, like actually
Calculation
measuring.
isn't theoretical. Calculation is the mathematics are
It's
proof.
not
Science is
touching
not.
nothing. No, you got to
Well,
touch stuff.
They have to be applying like some kind of measurement to the surface, yeah?
Calculation is a form of measurement.
Well,
No,
no,
Or
they would
measurement
need
is
to
a form of
measure
calculation.
to then use their calculations. Like we're looking for, they say there's
Complement.
about 8 inches per mile squared of drop over a distance due to curvature. Who's measured that?
Yes, we want to confirm their measurements. Confirmation is what we're looking for. Do you have that?
Calculations. Do you think mathematics can be disproven?
Do you
Bro, you
think you
said
need
a bunch of people have
confirmation or
measured
not?
it.
No, answer my question.
Confirmation. Stop asking dumb
Stop
questions.
dodging.
Confirmation.
Stop
You're
dodging.
dodging. You're dodging the
Bro,
measurement.
you were asked for the measurement. It sounds like it's you that's dodging. You said multiple people have measured it, so who measured it?
I was going to bring up a name, and then you said that calculations don't count.
Well, I asked
Calculations
for a
do count.
measurement, not a
We asked for a
calculation.
measurement.
Calculations are, measurements
I
are
measure your fucking
calculations.
doors and windows, dude. I don't calculate shit.
What measurements were
That is a
used
form
in
of
your
calculation,
calculation?
yes.
Which
No, it's
measurements
not.
were used for your
What do you
calculation?
mean, no, it's not? This isn't a contestable thing.
Bro, did they measure the drop over the distance due to curvature and then put that in a calculation? Is that what you're saying?
Calculations and measurements are not distinct things.
Wait, so why are they different words?
Because they refer to different connotations.
Okay, so they're different things.
What? You know what a synonym means?
Up and down are different. You know
No,
that,
they're
right?
the same thing, Demok. They just
Yes,
have
up
different
and
words
down
All
are
the
different.
for
same,
no reason.
different connotations. Oh, I'm
And
so
different
stupid.
connotations.
We can just use fucking opposites for everything. Black is white now. Red is blue. Yeah, listen to the Glober. They're fucking, yeah, that makes no sense. We need confirmation of who's touched this fucking curve to measure it, to confirm or verify its orientation, location, reference point and frame, from where to where, who did it, how the fuck did they do it, and what they used to do it, because I want you and me to redo it.
But okay, you're saying that no one's measured it, but someone has calculated it. Is that what you're saying?
We have calculated hundreds of times, yes.
So it's been calculated but never measured.
Well, we have measured it with a shadow before, but that's like.
So who measured it?
Hold on.
Because that's what we're interested in. We're interested in the measurement bit. You feel me, dog?
I'm trying to figure out how to pronounce his name. Eratosthenes? I'll put it in chat.
Eratosthenes, eh?
Eratosthenes. Yeah, that sounds like it.
So what did he measure?
He measured he measured shadows.
Ah, right. So not the surface of Earth.
Sure, he didn't measure a well, a round well.
But who measured the curvature of the Earth, though? That's what we were kind of.
Yes, he measured the curvature of the Earth using a measurement of shadows.
No, he measured a round well. He measured a shadow in a fucking well.
And then he calculated an assumption of curvature, right?
Yes, from a horizontal baseline.
Yes, no, all measurements are based on assumptions. That's why we use use calculations to expand
the
on them.
assumption calculated of curvature. We're looking for a measurement of it.
Yes, no, a measurement is an assumption. A calculation is not. That is the point.
Excuse me? Say that again?
Okay, a measurement is an assumption. A calculation is not.
What do you mean by that?
I mean that to measure something, you rely on multiple base assumptions, which calculation does not, because calculation just relies on logical inference, which is completely objective and can be followed entirely.
Wow.
You're not
How does the surveyor survey your backyard?
Yeah, it's just outrageous.
It is impossible for a mathematical calculation to be wrong unless there is some flaw in its logic.
How does a surveyor survey your backyard, dude?
Is 1 + 1 = 2 wrong?
How does a surveyor?
1 + 1 = 3.
That's not what a surveyor does to survey your backyard. That's not what he does. That's not what he does.
Yeah,
Does 2 × 4 = 8?
If I measure my height,
not stand there and ask us about
that's an
fucking
assumption.
1 + 1 = brother.
These are calculations. You know this, right? Are they assumptions?
Brother,
Are we assuming that 1 + 1
I
=
want to
2?
know how the fuck you measure your backyard or your doors and windows. I want to see you do it. With sticks and
Does 1
shadows.
+ 1 = 2?
No, I want to see you measure
1
your
+ 1
backyard.
doesn't equal 2?
Brother, stop running
he's
like a
agreeing
scared
with us,
bitch. Measure your backyard with sticks and fucking shadows and your door frames and windows. We'll wait, stupid.
But he agrees
Does
with us.
1 + 1 = 2?
He says curvature's never been measured. It's only been calculated.
No, it's been measured by fucking.
Calculated means dreamed about.
No, he didn't measure it. He assumed it in his calculation.
He measured it.
Dreamed about it.
No, he measured shadows.
He didn't
You
calculate
just said
it.
it. You said he measured shadows.
A shadow.
Yeah.
Measure your house with a shadow. Get on the roof, put 2 sticks on it, and let's see what the calculations you get, brother. I bet you come up with a spherical house. That's all you boys know how to do is spherical stick shadows. Couldn't find the shape of a tree, a dog, a cat, a square, nothing else.
Calculate all of those things.
No, all you can do is find a sphere with your shadow, your sticks. I proved it. You can't stand on your roof and measure your house with it. Go do it right now.
Can you measure it without using calculations?
Why are you asking me dumb questions, stick man? Shadow, super shadow guy.
Stick man.
Shadow measurements. Shadow.
Quit with the banter. Quit with the fucking banter
What's
for a
this
moment.
called?
Can you measure something without calculating it?
Show us your shadow ruler.
Can you measure something without calculating it?
Yeah,
Yeah, just take a tape measure and do the measurement.
Yeah, tape
You don't have
measure
to do any
touches it,
equation.
and you read the number that touches that spot, and you're like, good to
You
go,
read the
brother.
numbers, and what do you do with it in your brain?
You're reading the number on there.
You're reading the number. That's not what I'm asking. What do you do with that number?
No guess. There's no guess. You're touching the mark. You're touching
There's no
the
guess
window
because you
sill.
calculate it. If you don't calculate
You're
it, you can
touching
only
it with
guess
your
it.
finger. You put your
What's the
finger
equation
on
I'm
it.
using? I just took a tape measure and measured myself 6 feet. What equation did I do?
Pretty sure that's just unit conversion.
Pretty sure you're just an idiot.
So what guy touched the curve to calculate it at exactly 0 point whatever, like he would with the tape measure in the windowsill, young man? That's what we're looking for. We're looking for that guy that actually used the tape measure to calculate with the tape measure for the curve and a horizontal and a plumb and a level.
Are you schizophrenic?
I don't know. Is the hardware store schizophrenic for making nothing but horizontal tools? They should have
Does
made
the
some.
hardware store make 8-mile long tape rulers?
What's that mean? Do they make a 1-inch curve? Do
What
they
the,
make
what
a
the fuck do you
2-inch
mean?
curve?
What's that mean?
Do they make any curves?
Hey,
Do
quit
they
being
make any
stupid for a
curve
second.
ruler?
What do you mean, what's that mean? Explain.
What does
You don't
curve
understand
ruler?
what the fuck a tape measurement is? Tape
Not a
ruler?
curve one. I'm looking for the Earth curve tape measure or ruler, brother.
You
Not
want
the
an
flat.
8-mile long tape ruler.
No, brother. What the fuck are you talking about? You would only need an 8-inch ruler to measure the Earth
No, you
curve.
wouldn't.
Yeah, the drop, 8-inch drop.
I
Yeah,
think
you
you
match it up
heard
right there.
8-inch from somewhere and just took that
Yeah,
as gospel.
you'll make your calculation or your
No.
equation from the center point right there. You stand right up next to it. You put your little protractor on there that's making a frown. You line it up. You stencil it out. You say that's the Earth curve stencil, and you can continue it this way or that way. You can buy the sections. You can extend it like an antenna. Where's your Earth curve at, dipshit?
8 inches.
So,
I don't know where you heard that. Probably other flat earth.
brother, where's your Earth curve stencil? We can extend and see your Earth curve. You guys got an 8-mile long. What do you got an 8-mile long thing of? You got an 8-mile long drill bit that drills 8-mile holes, don't you? Called the Nikola Tesla borehole, if I'm not mistaken. So surely you must have the ability to make an extendable 8-mile long Earth curve ruler, correct? Wouldn't that be, by all intents purposes, if you held it horizontal, wouldn't that have to bend to the Earth's curve? That 8-mile drill bit.
I mean, relative to the earth, yes.
Oh, there's that word. I'm glad you brought it up. So now we do have an 8-mile long Earth curve measurer. Don't we? Can make that now, can't we?
Yes, you can make an 8-mile long tape ruler.
So
So
we
why
got
don't
the
you?
one. Why don't I make an imaginary thing that doesn't exist because water's horizontal? That's a good question.
So they are imaginary, so they don't exist? Make up your
No,
fucking
globes
mind,
don't
dude.
exist. We're not on a globe.
No, I'm talking about the tape ruler.
No, globe ones don't exist because
You
you have
want
no
us
Earth
to
curve.
create an 8-mile
You have
long
to make
tape
it
ruler.
from Earth curve. You have to find the curve and make it from that. Do you have
You
that
can't
location?
make it from that. You measure it with that.
No. You stencil it out, brother. Like if I got a beach ball sitting there in front of me and they said, "Hey, stencil that out," I'd get a piece of cardboard, put it at the top of the beach ball, and stencil it out. And then that same measurement would cover the whole beach ball, no matter what I did with that little section. Do you understand, stupid? Do you understand how a
Stencil
sphere
the
works?
entire earth.
Brother, we're looking for your little microscopic guy part. You're a little bitty guy, and you can't find this big ass curve of this big ass huge earth. You don't think that's a problem? You can't fly up in your helicopter and see where the curve ends and just starts going down below you anywhere? You don't think that's a problem?
Never been on a helicopter before.
Brother, fly forward in any object. If you had enough gas to go 80,000 miles, you could go 80,000 miles horizontally, fucking Earth curve at all, and you would never be able to see no dirt and water in front of you or below you. That's what you
Yeah,
need
you
for
would,
Earth
because
curve.
the earth doesn't curve away from you. Again, you're following the earth.
No, we went in a horizontal line in my imagination, dumb fuck. We didn't give a
I
fuck
am
about
well aware of
Yeah,
horizontal
so
line
that means
implies on a
your
curve.
curve.
You
No,
are not.
curve has to appear.
If you
Now,
travel a horizontal line on a
brother,
globe,
yes,
you just
that's
end
all
up
we
going
do.
in a loop
That's
around the
what we
globe.
do. That's what we do. We only make horizontals.
An
Nobody makes
example of
no,
this would be the equator. If you follow the
nobody
equator,
makes
you
any
just go in a
curves.
circle. You wouldn't go
There is
up.
no equator. Shut up. You say the stupidest shit. You don't
Oh
have any
my god,
curving water.
you can't criticize the globe
Curving
Earth
water.
position if you deny any example.
Wait, so the equator, that's a circle, right? So you're going to go in a
Yes.
horizontal line in a circle. And you just told him
Mhm.
he doesn't know what a horizontal line is, but you do. You think it's
A
the same thing as a
horizontal-
circle.
On a globe Earth, you would just go in a circle. Yes.
Yeah, a circle
Oh,
is a
yeah,
horizontal line, bro.
Yeah, it sounds very horizontal.
Yeah, flat planish to me. Like paper when you draw a circle on flat paper. Seems
Yeah,
pretty fucking simple.
if you just go straight, you would end up going
What else
in a
can't we
circle
draw on
around
that flat paper? What part about your globe map couldn't we draw on our flat paper? Tell me real quick.
Wait, please, wait. Can you make a difference between straight and curve line? Because you said if you go on a straight line, you will make a circle.
Yes.
Around the no, I'm not talking to you, Demark. I'm talking to the other guy who said that if you go in a straight
Right,
line,
right. No, I got you. Yes.
that making a circle around the globe. So straight lines for you are curving lines. In your word, in your understanding, straight lines are curving lines.
around the globe, they would curve. Yes.
Straight line. A straight
Yes,
line.
if you went in a straight line around the globe, you would curve.
Distance between 2 points is a straight line. So the straight line is a line that not deviating and no curvature, nothing. It's a straight line.
You know, a straight line is literally a line that does not curve,
Straight
right? You know that,
Have you
right?
ever played a game like Super Mario Galaxy or like Outer Wilds that has globe physics built into it?
Sounds
Just to give
about
a
right.
model.
Do they say
Or
a
have you
straight line?
ever seen a simulation of something going around the globe?
Hold on. Without simulations and games and Yu-Gi-Oh and bullshit. No.
Okay, if you don't, so you haven't seen a simulation of this, so you don't actually understand the concept.
Simple geometry, and do you understand the difference between a straight line and a curved line? Can you draw a straight line in a piece of just a piece of paper and take a picture and put it in the chat? Straight line.
Yeah. Let me just get this straight. Are you blaming video games?
Draw a straight line. Can you draw a straight line? Show it to me.
So if you draw a straight line on a piece of paper and then bend that piece of paper, and all of a sudden it's a curved line.
Draw two lines, one straight line and one curved line. And show me the two.
Are you blaming video
You draw
games?
a straight line on a piece of paper. Okay, you have a straight line on that piece of paper now, goes from one end to the other. Now you curve that piece of paper so both ends are touching each other. Now you have a curved line.
Can anyone hear me?
All right, Cyclone's trying to talk. Let him go.
Oh, okay, I can't be here. I just wanted to check if you're blaming computer games for your inability to differentiate between a straight line and a curved line.
No, I'm giving computer games as an example of a simulation that would explain my point.
But they don't say straight lines or curved lines. Do they?
They show how a straight line across a surface, when the surface is curved, will become a curved line.
Might be a
Or
curved
you can
line,
just
not a straight line.
you can just take a piece of paper, you can draw a straight line on it, then you can bend that piece of paper so that both ends are touching each other, and now you have a curved line.
Well, that would be a curved line, not a straight line.
Now it's a curved line. It was originally a straight line. Because we bended the surface, now the surface is round.
Curved.
Yeah, you
Right.
said
The
it
line
was.
becomes round around it.
Yeah, you said
Yeah,
it.
so-
It was a straight line. It was when the
Yeah, so
surface.
you turn it
was
into a curve,
was
it
flat.
becomes a curve, not straight.
It's not flat straight anymore because
You know
it
what gravity
changed
does?
from
Hold on, Necros. Just hold on.
No, I kind of took it from that process. I don't mind, but I don't know,
Gravity
bro. You're
bends
dying.
space
You're dying.
just
You're
like we
dying
bend
on
the
some
paper.
crazy hills. I don't know why you're choosing these hills.
I'm not dying on any hills. I'm just explaining evidence-based conclusions.
I've not heard. What evidence? What are you talking about? Mario Galaxy.
Back to here again.
Mario Galaxy isn't evidence for.
No, it's a
anything, is it?
simulation to explain my point.
Yeah, but we're talking about reality. We're not talking
Okay, and
about
in
simulations
reality,
and computer games.
gravity bends the metaphorical piece of paper. It bends space. It bends the line.
Well, that
Are you not
sounds like
understanding
not
this?
reality again. Metaphorical paper and space. What are you talking about, bro?
This is what the other guy said. I was talking to earlier. Craziness.
Like, try and stick in the natural, observable world and get some evidence from that. Not theoretical.
It's all
imaginary.
theoretical. All of it
Well,
is
the natural
theoretical.
world is theoretical.
All of our understanding of everything is theoretical.
The natural world is theoretical.
Everything is theoretical. Our
Including
understanding of all
natural
of it.
world.
We don't have
So if you
solid
get a glass
proof
of
for
water,
99% of things.
have you got a glass of water in front of you?
No, I don't have a glass of water in front of me.
Have you got a computer in front of you?
Yes.
Is that computer theoretical?
Our understanding of it is theoretical.
The computer is theoretical. The one that's in
Our
front of you that you're
understanding of it
using
is
right now.
theoretical.
Oh, but not the computer itself.
No, technically not.
Right. So not everything is theoretical.
Our understanding of everything is theoretical. That's what I'm saying.
Your understanding of everything is theoretical.
Everything relies on theory.
I don't know. It sounds like kind of globe coke shit to me. I don't know what that means.
Oh my god. You are using your inability to understand concepts
So we're
as an
asking,
excuse
like,
to write those
evidence
concepts
in
off as
reality
false.
that
You know
the
what?
Earth
I'm
is a
going to
globe.
explain this very clearly. Gravity is when mass bends space, okay? So space is being bent. The paper is being bent. The paper is space in this analogy. We draw a straight line on the
What about in
paper, and
reality,
gravity
though?
bends that paper. That's
Is that
two
just
ends
in
touch each
theory,
other.
or can you demonstrate that in reality?
You can demonstrate that by flying around the Earth. That's what airplanes do.
How do they demonstrate it?
By flying around the globe. In a
Well, they just
straight
treat the Earth
line.
as flat and motionless, so no globe there. And a straight line again? That wouldn't be a globe, remember? We just went over this.
The shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line, right, Huntress?
Can you disprove the theory of relativity?
Why? You don't even know what that is.
Concept.
I'm explaining what it is. Can you disprove it?
You think that planes prove the curvature of space-time? You have no clue.
Well,
Can
wouldn't
you
you have to
disprove the
wouldn't you have
curvature
to
of
prove it
space-time?
first? Wouldn't you have to prove it first?
So it's your only contest that there isn't evidence for it. Your only contest.
Yeah, silent,
You don't have
Huntress.
It's a pretty good one.
This
If you don't
sounds
have
kind of...
evidence for it,
So what
is there
about
to debunk?
what about the calculations that Einstein did that we have affirmed recently through observation with empirical data?
The
That we affirmed recently
calculations
with
that
more calculations.
What about the calculations that the Marvel team did to calculate Superman's top speed?
Huntress, are you saying something crazy like this? Are you saying that the Earth is flat? Definitely,
No.
100%. It's flat, but when you get really far away from it, due to the bending and warping of space-time, it's perceived as a sphere, and you
No,
pop
I'm
up on the
saying
other
that
side.
the Earth is a sphere, but if you fly in a straight line, that straight line is going to be bent because you're flying through space,
So it's
which is
not a
bent.
straight line. So it's not a straight line. And the
It is a
space
straight
itself is
line.
bent. The fabric of space itself is bent. Can you demonstrate that?
We have demonstrated it. The theory of relativity has been proven through
Okay, where's
mathematic
the
proofs.
demonstration? Oh, through just mathematics on paper or physical demonstration?
Why is it still called a theory then?
There's a theory of gravity and there's a law of gravity. They're two separate things.
Right, so but you're talking about the theory.
The theory of gravity refers to the collective mountain of evidence for it, and the law refers to the absolute
So not
proof we have
proven
for
though,
it.
just a theory.
Can you cite a
Alright.
pilot for me who says he takes a curved path through the sky because space-time itself was bent and warped and curved?
Can I cite a pilot who believes
I never
in
heard a pilot say
gravity?
that. Just you now in this
Do you want me to cite a pilot who believes in gravity?
Yeah, why don't you find a citation for that bullshit you just said? That's what I'm getting at.
No. You want me to find a pilot who believes in gravity, yes?
No,
That's not what you were
you just
claiming.
said.
That is what I said, yes.
You said
I'm
they
referring to the concept of
negotiate
gravity.
bending, warping
No, you
space-time
said
when
a
they're flying planes.
Crazy talk.
That is some crazy talk, bro. I don't know why you're getting so crazy on this.
You said a pilot flies horizontal, but then he dips his nose around a curve horizontally
Horizontal
without
line is
dipping his
bent
nose.
because space is bent.
It's actually the curving of reality itself that's causing that pilot to dip his
curving
nose.
of
Like,
space-time.
what
Let's
on
be
earth
grown.
are you on,
Does
dude?
the pilot consciously making that like adjustment, or does he not know about it?
No, the line is being curved.
So he's not adjusting his flight.
Exactly. He's flying in a straight line, and his line is being
He's
curved
just treating
because
it
of
as
gravity.
flat. So he's treating it as flat.
Can I say
He can
something?
treat it as flat all he likes, and the line gets
Right.
curved by
But
gravity.
then you come along and tell him, hey, you're not treating it as flat because you're actually flying
What?
it
No.
inside.
What are you on about?
Well, the
Where
pilot's
does the pilot
treating
tell
it as
you?
flat. So how are you telling the pilot what's happening when the pilot's telling you he's treating it as flat?
I'm not.
You are. You're
pilot
saying
never-
you're treating it as flat, but
Yes,
you're
the
telling
pilot is
him
treating it as
it's
flat, and
actually
that
a
flat line
curve
gets curved.
because of space time. Yeah. Why are you saying that crazy shit?
It's not crazy. It's science.
what's
We've
the
proven
proof?
it with
What's the
math,
proof?
and we've shown evidence for it.
No,
What's your proof?
you just said earlier that straight is the same thing as curve. So the space-time is
I
not
said the straight line gets curved.
No.
So
So
what was your proof for that? Then?
space-time is
Tell
not
us the
doing
evidence. Because you're
because,
just talking shit at the moment. Come on, bro.
So the space-time
Just
does
keep rejecting all the evidence I'm putting forward.
I haven't put any evidence. You just told wild
away from
stories.
the globe, but you're doubling down on it.
So do you think calculations just don't matter then? Does 1 plus 1 not equal 2? Does 2 plus 2 not equal 4? Does 2 times 4 not equal 8?
Necessarily true.
Draw,
You can calculate.
draw what you're talking about for us. Draw a circle on paper and show us how a horizontal plane
No,
does
you don't
exactly
draw a
what you
circle on paper. You draw a straight line on paper and curve the paper
Do you
itself.
understand that theoretical math can describe non-reality? Like not everything that you could make maths to something that isn't real. Do you understand
We're
that?
calculating based on things that are real.
in paper.
You're not using anything real. You're not talking about any real observation, any real measurement.
I
You're
am
not
talking
any of
about real empirical data. I'm talking about calculations
Okay,
done from
what
what we can
measurement?
really
What
observe.
measurement? What measurement or observation?
Why do you keep going back to measurements?
Because that's what you're claiming now. You're just talking
That's what
about
I'm claiming
math.
calculations. I'm claiming that
Okay, so you're
Einstein
not
and
talking
multiple
about
scientists after him have
empiricism.
calculated
You're not
this. I'm
talking
talking
about
about how Galileo
observation.
has calculated
So
this.
you're not talking about observation or measurement in the natural world.
Yes, I'm referring to empirical data. That is also another thing that I've mentioned.
Empirical data of what?
Just look it up at this point. I've already told
Of
you.
what? Empirical data of
I've
what?
named scientists. I've
Brian.
named studies. I've named
Of
labs.
what? What was the data? What was the measurement? What was measured?
Oh my
for the
god.
globe?
Okay, fuck this.
I wanted him just to draw it.
No way. The shadow
Mission
ruler
complete.
guy just left. The guy that measures backyards with rulers just left.
Hold
That
on.
was crazy. That was a good
What
one.
what you needed to ask him was to draw it. Draw how a plane, and you hear what he said? I can't draw it. You got to put a straight line on paper and bend the paper in a circle. No, I want you to show me how the fucking airplane is flying a horizontal line but going around a sphere. That's what I want to see. Draw that out.
Reality itself is bending that straight line that's flying it into a curve.
Dimok, you will make him suck if you draw a straight line on a paper and you ask him to bend the paper without bending the line. So he will just to make it cylinder parallel to the line, just the normal shit. So he won't understand that because if he bend the paper perpendicular to the line won't be straight anymore.
This is what you can do maybe next time also, Dima. Like, so this is the principle is you want to like, not that you have to do, the guys, girls, nuts, whatever, right? So the principle is the shortest distance again between 2 points is a straight line. So in Einstein's geodesic, Romanian, they bend it, right? The space-time bends to give you the shortest distance between the 2 points folding upon itself. Okay, so now you go up and measure. He'll put them in a paradox. So go measure now the shortest distance between the 2 points. And then he's going to say, okay, I'm going to fold the original piece of paper to make the 2 points match the measurement, right? And now you're going to measure it again. So all right, now you got to put a straight line from point A to point B. But that one's curved as well in his mind. So he's going to have to curve that one. And then when it's okay, now measure the distance between those 2 points being the shortest distance. He's going to go into an infinite amount of curves. Like where's he going to go?
I'll go back.
Where's he going to get this measurement?
Hell.
Hell, he's gonna rainbow his curved paper to hell and find a straight point, a dot.
And when he kept asking how far away the stars are, you should just ask him how far the rainbow is. I was muted at the time. He's lucky. You're gonna say we can see a rainbow. How far is it? Can you touch it? And then he was gonna go.
Guys, I was thinking about a type of observation that we can do. I think it's simple. So we just need a vast distance, a big distance in plane, big enough. So we just take a compass and a laser, and we try to point the laser just accurately to the east or the west, just one of those two, east or west, and we put three markers in the end of that light, the maximum of the light of that from that laser. We put three markers, one in front of the other or one behind the other, in a straight line or parallel to that light coming from the laser. And we take out now the compass. We just take out the compass. We go to those the markers, and we point the laser through those markers in a straight line. And at the end of that light, we put other three markers, and we go like that. We keep repeating that with distance, for bigger distance, and we check when we get more big enough distance between the starting point and the end point. We check the compass and we see if we derived from the equator, and we have to do that in a specific circle to check if we derived from that circle. If we are in a globe and we do that, so we will just follow the same circle. If we are in the equator, so if we follow that line made by the laser and those markers, we will just keep going following that equator. We won't derive left or right. And if we are like in that Gleason's map, and the equator is a circle around the pole in that flat map, so we will derive. We will go away from the equator the more we get with the distance. So we can check that. It's easy. We can check that.
I want to see an airplane or a drone or a helicopter or something that can fly, right? Then get it, fly it away from you, close to the waters. You can get it, or whatever, even high up. It doesn't matter. And then have an airplane. An airplane. Listen, have you ever seen the video where like buildings or whatever have a laser coming up from them, and you can see the laser go up into the sky, like the blue beam or whatever?
Yeah. I've seen that.
Okay, so if you put a blue beam at the tail end, facing your eyeballs at the end of any flying object that supposedly can fly around the curve, and one at the front, and you have people on the side view and you in the back, some in the front, wherever you want to have them, and you fly the object away from you so many miles, and then turn the lasers on. The laser should point straight up in the air to be a globe. Once they fly away from you and go down past the curve enough, you tell them, hey, whatever, how far away you flew? Okay, click the lasers on. And the laser from the tail end of his plane shouldn't never come back towards you at all. It should go straight up in the fucking air. And if you don't see it do that, case closed.
So you guys are you guys confident that the North Pole is a point?
Hell no, I don't know what the hell that is.
I mean,
I
think it's the
know
south.
what the north is. I think they are hiding things about the north, and what we heard about it is not what's there. I have some assumptions and speculations.
What if the north is the south? And what if you go to high enough altitude and the north and the south are really high altitude, and you get up there and you see the sun different because you can see it for longer and more? And that's what would make you see the sun longer and more. Just like being at the top of a mountain and seeing it for more time in the day because you're up higher. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, then it would have to be like mountain time would be different than.
And you're in a white area. If you're in a white area and the sun's out there reflecting off all that white plus clouds plus mist plus white, shit.
I want to know something. So, how did they know? I don't know what they've done, but how did they know that it's the north polarity that we have there, but not both? Did
I'm not really conflating whether you call it north or south. I'm just saying the thing that is called the North Pole. That's all I meant. But.
No, I think he's just asking. I think he's just generally asking.
I'm just asking. I don't know. But, is the needle in the compass a magnet itself? So the south of the south of that needle is pointing to the north in the North Pole, or what? Because how did they know that it's not the south and north, a giant magnet with south and north in that place, in some place there?
Yeah, I don't listen. I don't know what it points to. If it points to like a point or a wall or a line, that yeah.
Correct me. The needle in the compass is not a magnet itself with the north and south. It's just a simple metallic needle.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Following, yeah, you're saying that the iron is following the magnetic line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like any magnet, it won't just choose between the south and pole and north of the magnet. If you point the south of the magnet to that needle, it will just attract it. I think if it's not a magnet.
Yeah. Well, the next steps are I've never done it, but they say that the compass doesn't work as well the further from the north you get. And it's like, I mean, like that whole proof of like, well, you can circumnavigate the globe going east and west. Like, who the hell would be flying in this big ass circle? Nobody. To get to one place. Who's going to go to big circle? Just go straight in a straight line.
They all have done the circumnavigation going from a stop to stop. Multiple stops around the map, around the pole, and it doesn't prove anything.
I mean, right. Well, I'm just saying the argument of, well, I can go and follow a latitude of east and then get back where I started. Who's done that? Ever?
Nobody.
This big ass circle for no reason, like a big ass
They don't
wide
even know.
circle.
They don't even know their math. Think about this shit. Hold on. Man, oh my God. I'm so stupid. I shouldn't even say nothing. Oh my God. How do I even approach this mathematical error? If
We got any more new people in? Globus? Questions?
I thought maybe my mic was dead.
Go ahead, cool dudes. Don't be shy. Don't just say it in the chat. If you have something to say to prove the globe, go ahead.
Cool, dude. You think observable reality isn't physically possible? A hot take.
I want to know what it means for an airplane to stay at 35,000 feet while following an arc, like if you tied to the string to the center or something. What would that actually look like? That means the airplane can't be going no farther than 35,000 feet to descent to continuous 35,000 foot in dipping elevation. It has to be 35,000 foot above you, 35,000 foot in front of you, going down that way at 35,000 feet ahead of you. I don't know, man.
I got an interesting question. It's kind of changing the topic, but you guys briefly touched upon it. It was about the stars and how we can see them from the ground, but we go up in elevation, say 3,000 feet, whatever, and then we can't see them anymore. Now, do we know why? Do we have a reason behind that? Or are we still trying to figure that out?
Does who have a reason?
Yeah, that's what I'm just anybody.
They can be a reflection at a lower altitude. And then when you get to a certain altitude, you're above where they're reflected at. So they appear to be far and all this other shit like a rainbow, but they're not. They're just reflecting like a rainbow. You can never touch it or get to it.
I can assure to you that anything that you will just have as an answer to what you asked now will be just an assumption. Trust me,
100%.
no one went there. No one checked those things, what they are, where they are. They are physical things. They are not. No one.
What's the globe model? What's the globe model explanation for that?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to figure out. You know, globe versus Earth, but just reality, and you know, we don't know, so that's why I brought it out. It was just a question. I was like, huh? I was like, nobody really knows. Kind of interesting.
If the stars were just these burning balls of gas emitting light over a distance, why wouldn't we be able to see them once we get past a certain altitude?
Yeah, exactly. It's interesting.
Some people have just again they just stick correlation, but some people have kind of mapped it out for the stars to be lying within a magnetic field and different like nodal points within that field.
Interesting one. Yeah, that just blew me out of the water. Kind of just looking at the stars. I'm like, damn, like, what the heck? Like, you know. Anyways.
Yeah, I'd say the globe. I'd say the stars make less sense on a globe.
Yeah.
Because I mean, technically, on a flat Earth, I mean, if it is a flat Earth, like it's measured and observed, then the stars, since we don't know what they are, what medium they're in, how they operate, we can't really put limits on what they can or can't or should or shouldn't do, right?
Yeah, and how would you make an experiment to even do that? It's very,
Well, that's the thing. You can't really.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
This
the
is
stuff
why.
that tickles my feet.
Even if you were able to replicate something that replicated the stars, you wouldn't be experimenting on the stars.
Yeah, because you don't know what they are. Exactly. I get it.
But this is why the luminaries have fascinated human beings since the dawn of time, right? And even up until modern times, the nursery rhyme, "Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are." That's the reason that's the thing, because people haven't been pretending to have those answers for as long as they want us to think they have. Right? Most people were just like us. Like, what are they? We don't know.
What does the Bible say about this? I know as above, so below. I wonder what the Bible
says the stars were set within the firmament or something like that.
Yeah, yeah.
So it really says what they are.
Gillian knows probably.
On the fourth day, the celestial bodies were set into the firmament. That is completely correct.
Yeah, they're there to tell us the times, the seasons, the days, the months. It's a clock. But I was gonna say, like you said in regards to Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, but then think about it. Then the next story is, oh, we know exactly what stars are. These big gas giants. So then the kid is questioned and then answered. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but not from the people who were originating the question in the nursery rhyme. A
Right.
different set of people took over and said, "We've got the answer." The full poem of that's pretty good, actually. If you haven't read it, the original one.
Go ahead. We're all yours. Yeah.
Oh well, someone else can bring it up.
Okay.
I'll be doing recitations right now.
Think of
Interesting
it this
question,
way.
though.
Think of it this way: the stars were never said to be in the scriptures as something that can allow us to plot out the land. Man did that. The only purpose for the stars was to be a calendar and a clock in our skies to let us know the times and the seasons. That's all it was. I think it's man that tried to say, "Oh, because we know this." What was that?
I was just going to ask, who was it that asked that question? Because I can't look at my phone.
Duncan Dorth, you mean about the what are the stars?
No, the guy who just asked the question about the stars there. That wasn't Duncan Dorth, was it?
Was that me? Sorry, I was reading something.
Yeah, what was your name?
Neil.
All right. How long have you been looking into this?
I haven't. I just literally heard this conversation that DMOC was getting into with the other guy, and they mentioned stars and how you go up, and I was like, that's interesting. Like, it's just
So this is the first time you're speaking or you're hearing the flat
So
Earth chat,
Neil,
or no?
aka Bert Duncan, you are not Duncan Dorth.
No.
No, he's not Duncan Dorth. I can tell Duncan Dorth.
Well, I don't know. It says Bert Duncan.
No,
No,
it's a different guy.
I'm from Nathan's server.
All right, so you're Globy or Flat Earth?
Flat Earth.
All right. I thought you were a new Globy.
No. That's was just so interesting that on the globe side and the flat Earth side, it's just not. Can't prove it. We can't equate it. It's just like a very interesting topic that you can't really beat.
And you can't beat it.
Yeah. Well,
so how did you come by it? How long have you been looking at it?
An hour. The last hour where it came up in my head.
No, not just this specific, like the whole topic. I mean,
oh, the whole globe flat Earth thing, like 4 years now. It's 2020.
what was the first thing you saw that made you start to question?
I've always questioned it. I've questioned a lot of things coming from the government as lies and stuff, but this was just like, show me a picture of the Earth, and then in all the books they just show you pictures. Just as an elementary kid, you just see pictures of volcanoes, and you see pictures of the core and the crust and the mantle, and then you come to realize, like, okay, show me this in real life, and no one can show you. And then I was started to question. I'm like, okay, it's not me that was questioning; it was someone else that was kind of pushing these questions on me a little bit because I was
That's what I was
answering
going to
those
ask
things.
you, if you were just doing it yourself or kind of someone came to you with it.
Someone was pouring sand in the bucket, and eventually it overflowed. So yeah, someone had an influence on me, but I alone as me, I was very skeptical about it. I was never like, it's a globe. I was always like, I don't know. I can't say for sure it's a globe. They're telling me these things, but I don't really believe it. But like, there's people who get paid and yada yada yada. But eventually it all starts to crumble once you look into it for yourself, right? So one of the things that got me was I was like, all right, what's the furthest we've dug into the earth? Like apparently the mantle and the crust is this far down in the earth. I'm like, all right, how far have we gone? And then you research it, we've only gone down like, what is it, 8 miles? I forget how long it is. The Bora, the Bora hole, whatever it is, hole to hell.
A super deep borehole, yeah.
Yeah. So that one came up, and I'm like, okay, if we've only been down this much, who is explaining the rest of it? So that was the first crumbling thing, and then obviously water curving, like you can't curve water, and then NASA and space, and then eventually I started to go on these servers, and it started with YouTube, and then it's just seeing the conversation is just.
Of course, you can curve water.
Then they would say gravity. That because I would debate people at work after I started discovering this. I'm like, oh, how do you curve water? And then they're like, oh, gravity.
I got popsicles in my freezer right now. Disproving your claim that we can't curve water.
You're making water popsicles? Kind of sad, bro.
Flavored water. I'm on a budget.
Yeah. Imagine just sucking an icicle.
Yeah, one of the more recent ones was the SpaceX, and I just wanted to see. I'm like, okay, if they're going to space, let me see. It's on live stream, so they show them going into the little space shuttle, and they get in there, and then all of a sudden, 3, 2, 1, lift off, and then they blast off, and it's like, all right, 50 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour, 200, 300, 400, 500. Like, okay, they're going pretty fast, and then it's like 1,000, and then it's like 1,200, 1,400, and you're like, okay, they're going like really fast, and then you start to see it's like 2,000, 3,000, like 3,500, 4,000, 500,000. I'm like, bro, how are they going 5,000 miles per hour? And they're in, like, it looks like they're in an elevator lobby. Like, it looks like the elevator music's playing, like nothing's happening in the spaceship. And meanwhile, these fighter jet pilots from like the U.S. like Army have to do crazy training just to go like 1,000 miles an hour or whatever, however fast they're going in their fighter jets, right?
Yeah, not 1,000 miles an hour.
Or however fast they're going in their fighter jets, and they're having their oxygen masks going, breathing in oxygen.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, I was just wondering that. And then somebody on one of these servers was like, well, since they're actually going at a relative, like not very, like accelerating not very fast, like they're going like 100 to 150. They're not going like 100 to 500. They're saying that they can't feel the motion around them. And I'm like, that's fucking bullshit. If you're going 5,000 miles an hour, you're gonna feel yourself going 5,000 miles an hour. Like,
yeah, these people, you can't even conceive of those speeds. Like, it's beyond anything we've ever even been able to fathom. And they're like, you wouldn't notice it.
You wouldn't notice it. That's it. For me, like, I'm not smart as in like I know all the globe things. I know like Eratosthenes, I know like Einstein, I know all these behind the scenes theories, blah 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 blah. But I just know logic when I see it, and that's how I base my my arguments off of. I know you guys get into it like really good, which is why I listen to it, because you guys are clearly smarter than me. But yeah, I found it based off logic.
Yeah, I think logic and like understanding a few of the basic points does you pretty well in this discussion, because most of the new globe people don't even know the basic points for the globe. And they're certainly not coupling them with logic. So
yeah, and then once I've found all that stuff, and then you start to see the globe side, and then you start to research the globe side, and you're like, bro, what?
It's when you start listening to people argue for the globe on Discord and things that you're like, oh shit.
I know it, and now it's my new favorite thing to listen to this every day and see people's logic and thrown out the window.
How far is
great.
the sun from the Earth?
How would you measure that?
I don't know. I'm asking you.
Well, I'm not claiming to have measured it. Are you?
No.
Okay. So we don't know.
Didn't some guy measure it a long time ago, Armo?
I don't know. Well, that's the claim, right? I mean, the claim is like the sun is like this far away from us. Like that's according to the globe Earth. But like it seems flat earthers have no idea how far
Yeah,
the
but
sun
why?
is.
But how did the globe Earth figure out the distance to the sun?
Well, let's actually tackle your view instead of like focusing constantly on globe Earth.
Well, we're saying that neither
I want
side
to use
knows.
it.
Though.
Because it seems kind of disingenuous constantly focusing on someone else's position. That doesn't make your
Why
position
can't I
right.
just use like, dude? If you got the hottest girl, and I'm like, listen, let's find out how Armo got the hottest girl. I want to do the same thing. I want to get my. I want to
Yeah,
get
but I'm
my
not claiming anything. I want to know your position.
Yeah, I want to copy them.
I'm not claiming anything, am I?
My
Them.
position
I want to
would
copy
be
them.
that no one knows, including the globe side, even though they might tell you they know. They don't
No
know.
one knows. So how big is the Earth?
Again, no one knows.
Why? So like some you don't think people have traveled pretty much everywhere on this planet?
Are you?
I don't think they've measured it either.
You may not realize it.
Well, where do you think
but what
like
you
that
may
we
not
haven't
realize
been
it,
so
right?
far?
But what you're doing, bringing up the two things, right? You're saying, all right, the sun distance, like how far away is the sun, right?
Yeah.
And then how big is the Earth, right? So you might not realize what you're doing, right? But but you're these two things together should tell us the size of the Earth, maybe, right? The sun and the Earth together. You should be able to get the size.
Right. So what I want to know is like according to you guys, the sun bigger than the Earth or smaller?
You'd have to know the size of the Earth, right?
Well, yeah, but you don't like. So I'm not asking for an exact number. I'm asking you like, do you think the sun is bigger than the Earth, or do you think the Earth is bigger than the sun?
What size are each of those things?
I'm not asking for a size. I'm simply asking which one do you think is bigger. I'm not asking for a measurement.
Give us their sizes, and we will compare them.
Are you not getting them? I'm asking you, what do you think in your model
We
is bigger?
do not know the sizes. Period.
Okay. Okay. So what do you know? Like, how do you know the Earth is flat?
We know that it's a globe.
You measure angles to the sun.
How did you measure that? But how do you do that if you don't know how far the sun is?
You just measure an angle to it. That's how you
Okay.
like. That's how this guy Eratosthenes, he figured out the Earth was flat.
Who did that?
He established. It's the ancient Greek guy. He established a horizontal baseline to get an elevation angle from, and he used the horizon horizontal as an establishment of a horizontal plane of reference to get an elevation angle from.
So you don't believe like the satellites taking pictures of like the Earth and stuff like that? Like that's all fake.
Why are pictures fake? No, people can take pictures.
Well, they don't show a flat Earth, right?
Well, I mean, the satellites don't claim to be at an altitude that could show you if the Earth was flat or not.
What'd you say?
The satellites that you're like referencing, they don't even claim to be at an altitude that would show you if the Earth were flat or curved. They're too low. They're not. They're in low Earth orbit, Leo.
Would they show would they show curvature?
They say they won't.
Or are you gonna say it's like a fish lens, fish eye lens, something like that?
Well, that's what they say, because they say no, that's not curvature. That's barrel distortion due to the lens, because we're not high enough to show the curve of the Earth. We're like ants on a basketball. And we went 1 millimeter off the basketball. You can't see the Earth curve from that altitude.
Let me see. Can you see? So from where do you supposedly think that the claim is that you can see the curvature?
The sun maybe, but yeah. So you're asking what's like what is a measurement of flat? Like can we level something out to find out if it's flat?
What'd you say?
Yeah,
Sorry,
I
you
mean,
cut out.
I think we have the ability, even though we're just humans, right? But like we build these skyscrapers, we're on the internet, but we have the that's better than this, right? We have the ability to make a level line, right, and to find out if something's flat or not. We can do that.
Right. Well, wait, that's actually funny. There was this video I saw, funny enough, this flat earther trying to prove the flat earth with a laser. And from a distance, they would have to show, well, if it's flat, then, the laser would hit this exact place. And they actually tested it, and they disproved themselves. Because the laser wasn't actually hitting the place that they thought it was hitting due to the curvature.
Yeah, I mean, we could, like, I don't know, make up a demonstration like that. But somebody else pointed out, I might have even been Cyclone. I think it's kind of a funny, like, ironic thing. Like, so is the only person that you know to measure the Earth to be a globe a guy who's a flat earther, or do you know somebody else who measured it?
Well, I don't know people personally who've measured it, but I do know that within the community, I guess, it is pretty much established that the Earth is not flat.
No, so is the only person that you can reference that came to mind, like, oh, I know who measured the Earth to be a globe. Is that person a flat earther?
No.
The guy that you just mentioned, he's not a flat earther?
Oh, he is a flat
Darren?
earther, but that's not the only
Who's the
person
other?
who can.
Oh, who's the other guy?
You have the ancient Greeks.
Okay. The guy who used the horizontal plane
The
of
man,
reference to get an elevation angle?
the man, like in Alexandria, like in Syene, how he did that.
Eratosthenes, the guy who got the elevation angle to the sun using a flat baseline, a horizontal baseline, in reference to the Earth.
Yeah, Aristophanes did not think the Earth was flat, so I'm confused why you're saying that.
He doesn't matter what he thinks. He measured the Earth flat.
No. What are you on about?
Talking about an angle, getting an elevation angle above a horizontal baseline.
Wait, let me fact check you on this. You're saying he measured it flat. Okay, 1 second.
Yes,
Let me
sir.
look it up.
Can't measure it any other way than what it is.
Look it up.
Yeah, you have to use angles, horizontals, right?
No, so what he did was...
Which doesn't incorporate a sphere.
Eratosthenes measured the shadow in Alexandria, found and made an angle of about 7.2 degrees with the vertical. This angle corresponds to approximately 1/5 of a first full circle, 360 degrees. Yes.
Over a flat horizontal plane, yes. Flat circle, spin your finger around, point at the ground.
Wait. Are the other planets like flat circles too?
What planet? Brother, hold on. Stick with us on this flat one that's been measured.
This is not a planet. This is
for example, is the moon a flat circle? It's not a planet, it's a moon.
This is not a planet. This is a plane.
No problem. Is the moon a flat disc?
Stay on point.
No, I'm asking you, like, because seems to be absurd, right? It seems that flat earthers have no idea about, like, they seem to think only the Earth is like this flat disc, but nothing else is flat disc.
So did you go there?
Hold on.
Can you calm down there, Kraus?
The flat plane that Eratosthenes measured, why are you running away from it?
I'm not.
Also, you understand he measured the Earth to be flat.
Well, here it says that he measured it to be a sphere, not flat.
No, the thing in contention is the stuff under our feet, the Earth. And if what he gave you was the flat radius of a horizontal, from a horizontal baseline and a vertical and an angle to a 360 circle that's flat, he gave you flat Earth, brother. He just drew a circle around itself on a flat plane. How hard is that?
True. Well, let me fact check 1 second.
Yeah, I mean, that's what No Tank's trying to explain to you.
You're gonna fact check vertical? What is? How do you?
No, I'm fact checking whether the stuff that he did actually proves what you're saying.
Vertical and horizontal, that's how you get an angle. It's two straight lines.
I know.
Yeah. Where's the globe? Where's the globe in that angle? He wouldn't have been able to get an angle if he lived on a globe.
Let me see. So, according to the shadow angles, implication of shadow angles, let me see what it says. Eratosthenes observed that in Syene on the summer solstice, the sun was directly overhead at noon, casting no shadow. At the same time, in Alexandria, there was a noticeable shadow indicating that the sun was not directly overhead. Okay. Yeah, that actually disproves flat Earth.
What the?
Wait, actually, yeah, I have an image that I actually thought about. Wait, this is the model that you flat earthers actually hold to. Let me show you.
The one that Eratosthenes is showing in his photo? Is that right?
No, one sec.
Here comes the you claim a model claim that hasn't been
Well,
claimed.
the funny thing is that like flat earthers are like really critical about like every other model, but they never actually provide a model themselves. Why is that?
Because we hate assumptions.
You hate assumptions, but
Yeah, models
okay.
are full of assumptions. You don't know what is the
So
sun.
can you for example see in the right like what I posted in the side chat? Can you disprove this, or is this what you
I
hold
can't
to? Sorry.
exactly model something you don't know the size of if you're being completely honest.
Well, yeah, but that's what I'm asking you. Do you think that the Earth is again bigger than the sun or smaller than the sun? If it's smaller than the sun, well, it's a problem for you. If the sun is bigger, I'm sorry, if the sun is smaller, then you have the problem that I posted in the side chat.
Did you check them?
Did I check what?
The sun and the earth, their size, and compare their size?
Yeah, can you determine the size of something without like being next to something? Can you do that, Necros? Can I like estimate based on like comparison and stuff to know the size of something? Can I do that?
No, for me, I can't. I can't just by looking
No.
to something to just assume what is it.
If I know like a specific truck is this long, and I see from a distance that you're standing next to a specific truck that I know is this long, can I then reasonably conclude how long and tall you are compared to the truck?
I didn't hear what you said because I was talking.
Okay, go ahead.
So go ahead, repeat what you want to say.
I said if I'm looking at a distance to you, right? Like I'm far away from you, whatever. But I see you in the distance, and I see a specific truck that I know how big that truck is, and I compare that truck compared to you. Do I know then how how tall you are? Yeah, I could, right? Because I know how big the truck is.
Yeah, and so you know how big the truck that is next to the moon is?
Well, how do we, according to you, know how big the moon is?
You know how big the truck that is next to the moon is to just assume how big the moon?
Would say.
How do you compare the size of the moon or the sun?
How we know the size of the moon?
No, how you
Well, so I'm looking up and it says there are multiple ways to know the size of the
Okay,
moon.
so you presume the distance and then you divide that or something like that by the size of the circle you see, probably something roughly along those lines.
Well, here, like for example, I looked up like how do we know like the size of the moon, and multiple ways are being given. And one of the ways are, for example, radar
You
ranging. It
have to
says in the midst.
presume the size of the moon. You have to
Sorry?
presume the size.
No. Did you hear me? This is how they determined it, not they presumed it. It says in the mid 20th century, astronomers began bouncing radar signals off the moon and measuring the time it took for their signals to return. This method provided a very accurate measure of the distance to the moon. Distance calculation. The distance to the moon is calculated using the speed of light and the time that it takes for a radar signal to travel the moon back. Okay, so this is how they measure the distance already. Oh, that makes sense, right? You can use the speed of light and see how
So
long it
they
takes
have
for
an
a
accurate. Wait, hold on. Clarifying. They have an accurate measurement of the speed of light. Do they?
Say?
They have an accurate measurement of the speed of light.
Can't you do that? Yeah, we do actually. I think.
Trippy.
Here, wait. I looked up. What's the speed of light in a vacuum? Is precisely defined as 299.792.458 meters per second.
It sounds like a made-up number.
Yeah, but they don't know the
That
speed of dark, the speed of light, but they don't know the speed of dark. I'm just being funny.
they don't know the speed of what?
You know the speed of light, right? But you don't know the speed of dark. Like they don't know the speed of dark. I'm just being I'm being facetious and funny. Anyway.
Okay. Right. So multiple ways are given how the measurement of the moon is calculated.
I think Necros is trying to talk. Necros, you might have to like go out and come back in because nobody can hear you, dude.
I think I was hot micing. Sorry.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, so I'm just wondering, like, how do you counter these specific statements? Like, so they use like radar ranging. They use here it says lunar laser ranging. They use satellite observations, parallax method, right? By observing the moon from two different points on the Earth's surface far apart, astronomers can measure the angle of displacement against the background stars. This angle allows them to calculate distance to the moon using simple trigonometry, considering the baseline the distance between the two observing points. So that seems kind of basic. Why is that not the case, according to you guys?
So doesn't the sun and the moon appear the same size in the sky? So if they're just using that,
No, they
trigonometry.
don't. Have you ever have you ever seen a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse? If they're the same size, how does one overlap the other?
The whole globe model says that they appear the same size, roughly the same size in the sky.
Well, they're not the same size. They appear such, right?
Yeah, and
But wait, if you actually compare them
you
like
just
next to
no,
one
no, no,
another,
no.
then
You just
they're
denied
truly
that.
not, right? Even but it's just like face
You
value,
just
yeah.
denied it 5 seconds ago.
Can
You
you
just denied
can
it.
you like calm down? My goodness, man, what's wrong with you?
No, because you're fucking being weird,
What?
dude. You just denied it,
What?
and now
Deny what?
5 seconds later, you're
Deny
conceding
what?
the point.
Deny what? No,
You
because no, no,
denied
no.
that they
So
were the same.
appearing is
You
not the same
denied
thing
they
as it
appeared the
is the
same size
case,
and
right?
distance. You denied they appeared the same size and distance, and then conceded the point less than 5 seconds later. You're a
Yeah, so if you're
dishonest
saying they appear,
interrogator.
I just mean to say
You're
like they're
dishonest.
truly not the
You're
same
just
one size. Like
dishonest.
lunar eclipses and solar eclipses
You're
prove
just
that. But if you mean
dishonest.
say they just look that way, sure. I mean, if I hold a specific coin next to one another, some coin might be a little bit different, but they appear the same kind of size. Yeah. So what?
Yeah, so I said that. That's what I said. They appear
So
the same
what? I'll
size
tell
in the
you what.
sky.
You just denied they appeared the same size, and then
Are you
conceded the
gonna
point
like? Are you actually gonna
within
like
5
address what I'm
seconds.
saying?
No, address what I just said, you fucking loser.
What's wrong with you? Why are you such like an angry person?
Because you just denied it and then conceded the
I just
point
explained to
5
you. You don't have to be
seconds
such an
later.
argumentative prick.
Admit you're a dishonest piece of shit and move on.
Oh, you're muted. Cry me a river, dishonest prick.
I'm not fucking muted,
Someone
dummy.
else?
You're an idiot.
And this is why people like no one takes flat Earth serious because you guys cannot have conversations. It hurts people.
You don't head serious. You
It's
just denied they appeared the same
anyone else?
size and then conceded the point
He's having
within
a
5
conversation with
seconds.
you, Armo. What am I
You
going to do?
fucking
Not listen.
retard.
Oh, I'm not listening to that guy.
5
What am I going to
seconds.
do?
Within 5 seconds, you
Oh, you don't have
I
to do
got to
dishonest
listen
anything.
to him
fucking
addressing you
loser.
now.
5 seconds.
Well, let him cry, man.
Yeah,
Let him cry.
Armo.
Yes.
If you're gonna mute people in the chat, it's just gonna turn to chaos in here. So
I'm
if you're
not
gonna do
over
that,
talking
then
him.
just leave, brother.
I'm not over talking him. Let him
Yeah, but if you've got him muted,
Oh, wow, you're
don't mute people
Oriental
in the chat.
Orthodox. That's cool. Are you Syriac or Coptic or what?
I mean, if you have to mute your opponent,
Well, he's not an opponent because he actually doesn't give actual critiques. He's just insulting.
Are you
It's not an
familiar that
opponent. Be right back.
Orthodox
Wait, I'm
Church
getting phone call.
fathers were all flat earthers, Armo?
Also, it's against server rules, so just saying.
That guy can leave. You know, he wants to.
Okay. Yeah, St. John Chrysostom was a flat earther. So was St. Basil, St. Athanasius, and all the others.
Yeah, that's right. Deafen, you little weasel. Deafen.
Yeah,
You're not
just seeing that,
worth.
I'm like, is Armo deafened? Okay, that's like put your
Yeah, 'cause
fingers
he's
in your ears, like la 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 la.
Yeah, because he literally denied it, and then within 5 seconds conceded the point. That is as pathetic as it gets. And then he tried to talk over the fact that I was pointing it out. He is embarrassed. He's pathetic, and he's got a fucking limp noodle.
He just Googled his answer on the spot, took it as gospel, and then rattled off about 5 different things, and then muted you, heretic. You were trying to talk to him, and then made a bunch of ad homs and other fallacies, and yeah, he can piss off.
Heretic, are you Australian? You have like a little bit of an Australian accent.
Heretic.
Oh, me? No, I got like a lung infection, and I'm Canadian.
Oh,
That's what an Aussie accent is. It's a Canadian with a lung infection.
I'm the only Aussie. Oh no, Twad. Me and Twad are the Aussies in here.